Introduction. The dragon possesses 3 heads. Indeed, this is as Viserys Targaryen has proclaimed. Chapter 1. Daenerys. I have seen it. I have seen it. I am a true dragon. Amidst the thunderous roars, Daenerys could faintly hear Viserys' terrified shrieks, infused with an unusual fervor. The dragon has 3 heads. The dragon has 3 heads. I have awakened the great dragon. Daenerys, groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes to find Viserys, unbeknownst to her, had risen from the adjacent bed. He staggered towards the porthole, screaming like a madman, and pushed open the tightly shut window, allowing the torrential rain to pour in, drenching him. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, accompanied by booming thunder and occasional flashes of white lightning illuminating the cramped cabin, casting a frenzied light upon Viserys. As Daenerys finally awoke, her mind clouded and her senses bewildered, a blinding light surged through the window. Following the terrifying flash of electricity came a tremendous clap of thunder, rendering Daenerys unable to open her eyes, her ears filled with the deafening roar that intertwined with a horrific tearing sound and Viserys' abrupt, anguished cries. The buzzing noise that followed the thunder echoed incessantly in her ears. Tears streamed from Daenerys' eyes as the electric light stung her vision. Gradually regaining her senses, Daenerys opened her eyes. Momentarily lost in a dreamlike state, the small cabin of the merchant ship vanished, and Viserys was nowhere to be seen. In her daze, she realized she was atop a cloud, surrounded by colossal golden thunderstorms, flames and frost cascading from the heights. Above, a tumultuous mass of dark, roaring clouds crackled with boundless lightning, and a massive 3-headed beast spiraled within. The creature's 3 heads were grotesque and fierce, each adorned with a single eye. As if sensing Daenerys' gaze, the monstrous heads slowly turned, their furnace-like eyes locking onto hers. "Ah!" Daenerys gasped in shock. With that exclamation, her vision abruptly turned to blinding white. As her eyes gradually focused, she found herself back in the cramped merchant cabin, where her brother Viserys lay unconscious on the floor by the porthole, his fate uncertain. In that moment, Daenerys could not discern whether she was in reality or a dream until the storm surged through the narrow window, the icy rain splashing upon her cheeks, awakening her to the chilling reality that Viserys seemed to have been struck by lightning. In a panic, Daenerys scrambled out of bed, drawing closer to Viserys. The ship rocked violently in the storm, nearly toppling her, but she pressed on, using all 4s to reach him. She pushed aside the wet, disheveled hair from his face, her trembling fingers reaching toward his nose. Only when she confirmed that Viserys still breathed did her heart finally ease its tension. A raspy voice suddenly emerged from Viserys' throat. Startled, Daenerys hurriedly crawled away from him, retreating to the corner of the cabin, peering back with trepidation. Upon realizing that Viserys was merely mumbling, still in a daze, she bravely crawled closer once more. Dany struggled to decipher the murmured words of Viserys, only to find herself utterly bewildered. The unfamiliar terms that escaped his lips were neither in the common tongue nor in the vernacular of the free cities, nor were they in Valyrian. For a moment, Dany felt lost. Outside, the sound of disordered footsteps echoed, followed by the abrupt force of a door being flung open. What is happening? Are there assassins? A burly man, Cleanshaven, burst into the room. Upon witnessing the scene within, he swiftly drew his sword, letting out a sharp cry while scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The commotion outside grew increasingly loud, and Dany wished to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words, shrinking back and timidly huddling beside Viserys in silence. Before long, the man managed to restore order and, confirming the absence of any assailants, the merchant ship's owner, Illyrio arrived on the scene. "Lady Daenerys, what on earth has transpired here?" Illyrio inquired gently, his voice low and soothing. He was a rotund man with a greasy, forked yellow beard and uneven yellow teeth. Despite the genuine concern evident in Illyrio's eyes, Dany averted her gaze, unable to meet his stare. The fleeting glimmer of greed she had seen when she first encountered the wealthy governor from Pentos sent shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling vulnerable. She could only muster a faint whisper in response. "Brother." I do not know." At this moment, she remained unable to discern whether her earlier awakening had been reality or mere illusion. Illyrio's expression turned serious as he probed further into the events. "I do not know," Dany stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I was asleep. When I was startled awake by thunder, I saw my brother staggering to the window. Then there was lightning. No, I do not know." As she spoke, Tears began to form. Dany, sensitive by nature, sensed a hint of impatience behind Illyrio's earnest demeanor. Thus, she lowered her voice even further. I saw my brother go to the window, and then there was a clap of thunder. After that, he collapsed. She refrained from mentioning the nonsensical ramblings she had heard in her half-dream state or the white lightning that had surged through the porthole, nor did she speak of the visions that had assailed her. She remained uncertain if Illyrio understood her. Fortunately, he soon ceased his inquiries, stepping forward to check Viserys' breathing before calling out. He has merely fainted. Let us return him to his bed and summon the ship's physician. Immediately, Illyrio dismissed the curious onlookers. What are you all doing here? Out you go. The ship's physician arrived in haste, and, after a thorough examination, he confirmed that the patient bore no visible injuries, but was simply temporarily unconscious, exhibiting mild fever symptoms. Thus, the trained physician performed a simple bloodletting and administered an expensive concoction of herbal medicine, allowing the patient to drift into a deep slumber. Illyrio inquired, "How is he? Will he be all right?" The physician appeared somewhat anxious, replying, He should be, my lord governor." Illyrio furrowed his brow. "Should?" The ship's physician lowered his head. Yes, my lord governor." Illyrio fell silent, and after a moment, he exhaled heavily. "You may go." The physician felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. "Yes, my lord governor." In the cramped cabin, Illyrio and the physician exchanged words, while little Daenerys stood silently in the corner. Illyrio, in a displeased mood, refrained from saying more. After dismissing the physician, he did not linger, offering Daenerys a brief consolation. "It's merely a slight fever. There's no need for concern. Rest well." With that, he departed. In the confined cabin, only Daenerys and the slumbering Viserys remained. It was only then that Daenerys began to feel a pang of fear. In a daze, she recalled the circumstances of Sir William's death, a time when she knew nothing, until she was cast out from that house in Bravos with its red-painted doors, living in a state of hunger alongside Viserys, constantly evading danger, drifting aimlessly, filled with fear, helplessness, and powerlessness. Just moments ago, there had been a fleeting instant when she feared Viserys might die. Despite having sold her mother's crown for survival, Viserys gradually descended into madness, often treating her harshly in private, inexplicably lashing out at her, screaming and striking. Yet, he remained her only kin. After an emotional tempest, silence enveloped her, and Daenerys found her mind spiraling into illogical thoughts, eventually succumbing to sleep. A sharp pain in her fingers awakened Daenerys, and she instinctively tried to retract her hand. But a large hand grasped hers, firm and unyielding. "Do not move," came Viserys' voice, imbued with an authoritative tone. Daenerys dared not stir. Soon after, her fingers tingled with a strange sensation. As she realized he was licking her fingers, she was taken aback. When Daenerys opened her eyes, Viserys had released her hand and was seated on the opposite bunk in the cramped cabin. She stared blankly at him. Viserys frowned, his violet eyes clouded with an inexplicable sorrow, his pale, haggard face marred by disappointment. Noticing blood on his lips, she averted her gaze, timidly lowering her head and asking in a soft voice, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Viserys' pallid visage turned towards her. "It's nothing." As he spoke, he stood up, straightening his collar. "You should continue to sleep. He'll step outside for some fresh air." Without waiting for her response, he exited. Daenerys felt a surge of bewilderment. Viserys' demeanor was perplexing. When she glanced at him earlier, she had distinctly sensed he was also avoiding her gaze. This was an unprecedented display. She had a vague notion that she had grasped something significant, glancing down at her fingers previously licked, discovering a small cut at the fingertip, from which crimson droplets were seeping. Chapter 2. Viserys Daenerys Targaryen. Alas. Viserys Targaryen. Alas. Is this truly the realm of a song of ice and fire? Have I become the Beggar King? Alas. Viserys stood at the edge of the deck, gazing silently at the hazy, continental shelf on the eastern horizon. No one could fathom the tempest of emotions that surged within him at that moment. Transmigration. The soul inhabiting the body of Viserys was that of an ordinary college student from another world, though it would be more accurate to describe him as the former college student who had once been a commoner on Earth, now transformed into the king of the Gorons. This was his second instance of crossing worlds. Prior to this journey, he had first traversed to a realm known as Hyrule, where he existed as an ordinary individual, tasked with acquiring materials to become the king of the Gorons through an endeavor called the art of transformation. After nearly a decade in Hyrule, he had thoroughly grasped the limits of the Hylians. No matter how diligently he trained, his strength paled in comparison to that of the chosen hero who had awakened after a century of slumber. He could not even defeat a common Goran, let alone aspire to be the king of the Gorans. Fortunately, he had a moment of clarity, need not slay dragons himself. Thus, he altered his approach, employing the Hylian soldier's attire and 300 rupees to hire the all-powerful chosen hero, ultimately fulfilling his quest. It was that simple. Little did he anticipate that consuming the materials of the Goran King would lead to yet another transmigration, to the world of a song of ice and fire. He strained to recall memories of Earth, piecing together fragments of information about this new world. His prior experience as a magical elemental being allowed him to sharpen his once fuzzy recollections. Upon entering this realm, the quest of the art of transformation updated to the art of dragon transformation, requiring him to collect the dragon souls of this world and become a true three-headed dragon. In a sense, the task in his mind could be likened to a form of system, though this system was rather lackadaisical, offering nothing beyond the quest itself. If he wished, he could even disregard the existence of the task altogether and simply live a mundane life in this world. Yet they are dragons. While the mighty dragons of this realm may lack the elegance of their eastern counterparts, their power was undeniably authentic. After the upheaval in Hyrule, he had once attempted to challenge a common Goran at the Hylian Bridge, nearly losing his life in the process. Now, with the power of the Goran King lying dormant within him, all he needed to do was gather dragon souls. Viserys extended his right hand, curling it into a claw before him, his violet eyes shimmering with a certain yearning. Footsteps approached from behind, prompting Viserys to retract his hand and lift his gaze once more toward the eastern continental shelf. "Your Majesty, when did you awaken?" The corpulent Illyrio approached with an unexpected grace, bowing before Viserys as though he were a loyal subject, addressing him with utmost respect. Viserys, with a hint of jest in his tone, inquired, "Pray tell, does your merchant vessel carry any dragon bone, my esteemed treasurer?" Despite his discomfort, Viserys, now imbued with the memories of his former self, endeavored to embody this role, striving to appear audaciously knave. The original Viserys was a pitiable figure, driven to madness under the weight of his family's quest for restoration. The last prince of the Targaryen dynasty, he had fled overseas after the fall of his house, reduced to a mere guest and jester among the powerful in the free cities. After selling his mother's crown, he earned the moniker of the Beggar King, a title that marked the complete unraveling of his sanity. He fancied himself as Viserys Targaryen III, king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Yet, he was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of the game of power, believing that merely bearing the Targaryen name would compel others to bow before him, and that returning to Westeros with an army would ensure a warm welcome for his royal forces. He was devoid of respect and blind to reality. Had the time traveler not intervened, within a year, his foolishness and madness would lead to his brother-in-law melting down his golden belt and pouring it upon his head, bestowing upon him a fatal crown, a grim reward for having sold his sister Daenerys. Awaken, for the Targaryen dynasty has been dead for over a decade. How foolish must Viserys be to believe that a mere verbal promise of a treasury position could persuade a wealthy governor of Pentos to serve him, abandoning his family and business to aid in his return to the Iron Throne. Illyrio addressed him as Your Majesty, yet confined him and his sister to the cramped quarters of a merchant ship, claiming it was to shield them from the prying eyes of usurpers and hidden assassins. Though Illyrio publicly called him Your Majesty, the true Viserys would dismiss such indignities, perceiving it as a significant triumph that Illyrio would address him thus, for Sir Willem Darry had once held a simple coronation for him on Dragonstone after King's Landing fell. Initially, Illyrio referred to him as Your Highness. Concealing his disdain behind a benign smile, the rotund man replied, "Dragonbone, Your Majesty? I presumed you would find such merchandise distasteful." In the world of ice and fire, dragonbone was not an uncommon commodity. Although dragons had become extinct during the Valyrian era and the reign of House Targaryen, both domesticated and wild dragons were plentiful. Dragonbone, within the free cities, was akin to precious gems and spices. High-profit trade good pure dragonbone or dragonbone artifacts possessed considerable collectible value, and even dragon eggs had once been traded in secrecy. Now, with the extinction of dragons, dragonbone had transformed into a luxury item of greater collectible worth. Viserys sighed. After drifting for so many years in the free cities, even if I disdain such goods, I have become accustomed to them. Illyrio displayed little concern for Viserys' inquiries, seemingly uninterested in the reasons behind them. Instead, he deftly redirected the conversation to matters of his own curiosity. Is your health satisfactory? Shall I summon the ship's physician to attend to you? I am in good health and feel no discomfort, Viserys replied, recalling the wound on his right wrist. He subtly averted his gaze and, in a moment of inspiration, asked with anticipation about the prospect of reclaiming his throne. Do you think, should there be dragon eggs, I might hatch a great dragon and, like Aegon the Conqueror, retake Westeros? Illyrio regarded Viserys as if he were feverish and delusional. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to reconquer. The people of all Westeros yearn for your return. If you were to come back with an army, raise your banner and confront the usurpers. The Iron Throne rightfully belongs to House Targaryen. This is the consensus across Westeros. Sensing that Illyrio might be angling to promote some personal agenda or undermine him, Viserys abruptly interrupted, pointing towards the eastern coastline where a bay had suddenly emerged, revealing a grand port city in the distance. Excitedly, he inquired, is that Pentos? Would the common folk truly offer their humble fare to welcome the king's army? Viserys silently scoffed at such nonsense. How could Illyrio presume he would swallow such folly? Yet, Illyrio swallowed his words without irritation, his round face breaking into a smile. Indeed, your Majesty, that is Pentos. Viserys feigned interest. Might I trouble you to enlighten me about Pentos, Illyrio? Illyrio nodded with a smile. Of course, your Majesty. It must be said, regardless of Illyrio's true thoughts, his outward demeanor greatly pleased Viserys, who was, in reality, being manipulated. At the very least, Illyrio did not allow him to feel belittled during discussions of trivial matters. However, this also caused Viserys considerable vexation. Though Illyrio's actions revealed a hidden contempt, he at least offered verbal concessions. As the adage goes, one must heed the words and observe the actions. Illyrio exhibited commendable restraint in his speech, yet this often signifies a cunning nature, or at least a belief in his own cunning. Such individuals can be troublesome, as those who choose to scheme often operate in convoluted ways. To engage with them without falling victim requires heightened vigilance, for regardless of whether they employ sophisticated machinations or foolish tactics to betray you, the fact remains, they are intent on selling you out. Oh, Princess Daenerys has arrived. Upon hearing the sailors cheer, Daenerys, realizing they were nearing their destination, ascended from the cabin and, upon spotting her brother, approached with her head bowed. At that moment, Viserys was engaged in jovial conversation with Illyrio. She hesitated, standing a few paces away, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, contemplating whether to draw closer. Fortunately, Illyrio took the initiative to mention her, prompting Viserys to beckon her closer. She approached with delicate steps. Viserys remained silent, and Daenerys hesitated to speak. Illyrio, perceptive as ever, interjected, Your Grace, the merchant ship is soon to arrive, and I must attend to other matters, so I cannot stay. Viserys nodded in acknowledgement. Please do as you must. Daenerys quickly followed suit with a nod of respect. Once Illyrio had distanced himself, Viserys did not turn his gaze toward Daenerys, but rather asked indifferently, What is it you wish to say? Though Viserys' demeanor was consistent with his usual self, Daenerys sensed an inexplicable dissonance that had lingered since morning. Nevertheless, she replied softly, lowering her head as she spoke in a hushed tone, Brother, you once said that in situations like ours, we ought not to expose ourselves in public. In public? Viserys replied in a deep, resonant voice, Did that esteemed governor address me as your grace in such a setting? This is his vessel. Furrowing her brow, Daenerys pondered the implications of Viserys' words. She was not foolish, she quickly grasped the crux of the matter, yet it only deepened her confusion. For when a fourth party was present, Illyrio would refer to her as the esteemed lady and to her brother Viserys as the esteemed guest. Cautiously, Daenerys inquired, Do you trust him? She glanced up, her eyes swiftly scanning Viserys' expression. Unsure if her words would provoke her brother's ire, she awaited his response. Viserys exhibited no anger, nor did he address Daenerys' query instead. He fixed his gaze toward the direction of Pentos and countered, Are you hungry, Daenerys? Having toyed with the idea of the ancient Croco's king transforming into a three-headed dragon in the realm of ice and fire since last year, the concept had finally taken root, and she hoped to weave a tale worthy of attention. Chapter 3. Rest assured, I comprehend. The merchant vessel did not enter the vast harbor of Pentos. Instead, it sailed further, traversing the bay and passing a shallow area. Gliding past a grand lighthouse, and finally arriving at a smaller, yet more pristine port. Before their eyes unfolded an array of opulent mansions, their roofs adorned with azure and crimson tiles, nestled against the mountains and facing the direction of the sunrise, with a magnificent red temple crowning the highest point. Illyrio beckoned Viserys and Daenerys to disembark from the merchant ship and board a small boat that had long been prepared. With the assistance of Illyrio's trusted confidants, they rowed gently into a concealed dock hidden beneath the aqueduct of a certain courtyard. Throughout the journey, Viserys remained silent, casting furtive glances around him. Illyrio, taking pride in this, believed that Viserys was surely influenced by his demeanor of secrecy and safety. Upon alighting from the small boat, Illyrio led the way through a narrow, winding passageway, eventually pushing open a wooden door, bringing them into Illyrio's courtyard. This area was a corner of the garden, featuring a neatly paved path of cobblestones, surrounded by a variety of flowers, evergreens, and ivy. On one side lay the sea, while on the other stood a magnificent structure, its towering brick walls imposing. In comparison to modern parks on Earth, the courtyard was not particularly expansive. The high brick walls flanked it on either side, topped with a row of iron spikes, rendering it quite lavish for a private estate. "Welcome to my humble abode, Your Majesty Viserys, Your Highness Daenerys," Illyrio greeted with a solemn expression. "Indeed," Viserys replied with a serious demeanor, "a commendable place, Governor Illyrio. Might I inquire when the feast shall commence?" "The feast?" Illyrio's expression shifted, caught off guard by Viserys' unexpectedly earnest question in such a setting. Yet, he quickly masked his surprise. "Of course, Your Majesty. Please, follow me." Under Illyrio's guidance, the party swiftly entered the interior of the building, whereupon Illyrio summoned eunuchs and maids to escort Viserys and Daenerys for ablutions. In addition to the usual maidservants, Illyrio even employed eunuchs to attend to their needs and guard the courtyard. "Ablutions?" Viserys inquired. "Is this a customary practice before a feast in Pentos?" "Oh." Illyrio finally felt a sense of peculiarity. Since their arrival on land, Viserys' attitude towards him had subtly shifted, and it was only at this moment that he began to grasp the full implication. Previously, Illyrio had willingly assumed the role of a servant to serve as Viserys' treasurer, and Viserys had regarded him as such. However, now, upon disembarking, Viserys seemed to assume the role of a guest at a banquet in his host's domain. Illyrio could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but do you harbor any misconceptions regarding this invitation?" Viserys raised his head and straightened his posture. "Governor Illyrio, rest assured, as long as your guests do not mock me, the Beggar King, I assure you I shall not cause any disturbance at the banquet, thereby safeguarding your honor." In the midst of Daenerys' bewilderment, Viserys similarly assured her, expressing confidence that she would remain composed at the banquet, never provoking those noble women. His demeanor suggested a practiced ease, ever prepared to engage in the social intricacies of the feast. Illyrio furrowed his brow, convinced that Viserys must have misconstrued something. However, before Illyrio could articulate his thoughts, Viserys eagerly instructed the eunuchs summoned by Illyrio to lead him to wash up, while directing the equally perplexed Daenerys to follow the maidservant. Illyrio wished to clarify the current circumstances with Viserys. "Your Majesty, Governor Illyrio, need I elaborate?" Yet, Viserys interrupted him once more, wearing a knowing smile that conveyed, "Rest assured. I understand. What exactly do you comprehend?" Illyrio asked, momentarily taken aback. The situation felt absurd. The eunuch and maidservant, lacking Illyrio's directive, hesitated to act. Viserys patiently awaited with a smile, while Daenerys lowered her head, lost in thought. "What of our previous discussions?" Illyrio inquired in astonishment. Viserys maintained his knowing expression, nodding affirmatively. "Of course, I comprehend, Your Excellency. Once the banquet concludes, I shall behave as if nothing has transpired. I swear it on the honor of House Targaryen." Illyrio's gaze flickered, pondering his thoughts, yet he refrained from further comment, merely gesturing for the eunuch and maidservant to escort the pair to freshen up. Viserys remained oblivious to Illyrio's musings. Yet it was inconsequential. What mattered was that Illyrio needed to reassess everything discussed with this new incarnation of Viserys if he wished to continue leveraging his influence. At this juncture, a further discussion seemed prudent. Viserys' strategy was rather straightforward, irrespective of his clumsy performance or feeble rhetoric. He aimed to convey a singular message to Illyrio. "Ah, were we not merely playing our roles, allowing me to act as the guest of a powerful man, augmenting the grand banquet with an exiled prince? Your promises of aiding my reclamation seem earnest? I had thought we were merely jesting, brother." As long as Illyrio refrained from overturning the table in outrage, Viserys could seize a degree of narrative control. Should Illyrio feel duped and find it intolerable, resorting to violence would become a possibility. In that case, it would fall upon this Beggar King to utter the phrase, "My sword is not without merit." However, in Pentos, conspiring against guests at a banquet was a grave transgression. Thus, under circumstances where neither party wished to sever ties, the likelihood of violence remained minimal, for not all could act with the reckless abandon of a fry. Indeed, Viserys had contemplated an alternative strategy to feign compliance, extracting a few dragon bones from Illyrio for study to ascertain whether they could activate the quest to collect dragon souls, and to determine if he could awaken the dormant power of the ancient King Aegon within him, subsequently deciding whether to engage in cunning schemes against Illyrio. Upon careful reflection, it is evident that even the blood of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, proved ineffective. Thus, acquiring a few shards of dragon bone may not yield any significant results. It is worth noting that the very notion of possessing the power of the ancient Goliath within his being remains a question for Viserys. From his personal experience since his arrival in this realm, he perceives no substantial change in his constitution apart from the soul that now inhabits his body. There has been no increase in strength, nor has he acquired any magical abilities. In biological terms, he is still merely a descendant of House Targaryen, rather than a humanoid magical elemental creature akin to the ancient Goliath. Regrettably, the entity that inscribed the task upon his mind is a rather indolent character, providing no guidance on how to fulfill the mission, leaving him to navigate the path on his own. In the world of Hyrule, after obtaining the materials of the ancient Goliath, he remained entirely ignorant of how to transform into such a being. Interestingly, he had devised numerous plans. Yet he did not anticipate that his initial attempt would yield success. His first scheme involved the audacious act of consuming the creature whole. It must be stated that the act of devouring monster materials is exceedingly perilous and initially a harrowing experience. The ancient Goliath, being a purely magical elemental entity, drops materials such as its liver, wings, and horns upon its demise. These are formidable, immense, and infused with the essence of magic, rendering them exceedingly difficult to ingest. Fortunately, by gradually consuming the liver, he began to transform into the ancient Goliath, sprouting scales and a dragon's head through the infusion of magical energy. As he consumed the wings and horns, he ultimately became the complete ancient Goliath. Alas, he was afforded scant time to relish the formidable essence of the magical elemental body before some force transported him to the world of a song of ice and fire, reducing him once more to an ordinary human, though he may not yet perceive it. Viserys is resolute in his belief that the presence of the ancient Goliath's power within him is indisputable. Therefore, his dilemma lies in how to gather the dragon's souls. Undoubtedly, Daenerys, the mother of dragons, stands as his closest lead, while she may presently seem somewhat detached from the dragon's souls. This does not imply that her connection will remain unchanged after the arrival of the Red Comet. It is essential to acknowledge that Daenerys possesses numerous supernatural attributes within the realm of a song of ice and fire. She is, without question, the destined one, the unburnt, the mother of dragons, graced by various prophecies, and a unique figure within the Targaryen lineage spanning centuries. Viserys vaguely recalls that according to the original narrative, he and Illyrio conspired to sell Daenerys to the Dothraki called Drogo in hopes of securing a formidable army to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. However, upon traversing into this realm and consuming Viserys' memories, he discovered that he was entirely oblivious to the matters concerning the Dothraki call. The originally simple-minded Viserys had only a hazy awareness of his future intentions to relinquish Daenerys, seeking to exchange her for power. Yet, the individuals he considered for this transaction were largely those unmentioned in the original text, affluent figures from free trade city-states. Occasionally, he entertained thoughts of some Westerosi nobles, but the recollection of their support for the usurpers who had toppled the Targaryen dynasty quickly dispelled those notions. Thus, the context becomes quite clear. The conspirator in the original text who proposed selling Daenerys to the king of the Dothraki is undoubtedly Illyrio. However, the present-day Viserys has no intention of selling Daenerys, nor does he wish to be manipulated by Illyrio and the schemers lurking behind him. To muddle the plan and buy time is the very reason Viserys begins to feign ignorance. Chapter 4. You are correct, brother. Daenerys called out to Viserys as they approached the bathing area, noticing that the servant leading them was about to separate them. Viserys turned back. What is it, Daenerys? Daenerys shrank back, yet remained silent. At this moment, the mother of dragons is merely a timid girl, lacking in self-confidence and heavily reliant on her brother Viserys, despite his cruel disposition and his abusive tendencies towards her. In the original tale, it is only when she realizes that Viserys has cruelly sold her, making everything irrevocable, and after marrying Khal Drogo, that she gradually transforms into a strong and self-assured woman. Viserys is somewhat aware of Daenerys' worries and fears, But the circumstances do not permit him to engage in a deep conversation with her, nor can he immediately correct his brotherly attitude. Currently, Viserys needs Daenerys to maintain her timidity and cowardice. With Daenerys's beauty, if she were to shed her timidity, along with her petite stature as a protective guise, she would be akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling market. One must remember that even someone as cunning and experienced as Illyrio, upon first seeing Daenerys, would be tempted to claim her for himself. Do not bring shame upon me, Daenerys. Viserys offered no comfort, only a stern demeanor as he coldly admonished her. Are you afraid, even of washing yourself? Go along with the maid. Thus, Daenerys lowered her head, refraining from further protest, and followed the maid to another bathing chamber. With no qualms, Viserys refreshed himself in the luxurious bath provided by Illyrio, even accepting the silk garments offered by the servants without objection. After completing his ablutions and receiving a simple grooming, he was guided by eunuchs and maids to the dining hall where they would be seated. Once Daenerys had been attended to following her bath, her inherent beauty became increasingly apparent. Fortunately, Viserys maintained his icy demeanor towards her, rendering her submissive and sorrowful, unable to display a smile. Although Daenerys was merely 13 or 14 years old and not yet fully matured in the eyes of the world, a girl who has reached menstruation is considered a woman. Viserys hoped that Illyrio would not be ensnared by her beauty, thus abandoning his plots and schemes. At the head of the dining table, Illyrio, now attired in his customary robes, awaited them with a placid demeanor. Viserys initiated the customary greeting of a Braavosi guest. Thank you for your hospitality, Governor Illyrio. Your generosity and decorum are truly impressive. A smile spread across Illyrio's plump face as he attempted to correct him. Your Majesty, there is no need for such praise. It is my duty to provide. Oh, Viserys remarked, his words faltering. I am uncertain when your banquet shall commence. My sister and I are filled with anticipation. Dany sat quietly in her seat, her head bowed, feeling a profound sense of peculiarity. She had witnessed Viserys' sycophancy towards the powerful before, yet had they not mutually acknowledged their sovereign-subject relationship in the past? The formal greetings employed by Viserys were reminiscent of the courteous exchanges among noble guests at feasts in the free cities. His faltering demeanor seemed to stem from Illyrio's failure to reciprocate the customary greetings expected of a host. Nevertheless, Viserys maintained his composure, skillfully masking the awkwardness, at least. That was the impression. Dany found the entire situation utterly absurd. She was acutely aware that ever since the lightning strike, Viserys had altered in some indefinable way, his behavior becoming increasingly inscrutable. In truth, there is no feast, Your Majesty, Illyrio stated solemnly. Even if there were, it would merely be a welcome banquet for you and Princess Daenerys. I believed we had articulated this clearly in Lys. Your Majesty, were the words we spoke before the gods mere fabrications? Of course not, Viserys replied, forcing a smile as he responded decorously. I fully comprehend your needs. I merely hope, he paused, as if just realizing the weight of Illyrio's statement, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Wait, did you just say there is no feast? Dany quickly glanced up, only to lower her gaze again. She observed Viserys' eyes widen in exaggerated disbelief. Illyrio's countenance remained grave. Your Majesty, I require clarification. Oh, Viserys stammered, still in shock, licking his lips as though parched, his emotions tumultuous. Oh, by the seven. It seems I am at a loss for words. He began to mumble incoherently. Governor Illyrio, he tentatively inquired, are you implying that? He repeated, is that truly what you mean? Illyrio scrutinized Viserys' flamboyant demeanor for any hint of truth. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed further. Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty, but what did you previously believe? Oh, pardon me. Viserys instinctively began to respond. I had thought, but then he faltered, as if struck by a sudden realization, and began to mutter again, oh, by the seven, indicating his current state of shock, striving to regain his composure. In his personal musings, Viserys considered the art of riddle-making to be exceptionally useful in the treacherous game of intrigue. For those lies one cannot fabricate are often filled in by the clever or the self-deluded, who merely require guidance to arrive at the intended conclusion. Viserys' current demeanor appeared inconsistent with the intelligence Illyrio had gathered and the observations made over the past few days, yet it somehow seemed to coalesce into a coherent narrative. For years, Viserys had wandered the free cities with his sister, seeking refuge and plotting to reclaim their lost kingdom, yet the fervor of these powerful figures quickly waned. Over the years, the last two scions of House Targaryen struggled for sustenance, living on the edge of survival. Once Viserys had earned the moniker of the Beggar King, he became a source of amusement for the powerful, a mere jester in their eyes. It is rumored that he often finds himself at banquets, where the appellation of Beggar King incites his ire, leading him to unleash his wrath upon the jesters, courtiers, and maidens in the company of the powerful. Occasionally, his confrontations with illustrious figures result in his expulsion, compelling him to liquidate his possessions and seek his next refuge amidst the pangs of hunger. If he has indeed embraced this existence as a means of survival, then his recent display, prompted by an invitation from Illyrio, was merely a performance, a shared understanding of amusement between the grand personages and the self-aware source of their laughter. Upon arriving here, Viserys began to exhibit an attitude of eager cooperation, akin to an actor invited to perform for a livelihood, only to be taken aback by Illyrio's unexpected demeanor. But is this truly the case? Illyrio harbored doubts. At the very least, Viserys' ostentatious display failed to convince him. He inquired, "Your Majesty, do you harbor any reservations regarding our previous discourse, or perhaps new thoughts? As you can see, I am a businessman by trade. Do not hesitate to speak candidly." By the 7, Viserys appeared still dazed by the shock. "Illyrio, let me confirm, you genuinely wish to pledge your loyalty to me?" "No," Illyrio replied, squinting at Viserys. "Your Majesty, it is a matter of funding you, as we previously discussed, under the watchful eyes of the gods." "Oh, my apologies, it is funding," Viserys seemed to recollect. His expression soon uplifting as he fervently declared, "You are the most discerning merchant I have ever encountered." Viserys appeared somewhat impatient, having missed the opportunity to inquire, "I wonder, how much are you willing to contribute to my cause, Governor Illyrio?" It is amusing to note that in their prior political commitments, Illyrio and Viserys exchanged not a single earnest word. Illyrio merely stated his willingness to provide shelter and support for Viserys' restoration endeavors, contingent upon the position of the royal treasurer once success was achieved. Viserys eagerly accepted the invitation to Pentos to discuss significant matters with Illyrio. Illyrio did not respond but instead turned his gaze towards Daenerys, who sat in a corner of the table, her head bowed in silence. Viserys understood the implication. Yet he remained indifferent and urged impatiently, "You may disregard her existence, Governor Illyrio." "Pardon my boldness, Your Majesty," Illyrio interjected, seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation. "Do you believe that mere wealth can restore your kingdom?" Feigning contemplation, Viserys replied, "Can it not?" Illyrio paused, taken aback by this unexpected response. However, it mattered not. "In my view, mere wealth cannot aid you in your restoration. Your Majesty, what you require is an army." At this, Viserys exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, an army. Do you possess the means to fund one?" His face radiated enthusiasm, yet his heart sank as the answer came too swiftly. Although Illyrio's rhetoric was somewhat convoluted, it remained too straightforward, rendering many of Viserys' prepared arguments ineffective. "I do not possess an army, but I know where one can be found," Illyrio passionately elaborated. "Your Majesty, have you heard of the Dothraki? The peace accord between Pentos and Braavos stipulates that the people of Pentos are forbidden from possessing more than 20 warships, hiring mercenaries, contracting with free companies, or maintaining any military force beyond the city guard. Thus, despite its formidable walls, Pentos is regarded as the most vulnerable among the free trading city-states. For this reason, the governors of Pentos maintain a cordial relationship with the Kalas of the Dothraki, offering a steady flow of tribute to ensure peace over the years. Presently, Illyrio, a prominent figure in the merchant city-state, seems eager to seize the opportunity to become a political intermediary, linking the last signs of House Targaryen with the Dothraki calls. Viserys interjected, "I have heard a little." Illyrio, brimming with confidence, responded, "Your Grace, you might leverage the Dothraki to reclaim the Iron Throne." Viserys inquired, "Would those tribes of the Dothraki be willing to support me?" "It is a matter of hiring troops, Your Grace, hiring troops. I am acquainted with several powerful Dothraki calls, and if you are amenable, it may be possible to secure tens of thousands of soldiers." Illyrio sketched an enticing vision for Viserys, embellishing it with promises of cavalry. To Illyrio's surprise, Viserys did not engage directly with his proposal, nor did he inquire about the necessary costs. Instead, he curiously asked, "My Lord Governor, if I may be so bold, how well do you understand the continent of Westeros?" Illyrio, momentarily puzzled, replied, Viserys elaborated. "Aside from knowing that the continent is called Westeros and that its king is currently Robert Baratheon, are you familiar with the political landscape there?" Illyrio initially perceived Viserys' inquiry as a jest, but seeing the earnestness in Viserys' demeanor, he found it difficult to discern the shift in conversation. He intended to steer it back, but was interrupted as Viserys pressed on. "Even if we were to secure troops, Governor Illyrio, hypothetically speaking, should I acquire an army, how would we transport them to Westeros, and where would we land?" Illyrio wanted to retort that they were merely discussing the prospect of hiring troops, which had not yet materialized. Yet Viserys continued, "Even if we successfully landed, And in the event of conflict, should we capture a city? How would the people of Westeros regard the army I bring? If the Dothraki were to sack a town, what position would I find myself in? Illyrio was tempted to declare that these concerns were unfounded, and suggested they first discuss the feasibility of acquiring troops. But Viserys persisted. Even if I were to reclaim the throne with the Dothraki's aid, what then becomes of those forces? As Viserys continued to dwell on these matters, Illyrio hastily interrupted his incessant questioning. Your Grace, you are being overly specific. You do not even possess an army at present, let alone contemplate these outcomes. No. Viserys shook his head gravely. These are indeed serious matters, my Lord Governor. The situation in Westeros is far more intricate than one might imagine. The restoration of the realm is no simple task. Day and night, I ponder the means to reclaim my homeland and ascend the Iron Throne. Trust me, these are matters of grave significance. Illyrio was momentarily at a loss for words. As Viserys continued to seek dialogue, his stomach growled audibly, prompting him to sit upright and offer an exaggerated apology. My apologies, Your Grace. I did not mean to cause you amusement. Fortunately, Illyrio, not wishing to entertain Viserys' futile inquiries any longer, swiftly redirected the conversation. It is my negligence. Let us dine first. Viserys fell silent. As you wish, Your Grace. Illyrio recognized that he would not be able to sway Viserys, who was clearly using his predicament as an excuse to resist. Thus, the subject was dropped. Viserys, however, was far from finished. His strategy was straightforward. Regardless of what Illyrio proposed, he would simply refrain from acquiescing. He had prepared numerous rhetorical devices for this purpose. For instance, during discussions of strategies, he would present various concerns. This plan may be feasible, yet there are numerous issues. You are correct, but it is a sound strategy. However, considering that, this plan is quite commendable, yet there are details to refine. Perhaps we should reflect further, as there may be superior solutions. What if I were to take such an action, and this occurred? What should we do in such a case? Before Illyrio could discern Viserys' current mindset, any proposal he presented would be met with evasive rhetoric from Viserys. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Illyrio proved to be somewhat formidable. He did not fall into the trap of Viserys' verbal games, responding to his inquiries that bore no relevance to reality. With no substantive matters to discuss, the meal devolved into idle chatter. Viserys lavished praise on the various dishes, engaging in jovial conversation with Illyrio while consuming an astonishing quantity of food, nearly enough for 3 individuals. Among the trio at the table, the one most perplexed was Daenerys, though she had remained silent throughout the discussion. She sensed a stark difference in Viserys' demeanor compared to before. In the past, he would have traded anything for such a plan. After the meal, Viserys did not forget to voice his true concern. Your Grace, does your residence contain dragonbone artifacts? Might I have the pleasure of viewing them? He was unconcerned about others discovering his desire for items related to dragons. In fact, he hoped that others would exploit his vulnerability to gain his favor and corrupt him. After all, as a Targaryen, it would be peculiar to lack an interest in dragons. Furthermore, every endeavor begins with a challenge. If he did not express his desires, how would Illyrio know what he sought? Only by revealing his yearning could he prompt others to consider whether to fulfill it. The Beggar King, after all, possessed nothing at present. Seizing the opportunity while it remains valuable, one might as well take a shot in the dark. Who knows what treasures might be found? Illyrio recalled the time aboard the merchant vessel when Viserys posed a similar inquiry. It was evident that Viserys harbored a keen interest in dragonbone artifacts, and he was particularly inquisitive about dragon eggs. This detail was absent from Varys' intelligence reports, leading Illyrio to ponder further, though he could not unravel the underlying reasons. Moreover, given Viserys' questioning, Illyrio could hardly refuse outright. As fate would have it, dessert was being served, and Illyrio had no intention of prolonging the discussion about the Dothraki with Viserys, who displayed a hint of resistance. If Illyrio pressed too hard, it would betray an eagerness unbecoming of a broker, and he doubted he could persuade Viserys in that moment. Illyrio needed to discern the source of Viserys' reluctance. Was it distrust, a test, or something else entirely? Thus, he responded, Your Grace, if you wish to see, then certainly. With that, Illyrio picked up a delicate silver bell from the table and gently rang it. Steward, he called. Almost immediately, a middle-aged steward with a pale complexion and no beard entered the dining room. After Illyrio whispered a few words to him, the steward departed. Before long, he returned, bearing several trays adorned with exquisite treasure boxes, while another servant prepared a small table beside Illyrio for the steward to arrange the items. Your Grace, please step forward, Illyrio said with a sense of pride as he began to unveil his collection. Viserys stepped forward generously. Daenerys looked up, noticing Viserys' lack of reaction. and thus refrained from making any sudden movements, sitting quietly with her gaze fixated on the desserts before her. Illyrio opened the first box. Your Grace, behold this fragment of a dragon's toe bone, embellished with sapphires, crafted by a master artisan, which I acquired from a noble in Bravos. Due to its high iron content, the dragon bone is a deep black in color. Its appearance resembles that of agate, rendering it quite visually appealing. Hollow like a bird's bone, yet as resilient as steel. It is lighter and more elastic than many materials. Owing to the rarity of dragon bone and its unique properties, it is often employed in the creation of many valuable collectibles, including dragonbone bows and arrowheads. In his youth, Illyrio had been a warrior, yet he seemed to lack any dragonbone weaponry in his collection. He presented himself as a nouveau riche individual, reveling in a life of affluence, surrounded by trinkets adorned with gemstones, jade, and gold. He appeared genuinely enamored with these ostentatious items, with every finger adorned with rings that sparkled with brilliance. Viserys did not shy away from expressing his desire for these dragonbone creations. With each piece Illyrio revealed, he shamelessly reached out to touch one. Unfortunately, mere contact offered little insight into their true essence. Viserys was uncertain whether his inability to perceive the essence of these artifacts stemmed from the various methods employed by the artisans in their crafting, or perhaps due to the inadequacy of his exploration techniques, or whether the dragon's soul simply did not reside within these dragon bones. Having lost hope, he merely contemplated the possibility of deceitfully acquiring an item that would not cause Illyrio distress for deeper investigation. Yet, in the next moment, another dragon bone artifact was presented, a small pendant crafted from a severed bone, its fractured edges adorned with exquisite gemstones. Upon touching it, Viserys distinctly felt a slight stirring of the soul, akin to the gentle caress of a feather against his skin. Ah, how exquisite! He withdrew his hand, allowing Illyrio to place it back and proceed to the next item. Illyrio showcased 9 dragonbone creations, yet only 2 evoked any sensation in Viserys. Not being an expert in appraisal, he found it challenging to discern whether the artifacts were forgeries or if there were indeed variations among the dragon bones. Your Majesty, is there anything that catches your eye? Illyrio inquired. I have heard that the royal family of King's Landing possesses several complete sets of dragon bones. I wonder what they look like. Is he attempting to ignite my desire for King's Landing? Viserys did not respond immediately, but, as if oblivious to his surroundings, picked up the dragon bone pendant he had already set his sights on, caressing its intricate patterns with a solemn tone. King's Landing. I shall return there one day and reclaim all that belongs to me. It is appropriate to reveal one's aspirations and ambitions, as well as one's greed. Regardless of the truth, such displays cost nothing and may yield something valuable in the presence of the right individuals when one possesses nothing. Observing Viserys' ostentatious performance, Illyrio mused. He may be testing my sincerity through this clumsy display, gauging what I am willing to offer. Thus, he remarked, since your Majesty is fond of it, you may keep this dragonbone pendant. Is that acceptable? As Viserys spoke, his hand was already retracting, devoid of any pretense of politeness. You are exceedingly generous, Governor Illyrio. Illyrio maintained his smile. As long as you do not find it distasteful, your Majesty. When the banquet concluded, both host and guests reveled in delight. Although Illyrio noted some discrepancies between Viserys' demeanor and the intelligence he had received from Varys, and despite his inability to swiftly forge an alliance with the Dothraki, he nonetheless managed to keep Viserys and Daenerys under his control, allowing him to strategize for the future. On the other hand, Viserys, having secured what appeared to be an item imbued with dragon's soul, was consumed with thoughts of it, yearning to find a secluded corner for thorough examination. Yet, as a beggar king reliant on the goodwill of others, he understood the need to maintain a proper demeanor. Thus, he restrained his excitement while allowing Illyrio to have a maid arrange accommodations for him and Daenerys. Under the maid's guidance, they soon arrived at their designated chambers. First, they reached Viserys' room, a spacious sea-view suite situated above the garden, directly facing the narrow sea, complete with a private bath and toilet. Viserys merely glanced at the entrance, nodding in satisfaction, before unhesitatingly following the maid to another location. Daenerys' chamber was merely a wall away from his own. However, the maid obstructed Viserys' path, stating, "Esteemed guest, this room has been arranged for the young lady." Viserys squinted, a malevolent glint in his eyes. Are those your own words? Or did your master instruct you to say so? Am I not aware that this is my sister's room? Without cause, Daenerys, who had been following Viserys closely, shivered. Her cruel brother seemed unchanged. Ignoring the maid's attempts to block him, Viserys turned to Daenerys and commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Come in." He yanked Daenerys into the room, slamming the door behind them. Viserys harbored no ill intentions towards Daenerys. Rather, he found her to be a formidable little girl. She was astute, and therein lay the crux of the matter. Viserys doubted that his peculiar demeanor would elicit any suspicion from Daenerys. Striving to emulate his original malevolent persona, he released her and sauntered slowly to the window, calling out, "Daenerys, come here." Under Viserys' shadow, Daenerys, accustomed to manipulation, tentatively approached the window. "Daenerys." Yet, Viserys did not unleash his usual unprovoked fury or strike her. Instead, he spoke menacingly, "If you wish to guard a secret, do not exhibit any signs that you possess one, do you understand?" Daenerys stood stunned, his harsh voice directed at her, though his gaze subtly flickered towards the doorway. Before allowing Daenerys a chance to respond, Viserys hastily departed. As he exited, the maid remained at the threshold, and Viserys shot a fierce glare at Daenerys before retreating to his own chamber. Playing the riddle maker, Viserys had no intention of concealing anything within his room, nor did he take precautions against potential eavesdropping. He promptly took the dragonbone pendant he had pilfered from Illyrio and began to study it at the writing desk. Secrets that are deliberately concealed often provoke curiosity, while openly displayed items tend to be overlooked and taken for granted. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the courtyard, Illyrio sat in his study, eyes closed, contemplating whether he should let Viserys simmer for a while since he had unexpectedly resisted the plan he proposed. Perhaps he should wait until Viserys felt his enthusiasm waning, becoming anxious enough to approach him. According to intelligence gathered during his travels among the city-states, Viserys would grow exceedingly eager to engage with nobles the moment he found himself sidelined, even resorting to flattery. Soon thereafter, the maid arrived to inform Illyrio of the events that transpired between Viserys and Daenerys. "If you wish to guard a secret, do not exhibit any signs that you possess one." Illyrio mused. Had he truly uttered such words? The maid nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my lord." Illyrio, perplexed, inquired further. "What else did he say?" The maid replied, "That was all, my lord. Keep a close watch on them, Illyrio." His gaze was sharp. "If anything unusual occurs, inform me immediately." "Yes, my lord." "Secrets? What secrets?" Illyrio furrowed his brow, unable to fathom what their secrets could be. The siblings had been under Varys' scrutiny. What secrets could they possibly harbor? Was it something Varys had withheld from him? Or was this so-called secret merely trivial? The information Varys had provided was rather simplistic. After personal interaction, Illyrio sensed that Viserys was far from an ordinary individual. Chapter 6. Attempts. Viserys was undoubtedly aware that his feigned confusion would provoke speculation from certain individuals, potentially eliciting some reaction. Yet, it mattered not. He had alternative justifications prepared for Illyrio's inquiries. The longer Illyrio delayed, the more refined and coherent his explanations would become, aligning seamlessly with the original logic of this body as consciousness. This was the inherent advantage of a time traveler, to deduce logic from outcomes, complemented by the original host's memories and layered with conspiracy theories. If he could not devise several compelling narratives to buy himself time, he might as well adhere to the original plot and await his fate beneath molten gold. However, verbal sophistry is ultimately a mere diversion. Without the foundation of strength to back it, it can only obfuscate for a fleeting moment. The pressing priority at present was to examine the dragonbone pendant he had acquired from Illyrio. The pendant was lightweight, crafted from a small segment of jet-black bone, its broken edge adorned with glistening gemstones, and its cord woven from fine silver chain, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Yet, Viserys was a man who would burn a lute and boil a crane. In his eyes, only the dark bone held significance, and he longed to dismantle the gems and silver chain. Viserys' mission was to gather, implying that dragon souls were scattered entities. The peculiar sensation he experienced upon touching the bone led him to believe there was something intrinsically linked to the dragon soul within it. Unfortunately, mere contact did not awaken the potential dragon soul concealed within. The sensation was extraordinary, unlike anything tangible. Viserys theorized that it was a mystical tactile response, a reaction to the latent power residing within him. But how could he harness this reaction to stimulate the power within? Viserys began to experiment. He first retrieved the dagger he carried, the sole sharp instrument at his disposal. In his memories, Viserys had once possessed a sword, which he sold for survival. Fortunately, he had the foresight to keep a dagger for protection. Gently, he sliced the tip of his finger, allowing blood to ooze forth, which he smeared upon the dark dragonbone. This was a common endeavor for every time traveler when confronted with a precious artifact. Regrettably, the dragonbone remained unchanged, failing to absorb the blood or radiate any brilliance. However, Viserys did not lose heart. He brought the bloodied bone close to his nostrils, inhaling its scent with great curiosity. After much hesitation, he extended his tongue to taste the blood-stained area. What met his palate was an unpleasantly sweet and cloying flavor. He could not discern whether it stemmed from the bone's iron decay, his own blood, or the resin the artisan had polished into the bone. It must be said that such behavior is exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, it proved ineffectual. Had it been successful, it could have left him vulnerable to future attempts at poisoning. Despite the failure of this endeavor, the notion of path dependence lingered in his mind. In a prior existence, he had instigated change by ingesting materials, leading him to ponder whether he should attempt to swallow this substance. Soon, Viserys poured himself a glass of wine, a beverage intended to quench thirst. Characterized as a fermented drink with a low alcohol content, a tart flavor, and a hint of sweetness. Among the powerful, options for refreshment were limited to wine, lemonade, or tea. He began to scrape some dragonbone fragments with a dagger, mixing them into the wine, shaking it thoroughly, and then downing it in one go. Still, it proved futile. With this failure, the idea of ingesting dragonbone was completely abandoned. It is essential to recognize that the quantity of dragonbone in the world of ice and fire is not insignificant, and its essence differs from the magical elemental materials he had previously consumed. The material from the ancient king of Crook, which he had ingested, was a pure magical elemental polymer. The magical creatures of Hyrule disappeared entirely upon death, leaving behind only the purest magical elemental materials, such as eyes, horns, livers, hearts, and wings. In contrast, the dragon bodies within the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire are composed of flesh and blood, not purely magical creations. And what remains after death is not necessarily the most refined magical elemental material. If he were to rely solely on ingestion, he might succumb to indigestion before he could even access the minuscule potential of the dragon's soul contained within the dragonbone. Such esoteric matters in this world should be approached through mystical means. Viserys recalled that in the realm of ice and fire, there existed sorcerers, magic, and even deities, with dragons being merely one facet of the larger tapestry. Surely, there must be a method to extract the dragon's soul from the dragonbone. Should I consider boiling it in water? Viserys entertained the thought, only to dismiss it promptly. Dragonbone is heat-resistant, and if it were that simple, it would have been discovered long ago. Adopting a perspective rooted in alchemical logic, Viserys speculated that he might require some form of magical extract to draw out the dragon's soul from the dragonbone. Speaking of magical extraction, Viserys remembered that on Earth, ethanol, alcohol, is the finest organic solvent. Is there a necessity to produce alcohol for experimentation? Do the alchemists in this world utilize alcohol to extract magical elements? The current circumstances did not permit such an experiment, but Viserys made a mental note of this idea. If he were unable to find a solution, he would pursue this avenue in the future. Thus, everything returned to its starting point. Viserys caressed the obsidian dragon bone, lost in contemplation. He felt a measure of discomfort. As he stroked the dragon bone, he could distinctly sense an extraordinary tactile sensation, as light and ethereal as feathers, brushing against his very soul. The sensation of scratching an itch from afar is akin to watching a woman undress through a glass screen, igniting a tumult of yearning within him. No. Viserys released his grip, allowing the pendant to slip onto the table. He then closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Even though several straightforward attempts had yielded no results, he knew better than to rush. This was a scenario he had anticipated. The task at hand was to gather information. And in a world as tumultuous as that of A Song of Ice and Fire, magic would not manifest actively until the arrival of the Red Comet. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that methods elude him for the time being. Patience is key. In his previous existence, he had crossed over while the chosen swordsman remained in slumber. And King Kragarn was but a shadow. He had waited for years until the swordsman awakened, until the land of Hyrule underwent cataclysmic shifts. And only then did the opportunity arise. Now, he had merely spent a day and a half in this new realm. What he must do now is exercise patience. According to the narrative, the Targaryen siblings would dwell in Essos for several months, thereafter migrating across the Dothraki Sea for nearly a year before the Red Comet made its appearance. This implies that he might need to wait for a year and a half. In this context, Viserys must contend with the scheming Illyrio and the clandestine machinations of the spider, Varys, both of whom are suspected to be the puppeteers behind various intrigues in this world of ice and fire. He had already made contact with Illyrio, and further discussion of him is unnecessary. As for the enigmatic Varys, he serves as the spymaster for the current king of Westeros, possessing a vast network of informants. Nearly every secret and conspiracy seems to evade not his watchful gaze, rendering him a perilous individual. They were instrumental in orchestrating the marriage between Daenerys and Khal Drogo, ostensibly to provide the Beggar King with Dothraki forces to create turmoil in Westeros. Their true intentions, however, were rumored to pave the way for the false Aegon they genuinely support. At least, that is the outward appearance. Given that George R.R. Martin has not completed his saga, Viserys dares not place faith in speculative whispers. Some assert that they are linked to the Blackfyre lineage, covertly backing Aegon, who Daenerys saw as the character known as Bronn. The name Blackfyre originally referred to a Valyrian steel sword, a legacy of the Targaryen family. It was a long sword, a type of blade. Later, the inept King Aegon chose to bequeath it to his illegitimate son, who adopted Blackfyre as his surname, founding the Blackfyre family. Subsequently, due to the king's numerous foolish decisions, the Blackfyres rebelled, vying for the Iron Throne. After their defeat, the remnants of the Blackfyre line fled to the Free Cities, a destination for those who had failed in their struggles in Westeros. Among the readership on Earth, many harbor suspicions that Illyrio and Varys are Blackfyres, supporting the Targaryen remnants to incite chaos in Westeros, only to reap the benefits thereafter. The situation surrounding Bronn is even more intricate. He is a fragment of the myriad prophecies Daenerys glimpsed within the House of the Undying. It is generally believed that the false Aegon is secretly supported by Illyrio and Varys. The Aegon in question refers to Aegon Targaryen, the son of Prince Rhaegar, the last heir of the Targaryen dynasty, born of the legitimate marriage to Elia Martell, and not to Jon Snow, the illegitimate child depicted in the television series. In the original text, it is stated that young Aegon was killed during the fall of King's Landing, his head smashed against the wall by the mountain. But later Varys claims that the true Aegon survived, while a farmer's child perished in his stead. The genuine Aegon was then smuggled across the narrow sea, raised by Rhaegar's friend, Jon Cunnington. Some readers speculate that the identity of this false Aegon is that of Illyrio's son. In essence, Illyrio's support for Viserys Targaryen is a means to pave the way for the true Aegon he genuinely champions. Viserys' adversary is a multi-layered issue, with Illyrio on the first layer, Varys on the second, and Aegon as an additional layer. Overall, the situation is intricate, resembling a deep pit from which Viserys wishes to escape. Regrettably, his initial attempt to extricate himself has failed. The dragon-owned pendant appears not to have delivered him from his plight. Since the dragon's spirit cannot devise a solution in the immediate future, he must resort to a contingency plan. With this thought, Viserys casually wrapped the pendant around his wrist before rising to exercise in the spacious room. The stimulation of skin contact with dragonbone is undeniably uncomfortable, yet what if, by mere proximity, it could subtly activate some latent power? He must endure. Viserys must cultivate a tolerance for this contact. His original body had some martial training, but years of wandering and hunger have rendered him as frail as a twig, devoid of strength beyond wielding a sword, with most skills nearly forgotten. However, he remains undeterred. In his previous life, he had honed his combat skills for years, mastering various weapons, single-handed swords, two-handed swords, polearms, hammers, axes, and particularly excelling at archery, given the explosive arrows, lightning arrows, and frost arrows of that world. Of course, Viserys does not expect his gaunt body to swiftly acquire the strength to match 10 foes. He merely needs to ensure he possesses sufficient capability for self-defense. Upon his arrival by ship, he meticulously noted the route and roughly assessed the defensive capabilities of Illyrio's estate. At the very least, should circumstances turn dire, he must be able to leap over the courtyard wall, plunge into the sea, and swim back through the hidden passage beneath the estate to launch a counterattack. Chapter 7. The Prince of Pentos. How should I address you, steward? Until midday the following day, after waiting in vain for Illyrio, Viserys could no longer tolerate his hunger and pretended to have just awakened as he stepped out of his chamber, fortuitously encountering the steward who was directing the maidservants in cleaning the corridor. This was the very steward who had procured the dragonbone relic for Illyrio at the welcome banquet yesterday. The steward inclined slightly, saying, "You may simply call me steward, esteemed guest." Viserys replied, "Surely you have a name? Call me the steward, esteemed guest," he replied in a voice that was both sharp and sweet, his words impeccably chosen. The master had instructed that should the guest require anything, he should seek me out. Viserys remarked with an enigmatic smile, "You possess a rather intriguing name." The steward inclined his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Viserys, remaining silent as if awaiting further instructions. Without lingering on the matter of his name, Viserys inquired, "Where's your master?" "The esteemed guest," the steward answered, seemingly prepared for the question, "has departed this morning on business and is uncertain of his return. Before leaving, he instructed that should you seek him, you may have to wait for a while." "Oh, I see," Viserys responded, his expression neutral as he shifted the topic. "Steward, has your master given any orders regarding lunch?" Viserys would rather not seek out Illyrio, for such a decision would be folly. The game had already begun. and time was of the essence to cultivate his advantages. Well, he thought, to be precise, it is about thriving under the watchful eyes of others. The steward replied earnestly. Lunch is my responsibility, esteemed guest. Would you prefer to dine in the dining hall, or have it delivered to your room? Illyrio is indeed considerate, Viserys mused before deciding. The dining hall, please. The steward nodded. Please proceed to the dining hall and await. Do you require a guide? Viserys waved his hand dismissively. I remember the way. The steward inclined his head slightly and departed, leaving behind only a maid who diligently attended to her cleaning tasks. It appeared that Illyrio was at least superficially lenient with the Targaryen siblings, allowing them the freedom to roam the courtyard. Recognizing this, Viserys resolved to dine in the hall, with the intention of exploring the boundaries of his surroundings post-lunch. As soon as the steward left, the sound of a door creaking open caught his attention. The slender figure of Daenerys emerged, addressing him softly, brother. After exchanging pleasantries, she fell silent, her gaze flitting momentarily to the maid before she quickly lowered her head, approaching Viserys with the grace of a handmaiden. Viserys nodded at her and remarked, you must be hungry. Come, let us have lunch. He then set off toward the dining hall. It seemed Daenerys had been awake for some time, but, having not heard his call, had hesitated to venture out, enduring her hunger in silence. Lunch consisted of fish, roasted pork, and honeyed cream bread, accompanied by wine, all bearing the distinct flavors of Pentos. In the expansive dining hall, only Viserys and Daenerys were present at the table, with the steward quietly attending to their needs. Casually, Viserys inquired, Steward, do Illyrio's family not reside here? The steward paused slightly before responding. This is merely one of the many courtyards belonging to the master, esteemed guest. Viserys couldn't help but study him a moment longer. Oh, he replied, and chose not to pursue the matter further. As Daenerys listened to the exchange between Viserys and the steward, her mind began to whirl with thoughts, caught in the web of their conversation. Since the lightning strike, Viserys' behavior has become enigmatic, his speech shrouded in ambiguity. Daenerys remains perplexed by his remark from the previous night. If you wish to protect a secret, do not appear as though you have something to conceal. While she comprehends the surface meaning, she realizes that Viserys' words were directed not only at her, but also intended for the ears of those outside, leaving her restless throughout the night. Then, earlier, she had assumed that Viserys' inquiry was merely casual, yet the steward hesitated before responding, sensitive to nuance. Daenerys picked up on this subtlety. It was only after they finished their lunch, and Viserys had wiped his mouth, that he broke the silence in the dining room. Steward, I wish to take a stroll in the courtyard. Is that permissible? The steward replied, esteemed guest, you may do as you please without needing my permission. Viserys nodded. Very well. The steward then asked, do you require an escort? As if seeking the preferences of a guest. Thus, Viserys did not decline the offer. Subsequently, Viserys and Daenerys, accompanied by the steward, walked along the paths of the courtyard, which was modestly sized, enclosed by towering brick walls on 3 sides and a low cliff facing the narrow sea on the 4th. The courtyard had 3 gates. The main gate served as the primary entrance to the residence, securely closed, with a guardhouse flanked by 2 sentinels. 1 gate led to the garden, while the 3rd was a rear entrance, complete with a kennel housing dogs. Viserys lingered at the main entrance for a moment, observing the guards, who merely cast a glance in his direction before returning to their duties, hands never leaving their swords, eyes unwavering. From this alone, it was evident they were well trained, not of mercenary origin. Not wishing to dwell too long, Viserys refrained from discerning whether any other guards were stationed outside. He estimated that the courtyard measured approximately the size of 4 to 5 basketball courts, securely enclosed, offering no visibility into the outside world, nor vice versa. Considering the need to conceal important figures, it certainly achieved a separation between the interior and exterior. As they completed their circuit, an uncomfortable silence lingered. Viserys could no longer endure it. You seem rather taciturn, steward. He sensed that this steward, akin to the guards at the gate, was likely of unsullied descent, which would typically warrant such reticence. Yet, since Illyrio had appointed him to serve, or rather, to observe, his responses had been quite adequate thus far. Therefore he inquired, do you not wish to probe into anything? The steward, apologetically, replied, I beg your pardon, esteemed guest, before falling silent once more. Viserys then took the initiative to steer the conversation. I have heard that Pentos has a king? The steward answered promptly, indeed, esteemed guest. He is referred to as Prince of Pentos. Viserys, in a seemingly casual manner, asked, have you met him? I have, the steward replied. I once caught a distant glimpse of the prince during a festive banquet, seated in an ivory and gold palanquin as he surveyed Pentos. Viserys further inquired, is he the most powerful man in Pentos? The steward paused momentarily, remarking, I am but a humble steward, unfamiliar with the affairs of esteemed individuals. Lord Viserys responded with a smile, continuing his inquiry. You are not from Pentos, are you? The steward replied, Pentos is a bustling mercantile city. Many who dwell there do not hail from its origins, esteemed guest. Viserys, maintaining a casual tone, asked, Is your master also not from Pentos? The steward swiftly replied, I am merely a modest steward, unaware of my master's matters, esteemed guest. Viserys further inquired, I have heard that when the people of Pentos believe the gods are displeased with them, such as in the event of a lost war or a poor harvest, they would slit the throat of a prince and offer him as a sacrifice to appease divine wrath. Is there truth to this? Before the steward could respond, Daenerys, who had been trailing behind Viserys, stumbled, letting out a small gasp. Viserys halted and turned, questioning, What troubles you, Daenerys? Her small face was awash with panic, yet words eluded her. She merely lowered her head and murmured an apology. The steward also paused, crouching to inspect her foot. Your ankle is injured, he observed. I must attend to it, esteemed lady. Daenerys, at his words, hesitated to respond, glancing up at Viserys. He stepped forward to support her, asserting, I will assist her back. Is there medicine for her injury here? Fetch it. The steward cast a glance at Viserys, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately acquiescing. Please wait. I'm sorry, Daenerys timidly apologized. Viserys, his expression stern, replied, You have done nothing wrong. There is no need for apologies. In truth, he was reluctant to display such a demeanor before a frail, innocent girl, yet his nature compelled him. Even if he wished to soften his approach, he could not afford to appear overly eager. For the time being, he needed Daenerys to maintain her timid disposition, saying little, avoiding folly, lost in her own thoughts, her troubled heart evident to all, perhaps influenced by Viserys' noticeably gentler demeanor. Daenerys instinctively voiced the question that weighed heavily on her mind. How long shall we remain here? Viserys candidly replied, For a considerable time. Daenerys' heart sank, and she murmured, But you do not trust him. Daenerys, do not speak foolishly. The Prince of Pentos is in a better position than we are, Viserys retorted, gripping her arm firmly. His tone icy. I do not ask you to do anything, simply speak less. Thus, Daenerys fell silent. This young girl had already suffered enough under her previous circumstances. Accustomed to being manipulated. Although Viserys felt a pang of compassion, he maintained his resolute demeanor. He brusquely assisted Daenerys back to her room, his grip on her arm causing her pain. Shortly after they settled on the bed, the steward arrived with medicine and a basin of water. Please remove your shoes. Esteemed lady. As the steward prepared to tend to Daenerys' ankle, Viserys interjected, No, steward, not you. Fetch a maid. Upon hearing this, the steward stared blankly at Viserys, and only when he noted the gravity of the latter's expression did he bow his head in apology. Forgive my presumption, esteemed guest. Daenerys, seated at the head of the bed, cast a swift glance at Viserys after overhearing the exchange, only to find him turning to look her way, prompting her to hastily lower her gaze and remain silent in anticipation. Viserys maintained a serious demeanor, refraining from speech, his fingers incessantly tracing the dragonbone pendant on his wrist. Chapter 8. Daenerys' disturbance. The steward soon returned with a maid, who began to cleanse Daenerys' swollen ankle and apply an ointment. Viserys appeared indifferent, not sparing a glance in their direction, as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the narrow sea vista. No one could discern Viserys' true emotions. He was not observing the ocean, but rather wore a brooding expression, his eyes narrowed as if lost in contemplation. The sea breeze fluttered the delicate silk drapery by the window. When the maid finished her ministrations, the sound of her gentle movements ceased, and Viserys turned to face Daenerys. His countenance was inscrutable, and he remained silent, merely observing her in anticipation of an unforeseen event that might necessitate his agile response and immediate recalibration of his plans. The maid tidied her belongings and advised, You should rest well, esteemed lady, and refrain from moving about. Daenerys whispered her gratitude. Thank you. The maid smiled faintly and departed with her items. Viserys' gaze followed the maid until it settled on the steward standing at the door. As the maid exited, the steward, having sensed Viserys' scrutiny, paused briefly and bowed to both Viserys and Daenerys, saying, Esteemed guest, my lady, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall not intrude further. With that, he exited, closing the door behind him. Viserys did not speak immediately. Instead, he began to pace the room, approaching the table where he flipped over an overturned cup and filled it with lemonade from the pitcher in Daenerys' chamber. He then approached her with the cup in hand and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, How do you feel, Daenerys? Viserys' sudden display of concern bewildered Daenerys, who timidly responded, It doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, Viserys uttered an ambiguous sound, then asked, Daenerys, tell me, do you sense anything else? He crouched down, earnestly scrutinizing her face. Do you feel any peculiar sensations? Daenerys was entirely perplexed by Viserys' words, aware that his concern did not stem from her ankle pain. An unfounded sense of fear began to well up within her, and she quietly retorted, What? Viserys, discerning only her trepidation and confusion, seemed to be seeking confirmation. He extended his hand, pointing to her arm. Do you feel anything here? This was the spot where Viserys had grasped her while assisting her earlier. Viserys had done nothing wrong, and his demeanor had improved significantly compared to before. Yet, an inexplicable dread swelled within Daenerys, causing cold sweat to bead on the nape of her neck and her body to tremble involuntarily. She struggled to swallow, rendered speechless by her paralysis. Viserys, acutely aware of Daenerys' fear, silently scorned the original self for the torment he had inflicted upon her, and proceeded to act in a most unconventional manner. Without hesitation, he seized her unoccupied hand, spreading it open, and grasped one of her fingers. Drawing forth a dagger, he swiftly and delicately made a small incision. Under Daenerys' bewildered gaze, he collected the blood that oozed from her finger with his fingertip and unhesitatingly brought it to his lips. With a thud, the cup in Daenerys' other hand fell, splattering lemonade across the bedding. The cup rolled several times on the floor. Startled, Daenerys withdrew her hand and recoiled, her mind momentarily blank. Viserys attempted to approach her once more when a series of knocks resounded at the door. No response was given. The knocking ceased, and a maid's voice called from outside. Esteemed guest, I apologize for the intrusion. I seem to have left something in your room. May I enter to retrieve it? Please do, the girl's voice, now altered, replied. It was Daenerys, whose overwhelming fear of Viserys consumed her entirely. She yearned to distance herself from him. At the very least, to avoid being alone in his presence. The maid entered, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, miss, your bedding is wet. She quickly approached, positioning herself between Viserys and Daenerys, and began to wipe the damp mattress. Only then did she notice Daenerys' countenance. You appear unwell, esteemed lady. She reached out to touch Daenerys' forehead. Are you ill? Viserys' voice cut through the air, his tone harsh. Is she sick? Oh dear. The maid turned, only now realizing the dagger in Viserys' hand, her expression shifting to one of terror. Guest, what do you intend to do? Viserys remained silent, his face darkened. What is the matter? What has happened? The steward appeared at the door, slightly alleviating the tense atmosphere. Viserys, with a countenance as cold as ice, replied, My sister is unwell. The steward responded, Shall I summon a physician? No, Daenerys interjected, her pallor evident, fear etched upon her features as she trembled. I just need to rest for a moment. Your bedding and clothes are soaked, esteemed lady, the maid remarked. Allow me to provide you with dry garments and fresh bedding. Daenerys nodded in acquiescence, seemingly drained of all strength, collapsing onto the bed. The maid was not someone to be trusted, yet at that moment, Daenerys' fear of Viserys overshadowed all else. The maid supported Daenerys and turned to Viserys, asking, Will you remain here, esteemed guest? Viserys, maintaining his stoic demeanor, sheathed his dagger and offered no response, instead turning and striding towards the exit, disregarding the steward's attempts to speak. Until he had walked some distance away, Viserys bellowed, Take care of my sister, before retreating to his chamber. Once inside, he shut the door. Viserys' countenance remained dark and brooding as he angrily paced into the bathroom. He closed the door behind him and sat upon the toilet. Rubbing his face with both hands, he began to ponder the peculiar behavior of Daenerys. Without needing to look, he could distinctly feel that the dragonbone pendant wrapped around his wrist had transformed into a mundane object. This transformation was solely due to its contact with Daenerys. Thus, he had rashly embarked on an inquiry. Yet, he had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from her. It could be surmised that, true to her title as the Mother of Dragons, something akin to a dragoness soul had transferred to her, and her strange behavior might be related to this, rather than solely stemming from her fear of Viserys himself. However, it seemed that her blood remained of no use to him. The reason Viserys initially thought of blood was that it is the most likely conduit for the transmission of magical elements within the human body. Otherwise, if a dragoness soul resided within Daenerys, how could he hope to collect it? He could not simply consume her. Moreover, this line of reasoning had its roots in the original text, as the Red Priestess Melisandre's magic relied on the blood of kings. Viserys began to feel a headache forming. With the situation having devolved to this point, Daenerys' fear of him had intensified, surpassing even her original terror of his true self. What method could he employ to approach her under these circumstances and study how to gather the dragoness soul? His intentions had backfired. He had hoped to demonstrate goodwill, subtly shift his demeanor, and coaxed Daenerys into cooperating with his research. Instead, this incident had merely confirmed certain truths. Daenerys was equally significant in Illyrio's plans. Otherwise, the steward and maidservant would not have intervened in what was supposed to be a private matter between him and his sister. No, wait. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind, and Viserys felt a surge of apprehension. There might be deities in this world. Daenerys was the protagonist endowed with various blessings. And could his impulsive actions draw the attention of a lurking deity? The gods of this ice and fire realm were not benevolent like the goddess Illyrio. They were all rather sinister. Cold sweat beaded on Viserys' forehead, and his gaze flickered. As he exited the bathroom, he still bore that grim visage, filled with unspent rage. Then, he began to exercise. He drew a dagger, straightened his posture, and, like a swordsman, began to slash angrily at the air. Regardless of whether it was anger, fear, or helplessness, when no solutions presented themselves, this was the only means of alleviation. At least he was making an effort. While Viserys was flailing at the air in his room, the maid had already prepared the bedding and settled Daenerys comfortably. Throughout the entire process, Daenerys remained silent. Huddled at the corner of the bed, lost in thought. The maid, wishing to offer some words of comfort, said, "Esteemed miss, please take good care of yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call my name. I am Annie." She was assigned by Illyrio to attend to Daenerys' daily needs, and was only slightly older than Daenerys herself. With her golden hair and blue eyes, even clad in humble attire, her beauty was undeniable, and she exhibited a demeanor that was both considerate and dependable. However, her attempts to engage with the seemingly frightened young girl were met with silence, prompting her to withdraw awkwardly. Daenerys was perplexed by the inexplicable surge of panic that had gripped her. Her mind was a whirlpool of doubts and unease. Viserys was her only family in this world. She had thought herself capable of enduring all his actions, allowing him to dictate her fate. Yet today, something felt amiss. The entire afternoon slipped away, and when dinner time arrived, Illyrio was nowhere to be seen. Thus, within the opulent courtyard, Viserys dined alone in the dining hall, while Daenerys' meal was delivered to her chamber by the maid, Annie. As night fell, Illyrio remained absent from Viserys' sight, leaving uncertainty as to whether he had not returned to the courtyard or simply had no intention of meeting him. Undoubtedly, Illyrio would be aware of the day's events. Illyrio was not a man prone to partiality. The very next day, he dedicated considerable time to hearing the accounts from maid Annie and the steward regarding the peculiar happenings involving the Targaryen siblings in his courtyard. Their surveillance had been largely effective, with but one unexpected occurrence. When Viserys attempted to harm Daenerys, Annie had swiftly intervened. According to Annie, Viserys had sought to inflict injury upon Daenerys, using a dagger to cut her hand and drink her blood, intent on unspeakable acts. The steward responded earnestly, "I did not witness it, my lord. I only heard a commotion. Upon opening the door, I saw him with a dagger in hand." While the lady trembled by the bedside, as though in distress, Illyrio squinted, attempting to envision the scene. The intelligence suggested that Viserys indeed privately exercised violence against his sister, which was not particularly surprising. However, the notion of using a dagger to draw blood was something Illyrio found somewhat uncertain. Yet it did not preclude him from advising the overly clever maid. "You should not have intervened so soon, Annie. Even if he intends to do something to his sister, you should have waited until the situation escalated. Until then, that is their private affair." Annie replied, "Forgive me, my lord. I believed it imperative for the girl to remain unharmed. My main duty is to stay close to Daenerys and earn her trust." Suddenly, Illyrio recalled whispers from unspeakable sources, recounting how the mad King Targaryen would claw and bite his queen during such acts, leaving her covered in blood. Had Viserys inherited the madness of his father? Illyrio furrowed his brow and asked, "Annie, tell me, is she still a maiden?" Illyrio harbored a profound concern regarding what, in the unseen recesses of Varys, Viserys had frantically inflicted upon his sister. After all, both through intelligence reports and personal observation, Viserys' behavior towards Daenerys undeniably bordered on the, shall we say, perverse. "Should be," Annie replied. "Should?" Illyrio expressed his dissatisfaction with this response, seeking further confirmation. "Yes, my lord," Annie affirmed. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed her. Once Annie had departed, Illyrio began to ponder another question. "Why do you think he mentioned Prince of Pentos to you?" The steward contemplated for a moment before responding. "I do not know, my lord." Illyrio had his own thoughts on the matter and did not expect any enlightening answers from the steward. He shifted the topic. "From what you have observed, how is his martial skill?" "He is frail and weak." The steward reflected. "I could easily disarm him of his dagger." Illyrio inquired further, "Has he not continued to fiddle with that pendant today?" "No," came the reply. Illyrio chose not to press further, continue observing. Amidst the haze of uncertainty and trepidation, Daenerys drifted into slumber, unaware of when sleep had claimed her. In her dreams, she initially found herself in a house with red doors and bravos, a remnant of her childhood. There, the ailing yet kind Sir Willem Darry and her brother Viserys, who often wore a smile, allowed her to climb into his bed at night, regaling her with tales of the Seven Kingdoms and painting a picture of a splendid life following ascension to the throne. However, those visions swiftly faded into obscurity. Sir Willem passed away, and she and her brother were expelled from the house with the red doors, fleeing from assassins who had never made their presence known. They traversed from one city to another, begging for aid from governors, lords, and wealthy merchants, even resorting to flattery for sustenance. After selling their mother-esque crown, the mockery and humiliation from the world twisted Viserys, transforming him into a figure of growing cruelty and brutality, subjecting her to violence. Then the dream shifted to a tempest of thunder and lightning, followed by the visions witnessed by Viserys on the day he was struck by lightning, storms, flames, frost, roaring clouds, and a colossal three-headed beast. Suddenly, she was engulfed in darkness, finding herself in an endless abyss, where an ineffable silence coiled around her. A tide of icy dread flooding her soul. It was fear. In a daze, Daenerys sensed her body trembling, yet she could not confirm it. Her senses had, at some point, assumed a peculiar state, as if she were no longer herself, her body seemingly beyond her control. Only her senses, gradually acclimatizing to the darkness, remained. Ethereal purple dust flowed from her being into the void, where it transformed into mesmerizing, hallucinatory whirlpools amidst the profound blackness. The darkness enveloped her like a shroud, mixing with the purple dust emanating from her body, swirling within the unfathomable whirlpools. Something was gradually being extracted from her body, sinking into the depths of a swirling void. If she could still control her throat, she would have screamed. Or perhaps she had already screamed, her voice swallowed by the abyss. A profound terror consumed her entirely, rendering any other emotion insignificant in its wake. Time became a nebulous concept. Slowly, her body began to sense anew, her soul detaching from a peculiar feeling that seemed foreign to her. At that moment, she observed from a third-person perspective, standing outside the boundless, infinite darkness. Watching as the specks of purple dust, reminiscent of distant stars, gradually dissipated within the abyss. As the purple dust faded completely, all that remained was an endless curtain of darkness, extending infinitely upward, downward, leftward, and rightward, an expanse without borders. Overwhelmed by an indescribable shock, she instinctively reached out her hand to touch it. Then she saw her own hand, adorned with glowing embers. Suddenly, everything fell into oblivion. Viserys abruptly opened his eyes, incredulous as he reached into his chest. He had just dreamt of a small wisp of purple smoke before him. The moment he saw it, he instinctively recognized it as the dragon's soul he had desperately sought. Before it could react, he swallowed it whole. In that instant, he briefly perceived the ocean of magic concealed within him. This ocean was rich with magical elements, yet a barrier obstructed him. He instinctively knew it to be the barrier of the world, and it was precisely this obstruction that prevented him from harnessing that immense power. Indeed, it was the dragon's soul. The tiny dragon's soul he had consumed stirred the currents of magic, creating a fleeting connection between the world's barrier and the ocean of magical elements within him, allowing him to extract a single drop of water from the ocean, a fragment of dragon scale. Viserys felt it. A hardened, scale-like protrusion had emerged from his chest. From this hardened surface, he sensed a flicker of searing power, recognizing it as the elemental magic of the ancient Elko king from another realm. Instinctively, Viserys realized he could exhale this fragment of magic as naturally as breathing. Dragon fire. He struggled to suppress the tumult within, rising from his bed, feigning a trip to the restroom, and closed the door behind him as he sat down. He exhaled. The air suddenly ignited with heat, a flicker of flame erupting from his mouth. It was fleeting. Indeed, it was dragon fire, although it lasted less than a second and consumed all of his current magical energy. Viserys felt no despair. This small flame signified that he had taken his first step. He reached toward his chest. The scale-like protrusion had receded, seemingly vanishing due to the depletion of his magic from that brief burst of dragon fire. However, Viserys could sense that delicate tendrils of magic were slowly replenishing, and it would not be long before he would once again grow a new dragon scale. Viserys became acutely aware that from the moment he consumed that fragment of dragon soul, extracting a single droplet from the ocean of magic, he had, much like the sorcerers and warlocks of this realm, utilized the dragon soul as a conduit to acquire a reservoir of magical energy, enabling him to house within him the elemental magic from another world. At this juncture, Viserys could confidently assert that he had transformed into a fire sorcerer, albeit with only a solitary reservoir of magic, capable of conjuring but a diminutive flicker of flame akin to a mere parlor trick. Reclining once more upon his bed, he closed his eyes in contemplation, endeavoring to untangle the current situation. Firstly, he pondered the origin of the dragon soul. It was predominantly derived from the dragonbone pendant. During the day, when the pendant came into contact with Daenerys, the dragon soul vanished, presumably having entered her corporeal form. His contact with Daenerys' blood ultimately allowed him to consume the dragon soul through a dreamlike state. This supposition, while somewhat mystical, appeared reasonable. Yet, he could not draw definitive conclusions, as further experimentation was requisite for confirmation. Next, he considered the relationship between the dragon's soul and magical energy. He mused that it bore resemblance to a medium facilitating the projection of power. The elemental magic within him, sourced from another realm, required the dragon soul as a medium to enable its projection into this world. The quantity of dragon souls he had collected seemed roughly equivalent to the magical energy he could harness. The dragon-owned pendant likely contained merely a remnant of a soul. What could be accomplished with such minimal magical energy? The quantity was insufficient. Moreover, during the brief moment he unleashed fire, he vividly sensed that his corporeal form, being merely flesh and blood, was incapable of sustaining the intense heat required to gather magic in his throat and expel it as dragon fire. Consequently, a significant portion of the magic drawn from within dissipated in the instinctual defense of his body, until he could transform back into his draconic form or construct a magical organ with adequate energy. This method of utilizing magic proved inefficient and wasteful. He could not even ascertain whether the fleeting wisp of dragon fire could inflict harm. In the present circumstances, this scant magic appeared utterly ineffectual. He considered the potential for surveillance. Previously, he had been indifferent to the prospect of being watched, as he had no secrets worth concealing. Rather, he could exploit the situation to create a fade and sow confusion. However, now that he harbored secrets that must remain hidden, this issue could no longer be overlooked. Leading to a new inquiry, was it truly necessary to rely on others? After some reflection, Viserys found himself scratching his head. This was not a matter he should be contemplating at present. Having traversed into the life of a Targaryen heir, he had no choice. His actions drew the gaze of many. Attempting to extricate himself from this web without significant power would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Assassins and treachery might not solely originate from King Robert, nor were they necessarily aimed at his demise. They could merely seek to compel him into a particular predicament, forcing him to make certain choices. At least for the moment, he could glean some understanding of the new schemers, such as Illyrio, through the memories of the original narrative. Viserys' existence was destined to be entwined with intrigue and machinations. There were but two paths to escape this life, to grow stronger or to perish. Chapter 10. Sick Daenerys. As was customary, Viserys lingered in his chamber until midday, only rising to wash and prepare himself upon confirming that Illyrio had no desire to meet him that day. The corridor was devoid of anyone but a solitary maid engaged in her cleaning duties. Viserys approached her directly, inquiring, "Where is the steward?" "Just a moment, esteemed guest." The maid replied, setting aside her work to ring a bell at the corner of the staircase. Soon, the steward appeared before Viserys, asking, "Would you like to have lunch, esteemed guest?" Given the steward's initiative, Viserys felt no need for further inquiry. "Yes," he replied. "Would you prefer to dine in the hall or have your meal brought to your room?" The steward continued with the same question. "In the hall," Viserys answered. The steward nodded. "Please wait in the dining area." With that, he turned to depart. Viserys waited in the corridor for a while, but Daenerys did not appear. He ignored the maid, who had returned to her silent work, and proceeded directly to Daenerys' door, knocking and calling, "Daenerys?" There was no response. Raising his voice, he repeated, "Daenerys." Still, no answer came. He swiftly turned the doorknob. The door was unlatched. Pushing it open, he entered without hindrance. "Daenerys, can you not hear me calling you?" His voice was sharp, his gaze quickly sweeping over the bed. Thankfully, she was still there. Daenerys lay on the bed, appearing as if she had yet to awaken. Viserys approached, noticing her small face flushed and her breathing labored, brows furrowed in a deep slumber. He reached out to touch her forehead, which felt hot to the touch, indicating a fever. Could she truly be ill? Perhaps it was not merely an illness. Viserys soon connected Daenerys' condition to the dream he had experienced the previous night, suspecting that the consumption of the dragon soul in his vision had something to do with it. After all, he might have devoured the very essence of the dragon that had entered Daenerys' body just the day before. Withdrawing his hand, he lingered by the bedside, appearing indecisive. He remained in that position for a considerable time, while the maid outside continued her work without any reaction. Finally, Viserys rose and walked to the door, opening it wide as he had upon entering, calling out loudly, "Someone! Someone!" The maid, who had been tidying along the wall, set aside her tasks and hurried forward. "Oh, esteemed guest, what troubles you?" she inquired. Viserys, adopting an imperious tone, commanded, "Quickly fetch a basin of warm water. My sister is unwell." The maid, taken aback, stammered, "Ah, what are her symptoms? Shall I summon a healer?" Viserys paused, then replied, "Wait a moment. In this world, physicians were associated with the scholarly citadel in Westeros, where learned men trained as advisors to the nobility, acquiring systematic knowledge of medicinal practices. Their skills were superior to those of Earth's medieval healers when it came to treating common ailments. In contrast, in the free trade city-states, healers often comprised empirical merchants who practiced bloodletting, claimed to possess mystical abilities, and utilized herbal remedies. Their methods for treating fevers typically involved bloodletting, administering milk of the poppy to alleviate pain, and allowing the patient to rest. If the situation does not improve, there are still options such as enemas, sorcery, and amputations. Currently, Daenerys is unwell, and when it comes to seeking a physician, Viserys wishes to suppress the matter. On the very day he arrived, he underwent bloodletting, and he does not dare to hope for a remedy from the healer procured through Illyrio. The maid said little. "Very well." Just as she departed, the steward approached. He inquired, "Any mention there has been an incident? Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Viserys intended to request willow branches for brewing a concoction, but thought better of it, and simply stated, "Hot water, for drinking." His memory did not permit him to utter such folk remedies, as his original self knew nothing of treating ailments. Even when occasionally afflicted by a cold, the two siblings relied solely on their youthful resilience to endure. Thus, he could only attempt to cool her down physically. As he watched the steward leave, Viserys wasted no time and promptly returned to Daenerys' chamber. He methodically drew a drop of blood from her fingertip. Viserys was always measured, merely piercing the skin. And the skin on a human fingertip heals swiftly, leaving no scar. He undertook this action because, despite his suspicions, he needed to conduct an actual test to confirm that the dragon's soul was non-reusable. Shortly, the maid brought a basin of hot water. "Is there anything you require of me, esteemed guest?" she asked. "No," Viserys replied cautiously. "I shall manage myself." The maid hesitated. "Are you certain, my lord?" Viserys insisted. "I will do it myself." The maid did not press further. Viserys keenly sensed a shift in her demeanor. She was no longer as eager. Whether this was due to the subtle coldness conveyed by the master of the estate or some other reason, he had no time to ponder. Regardless, it was a positive development. The distinction between covert observation and direct intervention was significant, indicating that his latitude for action had expanded. He accepted the basin of water and closed the door behind him. Testing the water's temperature, he found it still quite hot. So he poured some lemon water from Daenerys' kettle into the basin before beginning to wipe her body with a towel. He started with her forehead, then proceeded to the arm that had been touched yesterday, followed by her other hand, and finally her feet. Viserys could not discern the source of her malady. He only noted that Daenerys was not experiencing a typical fever. Her lips were not cracked, her heartbeat was not excessively rapid. And although her breathing was labored and her brow furrowed, she did not appear to be in severe distress. She was merely warm, unconscious, perhaps lost in dreams. Of course, the possibility that she had fainted from fever could not be dismissed. Before long, the steward returned with more hot water. Viserys similarly rejected the steward's assistance. He poured a cup of hot water, cooled it to a drinkable temperature, and attempted to offer it to Daenerys, though she was unconscious. When the water was brought to her lips, she instinctively sipped it, much like swallowing saliva. As Viserys propped her up, he noted that her back was hardly damp with sweat. Daenerys was by no means ill. Viserys merely placed a towel upon Daenerys' forehead and then sat quietly at the bedside, awaiting her awakening. During this time, the steward inquired about lunch, to which Viserys instructed him to deliver it to Daenerys' chamber. When faced with the concerns of those around her regarding Daenerys' condition, Viserys offered only vague reassurances, urging them to attend to their own matters. In the solitude of the room, or at least appearing to be so, Viserys began periodically attempting to rouse Daenerys while monitoring her temperature. After 6 attempts, he noted that approximately 2 hours into his observations, her temperature began to significantly decline, indicating signs of consciousness. Before he could check a 7th time, Daenerys stirred gently awake. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Viserys sitting at the bedside, his expression filled with concern. She sat up, the towel slipping from her forehead, and with a lowered gaze, she softly inquired, "What is wrong with me?" "You are unwell." "Daenerys," Viserys replied. "Do you not feel anything?" "I do not know," Daenerys responded, her spirit somewhat subdued as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "My head hurts a bit." She did not exhibit the extraordinary terror she had displayed the previous day. Rather, her gaze was unfocused, her complexion pale, yet her demeanor remained relatively unchanged. Is your headache a result of excessive sleep, or perhaps something more mental? Viserys observed her intently, attempting to discern what was transpiring within her. Tell me, Daenerys, did you dream of anything? I do not know, she instinctively replied, her mind grappling to recall the elusive fragments of her dream. I cannot remember. Viserys' unusual demeanor piqued her curiosity, prompting her to muster the courage to look up and ask, "Why do you ask?" As Viserys' scrutinizing gaze fell upon her, Daenerys immediately cast her eyes downward, unable to meet his. After a moment of contemplation, Viserys chose not to pursue the matter further and shifted to another topic. You have been asleep the entire day. Are you not hungry, Daenerys? Daenerys looked up in confusion. It is afternoon now, Daenerys. You have slept all day? In disbelief, she instinctively replied, how can that be? As I mentioned earlier, Viserys reiterated, you are unwell. He then inquired again, so, are you hungry? Realizing her brother seemed genuinely concerned about her hunger, she took a moment to assess her feelings and nodded affirmatively. Good, Viserys remarked, seemingly satisfied with her response. He stepped out of the room, calling for the steward to prepare a warm meal. As Daenerys gradually comprehended that she had indeed slept the entire day and pondered Viserys' unusual behavior, he re-entered the room. To her astonishment, he approached with a dessert and tea from the table, presenting them at her bedside. Let us have something to fill your stomach. This unprecedented display of care left Daenerys bewildered. She wished to gauge Viserys' expression in this moment, but hesitated to lift her gaze. Instead, she timidly reached out to accept the offering, refraining from suggesting she rise from the bed, and took small bites in silence. The room fell into a profound stillness. Viserys noted that, as Daenerys ate, her complexion suddenly flushed. He reached out to test her forehead's temperature. Dany paused in her eating, her neck shrinking slightly, hesitating to speak. Once it was confirmed that her flushed cheeks were merely a normal reaction, Viserys inquired, what troubles you? Dany spoke in hesitant bursts. As if seeking permission, I would like to get up and wash. Viserys, realizing the implication, tightened his expression and said, I shall see how the steward is faring. With that, he adjusted his attire and strolled out of Dany's chamber. Of course, Viserys did not go to check on the steward. To his surprise, the corridor was completely devoid of anyone at that moment. He began to scrutinize the hallway, suspecting that the maid's swift reaction the previous day indicated that there were likely places to hide nearby. Seizing the opportunity, he meandered back and forth outside the door, aimlessly tapping his fingers against the wall, but regrettably, he discovered nothing unusual until the steward appeared, pushing a food cart. Upon seeing each other in the corridor, it was the steward who first voiced his confusion. Esteemed guest? I have been awaiting you, steward, Viserys replied, guiding the steward with the cart to Dany's door. He casually knocked, merely stating, I am entering, before opening the door to allow the steward to bring in the food. Once the steward had arranged the dishes on the table, Viserys naturally dismissed him, choosing to remain behind. At that moment, Dany emerged from the washroom, her cheeks still flushed. It seemed that Viserys had no intention of departing anytime soon. Chapter 11. A shift in attitude. Viserys meticulously observed and mentally recorded Dany's condition upon awakening, her temperature, demeanor, posture, appetite, and thirst. Apart from being slightly unsettled by Viserys' sudden display of concern, which rendered her visibly uncomfortable, she appeared largely unchanged. Still the timid girl she had always been. The peculiar, fearful resistance that had surfaced earlier seemed to have vanished with the fever. There appeared to be no lingering effects, nor had she gained any benefits. Viserys felt a twinge of disappointment, but more so, a sense of relief. He had once feared that Dany's unusual behavior yesterday might attract divine attention. Yet the mysterious events of the previous night and his observations today suggested that the risk was not substantial. Should there truly be a deity watching over Dany? It seemed to tacitly approve of Viserys' actions, or perhaps it was simply unaware, at least for now. However, he could not be complacent. The deities of this world might not be as forgiving as the goddess Helia. Yet, the extraordinary qualities Dany now exhibited rendered her all the more significant. Dany cautiously glanced at Viserys, who sat at the edge of her bed, trying to discern what emotions lay hidden behind his impassive visage. Since Viserys had been struck by lightning, Dany found it increasingly difficult to read his expressions. After finishing her meal, Viserys instructed her to rest in bed, then settled quietly beside her, seemingly unwilling to leave her room. Is he worried about me? Dany pondered, uncertain, just as her brother mysteriously drank her blood twice. Viserys offered no explanation, leaving Daenerys perplexed about his motives. Despite his apparent concern, she sensed an underlying intention concealed within him. She was uncertain whether her feelings at that moment were genuine. Much like the inexplicable fear that had gripped her yesterday, the source of which remained unknown. She wondered why it had dissipated today. Viserys likely possessed all the answers to her questions, yet she dared not inquire. As Daenerys pondered, Viserys shattered the deepening silence in the room, softly saying, "Daenerys, I know your heart is full of doubts. One day, I shall provide you with answers, but not now." Daenerys's face easily revealed her troubled thoughts, and Viserys, already calculating, maintained the role of the enigmatic figure while subtly altering his demeanor. Daenerys was the most crucial card in his hand, whether for manipulation or mere persuasion. He aimed to secure her firmly aboard his vessel. She was of great importance to him, and this sentiment needed to be conveyed not only to Daenerys but also to Illyrio. Presently, Daenerys remained a girl who could be easily swayed, heavily reliant on her brother Viserys. Though intelligent, she was not difficult to manage. As for Illyrio, such an approach exposed vulnerabilities, yet recognizing the situation and adapting was the prudent course of action. Seizing the moment before Illyrio made any suggestions. Displaying his stance could serve as a test. How resolute were they in their plans, and how would they respond to such circumstances? Daenerys was oblivious to Viserys' thoughts. Her eyes widened in surprise at this unprecedented show of kindness. Not foolish, her sensitive nature quickly detected the shift in Viserys' tone, prompting her to instinctively reciprocate with a tentative remark, "I do not wish to know anything. I long to return home." This probing received an unexpected response, devoid of reprimand or violence. Viserys inquired, "Is the home you speak of the one belonging to Ser Jorah and Bravos, the one with the red-painted door and lemon trees?" A hint of melancholy crossed his face. Daenerys' heart stirred, a whirlwind of emotions flooding her. "You know? You grew up there," Viserys replied, gesturing. "From such a small child to being as tall as the table. I watched you grow each day." Gathering her courage, Daenerys asked, "Is there still a chance for us to return?" "Yes, Daenerys," Viserys replied easily, as if it were a mere casual remark. Upon hearing this, Daenerys realized it was a falsehood, and her heart sank. Viserys continued, "But, Daenerys, that place is not home." Her expression darkened further. "One day, you will understand, Daenerys," he said, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Wherever family resides is truly home." Dany momentarily held her breath, her eyes glistening with the imminent threat of tears, yet her heart brimmed with joy. She felt emboldened. "You have never spoken these words to me before. Until today, my sister." Viserys had expressed that he could never fathom a day when he would lose me. Dany's heart raced as she summoned the courage to meet Viserys' gaze when he uttered this phrase. She beheld his gentle expression, his eyes filled with concern. For a moment, Dany found herself at a loss for words. "Rest well, Dany, and do not let your mind wander." Viserys urged her to lie down, tucking her under a light blanket. "Your illness has only just begun to improve. You must take more time to recuperate." Dany buried half her face in the covers, bewildered and at a loss. She longed to assure her brother that her health was quite robust, as it had always been, yet the words eluded her. Viserys, retreating into his thoughts, sighed inwardly. His depths could be lower than one might imagine. He was acutely aware that the original entity often instilled in Dany the significance of maintaining pure bloodlines through close kinship, leading her to believe from a young age that she would one day marry Viserys. In truth, Viserys' cruel and violent tendencies towards Dany stemmed from this notion. He had always regarded his sister Daenerys as a queen, convinced he would eventually wed her. The moment he sold the crown of their mother, Queen Rhaella, he recognized that he might one day sell his sister as well, warping his feelings towards her into a perverse obsession. Viserys understood that his kindness might be misinterpreted by Dany, potentially evoking feelings in her that transcended mere sibling affection. However, this would also render her more dependent on him, trusting in his actions, thereby facilitating his future plans. Everything would be addressed once he fully transformed. For now, at the very least, Viserys would not sell her, sparing her from suffering that might not culminate in a favorable outcome. Illyrio narrowed his eyes. "Did you hear it with your own ears?" Dany replied, "Yes, my lord." Illyrio's expression hardened. "Did you hear him tell Daenerys, 'I have never thought I would lose you'?" "Indeed, my lord," Dany confirmed. Illyrio inquired, "Do you believe his words to be true?" "I believe them to be false, my lord." Dany hesitated before delivering her judgment. "I understand how men deceive women." Illyrio pondered. "Having witnessed all he has done for his sister today, do you still hold that belief? What is your basis?" "Regardless of intentions, one must consider actions." Viserys' care for Dany during her unconsciousness was meticulous. Every 2 hours, he would tend to the feverish Daenerys, wiping her down to bring her temperature down. His concern for her condition was evident. Dany frowned. Intuition, my lord." "Why?" Illyrio did not express belief or disbelief, but merely asked, "What do you think motivates his actions?" "I do not yet know." Illyrio closed his eyes, refraining from further inquiries. Annie, seek something beyond mere intuition. Yes, my lord. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Viserys halted his motion of wielding the dagger and stepped towards the door. Outside stood the steward, holding a lamp. Esteemed guest. The master requests your presence. Oh, Viserys gestured to his nightgown. Please wait a moment. The steward nodded, indicating for him to remain outside. Viserys closed the door, calmly approached the table, poured himself a glass of wine to quench his thirst, and leisurely changed into his regular attire. He adjusted his collar and hair in the mirror before gracefully stepping out of the room. Lead the way, steward. He merely accepted the invitation, not inquiring about the location or the purpose. The steward remained silent, guiding him through the reception hall and along the courtyard corridor until they arrived at a room filled with bookshelves, presumably Illyrio's study. The study was brightly lit with numerous lamps adorned with shades. A quick glance revealed that the lack of fire safety awareness in the decor was intentional. The furnishings were quite vulgar, with gold-edged books in the cabinets and paintings and ornaments on the walls gleaming under the light. Regardless of their authenticity, Illyrio truly embodied the characteristics of a newly wealthy man. Illyrio was exceedingly cordial. Upon Viserys' arrival, he rose from his desk, his rotund figure moving toward the door. Your Majesty, please forgive the late-night interruption. I have been quite busy these past days, and it is only today that I have found time to meet with you again. Viserys engaged in pleasantries, remarking, Governor, it is indeed a good thing to be busy. Prosperity and wealth are flourishing. He merely uttered auspicious words, intending not to initiate a discussion. Here is the matter, Illyrio stated directly. Do you recall our conversation a few days ago regarding the Dothraki? Of course, Viserys replied, then fell silent, gazing expectantly at Illyrio. Despite Viserys' ambiguous demeanor, Illyrio had his own intentions. Your Majesty, might you be free tomorrow to observe the Dothraki forces with me? Viserys inquired curiously, is it possible that the Pentoshi have engaged in conflict with the Dothraki? Certainly not. Illyrio smirked slightly, then asked, does your Majesty not wish to attend? Of course I do not wish to. Viserys responded, it is not that. I have long heard of the Dothraki cavalry's valor and prowess. Given the opportunity, I would certainly like to witness it. However, would my appearance cause any inconvenience for you, Governor? Illyrio feigned ignorance to his reluctance, gazing at Viserys with sincere intent. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have made arrangements. It will only require you to disguise yourself as my attendant. Viserys acquiesced. Since you have made the proper arrangements, I have no objections. Illyrio paused involuntarily. The swift acceptance of such a proposition caught him off guard. For a king to don the guise of a servant was a test in itself, and Viserys appeared entirely unfazed. Illyrio had prepared alternative lines, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Then I shall request your Majesty to rise early tomorrow. After several days of interaction with this Beggar King, Illyrio began to harbor doubts about Varys' intelligence. Chapter 12. The Dothraki, the phrase the kings of the Horse Lords come often, bearing gifts, and they shall depart of their own accord epitomizes the attitude of the free trade city-states towards the Dothraki. The Dothraki are emblematic of a nomadic people from the age of cold steel, lacking a unified governance, and comprising scattered tribes known as Khalasars, led by the most valiant warrior, the Khal. Their Khalasar has a designated city, Vastothrak, which serves as their capital. However, they seldom linger there, spending the majority of their time migrating with their tents in pursuit of water and pasture. Their economy largely hinges on raiding neighboring nations, and, in the struggle for survival, the tribes often engage in mutual assaults. Each year, several Dothraki tribes pass through Pentos, both new and old. Upon the death of a Khal within a Khalasar, a new Khal ascends to power. Alternatively, the subordinates, known as the Khas, analogous to the various divisions within the Hunnic Khanate, may disperse and reconstitute themselves into several Khalasars, with former Khals becoming new Khals, or the tribes may merge through conquest. Whenever a Dothraki migration occurs, the nobility of Pentos eagerly presents gold, silver, and gifts, providing them with supplies to facilitate their raids elsewhere. The people of Pentos even construct splendid palaces along the bay for the Horse Lords to rest in during their migratory passages. The elite of the free trade city-states find this arrangement quite satisfactory, as it allows them to quell violence with wealth while simultaneously profiting from the situation. Viserys refers to this as the yearly coin. However, the inhabitants of the free trade city-states lack a sense of ethnicity or a notion of homeland. After all, the ruling class consists of a coalition of merchant governors. Their sole concern is to ensure that trade routes remain uninterrupted and that profit is not hindered. Leaving all other matters aside, Illyrio intends to show Viserys a Dothraki tribe that fortuitously passes through at that time, reportedly numbering around 10,000. As a merchant and a schemer who understands the human heart, Illyrio does not wish to reveal the true call he intends to introduce to Viserys right away. Instead, he seeks to create an impression of the Dothraki's military prowess before informing him that this is not the mightiest tribe. There are stronger factions, emerging lords of the plains who could serve as intermediaries for him. Upon learning that the tribe's leader is not named Drogo, Viserys begins to grasp this strategy. He also realizes that Illyrio's actions are a response to his earlier display of reluctance. Clearly, they are quite invested in the scheme of linking the last Targaryen scion with the Dothraki horse lords. Viserys has devised his own plans. After a dreamless night, he rises early the following morning, has a simple breakfast, dons the attire provided by Illyrio, and departs with Illyrio and his attendants. Illyrio rides in an opulent carriage, driven by 2 servants, while over a dozen attendants accompany them on horseback. It is worth noting that Viserys is adept at riding. Before the fall of the Targaryen dynasty, Viserys had served as a legitimate prince in King's Landing for 8 years. The Targaryen family was renowned for its martial prowess, and at that time, the attention of the realm was captivated by Prince Rhaegar, who was celebrated for his valor. Originally, Viserys was not in line to inherit the throne. Instead, he was groomed to assist Rhaegar as a prince, trained in martial skills from a young age, including horsemanship. After finding refuge in a free trading city, he did not neglect his equestrian abilities, as many of his benefactors were also warriors, and accompanying them on horseback was essential for flattery and favor. Thus, when Illyrio invited him to observe the Dothraki cavalry, how could he possibly decline? However, this was not a favorable situation, had Viserys been inexperienced in riding. Mastering the skill would have taken considerable time when it was most needed. Today marked Viserys' first venture onto the streets of Pentos, and it was an utterly dismal impression. Upon leaving the courtyard, he initially felt nothing amiss, but once he stepped beyond the confines, a foul stench assailed him. The morning streets were devoid of many people, yet the mud, animal waste, and assorted refuse littered the ground. The mingling odors of excrement and fish rendered breathing a laborious task. Even with the memories of his former self preparing him for such an experience, Viserys had underestimated the harshness of an environment reminiscent of a medieval coastal trading city. Fortunately, they were mounted and swiftly traversed the streets, emerging from the city's imposing walls into the open air. While the area outside the city was not significantly better, it offered a broader vista and improved ventilation. However, this brief respite was short-lived as they soon arrived at a medium-sized encampment situated a few hundred meters from the city. On a small plain east of the suburbs, nestled away from the shanty town that bordered the moat, alongside the road constructed by the Valyrians. The encampment was surrounded by rudimentary wooden stakes for protection, evidently hastily erected. Despite its simplicity, a sizable contingent of guards was stationed there. An entry required identification verification upon their arrival. Inside the encampment, numerous pack mules laden with goods were visible. The banners at the front bore the insignia of the Pentos City Watch. Upon entering the camp, Viserys began to observe his surroundings. Having served as a centurion for a princess in his previous life, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding ancient military formations. It was easy for him to deduce that approximately 500 individuals were present within the encampment, although the number of armored elite was scant, primarily tasked with vigilance and sentry duties, comprising roughly 50 men. The remaining personnel were mostly merchants and their retainers, unarmed and clad in simple garments. Occasionally, one might spot a servant of the governor's adorned in leather armor wielding a sword. Viserys, dressed as a servant himself, wore a leather cap that concealed his hair and much of his face. As they proceeded, a guide conversed with Illyrio about matters concerning the transport of goods. Upon reaching the central tent of the encampment, Illyrio instructed the attendants to wait outside while he entered to attend to his business. Illyrio had previously instructed that if Viserys encountered any issues, he should seek out the leader among the guards, a figure he recognized from Illyrio's visit to Lys. This individual was suspected to be a eunuch. From this, Viserys deduced that Illyrio's personal guards were all unsullied. Consequently, Viserys became rather reticent, refraining from movement. His silence and tranquility pleased Illyrio, though Viserys was indifferent to Illyrio's perceptions, focusing solely on observing more and speaking less. After approximately a quarter of an hour in the camp, as governors arrived at the central tent and messengers departed, signs of the temporary encampment being dismantled became evident. The number of governor's attendants gathered outside the tent increased, yet no disturbances arose. Viserys noted that many of them were akin to Illyrio's unsullied guards, each silent and subdued. It seemed that employing unsullied as attendants was a customary practice in Pentos. In truth, due to the conflict between Pentos and Bravos, which had resulted in defeat for Pentos, the peace treaty mandated that the citizens could not hire mercenaries, contract with free companies, or maintain any military forces beyond the city guard. Consequently, the nobility were compelled to procure unsullied to safeguard their properties. External military endeavors and internal governance could only rely on the city guard established through joint investment by the governors. Remarkably, the most formidable military force within the city was actually the warrior monks of the Red Temple. Viserys, unaware of the underlying reasons, stood among the unsullied guards, harboring doubts about Illyrio's intention in assigning him the role of an attendant, whether it stemmed from a dismissive attitude or some form of malicious amusement. As the pack mules of the encampment began their departure, Illyrio, accompanied by the governors, exited the tent. The governors acted differently. Some exchanged pleasantries before departing directly for the city, while others summoned their attendants to mount and pursue the departing mule train. Once Illyrio and the others had largely departed, he beckoned Viserys and his entourage to mount their horses and proceed in the direction of the mule train with his opulent carriage. The journey was silent, traversing the vast plains along the road built by the Valyrians, heading eastward for about 5 or 6 miles until a river emerged ahead. This river, though a tributary, was still some distance from the natural boundary of the Rhine River near Pentos. However, Illyrio's carriage diverged from the mule train, veering towards another path and coming to a halt at the foot of a low hill. The rotund governor dismounted from his carriage, mounted a prepared horse, and along with Viserys and his company, ascended the hill. The governor invited Viserys to draw closer, while the attendants wisely distanced themselves. He expressed his apologies, saying, "Your Grace, I have put you to inconvenience." Viserys feigned generosity, responding, "It is of no consequence. There is no need for concern, my lord governor." The governor merely acknowledged this sentiment before swiftly changing the subject, stating, "The elevation here provides an excellent vantage point to observe the Dothraki approaching to receive the gifts. Please wait a moment, your grace." Viserys graciously replied, "I had anticipated reaching the Dothraki encampment on this journey." He gazed across the river, where a vast expanse of land, eroded by wind and sand, stretched before him. In the distance, low rolling hills undulated, with glimpses of green grassland visible, while a broad dirt road meandered into the horizon. Illyrio responded, "Your Majesty, you may not be aware that the Dothraki camp is still quite far. Traditionally, gifts are exchanged here, with both parties sending representatives to meet. If we were to camp too close, the townspeople would undoubtedly find it difficult to sleep peacefully. In truth, we do not fear these savages. The Red Priests assure us that with the protection of the Lord of Light, even if 1,000,000 Dothraki were to descend upon us, we would stand unafraid." This sentiment aligned with Viserys' observations. He chose to feign ignorance of Illyrio's latter remark. The eastern region of Pentos is a vast plain, ideal for cavalry maneuvers. Should the passing Dothraki encamp too near, should the horse lords stir, the consequences could be dire. "How do you discern the Dothraki's true intentions?" Viserys inquired casually. "Are you not wary of their deceit, using feigned weakness to extract further gifts?" Illyrio confidently replied, "We shall know, your Majesty." Detecting the confidence in Illyrio's tone, Viserys could not help but smirk internally, mumbling, "It seems you are well versed in such matters." Illyrio sensed the subtle mockery and glanced at Viserys, but could only perceive a surface-level anticipation etched upon the half-obscured face by the helmet, as if he were awaiting the Dothraki's appearance, with his earlier words merely a careless utterance. In the distance, he observed a convoy of mules progressing along the main road, and after a moment, several plumes of smoke began to rise from the low hills. As the smoke ascended, a throng of figures gradually materialized, densely packed, approximately 3 to 4 miles away. Though they appeared as mere ants from that distance, their sheer number was overwhelming. The dark smoke billowed upward, creating the illusion of a colossal rope suspended between earth and sky, while the countless tiny figures surged forth from the hills, resembling a black tide slowly advancing toward the convoy. Having commanded a 100-man unit on the plains of Harrenhal, Viserys quickly calculated that approximately 1,500 cavalry had emerged from the hills, arranged in 3 formations of 500. It must be said that, despite the mere sight of a few wisps of smoke, the sudden appearance of these 1,500 riders beneath the vast sky, and their subsequent descent from the low hills, unfolded across the expansive plain with a truly breathtaking impact. In our modern world, inundated with information, many find it difficult to genuinely envision the awe-inspiring spectacle of thousands of cavalry charging on ancient battlefields, relying instead on grand scenes depicted in television dramas. Yet, in reality, a formation of 1,000 cavalry could extend 400 to 500 meters once fully arrayed. Particularly with the Dothraki, a light-armored cavalry force, it is rare for them to coalesce into a single mass. They excel in a hunting-style approach to battlefield tactics, engaging in chaotic skirmishes. The Dothraki clearly intended to showcase their might. As the reinforcements, as described by Illyrio, approached within a mile, they suddenly charged at the mule train with a deafening roar. Naturally, there was no actual conflict. The Dothraki cavalry merely displayed their power. After a brief tumult, the charge ceased, and the troops turned, merging into two flanks that encircled the gifts sent from Pentos like an escort. Even from this low hill, several miles away, one could easily feel the thunderous dust clouds kicked up by the galloping cavalry, as the mass of horses and riders surged forward like a tidal wave. The spectacle was indeed grand, yet it failed to astonish Viserys. The Dothraki cavalry, after all, were still merely men. He had witnessed formations filled with grotesque monsters, and had commanded 100 men in an attempt to slay a dragon. He had even had the opportunity to transform into a dragon himself. However, this served as a reminder to Viserys that if he were to confront armies of thousands with the breath of a dragon in the future, it would be wise to gather them together with the necessity of an army to follow through. A formation of 1,500 cavalry could extend for 400 to 500 meters, and once a force of over 10,000 dispersed, even infantry would be troublesome to manage. Drawing from personal experience, he realized that once aware of the need to scatter troops in the face of a dragon, even an endlessly powerful dragon would find it challenging to easily annihilate the enemy alone. Thus, the Targaryens had never managed to conquer Dorne in the Age of Dragons, requiring the support of armies and subjects. Illyrio observed Viserys, noting his captivated gaze upon the Dothraki cavalry, and after a moment of silent contemplation, his expression shifted with a sense of self-satisfaction as he queried, "Your Majesty, what do you think of the Dothraki?" Viserys easily discerned Illyrio's smug undertone, uncertain whether it stemmed from genuine sentiment or was merely a performance required by his plans. I see." Viserys did not provide the reaction Illyrio sought, instead fixing him with a serious gaze. "You are earnest. Unlike those fleeting nobles, Illyrio, I perceive your ambition and have confirmed your resolve and execution. To assist in my reclamation of the throne, you have even devised what appears to be a feasible plan and are resolutely attempting to persuade me." Viserys reined his horse before Illyrio, speaking with unprecedented solemnity. "For this alone, Illyrio, you need not do much more. Simply maintain this ambition in service to me. And should I reclaim the Iron Throne, the position of Master of Coin shall be yours." This was not the response Illyrio had anticipated, yet he continued the conversation, expressing his puzzlement. "Your Majesty?" Viserys did not respond immediately. Instead, he urged his horse forward, covering some distance before halting abruptly, turning to signal Illyrio to approach for a private discussion. Illyrio, filled with uncertainty, hesitated for a moment but eventually approached, wearing a face of confusion. Chapter 13. The Discourse of Viserys. Viserys spoke candidly. "You intend to provide me with the opportunity to acquire a Dothraki army. Am I not mistaken, Illyrio?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," Illyrio replied, revealing his intentions without reservation. Viserys refrained from discussing the means of acquisition, as he seemed to harbor other thoughts. Illyrio, aware of the delicate nature of their conversation, chose not to delve too deeply into the topic. Viserys inquired, "Do you believe that if I were to rely upon this foreign army, I could reclaim my throne?" Illyrio responded, as if it were a matter of course, "Your Majesty, the Dothraki cavalry is the most formidable force I have ever witnessed." Viserys nodded in appreciation. "I must commend you, Illyrio. You have devised a seemingly viable plan." However, Illyrio's smile faded, and with a furrowed brow, he queried, "Does Your Majesty believe this plan to be unfeasible?" He feigned confusion, as if his scheme had been dismissed, subtly probing Viserys' stance. Their relationship was fundamentally one of cooperation, with the monarch-subject dynamic merely superficial. If Illyrio's plan were to be deemed impractical, his obsequiousness would diminish, suggesting a potential withdrawal from their alliance. Illyrio's demeanor was entirely reasonable. Had the original Viserys been present, he might have regarded Illyrio as merely one of many powerful figures. A fleeting glimmer of hope. This attitude might have compelled him to adopt a more servile demeanor. Yet, Viserys remained unfazed by Illyrio's reaction, continuing with his own rhetoric. "You are indeed a discerning merchant, Illyrio, and I still hold that opinion. Your plan is undoubtedly sound. Yet it is not applicable to my current circumstances." Illyrio, taking a serious tone, asked, "Does Your Majesty have an alternative strategy?" Viserys replied with confidence, "Illyrio, do you understand that what I require most at this moment is not an army, but time?" Illyrio responded in agreement. "Time?" "Yes, time," Viserys affirmed, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he scrutinized Illyrio's expression and inquired, "Do you seem to doubt my words?" Illyrio raised his gaze to meet Viserys, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do I appear to harbor any disbelief? Speak plainly, if you will." Though internally perplexed, Illyrio hastily offered an explanation. "Your Majesty, I harbor no doubts. I merely wish for clarification on what you mean by time. Viserys continued to withhold his explanation and pressed further. Do you truly believe that a Dothraki army could aid in my restoration? Illyrio simply stated, I cannot envision a king reclaiming his throne without an army at his side. Viserys withdrew his gaze from Illyrio's inscrutable face and looked ahead, watching the Dothraki cavalry, laden with gifts, gradually recede into the distance. Why had Illyrio and Varys arranged for him to meet the Dothraki? These horsemen, unencumbered by armor, reigned supreme on the Dothraki plains, known for their savagery and brutality, subsisting through plunder, leaving a trail of slaughter in the towns they raided. To land in Westeros with such an army was not a means of restoration, but rather an invitation to become a target. Even if he were to acquire soldiers, these hired forces would not heed the words of Viserys. Should these men wreak havoc upon cities, the son of the Mad King would merely acquire a new title of the Beggar King, perhaps even drawing the ire of the nobles of Westeros. While conversing, he posed the same question to Illyrio twice, attempting to glean some unusual insight from his demeanor, yet the man was quite slippery, revealing no hint of ulterior motives. A king must undoubtedly be accompanied by an army, yet none existed at this moment. Viserys' expression grew animated. Illyrio inquired, Might I ask, your majesty, from where shall your army come? Viserys instinctively began to respond, but quickly halted, diverting to a new topic. Pray tell, Governor Illyrio, are you acquainted with the current state of affairs in Westeros? Illyrio, seemingly unperturbed by Viserys' shift, replied in kind, I presume your majesty is about to enlighten me. Satisfied with Illyrio's response, Viserys appeared to revel in revealing a truth only he perceived. Do you not see, Governor Illyrio? In this present Westeros, under the usurper's throne, there are 3 claimants to the crown. Beneath the 7 kingdoms lie jars of wildfire, ready to ignite into a conflagration at the slightest spark. Illyrio had anticipated some earth-shattering revelation or clandestine news, nearly taken aback by Viserys' words. Despite his tumultuous thoughts, he maintained his composure. Your Majesty, please elucidate. I am but a merchant, lacking in political acumen. Viserys then articulated, during the Dance of the Dragons, there were but 2 claimants, and yet the conflict was fierce. Forgive my ignorance, your Majesty, but the 2 claimants you refer to in the Dance of the Dragons are the black and green factions of Rhaenyra and Aegon? And who, pray tell, do the current 3 claimants represent? The Dance of the Dragons was a bloody civil war in the mid-Targaryen dynasty, sparked by the struggle for the Iron Throne succession between Rhaenyra, the eldest daughter of Viserys I, and Aegon, the eldest son of his second wife, Alicent, leading to the near extinction of dragons within House Targaryen. Viserys recounted, the first claimant is, of course, Joffrey Baratheon, the usurper's eldest son and heir. The second is the current Duke of Storm's End, Gendry Baratheon, and the third is the present Duke of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon. Although he anticipated outlandish claims, Illyrio found himself astonished. How did this discourse arise? Viserys continued, This is a matter unknown to you. Storm's End has always been the seat of House Baratheon, traditionally bestowed upon its heirs, yet the foolish usurper failed to grant it to his appointed heir, Joffrey. Do you understand? In present-day Westeros, the usurper's dynasty is referred to as the Baratheon dynasty, yet the heir of House Baratheon is not the rightful claimant to the throne. Illyrio opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Viserys elaborated, Moreover, Dragonstone is the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, where every heir has been a prince of Dragonstone. The usurper claims the Targaryen throne, yet bestows Dragonstone upon Stannis rather than his own heir. Ponder this, Illyrio. Is it not a nation with 3 claimants to the throne? And what discord might arise among them? This assertion is utterly absurd, riddled with flaws. Illyrio finds himself at a loss as to where to begin his rebuttal. Ultimately, he follows Varys' line of thought and queries. Even if this were true, King Robert the Usurper is still quite young. Should he fail to address the peril posed by the 3 heirs during his lifetime, how long must we wait for their inevitable conflict to unfold? Varys is well prepared for such inquiries. Do you truly believe the 7 kingdoms are maintained by King Robert? Even from my position in the free cities, I hear whispers of the usurper's neglect of governance, his indulgence in vice, and his countless bastards. Surely, you partake in the commerce of the 7 kingdoms. Do you not see that the true stabilizers of the realm are the hand of the king, Jon Arryn? He is quite aged. I predict that upon Jon Arryn's demise, chaos will ensue in the 7 kingdoms. Illyrio finds himself somewhat speechless, for although Varys' statements are preposterous and arguably strained, a portion of his deductions and conclusions holds merit. The current state of the 7 kingdoms indeed harbors numerous threats, and it is true that Jon Arryn has been managing the court. However, the genuine issues plaguing the realm are twofold. First, King Robert's extravagant spending has led to a fiscal deficit in the millions of gold dragons. Second, the relationship between Cersei and Jaime Lannister, along with their family's ambitious pursuits, enables the Lannisters to wield significant influence through loans to the throne and the Queen's power, ensuring their presence in key positions. Furthermore, Renly's growing power poses a direct threat to heir Joffrey's claim, as Renly maintains close ties with Highgarden and enjoys the support of numerous Stormlands nobles. The true parentage of Robert's 3 children is a powder keg ready to explode. Illyrio has heard that in King's Landing, the least problematic Stannis is secretly investigating the legitimacy of King Robert's bastards. The situation in the Seven Kingdoms is undoubtedly intricate. The Usurpers' War succeeded through the alliance of the 4 great houses, Baratheon, Arryn, Stark, and Tully. Robert's reign is likewise upheld by Jon Arryn's stewardship of this alliance. Yet the king believes he rules over the 7 kingdoms while courting the lions, and the hand of the king is already exhausted from maintaining national stability, relying solely on the advantages of the Baratheon, Arryn, Stark, and Tully alliance. Illyrio appears shocked and cannot help but inquire. Then, as your majesty suggests, are you preparing to muster forces elsewhere, awaiting the opportune moment? No. Varys shakes his head. Illyrio, I have stated that now is not the time to prepare an army. Illyrio displays a look of confusion and presses on. Why? Since your majesty believes that the death of the Old Hand will surely lead to chaos in the 7 kingdoms, why not prepare in advance? Have you ever witnessed beggars fighting for scraps, Illyrio? Varys does not answer directly, but continues. When a new beggar appears, which of the existing beggars do you think will they first contend with? The newcomer. Illyrio is taken aback. Does your majesty intend to do nothing? Of course not. Varys replies, for waiting is a course of action in itself. We shall wait. Trust me, Illyrio, insurrections do not arise overnight. When the day of change arrives, you shall find that patience bears its fruits. Illyrio's expression faltered, as if he struggled to comprehend. Could armies descend from the heavens at that moment? You are a merchant. Illyrio, long-term investment is the essence of commerce. Varys remained silent, instead posing a question to Illyrio. Since you are willing to fund my restoration, do you not possess the patience to await the passing of an old, frail monarch? When the 7 kingdoms plunge into chaos, I shall be the true dragon. What need have I for armies? Illyrio's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. If your majesty harbors other intentions, what then is my role in this matter? Illyrio, due to your recent actions, I place my trust in you. There is no need for further endeavors. Simply providing me refuge and a more favorable environment to await the upheaval in the 7 kingdoms suffices. In my exile, I have encountered numerous nobles. Yet only you have devised a tangible plan for my restoration and have taken this significant step. For this alone, Illyrio, I pledge that upon my return to the throne, you shall be my first minister of finance. Illyrio was momentarily rendered speechless. The battle for discourse is precisely this. As long as one understands they possess a modicum of agency, no matter how outrageous the rhetoric, the mere act of asserting oneself can create room for maneuvering. Varys understood well that Illyrio was eager to uncover the source of the armies he so confidently predicted for the future. Yet he refrained from revealing that he had repeatedly stated there were no armies, while subtly implying otherwise. For Varys himself was uncertain from whence the armies would come. He merely needed to adopt a posture of conviction. Illyrio would surmise where Varys derived his confidence from during this exchange. Even if Illyrio perceived the charade Varys was performing, speaking nonsensically and posing no threat, the words had already reached this point. What could Illyrio do? Furthermore, Varys' demeanor compelled Illyrio to contemplate a possibility. Perhaps Varys had obtained a viable plan for restoration from elsewhere. Chapter 14. Each with their own concerns observing Varys adopt a conciliatory tone and awaiting a response, Illyrio ultimately acquiesced to his words. Forgive my candor, your majesty. Your perspective on the political landscape of the 7 kingdoms is indeed peculiar, one I have never encountered and cannot discern its veracity. You assert that with the death of the old king, chaos shall ensue within the 7 kingdoms. However, from my observations and experiences, King Robert was a formidable warrior in his youth. Though he has faced rumors since ascending the throne, I remain uninformed of his character. Over these years, usurpers have maintained a rather stable grip on the 7 kingdoms. Now, with the king still in the prime of life, I find it difficult to believe that the death of a singular monarch could incite significant turmoil in Westeros. Although disappointed, Varys displayed neither panic nor anger. He merely regarded Illyrio and acknowledged, I understand your concerns, Illyrio. At this moment, I possess nothing, and I am acutely aware that mere words will not suffice to convince you. It matters not, my lord governor. As we expressed on the very first day within your courtyard, you are my benefactor, not my vassal. I wonder. After I have countered your schemes and shared my thoughts with you, do you still wish to finance my endeavor for restoration? In contrast to the words of Viserys, it is indeed his demeanor at this moment that leaves Illyrio most astonished throughout the dialogue. Viserys appears to trust him, voicing his innermost thoughts, intending to curry favor. Yet he is clearly reserved. This behavior suggests that he possesses a certain confidence, whether genuine or feigned, which speaks volumes. The Beggar King exhibits folly, yet may not be as foolish as the rumors suggest. He possesses considerable cunning. Illyrio hesitates, his lips parting several times before he nervously inquires, Your Majesty, you previously stated that I need do nothing and would have me serve as your first Minister of Finance. Is this truly the case? I am Viserys Targaryen III. Viserys declares solemnly, the word of a king is his bond. All that is required is to provide sanctuary, allowing you to bide your time until the 7 kingdoms undergo upheaval. Is that sufficient? Illyrio's expression betrays disbelief as he contemplates the implications of Viserys' words. Viserys nods. Indeed, it merely requires some time. Once the old Prime Minister has departed from this world, you shall understand that my words hold truth. And when the 7 kingdoms descend into chaos, you will grasp the true worth of supporting a descendant of the Targaryens. Illyrio's countenance shifts through various emotions, first contemplation, then a fleeting glimpse of greed, and finally hesitation. What if, upon the old Prime Minister's passing, the 7 kingdoms do not descend into chaos? They will. Viserys asserts without elaboration, his confidence unwavering. The 7 kingdoms will indeed fall into turmoil. Illyrio, observing his certainty, could not resist a probing inquiry. Forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty, but is there a strategy behind your conviction? Viserys was taken aback by such a direct question from the cunning Illyrio. Whether it stemmed from his overconfidence in his sources of intelligence, believing Viserys to possess nothing, or if he was simply misled by Viserys' charm. His inner turmoil was palpable. Nevertheless, Viserys maintained an inscrutable demeanor, ambiguously replying, Can you keep a secret, my Lord Governor? Illyrio hesitated internally but nodded cautiously. Of course, Your Majesty. I can as well, my Lord Governor, Viserys responded. Illyrio momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Viserys inwardly found amusement at the situation, maintaining an air of composure as he turned his gaze towards the distant road, where the Dothraki, laden with gifts, gradually receded from sight, stating, My Lord Governor, the Dothraki cavalry has surveyed the area. Shall we proceed back to the city? Illyrio, momentarily taken aback, replied, Yes, Your Majesty. During the return journey, Illyrio remained seated in the carriage, his face betraying little emotional fluctuation. Meanwhile, Viserys rode alongside outside the carriage, his expression equally inscrutable. The two traveled in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, their minds lingering on one another. The clandestine discussions led by Viserys have significantly unsettled Illyrio. The intricate schemes linking Viserys with the Dothraki horse lord have been utterly shattered, and the once easily manipulable Beggar King has become an elusive figure. Illyrio suspects that Viserys has acquired a restoration plan unknown to them and is executing it in secrecy. Yet, he cannot convince himself that if this were indeed the case, why would the Beggar King, Viserys, still be wandering with his sister, seeking refuge? Is he merely biding his time? If there is someone behind the scenes, why would they allow the last scion of Targaryen to drift among the nobility of the free cities without seizing control themselves? As Illyrio pondered these intricate details, a vague suspicion began to take root in his mind, attributing Viserys' seemingly baseless confidence to certain forces, though he lacked certainty and required concrete intelligence to substantiate his conjectures. Halfway back to the city, Illyrio formulated a plan. He needed to journey to King's Landing. Although Viserys had managed to thwart Illyrio and the forces behind him, who sought to sell Daenerys in exchange for Dothraki soldiers, he had inadvertently thrust himself into the limelight. He and the non-existent forces behind him would soon attract the scrutiny of Illyrio's own faction. Two potential scenarios emerged. Either Illyrio would find a force to endorse Viserys' actions and engage in a clandestine battle of wits and strategies, or they would unmask Viserys as nothing more than a blustering charlatan, his schemes merely a ruse to buy time for his true intentions. Yet, Viserys' genuine purpose would remain shrouded in mystery until he revealed his ability to hatch dragons. This, however, does not imply a lack of peril. If his bluster were to falter, others might recognize that Viserys need not be a king with choices. He could merely serve as a thoughtless puppet. The player behind the board could abruptly express their impatience by dismantling the game. Nevertheless, Viserys believed this was not merely a gamble with a slim chance of survival. He felt assured that Illyrio and Varys would indeed uncover the forces supporting him. After all, the hints he provided, though vague, could lead to a myriad of plausible theories for those willing to think critically. Conspirators are inherently distrustful, and the possibility of two schemers engaging in earnest dialogue is virtually non-existent. Furthermore, even if Illyrio possessed a sufficiently detailed intelligence network to ascertain that Viserys was devoid of any backing, Viserys was prepared with explanations to counter any inquiries. As a traveler from another realm, his butterfly wings had only just begun to stir, and his source of information was the original text. The theory of the three heirs was a construct he devised based on his impressions from the original narrative and the memories of his past life, aligning with his self-perception. While it is exceedingly implausible and diverges greatly from reality, it is steeped in conspiracy. Those privy to the truth would find it absurd. Yet those in ignorance might very well be convinced. He exhibited a steadfast demeanor. Some might deem him foolish, while others might suspect ulterior motives. Yet, such judgments were inconsequential. His intention was not to present a flawless theory, but rather to murk the waters with a rhetoric that aligned with his own position, all while concealing his true aims. Nevertheless, he understood that cunning schemes were ultimately a trivial path, a truth that weighed heavily on Viserys. He hoped that Illyrio would promptly respond, allowing him the opportunity to exploit the wealth of the corpulent governor for the procurement of dragon bones and eggs. Viserys was acutely aware that only with an indomitable strength as his foundation could he ensure that his machinations would not fear exposure. By the time he returned to Illyrio's courtyard, it was already afternoon. Viserys had mentioned he would be out for the day, and Daenerys, well aware of this, had dined alone. Thus, at Illyrio's invitation, only Viserys and he shared a meal in the dining hall. Ultimately, Illyrio could not restrain himself and ventured a probe. To speak candidly, Your Majesty, during my journey back to the city, I pondered deeply and found myself with reservations. Viserys remained composed. I understand, Governor. No, Your Majesty, my concerns do not lie with your words, but rather with your terms. Illyrio's expression turned serious. As you can see, I am a merchant. Forgive me for considering matters through the lens of commerce. Your terms are exceedingly generous. You require merely a modicum of protection from me. Yet you promise me the position of treasurer. Governor, are you suggesting that you merely offer me a house, a place to reside, a meal? Viserys answered his own query. That cannot be the extent of it. The eyes of usurpers and assassins lurk in the shadows. You also provide me with a secure environment, and you even risk your own safety to devise an elaborate plan. One can imagine that if your plan were to come to fruition, it would not be as easily concealed as the hiding of two individuals. Thus, I confide in you, which is why I have shared those sentiments with you. If you truly trusted me, you wouldn't keep reiterating your trust in me. Illyrio, of course, was no fool. His words merely laid the groundwork for the forthcoming test. Your Majesty, pardon my boldness, but as a merchant, I find it hard to comprehend such generosity. Viserys resumed his increasingly adept rhetoric. Ah, I see, Governor. Have you heard of House Tully? Illyrio replied, the Tullys of Riverrun. I am aware, Your Majesty. Viserys inquired further. And are you familiar with the Gardner family of the Reach? Illyrio responded, I know a little. He already anticipated what Viserys was about to articulate. Indeed, Viserys continued, before Aegon the Conqueror's ascent, the Gardner family ruled the Reach, while the Tully family served as their stewards. Yet now, it is universally acknowledged that the Reach and Riverrun belong to the Tullys. Why? Because Harlan Tully surrendered the Reach to Aegon the Conqueror. Illyrio, you must understand. I possess nothing at present. I do not require you to offer me anything. However, I shall remember the contributions of the first individual who genuinely acts to restore my kingdom. Illyrio was momentarily taken aback, beginning to marvel at the clever rhetoric of Viserys. If his intentions were indeed genuine, he might have already been ensnared by Viserys' persuasive discourse. A vague expression flickered across Illyrio's face, as if he were on the verge of confessing something. Your Majesty, there is a matter that I feel compelled to disclose to you. Viserys nodded. Pray speak. My Lord Governor. Illyrio candidly stated, I intend to journey to the Seven Kingdoms. Oh. Viserys narrowed his eyes, his demeanor slightly tense. He was perplexed by the motive behind such a probing inquiry. It was difficult for Illyrio to discern the authenticity of Viserys' emotions from his ostentatious expressions, so he elaborated. I plan to visit the Seven Kingdoms in order to assess the current situation, inquire about the political climate, and verify your assertions. Understanding dawned upon Viserys, and he relaxed his expression, a hint of pride creeping into his voice as he remarked, My Lord Governor, I believe you have yet to grasp the significance of the notion of three heirs. It does not lie in its veracity. Indeed, Illyrio replied, but Viserys refrained from elaborating further, merely smiling with satisfaction. Forgive my bad habit, my Lord Governor, but this notion is a creation I take great pride in. I hope you will ponder it during your travels. I am confident you will discern the intricacies involved. Illyrio's gaze sharpened, having received a hint. He found he need not ponder for long. He quickly comprehended the underlying significance. This seemingly flawed narrative could, when necessary, serve as a rumor to disrupt the stability of the Seven Kingdoms. Would they disseminate this narrative upon Jon Arryn's death? Did they believe this would incite chaos within the realm? Were there additional schemes and machinations at play? A flurry of questions swirled in Illyrio's mind, and the astonishment within him was nearly overwhelming. Fortunately, he managed to rein in his thoughts and responded to Viserys with a jesting tone. Then let this be your test for me, your majesty. In truth, my lord governor. Viserys, having dropped this intellectual bombshell, did not concern himself with whether it resonated with Illyrio, nor did he dwell on Illyrio's probing. Instead, he seized the moment to guide the conversation deliberately, saying, should you worry that the promises of reciprocity may not be fulfilled, there is indeed a matter that requires your assistance. I mentioned this when you were aboard your ship, the Dragonbone and Dragon Eggs, my lord governor. The time until old Jon's demise will not be excessively long, yet neither will it be brief. At the mere mention of dragons, an unnatural fervor illuminated Viserys' countenance. If I could hatch a dragon during this interval, what need would there be for schemes to reclaim the throne? Observing this, and noting the lengthy dialogues in these 2 chapters, the style of the narrative should be apparent to the esteemed readers. If it resonates with you, I kindly ask for your support in the form of a collection or continued reading. Chapter 15. The patient Viserys. After the luncheon between Viserys and Illyrio concluded, they encountered Daenerys, who was seated on a stone bench by the garden, awaiting their return. She appeared to have been waiting for some time, beads of sweat forming on her brow from the relentless sun. It was Viserys who first greeted her, waving his hand to beckon her closer. Dany, come here. What are you doing? Are you feeling better? Daenerys noticed her brother smiling, appearing to be in high spirits. I'm nearly well, she replied, approaching him and casting a glance at the gardener in the courtyard, who was pruning plants while wearing a copper collar. This was a slave of the governor Illyrio. As the maid Anya had informed her earlier. Cautiously, Daenerys leaned in and began to speak softly to her brother. I asked Anya, the maid, and she said she was sent by the lord of the house to attend to me. Why is he so kind to us? What does he wish to gain from us? Daenerys had long understood that such favorable treatment did not come without a price during their exile. Do not think like that, Dany, Viserys replied, his brow slightly furrowed as he spoke in a hushed tone. He is a supporter of kings, aware that one day I shall reclaim my throne, and he will not forget those who extended a helping hand in times of need. Viserys observed that Daenerys still limped slightly, struggling to walk, yet she seemed unfazed by it, which astonished him. Normally, an ankle sprain would require a couple of weeks for recovery. He couldn't help but wonder if Daenerys had deliberately injured herself due to his words. However, such speculation might be too far-fetched for a timid young girl, so he interpreted it as a testament to Daenerys' inherent strength of character. After all, she would one day be the mother of dragons. Yet, the present-day mother of dragons was merely a girl afraid of saying the wrong thing, and she fell silent at his words. Her brother's earlier kindness felt like a fleeting dream, and now, the mention of the throne made Daenerys fear awakening his wrath, just as it had in the past. My dear sister, one day we shall reclaim our homeland, Viserys often promised her, sometimes trembling with anticipation as he spoke. He envisioned the jewels, silks, Dragonstone, and King's Landing, the Iron Throne and the Seven Kingdoms, all of which had been taken from them, yet they would reclaim it all. Viserys seemed to exist solely for the arrival of that day. The words king and reclaiming the throne were like incantations, ceaselessly murmured by Viserys. If the throne were a deity, Daenerys felt that Viserys was far more devout than the Red Priest who occasionally intoned prayers when lighting the night fire. Yet, when Daenerys inquired about specifics or uttered something that displeased him, her brother would become enraged. Today is a momentous day, Dany, he declared, and despite his good mood still lingering, he seemed eager to share his joy, though he never revealed what he had actually done, only reveling in his own delight. When the historians write the chronicles of my dynasty, this is how it will be recorded. Viserys' fervor made Daenerys feel uneasy, and she remained silent. Unperturbed, Viserys took hold of Daenerys' hand, guiding her back to her room, insisting that she rest until her sprained foot healed, to avoid any lingering effects. He had no desire for the future mother of dragons to become a lopsided cripple, despite the absence of the diligent maid and the elusive steward in the corridor. Viserys persisted in his performance, endeavoring to share his joyous sentiments with Daenerys, recounting the oft-told tale of Aegon the Conqueror. Daenerys reclined upon her bed, adopting a posture of attentive listening, occasionally offering her responses. Viserys, in high spirits, continued his narration until the sun began to set. halting only upon reaching the tail of the Iron Throne. He could certainly perceive Daenerys' lack of enthusiasm, yet he felt compelled to continue, driven by a desire to express his delight. While he understood the notion of moderation, he was more concerned about appearing overly mature in front of Illyrio. Illyrio was a formidable individual, difficult to read in terms of his emotional expressions. He bore an uncanny ability to belittle himself during verbal exchanges, often maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Yet the occasional display of emotion was hard to discern as genuine. His probing words compelled Viserys to tread carefully. Most of the time, Viserys was unsure whether his flamboyant demeanor had truly convinced Illyrio. He relied on his ostentation to mask his emotions, believing that their exchanges were somewhat reciprocal. Observing his words and actions, he recognized that the forthcoming actions of Illyrio would ultimately serve as a validation. During dinner, when Viserys' voice became hoarse, Illyrio merely engaged in brief pleasantries, allowing the siblings to conduct their affairs as they pleased. Citing fatigue, Viserys retreated to his chamber. With nothing pressing to attend to, he began to fiddle with the now ineffective dragonbone necklace, then proceeded to quietly engage in his daily exercises. Finally, just before sleep, he entered the restroom to feel the delicate dragon scales on his chest. He had begun to comprehend that the expended magical energy would take approximately a day to replenish, and that the purely magical scales could be controlled mentally, revealing or concealing their presence. In simpler terms, those scales represented an elemental magical construct instinctively manifested. Viserys surmised that if he were to transform into a dragon in the future, the elemental magic constituting his draconic form might also be gathered in the liver through a similar method. This implied that he could become a small dragon person. As he contemplated this notion, he ultimately deemed the dragon form more appropriate. After all, a dragon had 3 heads, and he struggled to envision himself sprouting dragon wings or possessing 3 distinct elemental horns. Such an image would be rather peculiar. Of course, he was still far from that concern. After expending his magical energy with a brief burst of dragon fire, Viserys emerged from the restroom, washed up, and retired to bed. He needed to repeatedly verify the precise duration of magical recovery and experiment to ascertain whether depleting his magical energy would inadvertently expand his magical capacity. In the ensuing days, it was indeed true that Illyrio did not make an appearance. Viserys found himself uncertain whether his departure to the 7 Kingdoms was genuine, yet he hoped it was. The journey from the eastern continent to Westeros was no trivial endeavor, despite the narrow sea bearing its name. It was not a mere strait, but rather a vast expanse akin to the Atlantic Ocean on Earth. While Pentos was relatively close to Westeros, traversing the waters in the world's sailing ships required at least 2 weeks for a round trip. Regardless, with Illyrio absent, the weight upon Viserys' heart lessened, allowing his taut nerves to relax somewhat. He felt a sense of satisfaction in the room for growth he had managed to carve out for himself. Yet, the forthcoming days promised little of excitement. Viserys focused on daily indulgences, prioritizing the cultivation of a robust physique as the foundation for all endeavors. He took leisurely walks, meticulously documenting his surroundings, memorizing the faces of those who frequented the courtyard, and occasionally inquiring about their names, identities, and duties. Though these details might not prove immediately useful, he recognized the importance of being informed when the need arose. In his spare time, he sought to nurture his relationship with Daenerys. However, he found himself ill at ease with this sentiment, as he felt compelled to maintain a facade of composure around her. He could not speak the truth, nor could he be distant or overly affectionate. Most of the time, Daenerys responded with silence, her thoughts heavy upon her. Eventually, he discovered a means of interaction by borrowing the storybooks that adorned Illyrio's parlor, regaling his sister with the peculiar tales popular in Pentos. He sensed some success in this endeavor, as Daenerys, confined to her chamber for recovery, relied on his storytelling for distraction and amusement. Once she regained the ability to walk, she began to follow him on his daily strolls. Yet, her silence weighed heavily. Viserys understood that Daenerys' reticence stemmed from the oppressive treatment she had endured. He had to concede that he was not particularly well suited to the role of an exemplary brother. When faced with questions he could not answer, he refrained from unleashing fury, opting instead for evasion and topic diversion. He never pried into his sister's deep-seated worries, even finding a certain relief in her inability to discern his thoughts, effectively averting any possibility of her meddling with his schemes. As for Viserys' storytelling to Daenerys, the initial days were met with her eagerness and enthusiasm. However, as time progressed, her interest waned, and she began to subtly resist being treated as a child. Nevertheless, whenever he shared a tale, Daenerys would still respond amicably. It was evident that, compared to the tedium of childishness, she feared her brother reverting to his former terrifying self. Yet, the girl remained troubled, her brother's transformation did not bring her prolonged joy, for she soon realized that, like scorn and violence, condescension, indifference, evasion, and distrust were equally painful, cold blades. Viserys discovered that phrases such as "do not say such foolishness," or "let's discuss this another time," elicited strong reactions from her. Uttering them typically signified the conclusion of their conversation. Thus, he began to employ this rhetoric broadly whenever he wished to distance himself from her presence. Viserys labored to render his existence monotonous and dreary, aiming to diminish the vigilance of his watchers. He certainly had not forgotten the other dragonbone artifact that elicited a reaction from Illyrio, truth be told. It occupied his thoughts incessantly, yet the scrutiny within the courtyard was relentless. He remained oblivious to the treasure's whereabouts and would not be foolish enough to inquire. Instead of contemplating the perilous folly of thievery, he resolved to bide his time and seize the opportunity when it arose. Of course, he yearned to transform into a dragon, but he was acutely aware of the necessity for patience. While the virtue of restraint is often spoken of, few in this world can truly practice it. He must persevere in his patience. Illyrio's vessel spent 7 days and nights traversing the narrow sea before finally arriving at Blackwater Bay. The little birds conveyed messages more swiftly than ships. Thus Illyrio promptly encountered his contact upon reaching the port of King's Landing. He first took residence in an inn, resting from the afternoon until nightfall when a knock sounded at his door. He then stepped outside. The street was empty, yet he understood this to be the signal. After a brief moment of preparation, he exited the inn and traversed the winding streets, ultimately arriving at the coastal docks shrouded in darkness, where a fishing boat awaited him. Once aboard, the vessel set sail without any illuminations in the near waters of King's Landing. The boatman was an indistinct figure, and they exchanged not a single word until Illyrio disembarked. The boat reached an uninhabited beach, where the boatman dropped Illyrio off before skillfully casting his net into the sea. Illyrio was well acquainted with this locale. Upon landing, he ventured along the shore until he reached a rocky slope, where he swiftly discovered a dark opening amid the stones. Cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure he was alone, he slipped into the cave. The cave's entrance was strategically situated. Above it loomed a steep cliff, and beyond that, a rugged mountainous terrain, with the imposing walls of the Red Keep standing tall just 100 meters away. The complexity of the secret passages in King's Landing never ceased to amaze Illyrio. Each visit, he marveled at how Viserys managed to remember such intricate topography. At the cave's mouth, Illyrio found a torch in a dark crevice. After igniting it, he began his descent into the cavern, where the walls were formed of natural stone. Numerous forks in the path lay ahead, and a misstep could render the cave narrow and constricting, nearly impassable. Fortunately, Illyrio recalled the route. After a considerable distance, he finally stumbled upon signs of human excavation at a junction. The decaying wooden planks exuded a musty odor but pointed the way forward. At the end of the path lay a vast cavern, its walls composed of stone, yet a breeze swept through, cold air rushing down from above. The flame of Illyrio's torch flickered in the wind. He discovered a ladder ascending along one of the stone walls and began to climb, panting heavily. The corpulent governor had not engaged in such vigorous exercise for quite some time. Illyrio rested on the stone steps beside a vast black well, its mouth a yawning abyss of 20 feet in width, seemingly leading straight to the core of the earth. He had ascended from the depths below. The flickering torchlight cast a dim glow upon the ebony walls, meticulously hewn by human artisans, with large stones embedded in the curved surface, spiraling upwards. Illyrio understood that he was indeed ensconced within the intricate labyrinth of subterranean passages beneath the Red Keep. A glimmer of torchlight ignited above him, faint as a candle flame, slowly descending towards him. The torchbearer approached with stealthy steps, his presence revealed only by the advancing light and the lofty shadow he cast upon the wall. Soon, Illyrio heard the echo of the torchbearer's voice reverberating near the well. "It seems you have begun to grasp the burdensome task of dealing with the king, my old friend." Chapter 16. Viserys before Illyrio stood a robust figure clad in hardened leather, armored and draped in a leather half-cape. Despite his heavy boots, he glided silently over the stone steps. Beneath his steel helmet was a round face marked by scars, adorned with a short beard. A dagger and a short sword were sheathed at his waist. Illyrio felt a measure of relief. He waved his hand and chuckled. "I once thought you, with abilities rivaling those of a sorcerer, were infallible. Yet, it seems you have stumbled in your intelligence regarding the Beggar King." "I am not a sorcerer," the stout man replied, his voice gravelly and monotone, as if merely stating a fact. "I am separated from that king by vast oceans, and the messages delivered by the little birds are relayed to me accurately. Those are the facts. You receive the same intelligence as the kings of the 7 kingdoms. Perhaps even more. At first glance, it was difficult to imagine that this man standing before Illyrio was Varys, the spymaster of the Seven Kingdoms, renowned for his extensive knowledge. Though disguised, Illyrio recognized him. Illyrio complained, "I had no idea you could also err." "All men are prone to mistakes," Varys responded. "Surely, my old friend, you understand that I am not omnipotent." Illyrio raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "What shall we do now? Shall we revise our plans?" Varys inquired, "First, I wish to know, are you certain of your suspicions, my old friend?" Having rested sufficiently, they began their ascent along the spiraling stone steps. Though both were of considerable weight, they moved with a lightness that rendered their footsteps nearly silent. "Who else could it be?" Illyrio retorted. "Shouldn't your intelligence assist me in confirming my suspicions?" Varys replied, "The truth is, I have scrutinized the movements of those two as reported from the free cities, and there have been no records of them meeting with the Dornish in recent years. They should have had no opportunity to conspire. Further back, we would trace to the time when Lord Willem Darry was alive. Oberyn Martell once traveled to Braavos and entered into a secret pact with Lord Darry in the presence of the Sea Lord of Braavos. While I do not know the contents of that pact, it surely pertains to the endeavor of reclaiming the Iron Throne. This was indeed part of our plan. However, after the death of Sir William Darry, as the new dynasty's position solidified, Dorne seemed to be disregarded, allowing the king and princess to languish across the narrow sea. Moreover, the king was likely unaware of these circumstances. Sir William had explicitly stated that the king was deliberately kept uninformed to prevent him from prematurely urging Dorne to take up arms, which could provoke the Iron Throne's ire towards Dorne. Sir Darry took this secret to his grave. Yet now, the situation appears more complex. The king may have re-established contact with Dorne and devised a plan. Illyrio inquired if there was any news from Dorne that could corroborate their suspicions. Varys sighed, remarking that Dorne was rife with venomous creatures, and the little birds struggled to survive in such harsh conditions. In truth, outside of King's Landing, Varys's informants had limited access to the inner circles of many great noble houses. Yet even so, he remained undoubtedly the most well-informed figure regarding the happenings in the Seven Kingdoms. They had ascended to the pinnacle of this deep well, situated in the midst of a stone corridor. Illyrio, somewhat irritated, remarked that it seemed Varys's little birds were too far removed to maintain their sight. After a considerable climb, he paused to catch his breath. Varys nudged something, and a deep rumbling reverberated through the air. Then, a massive stone slab slowly slid from the well's mouth, glowing crimson in the firelight, producing a thunderous sound within the chamber. Once the noise subsided, the area where the well's mouth had been was now smooth, unyielding stone without a single crack. Varys quietly asked, having had close proximity to the king, if there were any conclusions other than this speculation. Leading the way, they began to walk in one direction down the stone corridor. "This is why I come to you," Illyrio stated. "I had hoped to glean answers from you. Frankly, if they are indeed mobilizing, we may not be unable to seek collaboration. At the very least, we should not hinder one another. I suspect that the refusal of the Dothraki was a unilateral decision made by the king upon realizing Dorne's support. Otherwise, the Dornish would surely believe that a larger army is always advantageous." Illyrio had already accepted his suspicions as fact. "In my opinion, they should not be hasty in approaching the king, for they cannot predict the actions he may choose to undertake." Ironically, while King Viserys remained entirely oblivious, there were two factions preparing to restore him to power. One was led by the entrusted William Darry and Prince Oberyn of Dorne, who conspired for Viserys to marry the Dornish princess Arianne Martell to rally Dorne's support for his claim to the Iron Throne. However, as King Robert's reign became increasingly secure, Viserys' prospects on the eastern continent waned, and the Dornish remained inactive for many years. The other faction consisted of Varys, Illyrio, and the former commander of the Golden Company, who conspired to support Viserys by securing the Dothraki forces through Daenerys, intending to launch a counteroffensive against Westeros. Viserys would lead the charge, with the Golden Company following closely behind. However, this scheme did not commence until the demise of the former commander of the Golden Company. Presently, it is orchestrated by Varys and Illyrio, whose true objective is not to aid Viserys in reclaiming his throne, but rather to assist the hidden figure of young Aegon. Viserys once hosted a banquet for the commanders of the Golden Company, hoping to enlist their support in his quest for the throne, yet they indulged in the festivities and, after hearing his pleas, ridiculed him. This indicates that only a select few within the Golden Company are aware of this plot. Each faction possesses its own agenda, and it is challenging for them to acknowledge each other's existence. Nevertheless, they remain uninformed of one another's plans and do not cooperate. Each merely incorporates the variables into their respective strategies. The Dornish are pleased to see Viserys leading an offensive against Westeros. as they believe that the true adversary will be the other 6 kingdoms, and the more soldiers Viserys brings back, the better. Varys and Illyrio are equally inclined to facilitate cooperation between Viserys and the Dornish, for Viserys is merely a figurehead, and his political legacy will ultimately be inherited by young Aegon. Perhaps it is prudent to keep a close watch on developments in that region. The Dornish are stirring, yet we remain oblivious to the winds of change. Varys did not outright accept nor reject Illyrio's proposal for collaboration with the Dornish, merely stating, "I require at least 20 birds." They arrived at a spacious and lofty chamber, surrounded by towering skeletal remains. The enormous bones, as dark as onyx, gleamed ominously in the flickering firelight. These were dragon bones, some as large as small hills, while others dwarfed even a fishing vessel, each gaping maw wide enough to swallow a man whole, with rows of teeth sharp as ridges, spears, and swords. Their hollow eye sockets stared vacantly at Varys and Illyrio as they passed. Is that truly necessary? Such a request is difficult to fulfill, as they must be both young and literate. Illyrio's voice trailed off. If they are slightly older, are they not less likely to meet a grim fate? Varys firmly rejected the notion. No, the young are safer. Treat them well. Illyrio countered, to preserve their tongues. Varys replied softly, "You know what is right, old friend." Illyrio suddenly proposed, "Perhaps we could set the stage in advance, discreetly courting on behalf of Aegon. The Dornish desire a Targaryen king, and it need not be the one we have in mind, especially since it is Aegon." Varys responded, "That would complicate matters and pose unnecessary risks." Illyrio lamented, "But what shall we do about that? Originally, trading a worthless princess for thousands of roaring warriors was a splendid bargain. Now, the king speaks, and we lose several thousand troops. Should we not reconsider our military estimates, relying solely on the Dornish and the Golden Company? Fewer troops do not necessarily equate to weakness." "Their plan involves 3 heirs," Varys suddenly remarked. "It is evident they anticipate the new dynasty to flourish, reluctant to take the lead. Surely that rumor alone is insufficient? Indeed, it is inadequate. Therefore, the dispatched birds must ascertain their movements. You too, for that king is in your hands. Is there sufficient time?" Illyrio inquired with concern. "How is the health of the old prime minister?" He has tacitly acknowledged that the death of the former prime minister, Jon Arryn, marks a significant turning point. On his journey to King's Landing, Illyrio contemplated numerous strategies, such as persuading Viserys to exchange Daenerys for a Dothraki army, or even setting a trap to force the issue, but ultimately dismissed them all. For if Viserys and the Dornish truly had a scheme and were capable of orchestrating a situation, then Daenerys' value would inevitably rise in tandem. Even in the event of a military exchange, the priority would shift to the local nobility of Westeros rather than the barbaric Dothraki. One must remember that during the initial rebellion, countless noble houses rallied to fight for the Targaryen family. Once it became apparent that Viserys had supporters and ulterior motives, the plan to barter Daenerys for a Dothraki army became untenable. Though aged, he was not yet on the brink of death. Varys replied, "However, the Master of Whispers has recently been making overtures towards him, which I perceive as a perilous sign." The Master of Whispers Varys referred to as Stannis Baratheon, the younger brother of King Robert, currently the Duke of Dragonstone, and one of the 3 claimants to the throne according to Viserys. What has Stannis uncovered? And why does he not report to the king, but instead seek out the prime minister? Illyrio felt overwhelmed. "Surely, we cannot have war erupt before we are prepared. We remain ignorant of the King's and the Dornish's intentions, and their actions may not align with our hopes. Moreover, with the former prime minister still alive, the interplay between the stag, the eagle, the wolf, the fish, and the lion might inadvertently solidify King Robert's reign. Can you delay him? I might as well ask you to halt time itself. Do you assume I am a sorcerer?" The situation is intricate, and Varys too felt the weight of pressure. Illyrio chuckled, "I thought your capabilities rivaled those of a sorcerer." Varys replied, "Have I not just exposed a lapse in the Beggar King's intelligence?" Illyrio responded, "Everyone makes mistakes. Yet I have always believed in your boundless abilities." They traversed through the vast chamber, filled with the skeletal remains of dragons. Arriving at a heavy wooden door, Varys approached and pulled on the sturdy iron ring. The door resisted momentarily before creaking open with a terrifying sound. They continued down the corridor. The situation in the 7 kingdoms is exceedingly complex. Varys began to enumerate the challenges he faced. The former prime minister wished to entrust his child to Stannis as an adopted son, transferring the burden of guarding the East to him before his demise. However, the king had other designs, intending to give the prime minister's child to Duke Tywin as an adopted son, while having Jaime Lannister don the white cloak to take charge of the East. "Is your king foolish?" Illyrio asked incredulously. "The lion's share of power in both the East and West has been entrusted to the Lannisters. Why such trust in the queen's family? Alas, the king simply holds a greater disdain for his own brother, Varys replied. His other brother is no less troublesome. Ser Lancel and the Knight of Flowers are intent on persuading Lord Tyrell to send Marjorie to court. She is a 14-year-old maiden, both beautiful and obedient. They plan for Robert to take her to his bed and then marry her, thereby establishing a new queen. Varys continued, expressing his unease regarding the recent actions of the Minister of War. Suspecting he had uncovered the secrets of the Lannister siblings and was now in contact with the Prime Minister. With a furrowed brow, Varys lamented, "And now you come to me, informing me that the Dornishmen and your king are conspiring, formulating plans unbeknownst to me. Are you aware that the king has recently inquired about news from across the narrow sea?" Illyrio finally responded. What has he perceived? Varys sighed. He simply cannot endure the absence of news regarding the remnants of the dragons. I am uncertain who has whispered the usurper's name in his ear. He despises being addressed in such a manner. I ponder whether I should reveal the rumors concerning the king and Dorne to him. Illyrio exclaimed. How can you even consider that? Varys composed himself. I am the master of whisperers. To lack information would render me ineffective. Ineptitude would hinder my movements within King's Landing. Illyrio cautioned. This accelerates the onset of war. We are not prepared. Dorne is a potential ally. Varys guided him into a corridor. You urge me to delay. Yet I must insist that you hasten your actions. When shall we deem ourselves prepared? Even the most skilled juggler cannot keep so many balls aloft indefinitely. My old friend, you are not merely a juggler. You are a true magician. I merely ask that you perform your tricks a while longer. Varys shifted the topic. You must extract information from your king promptly. Even if unsuccessful, preparation is essential. He claims there are wildfire caches beneath the Seven Kingdoms, and that statement holds truth. Illyrio's concerns resurfaced, but that king intends to do nothing. He is merely waiting for the old prime minister to pass. He rests in your hands, Varys replied. Illyrio suddenly remarked, when he sought to win me over, he mentioned wanting me to gather dragonbone and dragon eggs. Does he aspire to hatch dragons? Anyone who hears such a statement would share the same thoughts. Illyrio added, after all, he is a Targaryen, of the bloodline of Aegon V. Varys cautioned. We must not provide fire to a child who plays with flames. Aegon V, known as Aegon the Unlikely, was the 15th king of the Targaryen dynasty, reigning during a time when dragons had already perished. In his later years, he became obsessed with the legends and lore of dragons, even dispatching agents to Essos to gather information. Upon the birth of his great-grandson Rhaegar, he summoned friends and family to celebrate in the Summer Hall, while also inviting fire mages to attempt hatching dragons. These attempts culminated in a catastrophic fire, resulting in the tragic demise of the king, his eldest son Prince Duncan, and his sworn protector, Ser Duncan the Tall, in what became known as the tragedy of Summerhall. Subsequently, the throne passed to Varys' grandfather, Aegon II, and then to Varys' father, Aerys II, famously known as the Mad King. Illyrio concurred. I, too, wish to avoid my courtyard becoming akin to that king's Summerhall. At long last, the corridor led to a chamber resembling a secretive room. Varys handed several evidently newly organized intelligence notes to Illyrio. These pertain to the Lady Malario of Norvos, and this one concerns Quentyn Martell. In recent years, Quentyn Martell has visited Norvos twice, ostensibly to seek his mother. On one occasion, he traveled via the Pentos route, passing through the Stepstones, and on another, he took the Tyrosh route. Precise details still require confirmation from the little birds of the East. However, it is wise not to harbor excessive hopes, for the overlooked truths are often irretrievable. Norvos is one of the 9 free trade cities. Lady Malario hails from a prominent merchant family in Norvos and is the wife of Prince Doran Martell of Dorne. Quentyn Martell is the second child of Lady Malario and Prince Doran. Their marriage, born of love, has been fraught with discord, spending half of its duration in quarrels and separations. This discord is somewhat tied to the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty. The House of Ironwood is a powerful noble family within Dorne, yet the previous head of the family perished due to a duel with Prince Doran's brother, Oberyn, resulting in long-standing enmity between the two houses. When Robert's rebellion erupted, in an effort to consolidate local forces and rally Dornish troops for the loyalist cause, Prince Doran sent his eldest son, Quentyn Martell, to the Ironwood household as a ward to mend the rift. This act incited a furious argument with Lady Malario, who, in a fit of anger, departed Dorne and returned to Norvos. It was not until Quentyn matured at Ironwood, honing both martial and scholarly skills and developing close ties with his peers, that the grievances of the past seemed to fade. Only then, after more than a decade, did he make 2 visits to Norvos to see his biological mother. Currently, suspicions arise regarding a connection between Varys and Dorne, aside from the unpredictable movements of Prince Oberyn. The most likely suspect during Quinn and Martell's visits to Norvos is indeed he. Although Varys's information cannot yet be fully substantiated, Illyrio's expression is far from pleasant. It is indeed the Dornish. Varys remains non-committal, merely stating, regardless of the truths unearthed through our investigations, dear friend, you must understand that our own preparations are paramount. Do not blame me for my repeated urgings. It is you who must be ready to face the storm. In the original text, Illyrio is portrayed as a scholar rebelling against the odds, resulting in the Golden Company ultimately growing weary of his ever-shifting plans, leading them to abandon the strategy and directly assault Westeros from Storm's End and the Stepstones. Chapter 17, The People of the Red Keep. Why do those damn nobles of the free trade cities have so little to occupy their time? Why do they always bother with that beggar king? After bidding farewell to Illyrio, Master of Whispers Varys was soon summoned to the tea room where the king was resting. Alas, it was an unfortunate time. Varys was aware that the king had returned empty-handed from the hunt, making it an inopportune moment to deliver news, yet the king had mandated that upon his return, Varys must provide an account. Thus, he had no choice but to present the intelligence. In the tea room where the king resided, only King Robert Baratheon, seated and indulging in drink, the stalwart captain of the Kingsguard known as Ser Barristan Selmy, and the Master of Whispers, Varys, were present. The king sat in an oak chair at the tea table, once a towering figure of strength, now succumbed to the excesses of food and drink, his form resembling a small mountain of flesh. His unkempt black hair and thick, dark beard, combined with the deep-set dark circles under his eyes and his pale, plump visage, rendered him nearly unrecognizable from the valiant hero of yore. His deep blue eyes brimmed with impatience and ire. Ser Barristan, a tall knight, stood erect beside the king, exuding an aura of strength and grace. Clad in white armor, cloak, and shield, adorned with silver threads and clasps, he appeared as regal as his fellow Kingsguard. However, the signs of age were evident in the lines etched upon his face and the white hair peeking from beneath his helm. He remained silent. On the opposite side stood Varys, having reverted to his usual demeanor, his round, bald head powdered and dressed in fine silk garments of vibrant hues, imbued with a sweet, cloying scent of cosmetics. He inclined his body slightly, head lowered, as if bearing the brunt of the king's wrath. Yet, the king was merely venting his grievances. Eager to ascertain the identities of those damned merchants and nobles, the king took a deep swig from his cup, exhaling a heavy breath of alcohol, grumbling about their increasing distance. Had not Pentos been quite near? Over the years, the remnants of House Targaryen had traversed from Braavos to Meereen, then to Tyrosh, moving ever further from Westeros, eventually reaching Qohor. The king had hoped they might flee to the far east, perhaps even to Ass High. Yet they seemed to linger in the free cities, soon turning back to Volantis and Lys, only to circle back to Pentos once more. As the king moved, alcohol trickled down his thick, dark beard, prompting him to cover it with his hand. The liquid then dripped onto his protruding belly, staining his opulent attire. Frustrated, he grasped his bulging midsection and hurled his cup aside, cursing under his breath, though it remained unclear whom he was chastising. Before Varys and Barristan could respond, the king, in a fit of melancholy, covered his face with his hand, gesturing for them to leave. Both Varys and Barristan were accustomed to such behavior. The king had clearly indulged too much. Yes, your majesty, Varys replied with a nod, signaling to the captain of the Kingsguard before humbly making his way toward the door. Barristan's sharp gaze followed Varys as he departed, and only once Varys was gone did he clear his throat to speak. Your majesty, he began. As the captain of the Kingsguard, his close protection duty necessitated that he overheard many of the king's clandestine schemes. A sense of duty compelled him to advise the king regarding Varys's private agreement with a disgraced knight to act as a spy, unbeknownst to the prime minister. Barristan expressed his concerns regarding the king's intentions toward the Beggar King across the narrow sea and his sister, deeming such actions dishonorable. Yet he was aware that the king concealed his thoughts from the prime minister, fully cognizant that the latter would likely offer his own counsel in opposition. Before Barristan could articulate his thoughts, the king raised a hand, palm hovering in the air. Allow me a moment of silence, Barristan. The king seemed to be lost in a melancholic reverie, interrupting Barristan's discourse. With a resolute demeanor, the king compelled Barristan to silence. The latter remained quietly in attendance beside the king until the sound of the king's snoring resonated from the tea table. Prompting him to stride towards the doorway and beckon the guards outside, summoned Jaime. Before long, Jaime Lannister appeared at the entrance, clad in a white cloak, tall and imposing. With flowing golden hair and striking features. You called for me, my lord. Barristan nodded. Indeed, please invite the queen to escort his majesty back to his chambers. Has his majesty drunk again? Jaime inquired, evidently familiar with such occurrences. I cannot guarantee that the queen will oblige. Balistan replied, just go. I shall await your report here. Jaime inclined his body in acquiescence, then straightened up, moving purposefully towards the queen's quarters. Upon Jaime's arrival, the queen was languidly seated by the window of her chamber, perhaps having just concluded a gathering with the noble women of the capital. Dressed in splendid attire, her resplendent beauty captivated Jaime momentarily. The tournament to celebrate the prince's name day was imminent, and numerous nobles had already arrived in King's Landing, with the king preoccupied with pressing matters, including the management of the rampant wildlife within the royal forests. The responsibility of hosting the nobles naturally fell upon the queen. The current queen of the Seven Kingdoms was Jaime's twin sister, Cersei Lannister. She possessed the quintessential Lannister traits: golden curls, emerald green eyes, fair skin, and a slender figure with alluring curves. Though the passage of time had left its mark upon her, particularly after bearing 3 children, she remained one of the most beautiful women in the realm. Jaime Lannister, her twin brother, faced her with little hindrance. The queen lifted her goblet, and the attending maidservant dutifully filled it. As she raised her glass, she gazed at her twin brother, her crimson lips parting. You arrive at an opportune moment. Come, drink with me. Jaime felt a stir of emotions, but remained mindful of the formality of the occasion. He stood firm, his demeanor notably grave. Sir Balistan has requested that I ask you to retrieve the king back to his chambers. Huh? Cersei scoffed. The king cannot come himself? Must I fetch him? Jaime replied, His Majesty is intoxicated. The queen arrogantly retorted, Let him come on his own. With a disdainful huff, she added, I dare say the king would rather feign drunkenness on the floor than climb into my bed. At her words, the maidservants in attendance lowered their heads. Fortunately, considerate Jaime alleviated the tension, clearing his throat. You may all leave. Pretend you did not hear the queen's remarks. The maidservants, relieved, swiftly exited the chamber. The queen rose gracefully, a smile gracing her lips as she approached her twin brother, delicately holding a wine goblet with her slender, fair fingers. She brought the cup close to his mouth and commanded, Drink. James had always been obedient to his queen sister. Only after draining the contents of her cup did he respond, The king awaits my report. Of course, she replied, her fingers grazing his cheek, her delicate fingertips brushing against the wine stains at the corner of his lips. I too am eager for your report. James felt his breath quicken. It took him several moments to calm the stirring emotions within him before he hastily exited the queen's chamber, anxious to fulfill his duty. Chapter 18. The people of the Red Keep. On this day, the royal council convened without the presence of the king or the captain of the royal guard. The king had too many concerns weighing on his mind, and the captain was undoubtedly attending to him, escorting him through the streets, preoccupied with pressing matters. The meeting was presided over, as usual, by Jon Arryn, the king's hand. His hair and beard were completely white, yet he remained robust and spirited. How are the preparations for the prince's tournament proceeding? At present, the tournament was the most crucial event in the Seven Kingdoms, and even the elderly prime minister could not evade this pressing issue. Once the announcement was made, knights from across the realm would begin arriving in the capital. With each knight came a host of free riders, craftsmen, soldiers, merchants, and even the less savory elements of society, prostitutes and thieves, who would not miss such an opportunity. The already populous King's Landing was on the brink of being overwhelmed, with its defenses barely sufficient to cope. Just days prior, the city had been rife with conflict, murders, tavern brawls, armed skirmishes, and various forms of robbery and assault were rampant. The king merely had to utter a few words to grant honors for the prince's naming day, and the entire city, along with the ministers, found themselves laboring tirelessly, caught in the whirlwind of preparations. Funds had been adequately gathered, and the diminutive finance minister, Peter Baelish, gazed at the old prime minister with a hint of resignation in his gray-green eyes, replying with a semblance of humor. The Lannisters of the West and the Tyrells of the Reach are quite eager to support the grand event in the capital. Perhaps, by the end of this celebration, we might even have a few coins left in the treasury. The aged master of whispers, Peter, chimed in from his bench at the end of the long table, bleary-eyed. Continuing the jest, Lord Tywin and Lord Tyrell truly are generous. Indeed, Peter responded, though it would be even more generous if they could lower the interest rates. Prime Minister, interjected the stern Minister of Marine, Stannis Baratheon, abruptly halting the light-hearted banter at the council table. His face was tense, and beneath his thick brows, his eyes resembled deep wounds, a dark blue akin to a vast ocean. He spoke. I have arranged to allocate 20 guards to bolster the city's defenses and maintain order within. All matters at sea are in order. Duke Renly Baratheon took up his brother's words. I say, if Lord Stannis were to assume command of the city guard, Maintaining order would surely require far fewer hands. Renly adorned himself in a resplendent green attire, standing tall with striking features and cascading black hair that gracefully fell to his shoulders, always meticulously groomed. He possessed an innate sense of style and was often remarked upon for his uncanny resemblance to the youthful King Robert, evoking memories of the king's own past. Thus, his regal garb was tailored to endear himself to the king, undoubtedly earning him the monarch's favor over his more austere elder brother. Stannis cast a sidelong glance at his frivolous sibling, his irritation palpable at the veiled mockery in Renly's demeanor. "You ought to learn to respect your elder brother, Renly." "My apologies, Lord Stannis," Renly replied with a disarming smile. "I cannot help my tongue. I should not compare the son of a butcher to you." "Renly," came the voice of the old hand of the king, inquiring, "How fare the matters on your end?" "My lord hand, the 20 individuals I appointed have taken their posts, and in these past few days, we have been inundated with prisoners," Renly stated, for he served as the king's Minister of Justice. "Then all is in order," the old hand remarked, glancing past the silent eunuch Varys in the corner, decisively steering the conversation. "Esteemed lords, let us consider this matter well prepared. I trust you will all strive diligently to avoid any significant issues." Upon the conclusion of the council meeting, the old hand ascended to the Iron Throne. For the king neglected state affairs, leaving the hand to manage the realm's governance from the throne. Westeros has long held the tradition that disputes among the nobility, and even the trivialities of common folk, necessitate adjudication from the Iron Throne. The king despised such matters, dismissing fiscal concerns as mere coppers, and deemed the affairs requiring his presence on the throne as trifling annoyances. When the old hand concluded the customary inquiries at the Iron Throne and returned to the hand's tower, the afternoon had already waned. "My lord, Duke Stannis awaits you," the guard chef informed him. Upon hearing this, the old hand felt a slight rejuvenation from the fatigue of his burdensome duties and commanded, "Do not allow anyone to disturb us." Ascending the steps of the tower, he approached the grand wooden door of the small hall, where a commotion was audible from within. The attentive guard chef swiftly opened the door for the old hand. Beyond the large door lay a narrow chamber with a soaring dome, where a long table, capable of seating 200, was occupied by a gathering of women. At the center sat the hand's wife, Lady Lysa Tully, cradling her child, Robert Arryn, while vociferously reprimanding a young maid. As the old hand entered, his wife was piercingly exclaiming, "I told you, sweet Robin cannot be in the sun at noon. What have you done to him? I left for but a moment, and you took him outside to endure the scorching rays. How could I have missed your cruelty?" "My lady," the maid's voice trembled, laced with tears, "how dare you?" Lady Lysa interrupted her sharply. "What is happening?" The women obstructed the passage, compelling the old hand to intervene. Madame Lysa, as if just having seen her husband, rose with the child in her arms and lamented, "They cannot care for sweet Robin. Just look at how I am absent for a moment." She presented the child to the old prime minister. His only son, Robert Arryn, was 6 years old but appeared diminutive, pale, and underdeveloped, frail and slight. His fine brown hair, matted with sweat, clung to him as he languidly nestled in Madame Lysa's embrace, silent and seemingly weary, resembling a sickly child, though for him, it was merely the exhaustion from play. Yet, Madame Lysa seized the opportunity to elaborate, revealing deeper concerns. The old prime minister had already surmised the cause, merely stating, "Have the maesters been summoned?" Tears welled in Madame Lysa's eyes as she replied, "If the maesters were of any use, my child would not be in this state." Robert suffered from a condition that triggered seizures at the slightest provocation. His maesters frequently bled him and administered pain relief. The old prime minister, troubled, inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Madame Lysa accused, "You care not for him. You only wish to send him away, to have them take him from me." "I certainly care for my child," the old prime minister retorted, his patience wearing thin, "and no one intends to take our child away." Madame Lysa fell silent, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face. "Someone," the old prime minister called for assistance, ordering them to escort the lady back to her chamber. The maidservants surrounded Madame Lysa as she departed, leaving only the previously admonished maid in a state of confusion. The old prime minister waved her away. "Go find the old nurse and seek other tasks." Once he had managed the commotion clearly instigated by Madame Lysa, the old prime minister finally made his way to the private audience chamber in the tower to meet with Stannis. Upon entering, the guard secured the door. "Lysa, you must tell me what you have seen, so I may better assist you in thwarting their attempts to take sweet Robin from you." Littlefinger, who was taking risks in secret meetings with the prime minister's wife, was not there to hear her lamentations. As the chancellor of the exchequer, appointed by the prime minister himself, Littlefinger had inevitably observed the recent frequent visits of the Sea Lord to the prime minister's tower for clandestine meetings. During the prince's tournament, They had arranged for their respective attendants to participate in the defense of King's Landing, a justified endeavor given the manpower shortages in the city guard. The commander had repeatedly requested reinforcements from the lords, ultimately resulting in the Prime Minister, Stannis, and Lysa each assigning their attendants to fill the ranks. However, it appeared that Old Jon and Stannis had ulterior motives. Regardless of their intentions, Littlefinger felt compelled to ascertain the significance of such peculiar behavior and whether he could profit from it. "I cannot enter the audience chamber. They are concealing matters from me," Madame Lysa lamented. "They know I would never consent to relinquishing sweet Robin to Stannis. Goodness, I cannot bear to imagine the suffering my dear Robin would endure under the stern hand of someone like Stannis. I shall not allow it, not to mention his daughter. A hideous creature. Sweet Robin could never marry her. Is the Prime Minister planning a union with Stannis?" Littlefinger inquired. Lady Lysa declared fiercely, "As long as I draw breath, I shall never allow it." Peter patiently guided her thoughts. "Why do you believe that?" "In my view, even if the Prime Minister holds Stannis in high regard, he would not wish for Robert Arryn to wed Shireen Baratheon. That is precisely what they intend," Lady Lysa retorted. "I am well aware of the Lord's intentions. For the sake of alliances, they would consent to any union. He thinks I am oblivious to his schemes. He desires my sweet Robin to marry that monstrous daughter of Stannis. All for his grand design. You tell me, does he not wish to persuade the king to relinquish my child's guardianship of the East to Stannis?" "Oh, Lysa, dear," Peter said, taking her hand. "No matter what transpires, I shall stand by your side." Leaning into Peter's embrace, Lady Lysa whispered, "Thank you, my dear. I knew you loved me." Chapter 19. Curses and the Red God. This is a tale that truly transpired in Pentos, as recorded by the author. Viserys held a slender volume of stories, reciting the narrative aloud. The events unfolded at the harbor of Pentos, painstakingly relayed to the author by a friend who insisted on remaining anonymous. Thus, the author shall refrain from disclosing any names involved in this account. One fateful night, a heavy knocking echoed at my friend's door. Upon opening it, he found his childhood companion, hurried and terrified, imploring him for aid to save his life. My friend, a man of warm-hearted justice, did not hesitate to welcome him inside, eager to ascertain the cause of his distress. His friend claimed his life was in peril. The merchants providing insurance contracts for ships at the harbor had conspired to murder him to avoid paying out on a sunken vessel. Before seeking refuge with my friend, his father, the ship's captain, his uncle, the first mate, and his uncle, a partner in the shipping business, had all met with untimely ends. It is widely known that the insurance firm in the free trade city is renowned for its commercial integrity. Had it not been for the earnest words of a childhood friend, my friend would have dismissed such accusations as the drunken ravings of a madman. According to his friend, their merchant ship had intended to voyage from Pentos to the Summer Isles, a route they had traversed countless times. Purchasing an insurance contract in Pentos was merely a customary precaution. However, this voyage took a disastrous turn. They encountered a violent hurricane that shattered their ship against the rocks, its keel broken and hull disintegrating. After half a day, the wreck succumbed to the depths, taking all cargo with it, and leaving the crew decimated. With only a handful of survivors drifting on lifeboats for 4 days before being rescued by a passing merchant vessel. In the face of such calamity, his family suffered devastating losses, the only remaining hope resting upon the sunken vessel insurance they had procured prior to departure. It is well known to anyone with a modicum of common sense that the contracts forged between maritime merchants and insurance companies often require an extensive period for verification during execution. After all, ships traverse the vast, unmonitored oceans, and one cannot simply rely on the policyholder's word alone to draw conclusions. Insurance firms must adhere to a complex series of protocols to guard against fraudulent claims. Thus, prolonged negotiations between the policyholder and the insurance company are entirely customary, frequently extending over a month or even a year. They had indeed prepared themselves for such drawn-out discussions, since their residence was not in the port. After the initial preliminary negotiations, they entrusted the subsequent communications with the firm to the uncle of the policyholder's friend. However, during this period of negotiation with the friend's uncle met with an unexpected demise in the city. Initially, they did not suspect foul play. The cause of his untimely death was quite apparent, having drowned in a waterway after a night of heavy drinking at a tavern. Such incidents are commonplace in Pentos, where the city guards routinely fish out the bodies of inebriated individuals from the waterways during their morning patrols. Therefore, they dismissed the event lightly and allowed the friend's uncle to continue the negotiations with the firm. 2 weeks later, another tragedy struck. The friend's uncle also succumbed to drowning in the city's waterway, under circumstances identical to those of his predecessor, and the city guards reported it as yet another ordinary incident of a drunkard's fall into the canal. By this point, the friend's father began to harbor suspicions. Familiar with his brother's character, he knew him to be meticulous and unlikely to meet such an unfortunate end. Thus, he confided his concerns and fears to his son, who was the friend seeking my assistance that night. Lacking any evidence, the firm continued its standard procedures, but after much contemplation, the father resolved to prepare thoroughly and return to the city to engage in further negotiations with the firm. Possessing considerable connections, the father settled in a gang-affiliated area upon entering the city, always accompanied by 2 crew members. He conducted negotiations during the day in safe locations, abstaining from alcohol and refraining from venturing out at night. Nevertheless, even with these precautions, one fateful night, the friend's father found himself in peril. This unfortunate event occurred on the 2nd day after a storm from the narrow sea made landfall at Pentos harbor. 2 days and nights of torrential rain caused severe flooding in the urban area, with the low-lying harbor district suffering immense devastation. Numerous warehouses and homes succumbed to the onslaught of wind and water, resulting in countless casualties. It goes without saying that the friend's father perished in this calamity. According to the surviving crew members, this seasoned captain was tragically trapped beneath the rubble of a collapsed building during the disaster, unable to extricate himself, ultimately drowning in the floodwaters that surged into the city. This was deemed an accident, and all concurred. Now, my friend's companion has become the heir to the insurance contract. The insurance firm had informed my friend's acquaintance to follow the necessary procedures, yet he was too afraid to proceed, as previous misfortunes had led him to suspect the integrity of that very firm. This was the tale my friend heard. Despite the conviction in his friend's words, my friend remained skeptical upon hearing this bizarre account. He arranged for his companion to be placed in a safe location while the authorities conducted an investigation, and personally intervened to negotiate with the insurance company on his behalf. As anticipated, the reputable firm had conducted itself honorably, adhering to the contractual obligations without any malfeasance. Moreover, no evidence of foul play was discovered regarding the deaths of his friend's 3 elders. The actions of his companion appeared almost theatrical. Weeks passed, and life returned to its usual rhythm, leading my friend to ponder the matter less. However, an unexpected turn soon unfolded. One day, a servant rushed in a flurry to inform my friend that his friend, hidden away in his secluded garden, had met with an untimely demise. He had ventured into the sea to swim with his maid, insisting he could breathe underwater. The servant relayed that he had become ensnared by seaweed, and by the time the maid summoned assistance for his retrieval, he was already lifeless, his body filled with seawater. This news struck my friend like a thunderbolt. Hearing of such a tragedy was one thing, but experiencing it firsthand was another. The series of accidental drownings within his friend's family prompted him to recall the strange tales he had heard during his youth of far-flung travels, leading him to journey to the Temple of the Red God to report the matter to the attending priest. Upon learning of the incident, the temple promptly dispatched a red-robed monk to investigate. The monk, upon viewing the corpse, declared the situation to be extraordinary and commanded my friend to purify the deceased's body with fire, including the remains of the previous 3 victims. He proclaimed it a curse. The monk then insisted on reviewing all of the deceased's possessions. At this juncture, my friend discovered that his friend's family had been carrying a bag of gifts in an attempt to smooth over their dealings. A bag that had passed through the hands of all 4 deceased. Ultimately, the red-robed monk uncovered a string of pearls among the relics, with the largest pearl marred by a stain resembling ink. This pearl is tainted with foul blood, the monk asserted. All who have touched this pearl must accompany me to attain salvation. Even my well-traveled friend, accustomed to the extraordinary, found this experience unprecedented. Thus, he sent the maid and the attendant who had cared for the deceased to the temple, which brought a semblance of calm to the situation. In the wake of such a bizarre occurrence, my friend could not help but inquire of the red-robed monk, "Is there truly such a thing as a curse?" The reply was unequivocal. Indeed. He pressed further. "Given the existence of such insidious curses, how might we defend ourselves?" The monk advised him, "Place your faith in the Sovereign of Light. Come to the temple, where the purifying flames will cleanse all and offer you protection. The long night is fraught with darkness and peril." From that moment on, each evening, as the red-robed priests ignited flames within the temple and chanted their prayers, my friend would join them in offering supplications to the Red God, beseeching Lawler for the gift of dawn. When Viserys reached this point, the melodic chants of the red priests igniting the night fires outside the high walls reached his ears, causing him to chuckle at the coincidence. "What is it?" Daenerys inquired, puzzled. "Isn't it a rather poor sermon?" Viserys replied. The booklet he held was evidently derived from the Temple of the Red God, meticulously compiled for the purpose of preaching, containing numerous short tales. The parables ranged widely in theme, yet ultimately fell into a few categories: tales showcasing benefits where protagonists prospered and evaded calamity due to their faith in the Lord of Light. Cautionary tales where protagonists faced misfortune for disregarding the Red God's directives. And then there were the bizarre stories, which piqued Viserys' interest most. These tales often lacked narrative depth, their resolutions typically mechanical in invoking the divine, yet they were documented in the preaching booklet, capturing Viserys' keen attention. The non-narrative content described within these tales was strikingly vivid and detailed, portraying how the faithful worshipped the Red God, made offerings, the rituals upon entering the temple, the manner in which the priests conducted their ceremonies, and even the timing and methods through which temple prostitutes received alms from devotees. Thus, it could be inferred that these bizarre tales served to educate the faithful on how to respond to such extraordinary occurrences. And what happens next? Daenerys asked. Although she held little interest in the stories, she dutifully engaged her brother with questions. Over the past few days, she had adapted to this new dynamic. Viserys appeared particularly relaxed and carefree, seemingly devoid of anger, adopting an air of permanence in their current abode. He exhibited patience and was eager to share the novel tales he encountered. Yet, Daenerys found it difficult to discern his emotions from his words, and even when he occasionally revealed feelings, she remained uncertain of their authenticity. She sensed that while Viserys dismissed the story, he was, in truth, intrigued by it. But she could not be certain. "That's all," Viserys replied. "Let's take a break. My throat is dry from speaking." They were seated in a pavilion within Illyrio's garden, passing time while gazing at the resplendent view of the narrow sea beneath the golden dusk. The table before them was adorned with desserts and fine wines, and the cool, gentle sea breeze caressed their cheeks, filling Viserys with a profound sense of tranquility and contentment. Daenerys quietly lifted her gaze to observe her brother standing relaxed against the wind, silently closing her mouth. Over the course of more than half a month, indulging in exquisite food and drink, coupled with diligent exercise, Viserys had visibly gained weight, shedding the emaciated appearance of yore. The natural emergence of resilience and confidence in his demeanor rendered him vibrant and spirited, a stark contrast to the brother Daenerys had once known. Yet, Daenerys remained slight of frame, burdened by her thoughts. She could not comprehend what transformations had occurred within her brother, nor could she fathom his calm demeanor in Illyrio's garden. Since Daenerys regained her mobility, her brother has taken her everywhere, engaging her in conversation and sharing intriguing tales, his demeanor towards her increasingly warm. However, the closer she draws to him, the more perplexed she becomes by this calmness and transformation. Daenerys has attempted to inquire about it on multiple occasions, but Viserys has remained evasive, frequently diverting the topic. Gradually, she becomes acutely aware of his superficially affectionate, yet dismissive attitude, which unsettles her. With a mind full of confusion, Daenerys glanced up once more at her brother Viserys, who sat at the table in a relaxed manner, gazing serenely at the narrow sea, then followed his gaze toward the ocean at dusk. Chapter 20. The return of Illyrio. In the past 20 days, they had never expressed a desire to leave the courtyard, nor had they even inquired. Illyrio, plump and seated at the head of the study, listened intently to the steward and Annie's report before finally posing a question. "Indeed, master," the steward replied earnestly. "You mentioned that you have observed a pattern. Pray tell, what sort of pattern?" Illyrio inquired. "It is thus. He rises from bed at noon each day. Before his sister's recovery, after lunch, he would casually take a book from the living room cabinet, first visiting his sister's room to share a story. Typically, he would leave after finishing one tale, then stroll about the courtyard while reading, circling until sunset. Once his sister's legs were well, he began to saunter with her in the courtyard, reading as they walked, occasionally commenting on the garden scenery. Sometimes he would narrate stories from the book to her, at other times allowing her to read on her own. After dining, he would retreat to his room to practice swordsmanship for several hours. This has been his routine, day in and day out." Illyrio pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you believe his motivation for these actions might be?" "I cannot speak to what lies beyond that, but based solely on observation, it appears that reading serves merely as a pretext for training. He is honing himself effectively," the steward replied. "His behavior can be characterized as diligent practice. He trains with the intensity of a soldier. By day, he seems to stroll in the courtyard. Yet in truth, he walks incessantly, seldom taking a moment to rest, even wearing out a new pair of shoes. By night, he rigorously practices his swordsmanship. Over these days, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. He has gained weight, his steps have steadied, and his posture has straightened, resembling a nobleman far more than when he first arrived." Illyrio instinctively remarked, "Are you suggesting he is quietly training himself to embody the essence of a king?" "Indeed," the steward replied, lowering his gaze. "That is my belief." Illyrio remained silent for a moment, then turned to the quietly attentive Annie. "What is your perspective?" "I share the same sentiment," Annie answered. "He is almost unrecognizable from when he first arrived. If I were to see him for the first time now, and the master were to inform me that he is of noble birth, I would have no doubt of his esteemed lineage." Illyrio's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly inquired, "Aside from that, have you noted any other discoveries?" The steward responded, "His dragonbone necklace was burned one night, the silver chain tarnished. Yet he continues to wear it bound to his hand. Aside from these details, there is little more to convey. This is the entirety of the situation regarding Viserys." After a moment of silence, Illyrio seemed to be digesting the information he had just received. After a while, he inquired, "What about the girl?" Annie responded, "The girl is exceedingly tight-lipped. She relies heavily on her brother, constantly trailing after him, timid and fearful, filled with suspicion, devoid of individuality, and easily manipulated. She is wary of me. She neither inquires about matters nor responds to my casual questions. All my attempts at friendliness are met with silence. Although she shows interest in what I say, she never asks questions. Sometimes she follows Viserys, and when he instructs her to remain silent, she does not utter a word all day." Illyrio remarked, "It is Viserys who is cautious of us. He does not fully trust me, and naturally, he cannot place his faith in you either. However, there are some observations to be made." Annie noted, "The girl does not fear hot water. Once, when the bath was filled with scalding water just fetched from the kitchen, she plunged in without waiting for the elderly woman to adjust the temperature. The bathing water was exceedingly hot, yet she remained silent and displayed no discomfort. I discreetly arranged for Viserys to experience hot water a few times to see if he would react similarly, but each time, he insisted on having it cooled." At this, Illyrio's expression shifted, revealing a contemplative demeanor, though he kept his thoughts to himself, finally responding ambiguously, "Perhaps there is indeed something extraordinary about the Targaryens. At last, Governor Illyrio, you have returned." A jubilant voice rang out from beyond the dining hall, filled with anticipation for Illyrio's arrival. The tone suggested a long-awaited reunion, leaving Illyrio momentarily speechless, retracting the opening remarks he had prepared. Looking up, he saw Viserys enter the dining hall first, followed by the steward he had sent to guide him, and finally, Daenerys. Viserys wore a broad smile, striding forward with an effort to maintain his dignity while betraying his excitement. He hastened towards Illyrio, attempting to suppress his enthusiasm as he boisterously exclaimed, "Governor Illyrio, what tidings do you bring from Westeros? Pray, share them with me." In that moment, Illyrio grasped the meaning behind the steward's and Annie's comments regarding Viserys' transformation. Reflecting on his first encounter with the king, Illyrio recalled a man who truly embodied the title of the Beggar King. At that time, he had donned filthy, tattered finery with a sullen gaze, a pallid and haggard visage, a tall and lanky frame, slightly stooped, and unkempt hair that hinted at a nervous disposition. He spoke with an anxious manner, his hands trembling slightly but striving for composure, and his voice would rise in pitch when he became animated, his pale lavender eyes betraying a fervent intensity. Yet in the mere span of 20 days, this king had undergone a remarkable transformation. His once pale countenance now bore a healthy flush, his features meticulously groomed, and the sunken cheeks visibly plumped. His long hair shone like molten silver. Although still slender, his upright posture could now fill his garments. Illyrio had no doubt that, based solely on this robust and handsome appearance, Viserys would attract many a lovesick maiden at noble gatherings. The only aspect that had remained relatively unchanged was the excitement and fervor evident in his violet eyes, which subtly hinted at the madness concealed beneath this exterior. He was indeed training himself to become a king, at least in a physical sense. Upon his return, Illyrio had considered various strategies, speculating that the collaboration between this king and the Dornish would ultimately culminate in a marriage alliance. The Princess Arianne Martell of Dorne was yet to be wed, and Prince Doran had always presented her with suitors of advanced age. Although there had been eligible candidates who sought her hand, they were all rejected by Prince Doran. In hindsight, it seemed that the Dornish had long pledged the princess to Viserys, awaiting his return to Westeros to support him in reclaiming the Iron Throne. Observing Viserys' current state only reinforced Illyrio's belief that the Dornish had engaged in clandestine discussions with him, even if Varys maintained an ambiguous stance on the matter. They had scoured recent reports from the Little Birds, yet remained unaware of when the two parties had secretly conspired. However, Viserys was now in Illyrio's hands, and he needed to swiftly discern the true intentions of this king in order to strategize the next steps. With this in mind, Illyrio slightly bowed his head. "Your Majesty, please take a seat." What Illyrio did not realize was that upon hearing the familiar address of Your Majesty from Illyrio, Viserys, though his face radiated excitement, felt an underlying sense of insecurity. When he had risen and departed at noon, hearing the steward mention that the master awaited him in the dining hall, he had been so preoccupied with feigning enthusiasm that he had not fully comprehended what else the steward had said. Chapter 21. Probing for truths. There is an Arabic proverb: we must not become easily angered, for when angered, one reveals their true abilities, and others will discover that those abilities are lacking. This can be rephrased as not tearing one's face, which suits Viserys remarkably well. He was genuinely apprehensive about confronting Illyrio openly, knowing full well he lacked the capital to do so. In the dynamic between him and Illyrio, it was Illyrio who held the power to dictate the rules of the game. Thus, when Viserys realized that Illyrio had not uncovered his true nature through Varys, he recognized that his feigned confusion had borne fruit. His actions might have been interpreted by Illyrio as being endorsed by a formidable force. This indicated that the subtle machinations of not tearing one's face remained a game that Illyrio was willing to continue. Such an arrangement was favorable for Viserys. It allowed for discussions to unfold gradually, devoid of any inclination towards violence. However, Viserys could not afford to be complacent. Illyrio had once been an assassin, and his attitude towards bloodshed was unlikely to be taken lightly. Viserys could only hope that his ambition burned fiercely enough to sustain his patience. In truth, Your Majesty, my journey to Westeros coincides with the tournament being held in honor of Prince Joffrey's name day in the Seven Kingdoms. Illyrio began to respond to Viserys. I have spent several days in the port of King's Landing, witnessing the erection of over 100 tents along the banks outside the walls of King's Landing. I daily observe knights and free riders streaming in from various corners of Westeros, alongside countless common folk gathering to behold the spectacle. Despite my extensive experience, I seldom encounter such a grand assembly. Each day, innumerable ships and horses enter the city, hailing from all 7 kingdoms, some accompanied by lords, others from Stormlands and the Reach, the West and the Vale, the Riverlands and the North, as well as the Iron Islands and Dorne. He paused, glancing at Viserys, noting the lack of change on his face, and continued, countless noble knights, the very heroes sung of in myriad ballads, converged there simultaneously, adorned in glossy armor, accompanied by steeds and attendants, their capes embroidered with distinct family crests. Regrettably, my knowledge of the nobility from the 7 kingdoms is rather limited. I can barely recognize the crowned stag of House Baratheon, the roaring lion of House Lannister, the silver trout of House Tully, the blue and white moon and falcon of House Arryn, and the direwolf of House Stark. Before Illyrio could elaborate on the remaining great houses, he was abruptly interrupted by Viserys, who rudely interjected, "The direwolf? You mean the Starks of the North are present? Are you certain?" Viserys' interruption led Illyrio to sense an unusual emotional undercurrent, though he could not discern its cause. He inquired, "Is there an issue with this?" Viserys responded ambiguously, "I have heard that the North is a distant land, and its people traditionally do not involve themselves in southern affairs. It is surprising that the Starks would send someone all the way south to King's Landing for Joffrey's naming day tournament. Do you happen to know who represents House Stark?" Illyrio asked. "Your Majesty seems quite intrigued by House Stark, merely curious." Viserys replied, "Let me clarify, my Lord Governor. I do not doubt your words. However, as far as I know, hearsay may not be entirely reliable. The Stark family's eldest son is quite young. If they were to come south, it would likely require the Duke of Winterfell to make the journey himself. So he suspects my words are untrue and disregards my probing?" Illyrio suddenly realized, yet it was not entirely his fault. "Your Majesty, I indeed witnessed vessels bearing the sigil of House Stark entering the port of King's Landing." "Oh." Viserys changed the subject. "They must be sending gifts for the prince's naming day. After all, despite the distance, there remains an obligation to acknowledge the royal court. The route from White Harbor to King's Landing is also quite convenient." He continued, "Governor Illyrio, what else have you observed?" It is worth noting that Viserys did not harbor suspicion towards Illyrio, but rather that the news concerning House Stark was of paramount interest. Their relationship with Viserys was intricately tied to the political landscape of Westeros, and the unexpected presence of House Stark's banner at the tournament, which had not been extensively covered in the original text, inevitably piqued his interest. Where were we just now? As Illyrio observed Viserys taking the initiative to mend their discourse, he surmised that Viserys had grown cautious, and thus refrained from broaching the topic of the Dornish knights he had encountered in King's Landing. He continued, "Ah yes, the Stark wolves of the north, the Tyrell's golden roses, and the golden krakens of the Iron Islands." Noticing that Illyrio was enumerating the great houses of the 7 kingdoms without arriving at the crux of the matter, Viserys could not help but inquire again, "My Lord Governor, were you not in King's Landing to gather intelligence on the political landscape? Why do you persist in discussing the prince's tournament?" Viserys recognized that Illyrio was probing for information. subtly hinting at the current formidable influence of the Seven Kingdoms and the fervent support of the major lords towards the crown. He wished to steer Illyrio away from any discussion of territories or troop mobilization. Despite being interrupted once more, Illyrio displayed not a hint of dissatisfaction. Rather, he responded with a pleasant demeanor. "What, pray tell, does your majesty wish to hear?" "Surely the political situation in King's Landing," Viserys replied, as if it were self-evident. Illyrio's mention of the prince's tournament was undoubtedly an attempt to segue into a discussion about the political climate. Viserys was well aware of this, yet at times, one must pose seemingly foolish questions to deflect the increasingly unveiled probing from the other party. The political landscape. Illyrio found himself momentarily distracted by this broad topic. But fortuitously, he was prepared. He glanced around, using his gaze to dismiss the steward from the dining hall, and after casting a furtive glance at Daenerys, as if to ensure no one else was present, he continued, "Forgive my mercantile background, your majesty, for my understanding of politics may be somewhat lacking. I must speak candidly. On this journey, I may not be able to validate your assertions. My travels coincided with the Prince's Name Day tournament, where I witnessed the lords of the Seven Kingdoms rallying in support of the crown, and I observed the adoration of countless citizens for the king. I beg your pardon for using the term adoration, your majesty. If I offend, I sincerely apologize. Yet, what I witnessed was that King Robert enjoys considerable esteem in King's Landing, and his two brothers are devoted to him, carrying out their duties diligently. The common folk speak thus. Is that truly your assessment, my lord governor?" Viserys inquired, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "If so, why then, do you still wish to support me?" Viserys pondered that his attempt to divert the conversation might provoke an even bolder inquiry from Illyrio, but he did not anticipate such an assertive response. "Because I am uncertain, your majesty," Illyrio replied. "Moreover, I have been told that during the War of the Usurper, the noble houses rose in allegiance to the king. Families like the Greyjoys have shown defiance against the crown, while the people of Dorne are aflame with rage, seeking vengeance for Princess Elia and her children. Among the Seven Kingdoms, there are not a few who secretly stitch true dragon banners, awaiting the day you cross the sea with your army." Illyrio's words bore an earnestness that seemed heartfelt and compelling, enough to draw Daenerys' gaze upward from her quiet contemplation to regard the corpulent governor. Dany had no subordinates to ascertain the thoughts and actions of the people across the narrow sea, yet instinctively, she harbored doubts about Illyrio and his honeyed words. Glancing anxiously at her brother Viserys, she averted her gaze once more. Viserys wore a look of smug satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Invigorated as if Illyrio's demeanor had emboldened him to speak without restraint. "They say," he began, only to suddenly cough awkwardly, as though to mask something, before swiftly regaining his spirited demeanor, continuing as if nothing had transpired. There are rumors that House Tyrell of Highgarden and Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End are quite close. Surely, Governor Illyrio has heard some whispers or seen signs during his time in Westeros." Illyrio posed a choice, subtly indicating a preference for siding with Viserys. The latter sensed that if he responded aptly, offering what seemed like insightful analysis, Illyrio might shift his attitude, subsequently providing more resources or even presenting himself as an ally. Viserys understood that Illyrio's probing was a means to discern his true stance. He was acutely aware that he could not accept Illyrio's feigned allegiance, as he possessed nothing of value. Being too close or too distant from Illyrio would be detrimental. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Viserys resolved to adopt the guise of ignorance from a multitude of prepared strategies. This approach deviated from his initial intent to portray a more sophisticated character. Yet it aligned with the inherent traits of this body, ambitious yet impatient, self-assured yet uninformed, possessing certain skills but lacking practicality. He decided to present himself as a political novice, full of grandiloquent theories yet utterly oblivious to real issues. Thus, Viserys cast a new bait, steering the conversation elsewhere. Illyrio feigned ignorance of Viserys' ostentatious attempts to cover up what seemed to be a misstep, adopting an attentive demeanor. "Your Grace, what sort of whispers, what kind of signs?" Illyrio had prepared to gauge what Viserys would articulate, reminiscent of their earlier discussions regarding the Dothraki. Unexpectedly, Viserys' response was peculiar. Maintaining an invigorated expression, he retorted, "Shouldn't you be the one to inform me, your Grace?" Illyrio momentarily struggled to follow his train of thought, casting a perplexed glance at Viserys. The vigor on Viserys' face gradually faded, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. As if caught off guard, he clumsily added, "Surely, there must be some signs?" Illyrio recognized this expression and rhetoric well. It was the countenance of those who, when confronted with concrete questions, could not respond due to their ignorance. This indicated that Viserys was entirely uninformed about the actual circumstances, merely echoing words he'd heard from others, believing them wholeheartedly, and attempting to persuade Illyrio with them. Viserys wore his characteristic flamboyant expression, which rendered it difficult for Illyrio to discern his true intentions. Illyrio, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired, "You mentioned a rumor earlier. Did the rumor you heard not specify its nature, your grace?" Viserys struggled to respond. The Tyrells of Highgarden and Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End are quite close. Or rather, the rumor suggests so. Is this not an obvious and well-known fact? Illyrio endeavored to maintain his composure, asking earnestly, "If this is indeed an obvious and well-known fact, as you claim, how might I corroborate it? Surely, there must be some signs." Viserys, with great difficulty, maintained a smile. "Surely, my lord, you have heard of this in King's Landing?" At this remark, even Daenerys could not help but glance up at Viserys in astonishment. The awkwardness etched upon his face was almost exquisite, sending shivers down her spine. Illyrio had not anticipated the conversation taking such a turn, causing him to momentarily question whether he had misjudged Viserys. Perhaps he was not as astute as he seemed, merely a braggart utterly ignorant of the particulars. Battling his doubts, Illyrio finally offered Viserys a lifeline. "If that is the case, I have heard that Renly is quite close to the Knight of Flowers. Would this not count as a sign?" Viserys eagerly seized the opportunity to respond. "Indeed, Renly and the Knight of Flowers, certainly." Yet, despite this, Illyrio pressed on. "But is this not insufficient to substantiate your claims regarding the heir of Highgarden?" "What? The heir of Highgarden? Ah, the Knight of Flowers belongs to House Tyrell." Viserys muttered under his breath, struggling to maintain his smile. Illyrio, having overheard the muttering, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He does not even know who the Knight of Flowers is. However, under Illyrio's watchful gaze, Viserys swallowed hard, a look of newfound certainty dawning upon his face as he declared, "No, my lord, you must not think so. Remember, Eddard Stark of the North was not the heir of Winterfell when he allied with the usurper King Robert to seize the Iron Throne." Illyrio had to concede that. Despite Viserys' ostentatious demeanor, he displayed a certain cunning. At the very least, his ability to change his facade and his audacity were remarkable. Upon reflection, it became clear that Viserys had similarly exuded this kind of conviction when he had previously attempted to align with Illyrio through the tale of the Gardeners of Highgarden. Just how genuine was this conviction? Before Illyrio could continue to dwell on the so-called facts, Viserys swiftly shifted the topic. He clasped his hands together, subconsciously fiddling with the dragonbone pendant entwined around his right hand, and posed a question to Illyrio. "Ahem, my lord, I recall that before your departure, I inquired about dragonbone and dragon eggs." Illyrio maintained a stoic expression, looking earnestly at Viserys. Viserys, with a hint of nervousness, glanced at Illyrio. "I remember you are a trader of dragonbone. Dragon eggs are rare treasures in this world, and acquiring one is undoubtedly no simple feat, however. I believe that obtaining dragon bones would be a trivial matter for you. Might I request, or rather, borrow a small quantity from your stock? Surely, you possess a considerable amount, and I have a use for it." Upon hearing Viserys suddenly shift the topic and relent on his previous demands while still seeking dragon bones, Illyrio felt a stirring of interest. "May I be so bold as to inquire about the purpose of these dragon bones?" "I apologize, my lord governor, but that is information I cannot disclose. Rest assured, I shall return them to you in due time." Viserys focused intently on Illyrio, seemingly gauging his disposition. Upon noticing no change in Illyrio's demeanor, Viserys composed himself and declared, "A king's word is his bond." This promise bore no guarantees. And given the utterly dismal response Viserys had previously offered during his probing inquiries, he still brazenly pressed for the dragon bones. Illyrio fell silent. The palpable silence in the dining hall lingered for several breaths before Illyrio finally spoke. "How many do you require?" "You have agreed, my lord governor." Viserys visibly relaxed. Yet he did not respond to Illyrio's inquiry. Instead, he hastily removed the dragonbone pendant entwined around his hand. "In fact, I have another matter to trouble you with." He placed the tarnished silver chain pendant before Illyrio on the table. "I would like to request that you display this pendant for sale in your shop, prominently, at a price of 19 gold, 8 silver, and 14 copper pennies in Pentoshi currency." Illyrio, unfazed, replied in a manner befitting a normal conversation. "The price for this pendant is excessively high. I fear it may not sell. If you are in urgent need of funds—" "No," Viserys interrupted once more, "that is the price. Whether it sells or not is of little concern. However, should anyone inquire as to why the price is so exorbitant, please inform them that it is a token of a fallen house, reluctantly sold by descendants striving to restore their family name. I implore you. Your request is my duty, your majesty." Illyrio accepted the pendant, casually inquiring, "Is there any deeper significance to this price?" Varys expressed regret. "I am sorry, my Lord Governor, but that is information I cannot yet share." Illyrio, unperturbed, smiled amiably. "In that case, let us return to the matter of the dragon bones, Your Majesty." At this moment, Varys appeared less hurried. He responded with a smile. "Let us first enjoy our meal, my Lord Governor. I am quite hungry." The sudden harmony in the atmosphere left the solitary listener in the dining hall, Daenerys, feeling bewildered. She lowered her head, remaining silent. Some may find the conversation disjointed. However, both Varys and Illyrio sought to steer the dialogue, each subtly exerting influence to shift the topic, employing their respective rhetoric to guide the other in their own rhythm. Such rhetorical strategies are essential for cunning manipulation. The author, despite limited prowess, endeavors to evoke that essence as much as possible. Chapter 22. The gift. Varys hoped that Illyrio's attention would be captivated by the them he spoke of, granting him a little more time. Viserys was acutely aware that his schemes lacked true cunning and that their execution was somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, his unwavering objective remained the dragonbone resources possessed by Illyrio. This aim was both clear and unambiguous, to the extent that he had openly solicited Illyrio on numerous occasions. However, he believed that such forthrightness might appear to Illyrio as a mere facade, concealing ulterior motives, especially given the many deceptions he had woven, which should yield some results. In truth, to some extent, Viserys' foolish antics and feigned ignorance were a means of testing Illyrio's tolerance. As it turned out, the governor was indeed shrewd and would not act impulsively. After their meal, Illyrio cleared his throat and stated, "Your Majesty, I have been mindful of your requests. However, in the haste of our previous encounter, I did not inquire about your specific needs." With that, he gestured to his steward, who soon entered with 2 exquisitely crafted gift boxes. Illyrio instructed the steward to place the boxes before Viserys, signaling him to open them. Upon doing so, Viserys discovered 2 sets of exquisite jewelry. Each box contained a dragonbone hairpin, 2 dragonbone brooches, and a selection of small decorative dragonbone accessories suitable for embellishing garments. "These dragonbone adornments, Your Majesty, are but a token of my goodwill, meant for you and Princess Daenerys," Illyrio remarked. "However, I suspect this may not align with your actual desires. Please, do specify what kind of dragonbone you require and in what quantity. Thank you for your generosity." Viserys graciously accepted the gifts, and then, invigorated, inquired, "What styles of dragonbone are typically available?" "Allow me to elucidate," Illyrio responded. "Dragonbone can be found in its raw form, crafted into luxury items, fashioned into weapons, or purely ornamental." He continued, "Do you have any particular specifications, Your Majesty?" Illyrio transformed the broad concept into tangible items. Viserys pondered for a moment, attempting to discern any hidden implications in Illyrio's questions, yet he ultimately could not deduce anything significant. He turned to Illyrio with a glimmer of hope and replied, "I see. Then let us procure a selection of each type. I would like to start with 20 pieces, 5 of each style. Would that pose any difficulty?" Illyrio readily acquiesced. "It would be my pleasure to serve you, Your Majesty." Viserys had initially thought that requesting 20 pieces was quite audacious, especially considering that during their first encounter, the corpulent governor had only showcased 9 pieces of his dragonbone collection. Illyrio's immediate agreement left Viserys at a loss for words in terms of preparation. Ultimately, it was preferable to avoid complications. Illyrio's willingness to comply was the best outcome. Viserys nodded in satisfaction and earnestly stated, "I shall remember your assistance, Governor Illyrio." His words were truly heartfelt. However, Illyrio appeared nonchalant about the matter, responding, "It is my duty." Regarding the earlier political situation in Westeros, Viserys, recognizing the permanence of the circumstances, sought to amend his previous unsatisfactory remarks, assuring, "I will provide you with a persuasive response." Illyrio seemed to take no offense at his previous demeanor, responding with a warm smile, "I am most eagerly anticipating it." What could this situation possibly entail? As the conversation at the dining table drew to a close, and both her brother and the rotund governor appeared to have achieved their aims, Daenerys was left feeling utterly perplexed. She was now making her way back to her chamber, with Viserys walking ahead, carrying 2 gift boxes bestowed by the governor. His steps appeared light, and there were no clouds of discontent on his face, yet he remained silent. Daenerys sensed that his inner turmoil was far from the calm he portrayed. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her, but she dared not inquire, given Viserys' reticence. They traversed the corridor in silence until entering Daenerys' room, where Viserys, as was his custom, closed the door behind them and seated himself at the tea table by the window. Gazing out at the sea view, under Daenerys' watchful eyes, Viserys poured himself a glass of lemonade and drank it down, before opening the gift boxes. With a satisfied smile, he turned to Daenerys. One of these is for you. It's truly beautiful. Come sit closer and see. I shall help you try it on. Daenerys settled herself onto a chair beside him, eyeing the exquisite box he had just opened. Is this for me? Indeed. Viserys delicately traced his fingers over the bone ornaments within the box, as if meticulously selecting. Ultimately, he chose a hairpin from the second box and urged her to try it on. Daenerys reached out to take it. The hairpin was a deep black, small and exquisite, radiating a warmth reminiscent of sunlight. Viserys gazed at her with a hopeful smile, as if eager for her to don the hairpin. Daenerys remained silent. Illyrio, the governor, was a merchant dealing in spices, jewels, and dragon bones, with extensive connections spanning not just the 9 free cities, but also reaching the distant lands of Essos, including the fabled shores of the Jade Sea. His vast knowledge and wealth were well known. The maid, Ani, would occasionally chatter about these matters when alone with her. Illyrio also owned slaves, the farmers with copper collars in the courtyard, the dog handlers, and the maids boiling water in the kitchen were all his property. Although Pentos had a ban on the slave trade, it did not extend to the households of the powerful. Daenerys found it hard to reconcile the humble appearance of such a dignitary before them, and she could sense that Viserys himself was equally wary of the merchant governor. Yet she could not fathom Viserys' behavior. Filled with doubts, Daenerys silently began to style her hair, securing it with the dragon bone hairpin. Once she had completed this, she asked, "How does it look?" Viserys scrutinized her, his gaze appraising as he examined her hair and then her face, as if seeking something deeper within her expression. Daenerys waited in silence for what felt like an eternity, until Viserys finally spoke. Not bad. For reasons unknown, Daenerys sensed that Viserys harbored additional expectations of her. Over the course of these days, her confidence in conversing with her brother had grown, prompting her to inquire further. "What is it?" Viserys seemed to recall something, as he picked up the dragon bone brooch from the box and affixed it to her garment, casually tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear and adjusting the hairpin atop her head to enhance her elegance. Viserys moved with great care, completing his task before resuming his gaze upon her, leaving Daenerys perplexed and seated upright. After a moment, Viserys requested, "Come, help me arrange my hair." Upon hearing his command, Daenerys complied and rose. As she styled his hair, she noticed a faint smile upon his face, his resolute gaze fixed ahead. During her time beside her brother, Daenerys easily discerned the falseness of this expression, realizing that any inquiry on her part would yield only a perfunctory response. Consequently, she remained silent, completing her task before quietly returning to her seat. "Is that satisfactory?" Viserys inquired. Daenerys replied softly. After a brief pause, he stood and said, "Let us take a walk." They adorned themselves with the dragonbone trinkets gifted by Illyrio, then commenced their post-meal stroll. This marked another change in Viserys that Daenerys found difficult to comprehend. Although Illyrio's courtyard was not extensive, it was not insignificant either, and after only a few visits, she had memorized every path, able to navigate the courtyard even with her eyes closed. Yet, Viserys seemed endlessly amused, traversing the same route daily without exhibiting any signs of weariness, accompanied by an inexhaustible array of stories. However, today felt somewhat different. They walked in silence for a while, with Viserys showing no inclination to begin a tale. They meandered through the corridor into the garden, passing flower beds and evergreen groves, until they reached the seaside pavilion. This coastal nook allowed them to hear the waves crashing against the cliffs below. It was only at this juncture that Viserys began to speak, standing at the edge of the pavilion, turning to look at Daenerys with a serious expression. His voice was soft and light, as if carried by the wind. "Daenerys, if you sense anything unusual or dream of something, remember it, and find an opportunity to quietly inform me." For a moment, Daenerys thought she had misheard. She looked up to find Viserys still regarding her with a grave demeanor, his voice growing more animated as he continued. "Do you know what every visit here to the sea reminds me of?" Daenerys, unable to mask her surprise, asked, "What?" Viserys gently patted her shoulder, a gesture that seemed both encouraging and comforting as he revealed, "Dragonstone, our ancestral home." With the tone of a storyteller, Viserys recounted, over 4 centuries ago, during the reign of the freehold of Illyria over Essos, our ancestors expanded their influence to the narrow sea. They seized an island that guarded the throat of Blackwater Bay, constructing a castle upon it, yet they did not venture further west. The castle towers, shaped by Valyrian magic from the rock, resembled great dragons. Thus the island was named Dragonstone. Before the doom, the daughter of the Targaryen family leader, the Dreamwalker Daenerys, foresaw the destruction of Illyria by fire. Her father believed her vision and abandoned their estate in the freehold, relocating the entire family to Dragonstone. It was from Dragonstone that Aegon, alongside his sister wives, launched the conquest. unifying the six kingdoms. You were born there, Dany. Remember it. Do not forget. Chapter 23, Hints. A charred dragonbone pendant, priced at 19 gold coins, 8 silver coins, and 14 copper pennies of Pentos currency. What do you think? At this moment, only the butler and the maid Annie in Illyrio's presence seemed to possess any semblance of wit, so he summoned them. Too expensive, Annie responded promptly, her tone reminiscent of some clandestine code. Illyrio turned to her, but the maid averted her gaze and fell silent, prompting him to look towards the butler. The butler pondered for a moment before stating plainly, "My lord, I do not know." The price was evidently a cipher, and Illyrio, along with his two companions, could not fathom its meaning. Their brainstorming did not last long. Rather than deciphering the riddle posed by Viserys, it was more pressing to confirm that the Viserys siblings indeed communicated with external forces. Governor Illyrio once again verified that Viserys had not left the premises in the past 20 days. For over 20 days, they had neither stepped beyond the courtyard nor expressed any intention to do so. While intelligence may have been flawed, the notion that Viserys could remain quietly settled in this small courtyard for such an extended period was indeed hard for Illyrio to accept. The butler confirmed once more, yes. Illyrio then inquired about the surroundings. What of the outside? Any abnormalities or prying eyes? This courtyard area was a residence for the esteemed and affluent of Pentos, ostensibly. Apart from the street, no other place could provide a view, yet if a significant figure nearby were to host a banquet, it would inevitably attract a diverse crowd. No, the courtyard has remained relatively tranquil these past 20 days, the butler replied. Illyrio cautiously issued an order. Dispatch 2 more individuals outside to monitor the street. Should anything unusual or suspiciously wandering strangers arise, notify me at once. After departing from the seaside pavilion, Dany found her heart in turmoil, repeatedly yearning to ask, but refraining from uttering a word. Viserys' choice of communication with her was undoubtedly deliberate. She recalled the fleeting glimmer of greed that crossed Illyrio's plump face during their initial encounter, the incessant chatter and subtle favors from maid Annie, and the cryptic exchanges between Viserys and Illyrio that eluded her comprehension. Most perplexing was the transformation within Viserys. He seemed to have become a different person, no longer easily angered, exuding confidence in all matters. The inexplicable conviction radiating from her brother often left Dany pondering its origin. Today, that mysterious veil seemed to have lifted slightly before her eyes. Dany's heart raced. They continued to stroll along the cobblestone path of Illyrio's courtyard, with Viserys leading and Dany trailing silently behind. As time passed, an unfamiliar thought began to take root in Dany's mind. Once, she had felt uneasy about Viserys' increasingly indifferent demeanor towards her post-transformation, yet now, as he appeared to reveal genuine expressions of hope, Dany found herself troubled, unprepared for any expectations she held regarding Viserys. Just pretend you did not hear it, she suddenly thought. His voice was so faint, overshadowed by the roaring waves. When he inquired, I simply pretended not to hear. Isn't it merely a matter of remembering some unusual feelings and dreams? What is there to be concerned about? She gradually recognized that her thoughts had spiraled out of control. Viserys had merely asked her to do a trivial task, and despite his serious demeanor, as though the matter were of great consequence, one could reflect on his consistently exaggerated expressions over the past few days. What was there to fret about regarding such a minor issue? But what feelings are unusual? What dreams are peculiar? What if I cannot articulate them? Will he scold or strike me? Suddenly, she was reminded of the past. Viserys, when enraged, would contort his face into a grimace, viciously digging his fingernails into her skin, declaring, "You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon." Unpleasant memories surged forth, causing Daenerys, who had been closely following her brother, to slow her pace. What is the matter? Daenerys noticed Viserys glancing back at her, a smile playing on his lips, his violet eyes flickering with an unusual light. Yet, upon seeing Viserys' face, for reasons unknown, her fear dissipated. "It is nothing," she replied to Viserys. "If you are weary, you should return to rest." Viserys smiled at her. "I am not tired," she responded. "We are family," Daenerys reassured herself. Viserys was her only kin. She did not wish to be scolded or treated with disdain and indifference. As she pondered this, she observed Viserys nodding at her, opting not to say more, and he turned to continue his stride forward. Gradually, Daenerys' heart began to calm, and suddenly, she realized something. Viserys needs her assistance. He had been wary of Illyrio and everyone in the courtyard, which explained why he spoke to her in hushed tones amidst the sound of the waves. That was his true intention. As she contemplated this, Daenerys recognized that she had always known the slave florists in the garden adorned with collars, the guards at the front door wielding swords, the dogs in the back kennel, the sweet-talking Illyrio, the ever-serious steward. And even the enthusiastic maid Annie were all individuals her siblings needed to be cautious of. Understanding this provided clarity to many of Viserys' exaggerated behaviors. And once Daenerys reached this realization, she found that all her chaotic emotions had evaporated. She was astonished. Why had it taken her so long to discern this? She lifted her gaze towards Viserys' silhouette and suddenly perceived his figure as somewhat solitary. A surge of courage blossomed within her, prompting her to step forward. Drawing a little closer to him, she yearned to stand alongside him in battle. Viserys, of course, was oblivious to Daenerys' contemplations. His reason for subtly conveying hints to Daenerys at this moment was due to the seemingly favorable developments regarding Dragonstone. He would inevitably have to engage with Daenerys moving forward, and thus he sought to lay the groundwork, preparing her psychologically for what was to come. Moreover, it was precisely within one of the dragonbone ornaments, specifically a hairpin gifted by Illyrio, that Viserys detected what he suspected to be a fragment of dragon's soul. With intentions to conduct a minor test on Daenerys, he was nonetheless apprehensive that she might react uncontrollably to the presence of such an item, reminiscent of her previous experience. Thus, he subtly indicated his closeness through his words. When Daenerys exhibited a shift in emotions, he initially thought that the dragon's soul had once again stirred within her, only to be somewhat disappointed when she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. He began to suspect that the concentration of dragon soul within this dragonbone hairpin might be exceedingly low, perhaps even inconceivable. As the two siblings strolled silently along the garden path, lost in their individual thoughts, they happened upon a rockery, where they spotted the master of the estate seated upon a nearby bench. It appeared that this journey through the Seven Kingdoms had rendered the governor rather eager. Chapter 24. Dream. Upon sighting Illyrio, Daenerys felt her heart race. Viserys had just shared a whispered conversation with her in the seaside pavilion, and she could not help but associate the two events, causing her to feel anxious. Yet, this was merely her imagination running wild. Viserys, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. Upon encountering Illyrio, he initiated the dialogue. What a rare occasion to find the governor in the garden. What brings you here to admire the flowers? Before Illyrio lay a meticulously tended rose garden, exuding charm. To be honest, your majesty, I have little interest in flowers and plants. I merely follow the trends of other courtyards, Illyrio jested. Viserys, uncertain whether Illyrio was maintaining his nouveau riche persona, seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. Such vibrant and lovely varieties are indeed rare. The blooms are full, the shapes noble, and the colors rich and graceful. Might these be from Highgarden? I cannot say for certain. To be frank, your majesty, these were left by the previous owner when I acquired the estate, Illyrio replied. Observing Viserys' eagerness to discuss the rose garden, he quickly redirected the conversation to his own agenda. In fact, I have been waiting for you, your majesty. Oh, there is to be a banquet, Illyrio continued. I wonder if your majesty has any interest in attending? A banquet? Viserys' expression shifted to one of tension. Have I been invited? Has news of my arrival in Pentos spread? Is my presence compromised? Is this a plot by usurpers? Illyrio, noting the exaggerated widening of Viserys' eyes and his grave demeanor, speculated on the authenticity of his distress. Yet, beneath his words, there was a clear tone of reproach regarding secrets. Illyrio hastily clarified. No, your majesty, I misspoke. You have not been invited. I have. Allow me to explain. It is an auction banquet. There are rumors suggesting that a dragon egg may appear at this event. A dragon egg? Viserys could hardly conceal his astonishment. Is this truly the case? Rumors can be elusive and unsubstantiated, Illyrio replied uncertainly. Viserys silently contemplated. But, indeed, Illyrio remarked, I believe His Majesty may find this of interest, hence my inquiry regarding your willingness to participate. I am certainly inclined to do so, Viserys replied. However, Illyrio, the usurper has placed a substantial bounty on my head. He has made numerous attempts on my life, of that I can assure you. The assassins he has hired are ever vigilant, for I am the last true scion of the dragon. As long as I draw breath, he shall find no peace. While you may not perceive the peril in the shadows, you must understand the risks entailed should I make an appearance at the banquet, should the usurper become aware. Viserys' expression was grave, his words laced with solemnity. Illyrio mused, were you not quite eager at other banquets? Why did such considerations not cross your mind then? He replied, many distinguished lords will grace the feast. The host shall, of course, protect his guests. In truth, at such an auction, guests may don masks, should you wear one. I assure you, none would recognize you. Illyrio, you may go alone. If you can procure a dragon egg, that would be splendid. If not, it matters not. Viserys declared resolutely. Perhaps you think me paranoid, but times have changed. I cannot afford to take further risks. His words were laden with implication, provoking thoughts in Illyrio. What distinguishes the present from the past that he dares not risk again? At this juncture, Illyrio could only bow his head in deference. Your Majesty, forgive my lack of foresight. It is not your fault, Illyrio, Viserys replied, adopting a monarch's tone to reassure his subject. You have yet to grasp the danger posed by the usurper. For years, I have not settled in one place, nor found a steadfast supporter, solely to evade assassination. Now, after much struggle, I find you willing to assist me, and I recall our conversation where I expressed my most pressing need, time. This rare opportunity for a safe haven is not one I wish to relinquish lightly. Viserys' demeanor was notably earnest. Illyrio could not help but continue. Your Majesty, I am aware of your wishes. Please pardon my impudence. Illyrio's visit was brief, and he departed swiftly. Though Viserys maintained his usual calm exterior, he felt an increasing weight of pressure within. Faced with Illyrio's relentless probing, despite his prior preparations, he found himself ill-equipped to navigate the encounter. Illyrio's audacity was striking. His willingness to leverage even a dragon egg as bait reflected a decisive nature that was both alarming and intriguing. Viserys naturally suspected Illyrio was ensnaring him in a scheme. The mere mention of the dragon egg likely served as bait to draw him in. Should he attend this so-called banquet, all circumstances and encounters would be orchestrated by Illyrio, leaving Viserys devoid of the intelligence necessary to discern the traps laid for him at the gathering. At such a moment, Viserys must strive to maintain control of the situation, minimizing his actions and mistakes. By adopting a demeanor that aligns with his own pace, he may inadvertently project an air of confidence, causing Illyrio to tread cautiously. He is fervently eager for some feedback from the trials involving Daenerys. Unbeknownst to him, Daenerys is lost in thought, reflecting on his recent conversation with Illyrio. Those familiar words momentarily transport her back to the image of him before the lightning struck. He often speaks of assassins sent by usurpers relentlessly pursuing him. Yet she has not encountered a single assassin in all these years. Contemplating his incessant murmurings about the true dragon and his obsessive thirst for the throne across the sea, she finds herself unable to discern the truth in his words. Are Illyrio's statements mere fabrications, and can she truly believe the secrets whispered to her? The courage she painstakingly gathered to stand alongside him begins to dissolve imperceptibly. Daenerys gazes at him, striving to match his stride, desperate to uphold her resolve. She endeavors to clear her mind of chaotic thoughts, repeatedly reassuring herself, "We are family." They circle under the sun for several moments. Today, for reasons unknown, Viserys seems intent on remaining in the sunlight, causing Daenerys to feel dizzy and disoriented under the blazing midday sun. When he suddenly suggests returning to rest, she cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. After traversing a considerable distance and enduring the scorching rays, she retreats to her room, seeking solace by the cool window, where silence envelopes her and her eyes flutter shut. Soon, she drifts into a hazy slumber, where visions of Viserys invade her dreams. Initially, he appears to be tormenting her, bullying her mercilessly. Fear renders her helpless, as she yearns to flee from his presence, yet her body betrays her. He strikes her multiple times, sending her staggering to the ground, bloodied and moaning with her eyes closed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierces the air, followed by a terrifying flash of lightning. Upon opening her eyes again, Viserys has ceased his assault. He smiles at her briefly before striding away, his face radiating confidence, his steps resolute, never glancing back as he distances himself from her. A sense of abandonment washes over her, and in a panic, she attempts to chase after his receding figure. But her legs feel leaden and unresponsive. Looking down, she sees another Viserys, his face contorted in rage, clawing at her bloodied legs, his nails digging into her skin as if intending to drag her into an abyss of darkness. She raises her gaze in shock, only to find the distant Viserys vanished without a trace. The horizon is enveloped in an endless shroud of darkness, a vast curtain of black that dominates her vision. In that moment, her senses plunge into an extraordinary state, and she feels as though she is no longer herself. An unprecedented panic surges from the depths of her heart. Leave, flee quickly. She hears a voice calling out. Seeking the source of the sound, she realizes it emanates from her own throat. At that moment, Daenerys awakens, trembling, drenched in cold sweat. The echoes of her dream urging her to escape linger hauntingly in her mind. What was that? A nightmare? At that moment, she heard the voice of Viserys beside her. Daenerys was momentarily startled. Lifting her gaze, she saw Viserys seated across from her at the tea table by the window, observing her as if scrutinizing her very soul. The sunlight streamed in from behind him, casting shadows over his features. The echoes of her earlier thoughts faded into an almost imperceptible whisper, resembling a phantom sound. As Viserys' concerned greeting reached her ears, "Daenerys, you look unwell. Are you all right?" Upon hearing his caring words, Daenerys's tumultuous heart quickly began to calm, as if the fear brought by her nightmare had been stripped away. It was just a nightmare, she said, swiftly recalling Viserys' quiet whispers in the seaside pavilion earlier that day. If you sense anything unusual or dream of something, remember it, and find an opportunity to tell me in private. It was not long after he had spoken those words that she experienced an unusual dream. A peculiar curiosity and a sense of unease compelled Daenerys to seek some form of answer. She was unaware of what the question even was. Yet she felt an urgent need for resolution. Her voice lowered, almost a whisper. I dreamt that. But as the words hovered on her lips, she hesitated, fearing that the parts of the dream concerning Viserys might anger him. Would she awaken his sleeping dragon's wrath? The abrupt change in her life over the past 20 days seemed far too brief compared to the shadows of fear that had loomed for years. Her courage could sustain her only to this point. Noticing Daenerys' hesitance, Viserys approached her calmly, his hands naturally reaching out to gently grasp hers. His face adorned with a soft smile as he comfortingly said, I presume you dreamt of me? Daenerys nervously lowered her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Did I strike you in my dream? Viserys inquired gently, waiting patiently for her response. When he saw her uncertainty, he added apologetically, I am sorry. Daenerys felt momentarily lost. That is all in the past. Viserys tightened his grip on her hand. I promise you, Daenerys, such things will never happen again. We are family, the only kin we have in this world. Viserys slowly guided Daenerys' hand from the table to his own, leaning in closer, almost as if he intended to envelop her entirely. He whispered softly in her ear, I know you have countless questions, but trust me, everything I do is for a brighter future for us. The warmth of his breath made Daenerys' ears flush crimson. She held her breath, utterly unprepared for what might transpire next. Suddenly, tales of the conqueror Aegon and his sister queens flashed through her mind. However, before she could comprehend why these thoughts arose, she felt the firm grasp of Viserys' hand, as if it had been pricked by a mosquito. This sensation interrupted her reverie. Soon, she realized that Viserys was merely offering her a gentle embrace, as he deftly drew blood from her fingertip with a pin. Do not be afraid, Daenerys. Viserys' voice rose gently, comforting in tone. Do not be afraid. Dany pressed her face against Viserys' chest, unable to see his expression. But she felt one of his hands release hers and gently rest upon her head, as if affectionately cradling it. Yet Dany was acutely aware that Viserys was transferring the drops of blood scraped from her fingers to his lips. The sound of a pounding heartbeat filled her ears, indistinguishable as to whether it belonged to her or to Viserys. This embrace, laden with ulterior motives, endured for a while, until the tumultuous rhythm of her heart settled into a calm, leaving her in a daze, uncertain of her next move. It was only then that Viserys' voice broke through from above. Are you feeling better? As they parted, Dany finally had the space to lift her gaze to Viserys' face, where she saw a look of concern etched upon it. Much better, she replied, though words beyond that eluded her. As night enveloped her, Dany remained ensnared in a web of anxiety and confusion, fully aware that Viserys' loud declarations were but half-truths, largely lacking sincerity. Yet, when he whispered to her, did he speak the truth? She could not say, nor did she wish to ponder it. We are family, she reiterated to herself before sleep. We are each other's only kin in this world. Before she knew it, slumber overtook her, and the dream she had experienced earlier resumed. Yet now, both versions of Viserys had vanished, leaving her alone in a void, beneath an endless expanse of darkness. At some moment, she sensed herself occupying different realms simultaneously. One half of her lingered within the shroud of darkness, where purple dust surged from her being, consumed by the profound abyss, ultimately dissipating like starlight into the void. The other half resided outside this shadowy curtain, observing the fading purple dust, glimmering like stars in the abyss. As the purple dust was stripped away, the half within the darkness became increasingly imperceptible, akin to an illusion. Her body felt a subtle warmth, and upon lowering her gaze, she noticed embers scattered across her skin. She felt the warmth radiating from these embers, yet it brought no pain, instead imparting a sensation akin to being cleansed with scalding water. In a daze, she could sense the warm blood coursing through her veins. This warmth felt reminiscent of a mother's embrace, despite her ignorance of what such a feeling truly entailed. Chapter 25. Calculations and schemes. Viserys' experimental endeavors were rudimentary, lacking the rigor of repeated validation, yet he deemed them sufficient. Like a medieval alchemist, he sought to derive reproducible results from simple phenomena and apply them, disregarding the underlying principles and logic. His crude experiment led him to conclude that to harness the dragon soul from the dragon bone, Daenerys' blood was an indispensable medium. During the day, Viserys performed a test without any contact with Daenerys' blood, resulting in her experiencing a nightmare during her midday slumber, while nothing transpired with him at all. After coming into contact with Daenerys' blood, he once again experienced a similar dream during the night, envisioning himself consuming a small wisp of violet smoke. This led him to briefly perceive the ocean of magical energy within him, from which he extracted a second drop of essence. Consequently, he acquired a second dragon scale and an additional reservoir of magic. The acquisition of this second surge of magic signified that he had indeed discovered a replicable method for collecting dragon souls, allowing items imbued with dragon souls to touch Daenerys and using her blood as a conduit to achieve the goal of collecting dragon souls within his dreams. Viserys was uncertain whether this was the sole method for gathering dragon souls, yet it remained the only approach he possessed at present. He refrained from hastily testing the potency of his breath in the restroom for over the past few days. He had come to understand that depleting his magical energy daily would not enlarge his reservoir. After conducting experiments with his breath, he realized that even if his modest magical energy doubled, it would merely elevate his breath from that of a common lighter to a slightly more robust one. The meager flames conjured by this magic could only singe silk and delicate fabrics. When faced with more resilient leather or cuts of meat like steak or pork, it proved insufficient, let alone against armor. Viserys estimated that at least 4 to 5 dragon scales worth of magical energy would be necessary to sustain a concentrated breath for 2 to 3 seconds, enabling it to pierce through leather and inflict significant damage on human flesh, while harming armored knights would require even more. Should someone stand still and allow him to unleash his flames, burns would certainly result. However, in a confrontation, the opportunity to direct his breath towards an opponent would yield only superficial wounds, rendering it virtually useless compared to wielding a dagger. This second surge of magic also led Viserys to a troubling realization. The ancient king of the dragons, Aegon, possessed 3 magical attributes: fire, frost, and lightning. Yet, the 2 scales he had acquired endowed him solely with the fire attribute. Viserys was uncertain whether this was related to the dragon soul he had consumed or if his accumulated magic was simply too meager, resulting in a stroke of bad luck that prevented him from tapping into the frost and lightning energies from the ocean of magic. These uncertainties would require further experimentation in the future to draw any conclusions. As Viserys organized the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he recognized that as the matter of the dragon bones progressed, Illyrio's covert surveillance had become a pressing concern. Numerous signs indicated that Illyrio's scrutiny of Viserys and Daenerys was a foregone conclusion. However, despite the passing days, Viserys had yet to ascertain the source of this observation. He had a vague hypothesis, but had been unable to uncover any corroborating evidence. He had scrutinized the doors to both rooms and the corridor outside with sufficient diligence, ruling them out as likely points of observation. Given his impressions of the castle courtyard, combined with the constant presence of maids and the steward wandering the hallways, he speculated that a plausible method of surveillance could be through concealed passages within the walls. Viserys surmised that somewhere within the walls of his and Daenerys' chamber, there might be hidden compartments from which the spying mice observed their every movement within the room. However, Viserys found no evidence within his room: the paintings on the walls, the oil lampstands, and the glass decorations. He scrutinized them all while the maid and steward were preoccupied. He even discreetly measured the thickness of the walls both inside and outside the house, searching for potential hidden entrances, yet he could uncover no likely locations. Thus, it was highly probable that his forthcoming actions would need to be taken with the awareness of potential surveillance. Illyrio's probing was evidently aggressive upon his return, with wave after wave of audacious tests, compelling Viserys to exercise utmost caution in response. The proverbial adage of meeting force with force was trivial. Viserys needed to prepare a wealth of rhetoric and stratagems, casting out deceptive bait while bracing for the worst. Should the moment arrive when confrontation became inevitable, he could not remain passive. His trump card must be safeguarded, reserved for Illyrio. For it was through their encounters and the impressions left by the original narrative that this cunning fox could only threaten his life. Thinking of Daenerys, Viserys felt a twinge of headache. She was of utmost importance to him now. Yet, he endeavored to avoid contemplating the direst scenarios. For human nature is the most fragile under duress. If possible, he sought to refrain from testing his conscience with extreme situations. At that moment, Viserys pondered that she might be suffering from a fever. He had previously surmised that Daenerys' unusual condition the following day was due to her consuming dragoness soul, and perhaps she was once more in such a plight. Viserys yearned to confirm his hypothesis, to observe closely the peculiarities she exhibited from beginning to end. However, he had established a habit of not rising before noon for over 20 days, a strategy devised to counter Illyrio's influence. Weighing the pros and cons to ensure his efforts were not in vain, The riddle was unraveled more swiftly than Illyrio had anticipated. Merely a day after Viserys revealed his riddle, Illyrio discerned what appeared to be the correct answer. "O merciful mother, bestow protection upon your son, halt the arrows, fend off the blades, and grant them sight of a brighter tomorrow. O gentle mother, assist your daughter in her suffering, quell the fury, tame the frenzy, and teach them to treat one another with compassion." This prayer, extracted from the Gospel of the Mother in the Seven-Pointed Star, chapter 19, verse 8, 14th stanza, has been woven into the Song of the Mother, a supplication to the Mother of the Seven Gods. In the faith of the Seven, the Mother represents one of the seven distinct manifestations of a singular deity. The devotees of the seven believe their God is unique, yet manifests in seven forms. Much like a temple is a single edifice with seven towering walls. In many instances, within the temple, monks would recite this passage to bless newlyweds during ceremonies held between the altars of the Father and the Mother. Indeed, this prayer is familiar to many throughout the seven kingdoms, often regarded merely as a well-known hymn. Only those who have perused the Seven-Star Bible and are well acquainted with its content and narratives can accurately cite the specific chapter and verse from the Gospel of the Holy Mother. The numerical riddles of 19, 8, and 14 are indeed intricate. However, Illyrio and Varys have no shortage of capable individuals, especially given their familiarity with espionage. Consequently, the riddle posed by Viserys was swiftly identified as pertaining to the sacred texts, and it was ascertained that only the book of the Holy Mother within the Seven-Star Bible fulfills the criteria of 19, 8, and 14. From a literal standpoint, this indicates that Viserys was conveying a message of peace to someone. The connection between prayers and weddings cannot escape Illyrio's contemplation of any underlying secret agreements. Illyrio also meticulously examined the dragonbone pendant, yet he found no discernible clues. He suspected that this was Viserys' method of unidirectional communication, with the price in the dragonbone laid bare for all to see, equivalent to public declaration. This further corroborated the notion of a clandestine alliance between Viserys and some faction within the Seven Kingdoms, with the suspicion pointed directly at Dorne. Illyrio grew increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. After placing Viserys' pendant for sale in his shop, he augmented his staff to monitor the flow of customers, particularly paying attention to those arriving from Westeros, especially Dorne, as Pentos is, after all, Illyrio's domain. He could not allow any unforeseen events that could disrupt his long-standing plans to transpire under his very nose without his knowledge. In comparison to these potential threats that could impact their schemes, the deepening bond between Viserys and his sister seemed a trivial matter. At this juncture, Daenerys had become less significant to Illyrio. She was no longer the princess who could be exchanged for thousands of Dothraki warriors, but merely the beloved sister of the Beggar King. Nevertheless, Illyrio harbored deep skepticism regarding the authenticity of the Beggar King's professed affections for his sister. Varys, while privately deriding King Robert as a fool, nonetheless tread carefully around him, and Illyrio had finally begun to grasp this sentiment. Varys's words rang true. Dealing with kings was indeed a burdensome task. Even the Beggar King proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. "My lord, everything you requested has been prepared. When shall it be delivered?" In front of Illyrio, his unsullied attendant reported the matters at hand. Illyrio glanced up to see that the gift boxes containing the dragonbone had been meticulously packed, accompanied by a young maiden with golden hair and blue eyes. Her figure lithe and alluring, exuding an enchanting beauty. "Let it be done now. I am aware some may wonder why Illyrio has yet to meet his demise. Allow me to provide a prelude. When I initially began writing, I envisioned Illyrio's fate mirroring that of Ser Garland Hightower from the original A Song of Ice and Fire. If you happen to know who Ser Garland is and the tale surrounding him, then I invite you to anticipate the narrative I shall endeavor to craft with utmost care." Chapter 26. The Beauty and the Bear. Viserys gazed at the additional portion of dragonbone sent by Illyrio, his brow furrowing in perplexity. What is this? He had only just risen from his slumber and had yet to visit Daenerys to inquire about her well-being when he was summoned to Illyrio's study. "This is a gift, Your Majesty. I fear I may have been abrupt with you yesterday. Consider this my apology." Illyrio, seemingly unfazed by Viserys' frown, offered his explanation with exaggerated deference. "Moreover, I truly did not consider that you lack a personal maid to attend to your needs. It is a grave oversight on my part." He leaned closer, whispering in a greasy tone, "This is a girl from Lys, skilled in the arts of seduction, and I have procured her for you, ensuring your satisfaction." Viserys, observing Illyrio's obsequious demeanor, found himself at a loss for a response. He had anticipated that this corpulent governor would eventually place someone in his service. Yet he had not expected such a brazen act, presenting him with a bed slave. Such actions might seem unimaginable to modern sensibilities, but in this world of ice and fire, it was entirely commonplace, particularly in the slave cities of Yunkai, Meereen, and Astapor, even in the relatively temperate free trade city-states, and certainly within the more conservative realms of Westeros. The presentation of a bedslave by those in power was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. For these Essos nobles, it was merely a display of generosity. You are quite thoughtful, Illyrio. After a moment's contemplation, Viserys finally gathered his thoughts. I shall accept the dragon bone. But this girl is unnecessary. You did nothing wrong yesterday. I am aware of your good intentions. If you truly feel remorseful, perhaps you could procure more dragon bone for me. He gestured towards the box containing the dragon bone and added in a hushed tone to the corpulent governor, if only you could also find a dragon egg. That would be even better. But Illyrio was relentless. You do not fancy her? Would you prefer a handsome boy instead? It was clear that Illyrio was determined to present this gift. Viserys adopted a serious demeanor. It has been suggested to me, Illyrio, that a ruler's lack of caution and meticulousness can lead to calamity for those who serve him. If those who serve the ruler act without due diligence, they will find it difficult to succeed. Do you not understand the gravity of our endeavors? Your Majesty, I assure you, I have not disclosed any information externally. Illyrio's eyes widened in protest. This girl hails from Lys, trained in Yunkai, merely a bedslave skilled in pleasing men. Are you perhaps being overly cautious? Viserys narrowed his eyes at Illyrio, who feigned innocence and was eager to defend himself. Sensing the governor's obstinacy, Viserys' resolve hardened. It has been said that the allure of women is a dagger that pierces a king's very soul. My brother Aegon fell from grace because of it. And now King Robert too shall lose his throne for the same folly. Do you find wisdom in these words, my lord governor? Your Majesty, Illyrio lowered his tone, wearing a rueful smile. I merely wish to present you with a maid. At this point, Viserys regretted his previous words. Illyrio was adamant about bestowing this maid upon him, and his continuous refusals only placed him in an awkward position, potentially provoking unnecessary conflict with Illyrio. Though he harbored a sense of wariness towards Illyrio, it was imperative that he did not exhibit his suspicions too overtly, nor should he engage in verbal sparring with every probing inquiry from the other party. Their public rapport ought to appear more congenial. Given Illyrio's overtures to curry favor with him, he was expected to respond with a demeanor that was both gentle and decorous. As long as the dragonbone was forthcoming, all could be endured for the time being. After all, it was merely an additional spy he needed to guard against. My lord governor, that was not my intention, Viserys said, his tone softening. I spoke in haste out of momentary frustration. Alas, you cannot fathom the resentment I have harbored over the years towards my brother Rhaegar for sacrificing the realm for a woman. I understand your gesture of sending a maid was well-intentioned. I do indeed require assistance, but there is no need for this bed slave. Your Majesty, what shall we do with this girl? Illyrio inquired, retreating to advance, casting a glance towards her as he spoke in hushed tones. She may have overheard some of our conversation, if your Majesty harbors any concerns. Viserys finally discerned the ruthless aspect of the corpulent governor. Uncertain whether he genuinely intended to dispose of the girl, who had only moments ago been presented to him as a gift. Is the governor truly contemplating her demise? Viserys asked in astonishment, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Illyrio. It seemed that, in comparison to the girl's life, he was more invested in Illyrio's response. Kill her? Illyrio gasped, seemingly taken aback by Viserys' query. I intended to sell her off to a distant land, your Majesty. What is your stance on this? Viserys jested. Did you not bestow her upon me? I shall simply pass her back to you. Illyrio, surely you have no further use for her at your age. Or perhaps you wish to trade her for a handsome boy. If that is the case, you shall have to arrange it yourself. Ha! Illyrio chuckled in response. Your Majesty jests. I am not a ruler like you, who holds the world in his heart and is indifferent to the charms of women. With that, the corpulent governor summoned his steward to take her away and arrange for her lodging. Viserys, unabashed, added, and while you are at it, please send these to my chambers. Thus, the conversation was effectively closed. As the steward exited, Viserys contemplated how to excuse himself from Illyrio's study when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Illyrio inclined his head in apology to Viserys before calling out, Come in. What is it? My lord, announced the familiar eunuch attendant at Illyrio's side. The envoy from Lord Tyrosh has arrived. They are outside in the courtyard and request an audience with you. Here is their letter of introduction. The eunuch respectfully presented the embossed invitation with gilded edges to Illyrio. An unexpected visitor, Illyrio furrowed his brow as he took the missive. How could he have come here? He did not open the letter, but instead glanced at Viserys with a look of concern. Your Majesty, it seems this is an unforeseen circumstance. Viserys pondered what this might signify. What is the matter? Your Majesty, I must clarify that since this courtyard has been designated for your and Princess Daenerys' clandestine stay, I have not invited anyone to this place. The corpulent governor appeared to be in a state of great discomfort as he meticulously explained that the envoy from the great Tyrion of Tyrosh had unexpectedly arrived, presumably to establish connections with the Dothraki. Your Majesty may be unaware, he continued, but recently, tensions have arisen between Tyrosh and Lys due to disputes over trade routes. Viserys feigned concern, yet subtly insinuated that his secretive arrival and concealment in this location were anticipated. After all, this is your courtyard, and you are the master here. My Lord Governor, given that this matter pertains to your significant business, it is no inconvenience for my sister and me to withdraw. The monarch Illyrio offered a wry smile. Continuing in a tone of humility, I beg your pardon. I am merely one of the many merchant governors of Pentos, and that envoy is the brother of the great Tyrion of Tyrosh. If you are merely one of many merchant governors of Pentos, why has he sought you out specifically? Viserys, wary in spirit, maintained an indifferent facade. Then I shall return to my chambers, my Lord Governor. I had hoped to share a meal with you, but it seems that shall not come to pass. The corpulent governor respectfully replied, Thank you for your understanding, your majesty. Together, the governor and Viserys exited the study. Viserys ambled along the corridor towards the guest rooms, while the governor proceeded to the entrance. He walked at a leisurely pace, not hastening until he could discern the nature of the guest the governor was welcoming through the door, before finally entering the building that housed the guest rooms. The first to enter was a servant bearing a gift box, revealing within the finest velvet and brocade produced by the free trade city-states, adorned with jewels, exquisite ceramics, and colorful glassware, all led into the reception room by Illyrio's guards. Following was Illyrio himself, accompanied by a stout, bald, middle-aged man clad in lavish silks adorned with a green beard. Last to enter were the guards of both individuals. Among them, moving slightly ahead of the guards yet trailing behind the host and the portly man, was a robust figure whose appearance starkly contrasted with the others. This man, somewhat balding with dark skin, was tall and robust, his thick hair unconfined. Rather than the standard leather armor of the eunuch guards, he wore chainmail and leather, a dark green cloak embroidered with a black bear standing on its hind legs. Viserys quickly surmised his identity, Jorah Mormont. Chapter 27, Dreams and Prophecies. Viserys, as though nothing had transpired, strode briskly past his own room, which stood ajar, disregarding the servants arranging the dragonbone boxes that Illyrio had sent, and made his way directly to Daenerys' door. At that moment, a diligent maid named Onni, who frequently appeared at this hour to clean the guest room corridor, was ascending the stairs with her cleaning tools. Viserys pretended to knock on Daenerys' door, waited a moment, and upon receiving no response, turned the doorknob and entered. As he stepped inside, he encountered Daenerys approaching from the direction of the washroom, seemingly having come to answer the door upon hearing the knock. Upon noticing that Daenerys had changed into her everyday attire, Viserys felt somewhat taken aback. You are awake? He inquired. Daenerys detected a fleeting look of surprise on her brother's face. Yes, what is it? She responded, sensing a hint of discomfort. There is a minor issue, Viserys continued, attempting to act as if nothing was amiss. Guests have arrived at the Governor Illyrio's courtyard today, and it would be prudent for us to remain in our chambers. We shall have lunch here shortly. He approached her without a hint of hesitation, taking her hand and finding her temperature to be normal. He led her to the tea table by the window. When did you awaken? He asked. Just now, Daenerys replied, her expression tinged with anxiety. Her voice was soft, as though she were conspiring. I had a dream. She struggled to keep her gaze from drifting away, her eyes fixed intently on her brother's face, filled with a mix of uncertainty and inexplicable anticipation. Viserys, of course, sensed the hopeful glimmer in Daenerys' eyes. The situation had surpassed his expectations. Yet he quickly reconciled himself to the reality. The weather is quite pleasant today, he remarked casually in the common tongue. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her hand, which he had intended to release, and after signaling her with a glance, he turned his head to look out the window. Then, in a conspiratorial whisper in Valyrian, he inquired, what sort of dream? Daenerys found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Before she could gather her thoughts, she instinctively turned to look outside, though her gaze kept straying back to her brother. The sunlight is a bit blinding, she remarked, somewhat perplexed by her own use of the common tongue. However, lowering her voice, she succinctly responded in Valyrian, I dreamt of a great dark curtain. I was both within and beyond this dark curtain. It drew forth purple dust from my body in the darkness, consuming it, leaving only my outer self. I saw sparks scattering from my body, and in the dream, I could feel the warm flow of blood beneath my skin. She paused, hesitating to utter a certain word, uncertain if it might provoke Viserys. A warm embrace. Since waking from the dream, she had rehearsed this concise account in her mind in the common tongue numerous times. Now, to articulate it fluently in Valyrian was something she found astonishing. Viserys had never underestimated the future mother of dragons. He regarded her narration as a matter of course, failing to realize that it was the result of Daenerys' repeated practice, a formulation she had painstakingly crafted. After hearing her words, he gently squeezed her palm in understanding. It is indeed somewhat blinding, he acknowledged. With his other hand, he flipped open a cup on the table and poured himself a glass of lemonade. Before the rim met his lips, he softly asked, "Is there anything else?" Daenerys had already learned this mode of dialogue. "Are we not going out today?" she inquired softly. "I only remembered these things. What does it signify?" Upon realizing her newfound ability to pose such a direct question, one she would have previously shied away from, she was struck by a dawning awareness. At that moment, she did not fully grasp that as she recognized her brother's unspoken request for assistance. A burgeoning sense of confidence was gradually encroaching upon the self-doubt that had once defined her perception of herself. "Today, I remain within the confines of the room." Viserys remains unaware that Daenerys' mindset is subtly shifting. He merely responds in a conventional manner. "This signifies that your bloodline is awakening. Do not forget. We are the heirs of the true dragons." He cryptically echoes the words once spoken to her by her elder brother, flames raging fiercely within their veins. Daenerys' heart falters at Viserys' response. For the first time, she perceives that her brother's seemingly monk-like utterances may indeed hold truth. Awakening, she recalls the night Viserys was struck by lightning. She realizes she has never forgotten what transpired then. She simply could not comprehend it. The answer to this singular question presents her with 100 new inquiries. Yet she cannot even conceive of what the first of these questions might be or how to articulate it. As Daenerys' thoughts whirl chaotically, Viserys concludes their conversation. "Trust me, Daenerys. Simply place your faith in your brother. Leave everything to me." With that, he releases her hand and rises as if nothing were amiss, striding towards the door. "Why has lunch not yet arrived? I am quite famished." Viserys opens the door and notices the maid, Ani, lingering at a distance. He approaches her with an authoritative demeanor. "You, yes you, go check why lunch has not been delivered. I shall wait right here." Under Viserys' scrutinizing gaze, the maid dares not dawdle and hastens to abandon her task, heading toward the kitchen. She glances back and sees that Viserys indeed stands there, waiting. When the maid and the steward finally appear, pushing the dining cart into view, Viserys' feigned irritation slightly dissipates. The cautious performance he and Daenerys had enacted in the room may have merely been a battle of wits with the air itself. At this juncture, he allows himself to ponder the dream Daenerys had cautiously shared with him. The imagery she described was succinct yet vivid: a dark curtain, a withdrawal from the body, and the consumption of purple dust. Viserys interprets this as a depiction of his own devouring of dragon souls. The dark curtain likely represents a mystical symbol within Daenerys' dream. Regarding Daenerys' inner and outer self, Viserys is hesitant to make definitive assertions. The simultaneous existence of me and I in dreams often implies that one of these is not truly a part of oneself. He speculates that the devoured essence is the non-self, the dragon spirit that has entered Daenerys' body, while the outer aspect represents her true self. Coupled with the descriptions of scattered embers and the warm flow of blood, Viserys conjectures that the dragon bones harbor some mystical substance, apart from the dragon soul, which is absorbed by Daenerys, who possesses a miraculous constitution. He recalls from the original text that Daenerys, upon touching the dragon eggs, experienced a dragon dream. In her vision, a black dragon spewed flames, and she extended her arms to embrace the fire. After being completely engulfed by the dragon's flames in her dream, she felt purified and reborn. Since then, it seems her very essence has undergone a transformation, as she lay cursed by the blood magic of the witch. The warmth emanating from the unnoticed stone dragon egg facilitated her swift recovery. A mysterious force compelled her to cast herself and the dragon egg into the funeral flames of Drogo, culminating in the hatching of a colossal dragon when the crimson comet graced the sky. The dragon egg contained a dragon soul, a hypothesis that appears most plausible. It is a well-established fact that some dragon bones harbor lingering souls, corroborated by empirical observation. Of course, Viserys did not forget his quest to gather the dragon souls of this world, aspiring to become the true three-headed dragon. Yet, his innate magical instincts urged him to consume the remnants of souls within these dragon bones, which indeed proved to be conduits for projecting his otherworldly powers. From the very first day of his existence in this realm, Viserys had nurtured suspicions and insights. The ancient prophecies of House Targaryen spoke of a dragon with 3 heads. Once a myriad of interpretations surrounded this prophecy, with his emergence, all interpretations now pointed unequivocally towards him. His arrival would undoubtedly intertwine with this prophecy, leaving Viserys to ponder the nature of his connection with the fated individual destined to fulfill it. For now, he reassured himself to proceed and see, for fate is shaped by human endeavor. If the price of becoming a dragon necessitated the consumption of the souls residing within these dragon eggs and bones, Viserys had already come to terms with this path. Naturally, such aspirations remained distant. At this moment, he was merely a sorcerer of dragon fire, possessing 2 scales of magic, capable of performing but one trick each day. Unbeknownst to him, Daenerys' dream had been described with meticulous detail, yet some aspects were omitted, some too fearful to articulate, others beyond the grasp of language. Nevertheless, Daenerys had done remarkably well. While Viserys had come to regard her dream with significance, he still did not fully grasp its weight, prioritizing instead the trust and closeness Daenerys had for him. Subsequently, they shared a meal in Daenerys' chamber, both siblings consumed by their thoughts, resulting in a silence that enveloped the table. It was around the time they concluded their lunch that the maid Annie, accompanied by the serving women, began to clear the table, and from the garden below, the sounds of Illyrio and his guests' laughter wafted faintly into the guest room. Viserys was not surprised. He had long anticipated that after he made his intentions clear to remain motionless in Illyrio's courtyard until the opportune moment arose, the mountain would come to him without his summons. He simply remained unaware of the true motivation behind Illyrio's culinary offerings. Chapter 28. Jorah Mormont, the largest contingent of the Khalasar under Drogo Keo, boasted over 40,000 warriors. Illyrio's voice ebbed and flowed, reaching the guest room in the garden only when one held their breath and focused intently to hear it clearly. Rest assured, my lord envoy. I have credible information that his Karasa tribe is currently near the Dagger Lake in the Golden Plains, making their way north along the Rhone River. It won't be long before they arrive near Pentos, and I shall certainly create an opportunity for you when the banquet is held in his palace. The jovial laughter of the corpulent governor's guests resounded. Ah, the astute Governor Illyrio lives up to his reputation. However, I fail to comprehend when the esteemed governor became interested in the maritime route from Tyrosh to Dorne. The voices from the garden drew nearer. Whether by land or sea, multiple routes are never a disadvantage. Illyrio replied with a sly smile. What say you, my lord envoy? Quite reasonable. Were I to possess such acumen in business as the governor, I would not have come to serve as an envoy for my brother, a task so laborious and thankless. The envoy jested. The 2 individuals in the garden seemed to have come to an understanding, now merely engaging in customary pleasantries and laughter. As the maidservants finished clearing the dining table in Dany's chamber and exited, the conversation downstairs transitioned from business chit-chat to that of a certain armored mercenary who seemed ill-suited among them. It was Illyrio who initiated. My lord envoy. The guard behind you must be a knight, I presume? The term knight even caught Daenerys' attention, prompting her to quietly rise from her seat and stealthily approach her brother Viserys, who stood by the window, gazing boldly down into the garden. Indeed, the Tyroshi envoy with the green beard chuckled, a knight anointed with the 7 oils by the High Septon himself. Ser Jorah, step forward and converse with the governor. Perhaps your next employment opportunity awaits. Daenerys caught sight of the knight in the garden, a robust middle-aged man of roughly 40, with thinning hair and sun-kissed skin. He was clad in chainmail and leather, his dark green cloak embroidered with a black bear standing on 2 legs. Daenerys had heard from Viserys that such attire typically signified a knight with lands, much like Ser Dairy's brown cloak adorned with the image of a black farmer. The green-cloaked bear was a coat of arms she had not been familiar with. At this moment, she glanced up at her brother's expression and noticed his face was devoid of emotion. The knight in the garden spoke, his voice deep and serious. The mercenary Jorah Mormont sends his regards, my lord governor. Illyrio, intrigued, inquired, Ser Jorah Mormont, how does a knight anointed with holy oil leave Westeros to become a mercenary across the narrow sea in Essos? Jorah responded in a calm and grave tone, I am no longer a knight. This is not a glorious past worth discussing. I have committed acts I am ashamed to speak of, lost my honor, and have been exiled here. It was merely a trifling matter. The green-bearded Tyroshi envoy spoke on behalf of the mercenary, as the usurper decreed his head. He sold several poachers he caught on his own lands to the slavers in our territory, rather than delivering them to the Night's Watch. Truly absurd laws. Everyone ought to have the right to dispose of their own property. Everything is driven by the pursuit of wealth. My actions contravene the laws of the 7 kingdoms, which lacks honor. When Jorah uttered these words, his tone was steeped in an inexplicable sorrow, as if there were deeper matters at play. Soon, however, he regained his robust voice, his demeanor serious and composed. I am but a mercenary knight striving for a living. My lord, should you require my services after fulfilling the contract with the envoy, Do not hesitate to speak openly. Ser Jorah spoke with an air of nonchalance, lowering himself in stature. Yet combined with the solemnity of his northern visage, it exuded a compelling sincerity, an innate sense that he was a man worthy of trust and would honor his commitments. You were once a lord, Illyrio interjected. You must possess considerable knowledge of the Seven Kingdoms? I hail from the north of Westeros, my lord, Jorah replied. If you seek inquiries regarding the north, perhaps I can provide satisfactory answers. I also have some familiarity with the Iron Islands and the Westerlands. As for the other regions of the Seven Kingdoms, my insights are derived solely from family teachings. For instance, my knowledge of Dorne pales in comparison to that of the esteemed envoy. Jorah's words, though seemingly modest, were laced with confidence. Given that Tyrosh lies adjacent to Dorne and is a hub of trade, he felt justified in claiming that his knowledge was comparable to that of the envoy from the Tyroshi lord. People in the garden were moving, soon passing beneath the window of Dany's chamber. Viserys felt a stir of curiosity and turned to Dany, finding her engrossed in eavesdropping. He devised a plan. Taking her by the hand, he urged, "Come with me." They hastily exited Dany's room and entered Viserys' quarters. Outside, Illyrio remarked, I recently visited King's Landing on business and happened upon the tournament celebrating Prince Joffrey's name day. Regrettably, I had to leave before the festivities concluded. During that time, many merchants were placing bets, but my knowledge of the renowned knights of the Seven Kingdoms is rather limited. I merely wagered on Ser Jorah's Red Priest, Soros. Now, calculating the time, the tournament should have concluded, yet the results have yet to reach Pentos. Do you believe my wager stands a chance of winning? Outside, Jorah inquired. I am curious, my lord. Did you bet on the jousting or the melee? Viserys' chamber was now devoid of company. The servants who had been moving the dragonbone boxes had departed, leaving only the box containing the dragonbone gift nestled in a corner of the room. Viserys led Dany into the room, seemingly eager to hear the conversation outside, leaving the door wide open. He gestured for Daenerys to sit by the window while he approached the table laden with drinks, preoccupied with the goblets. Dany sensed her brother's unusual demeanor, pulling her attention away from the garden and casting a puzzled glance at him. The table in Viserys' room sat between the door and the wall, with Dany's chamber on the other side. As Dany looked towards her brother, Viserys was carefully placing the empty goblet in the corner by the door, cautiously tilting it to spill its contents at the entrance, and then he stood there, fixated on the half-turned goblet. Outside, Illyrio posed the question, what difference does it make? Outside, Jorah replied, I am familiar with the Red Priest Soros. His flame sword, ignited by wildfire, has earned him considerable renown among the hired knights of the Seven Kingdoms. This fiery blade can terrify opponents' steeds, allowing him to frequently claim victory in the group tournaments of the Seven Kingdoms. However, in a joust, he cannot wield his flame sword. Illyrio's frustrated voice drifted in. I should have gotten to know you sooner. The jesting of the envoy from Tyrosh followed. It seems your wager is lost, Governor Illyrio. Daenerys had lost interest in the conversation outside. Her breath caught as she turned her gaze to Viserys, realizing what he was about to do. In that fleeting moment, she observed Viserys squinting, and after a few breaths, she noticed the shifting expressions on her brother's face. Moments later, she saw him reach for a wine cup at the door, acting as if nothing were amiss, and return to the table to pour himself a drink. The sound of footsteps approached the door, and Daenerys raised her eyes to see the maid, Ani, appearing. She seemed to be headed somewhere. Viserys said, lifting his cup with a feigned casualness, you arrived just in time. Would you mind cleaning my room while you're at it? The maid, upon hearing the request, bowed her head in acquiescence. Yes, esteemed guest. Viserys said no more, hastening to the window with the wine jug and cup, continuing to eavesdrop on the conversation outside with keen interest alongside Daenerys. Outside, Illyrio was inquiring, Ser Jorah, who do you believe will win the lance tournament? I have heard some murmurs from sailors passing through the docks, but I am not fully aware of the participants. However, I did catch the name of Jaime Lannister. I suspect he may be the one, Jorah replied. Why do you say that? To be candid, Governor, I once crossed swords with him at a tournament, and he left a lasting impression on me since that encounter. You fought him? Indeed, that was quite some time ago. The sounds from the garden gradually faded, necessitating a held breath to listen. Daenerys had also lost interest in the outside conversation, yet at that moment, Viserys turned to her and asked, what do you think of him? The voices outside had become inaudible. Who? Daenerys instinctively responded. At the doorway, the maid moved swiftly, returning with her cleaning tools. Ignored by all, she began to tidy up quietly. Viserys remarked, who else could it be but that night mercenary below? Daenerys' thoughts returned to the topic. She had sensed within the night mercenary's words a sense of honor he had disavowed, reminiscent of the memory of Ser Willem Darry. Yet now, with Viserys' question, she felt uncertain. Daenerys asked vaguely. He is a knight, I assent. Viserys replied equally vaguely, a knight in exile. Chapter 29. The Handmaiden. As the sounds from the garden faded away, Viserys had already lost interest in the ensuing conversation regarding the interview with Ser Jorah Mormont. To Viserys, it was indeed an interview. A session meticulously arranged for the Beggar King to assess Ser Jorah Mormont in the absence of resources. With the exiled king possessing merely an abstract understanding of the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms, and with the deposed lord yearning for his homeland, yet lacking a course of action, how could a fellow exile, also persecuted by usurpers, who was well versed in the realities of the realm, sincere in his discourse, solemn in demeanor, and still harboring a sense of chivalric honor, possibly escape the attention of the Beggar King? Even Daenerys found herself intrigued by this mercenary who claimed to have relinquished his knighthood, naturally conjecturing what actions Viserys might take. In truth, Viserys was already contemplating how to fabricate an excuse to rationalize his current reluctance to either openly recruit or covertly enlist such a seemingly agreeable subordinate through Illyrio's influence. Jorah had disclosed his imminent completion of a mission for the envoy of Tyrosh, while Illyrio's overtly obsequious demeanor towards Viserys was unmistakable. The rotund governor would undoubtedly take action next. However, after a covert exchange regarding the handmaiden and a round of subtle maneuvering with Illyrio, Viserys had come to understand the latter's desperate desire to place his own people within Viserys' circle. From Illyrio's perspective, Viserys had no grounds to refuse. Even if Viserys chose to remain passive, Illyrio would eagerly assume the initiative to alleviate the king's burdens, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. This was a calculated maneuver. Were it not for the knowledge possessed by the time traveler of the original narrative, and had the prophet not approached the matter with a critical eye, events would unfold with a certain inevitability. This presented a dilemma for Viserys. While he could certainly refuse under the guise of excuses, would such a course of action not reveal his true sentiments to Illyrio, prematurely igniting an overt confrontation between the two? The balance of harm was delicate. Viserys understood clearly that he currently held no advantage. His sole leverage lay in the fact that Illyrio was still willing to approach him with subtlety rather than aggression, providing him a chance to navigate the situation. Gradually, Viserys cleared his thoughts. He had acquired the coveted dragonbone resources, and the web of schemes was sufficiently intricate. There was no need to disrupt the current ambiguous stances of both parties, occasionally acquiescing to the governor's line of thought, allowing their schemes to come to fruition, and then contemplating ways to ride the tide of circumstance would be the prudent course of action for him at this juncture. Viserys was still relatively inexperienced in the art of intrigue, his mind only capable of discerning this relatively optimal solution. Ultimately, it all stemmed from a lack of confidence. Had Viserys possessed sufficient self-assurance, occupying a position of strength, he could have directly addressed Jorah's identity and expressed his suspicions outright. The current course of action appears rather radical, akin to startling a serpent in the grass, inadvertently tipping Illyrio towards the opposing side of the scale, while Viserys racked his brain for strategies. Daenerys too sought to fathom her brother's thoughts, yet her knowledge was scant. Each of his actions and words only deepened her perplexity. At that moment, the maid had swept the room to the vicinity of the door and was about to change her cloth to wipe the floor. Suddenly, Viserys called out to the maid, commanding her as though she were a servant. "You, come here." The maid approached humbly, inquiring, "Esteemed guest?" Standing by the table, Viserys addressed her with an air of superiority. "I recall your name is Ani, is it not?" "Yes, esteemed guest," the maid replied with a humble tone. Viserys, lacking any subtlety, bluntly inquired, "Tell me, are you Illyrio's slave or a contracted worker?" "A slave," the maid maintained her humble demeanor, responding calmly, "My master has graciously permitted me to be without a collar." "Very well," Viserys smiled with satisfaction, taking a seat and beckoning her closer. "Come here, step a little nearer, let me have a look at you." The maid lowered her head and complied. She became the only one standing in the room, easily able to see Viserys sitting before her. As his gaze roamed her from head to toe, devoid of any respect, scrutinizing her as one would an object for sale, she heard him appraising her. Not bad. Fair face, decent figure, and diligent. She perceived his commands, crouched down. She complied. "Lift your head." She obeyed. "Open your mouth." She did as instructed. Viserys grasped her chin, his scrutinizing eyes inspecting her mouth, examining her teeth and tongue. Finally, she heard his assessment. Not bad. The two conversing seemed unperturbed, yet Daenerys, taken aback by the suddenness of the situation, swallowed hard. She quickly recognized that Viserys was employing the same methods used by nobles when assessing the health of slaves, a practice she had witnessed during their time in Lys and Volantis. In those moments, she had occasionally feared that such a fate might one day befall her. As Viserys commanded the maid, Daenerys' heart raced. Yet, at some point, she felt she ought to respond as if nothing were amiss. With this thought, she casually lifted a cup from the table and took a sip. Upon tasting the liquid, she realized it was wine rather than lemon water. Resisting the urge to spit it out, she swallowed, then cradled the cup in her hands, making slight movements as if playing with it. No one noticed Daenerys' subtle actions. Viserys retracted his hand, and the maid, striving to maintain her composure, humbly asked, "Esteemed guest? That will suffice, rise. There is no need to wipe the floor any longer." Viserys, with an air of entitlement, began instructing her to perform various tasks, directing her to lift the chest from one location to another. The maid nodded respectfully, bending down to carry the dragonbone chest from the corner of Viserys' chamber to the tea table. He busied himself opening the chest, arranging the dragonbones upon the table. True to the agreement, there were 5 pieces of raw materials, each an unrefined fragment of dark bone, clearly marked by the ravages of time. 5 pieces transformed into luxury items, adorned with jewels, agate, or gold and silver. 5 crafted into weaponry, the largest being a single curved dragonbone shortbow, accompanied by 4 finely sharpened arrowheads, and purely ornamental pieces, including a relatively intact vertebra, a half-facial dragonbone skull, and 3 complete phalanges adorned with spines. Illyrio was indeed generous. A smile surfaced on Viserys' visibly pleased face, and even Daenerys found herself entranced by the array of dragonbone artifacts. The maid, standing to the side, could not contain her curiosity and inquired about the esteemed guest. Viserys had no intention of allowing her to speak. "Ani, be silent," he commanded, addressing her by name for the first time. "From now on, when I converse or attend to matters with my sister, you shall remain quiet and serve me without my command. Furthermore, you will refer to me as master. I shall inform Illyrio shortly that you are now my handmaiden." Both the maid and Daenerys wore expressions of shock. Disregarding the maid, Viserys turned to Daenerys and spoke in Valyrian. "The portly governor intends to gift me a handmaiden. This one is familiar and thus more trustworthy." Before Daenerys could respond, Viserys addressed the maid in the common tongue. "Do you comprehend what I am saying?" The maid, seemingly still processing the revelation, instinctively replied, "I do not understand, my esteemed master." Daenerys hesitated for a moment, but could not resist interjecting in Valyrian. "But, there is no but." Viserys interrupted. "We are the last true heirs of the dragons. Caution is always warranted." Daenerys grasped the implication and refrained from further discussion, though her doubts deepened. Noticing Daenerys' silence, Viserys remained uncertain whether she had genuinely understood or was merely accustomed to silence. Interestingly, despite his earlier display of knocking over a wine cup at the door and using the silver cup as a mirror to observe the corridor, he was unsure if he had gleaned any valuable information, as the maid had not emerged from the anticipated crevices, ceilings, or corners, but had quietly exited from the vacant guest room opposite Daenerys. Viserys could not fathom how that room could offer a view across the corridor. The only certainty he held was that the maid was indeed the observer, as she had exited empty-handed, moving delicately and cautiously, pausing noticeably as she approached the direction of Viserys' chamber. She keenly noticed that the door to Viserys' chamber was ajar, and her immediate reaction betrayed her. Fortunately, before she could act, Viserys had already retrieved the half-spilled cup from the threshold. His reluctance to take risks stemmed from the understanding that probing actions could pose a threat when encountered by perceptive individuals. Just moments ago, had he been a fraction slower in picking up the cup, she would undoubtedly have detected his movement. Thankfully, he remained composed, never underestimating her acuity. Viserys' subtle exploration had commenced, and once initiated, it could not be halted. This was his way of handling affairs. Thus, positioning the maid nearby was his second strategic maneuver, with the maid's covert observations having transitioned from suspicion to certainty. Keeping her close effectively brought the concealed gaze into the light. This would allow him to assess Illyrio's reactions and leverage their relationship to prompt her departure in certain situations. Perhaps this arrangement could temporarily obscure their surveillance when necessary. The worst-case scenario would be the constant presence of more than one pair of eyes scrutinizing Viserys and Daenerys. Yet, would that be the case? Viserys believed it would not. At least not today. In matters shrouded in secrecy, the more participants involved, the easier it became for the truth to emerge. He was confident that Illyrio understood this principle as well. Chapter 30. Daenerys' Tender Moments. Dragons, such magnificent creatures. Behold these bones, how exquisite they are. Viserys toyed with a fragment of dragon bone, restoring a semblance of normalcy as he conversed with Daenerys in the common tongue. "May I touch these dragon bones?" Daenerys bravely inquired, striving to ignore the respectful maid, Ani, standing nearby, and maintain her usual demeanor. Of course, my dear sister, Viserys replied, precisely as he had intended. Daenerys reached out to feel the dragon bones, first selecting the piece closest to her. This fragment was somewhat damaged, weathered and marked by numerous scratches, representing unrefined material. She carefully examined the piece, noting its cold, rough texture, the scratches telling tales of time. She found nothing remarkable about it. Quickly, she moved on to the next piece, her brother offering no objections. As she handled the dragon bones, each seemingly of lesser value, Daenerys observed that aside from their dark hue, they bore little resemblance to stone. She then turned to the luxurious items adorned with jewels, delicately savoring the sensations in her hands and scrutinizing them with her eyes. Yet, she felt nothing and discerned no distinction. Nevertheless, she exclaimed, "How beautiful! Are these truly for us?" "They are on loan. I have borrowed them from Illyrio," Viserys replied. "They must be returned in due time. You must be curious as to why I've chosen to borrow these." "May I ask why?" Daenerys responded, striving to maintain her composure. "These trinkets would only gather dust in someone else's possession," Viserys explained in Valyrian. "Let me tell you, dear sister, the dragon bones conceal magic, and so do the dragon eggs. We are the true descendants of dragons. If we can unravel these magical secrets, the restoration of our kingdom will be within reach." As Viserys spoke these words, a flicker of fervor danced in his eyes. Yet, Daenerys found herself uncertain whether this declaration, made in the presence of her maid, was genuine or mere pretense. Responding in Valyrian, she inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Unable to resist, she scrutinized Viserys' expression. He continued in Valyrian. "Rumors abound that in the Shadowlands of Ashai, there exists magic capable of hatching dragons. If only we could acquire a dragon egg. Dragon bones are readily available. Yet dragon eggs remain elusive." As he spoke, he casually handed her a dragon bone he had been toying with. She received 2 pieces, feeling a faint warmth radiating from them. Was it Viserys' warmth that imbued the bones, or was there something inherently special about them? Daenerys fell into silence. When uncertain, she often resorted to quietude. With anticipation, Viserys gazed at her. "Do you believe I am indulging in fantasies?" "No. I simply..." Daenerys searched her heart for words but could only utter, "I do not know." Despite her confusion, a surge of boldness compelled her to act. She set aside the dragon bone Viserys had given her and reached for a sharpened dragon bone arrowhead. Viserys made no move to stop her. Testing the sharpness with her thumb, she accidentally pricked her skin, causing a bead of blood to surface. "How careless of me." Viserys quickly approached. Concern etched on his face as he grasped her hand and, without hesitation, took her thumb into his mouth. Daenerys felt her finger enveloped in warmth and moisture. After a moment, Viserys withdrew, his brow furrowed with concern. "You are too fragile, Daenerys. This is not good. It lacks the regal bearing." He pondered for a moment, then declared, "From today onward, you shall come to me every day." He picked up the dragon bone shortbow, adding, "I shall teach you how to wield it. Consider it a form of physical training." Daenerys could hardly conceal her delight. "Really?" Viserys responded with a solemn expression. "Has your brother ever deceived you?" She chose to ignore that remark. "But do not underestimate the bow," he said, rising to demonstrate. Viserys held the bow with his left hand and the string with his right, legs slightly apart and his body leaning forward. His gaze sharpened as he focused intently on a distant point before raising the bow and drawing the string back. In that moment, Daenerys beheld her brother standing poised with the bow, an air of deadly seriousness enveloping him, as if he had transformed entirely. "Did you see that clearly?" Viserys slowly relaxed, lowering the bow. "Now, it's your turn." Daenerys rose to accept the shortbow he solemnly offered. In a fleeting moment, she recalled the tales of the conqueror Aegon. Viserys instructed her, "First, learn to stand. Keep your body upright, with your feet shoulder-width apart." He placed his hands gently on Dany's shoulders, correcting her habitual tendency to bow her head. With a light nudge of his foot, he urged her to separate her legs, avoiding a posture that appeared timid and fragile. Leaning slightly forward, he instructed her to relax her shoulders and back while raising her chin ever so slightly. "Do not look at me. Focus on that painting over there on the wall. Do you see it? Do not gaze directly. Observe it with your peripheral vision." As Viserys adjusted her stance, Dany gradually began to take on the demeanor of an archer. Then, he grasped her hands firmly, signaling that he would guide her through the next steps, controlling her breath. "Do not tense your body. Are you feeling anxious?" Dany's heart raced, thumping vigorously as she struggled to maintain her composure. Viserys' voice resonated in her ear. "Do not respond. Concentrate on your breathing. Follow my lead. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale." With a few deliberate breaths, Dany's heartbeat began to stabilize. He carefully guided her hands to the bow, instructing, "Grip the bowstring with your thumbs and index fingers, while the other fingers rest lightly on the bowstring. Do not grip too tightly. Hold it gently. Dany followed his directions, striving to emulate his movements. Viserys adjusted her arm positioning, instructing, "Good, now begin to draw the bow." As Dany's fingers were guided by Viserys to gently grasp the bowstring, she slowly pulled back. The bowstring felt heavier than she had anticipated, but most of the weight was supported by Viserys' hands. She focused on controlling her breath, remembering to fixate on the target. They drew the bow into a robust arc. Viserys continued to instruct her. "Yes, precisely. When you aim at the target, direct your gaze at the tip of the arrow. Since there is no arrow now, focus on your hand holding the bow and imagine there is an arrow there. Observe with your peripheral vision. Keep your hands steady." The act of drawing the string persisted for 7 or 8 breaths, until the target in her hand began to blur in her focused gaze. "Remember this feeling. Good, now relax the bow." Viserys continued, "Dany, remember, there are no arrows now. So when you release the bow, do so gently. Letting go of the bowstring abruptly is perilous. It could injure yourself or others and cause significant damage to the bow. This is imperative to remember." Dany responded succinctly, "Yes." Viserys let out a satisfied hum. "Good." When his warm hands withdrew from hers, a fleeting sense of melancholy washed over Dany. Just moments ago, she had diligently listened and learned, yet her mind could not help but wander to other thoughts. She recalled the conqueror Aegon from the tales, along with his sister-wives Visenya and Rhaenys, pondering whether they too had shared such tender moments. Before a blush could rise to her cheeks, Viserys' stern voice disrupted her reverie. "All right, now it's time for you to practice on your own. Start with your stance." So much had transpired that day. As she attempted to sift through the fragmented details of the events, Dany found herself grappling with the task. She felt that apart from the Beggar King's utterance in Valyrian about the bones of dragons, dragon eggs, and magic, everything else was rather mundane, lacking in anything beyond the expected. She needed to carefully contemplate how to articulate her report for the evening. The Beggar King's reaction while eavesdropping on the garden conversation was certainly noteworthy. Her master would undoubtedly be most interested in that aspect. Yet the Beggar King concealed his emotions profoundly, revealing little about the matter. His abnormal fervor for dragon bones and dragon eggs was no revelation. But perhaps today's Valyrian falsehoods might pique her master's interest. She was uncertain, yet she felt compelled to speak of it. The Beggar King teaching her sister to wield a bow was a novel development, though it might not concern his master. The blossoming affection between the Beggar King and his foolish sister also seemed worthy of mention, yet what did it signify? The girl appeared to harbor feelings for her brother, who was a man of few honest words. Both her master and Annie were speculating over the riddles posed by the Beggar King, trying to decipher his ostentatious demeanor and uncover his true nature. The Beggar King was a vessel of deceit. That was Annie's impression, among those she had secretly observed. This king's cunning ranked among the most profound. It was even conceivable that she might soon be sent by her master to serve him. Unfortunately, that would merely benefit that wretched Dolia, the harlot of Lys. Annie was unaware of what her master discussed in private with the Beggar King. Yet she heard that Dolia had been assigned to her master's side chamber upon her emergence. That bed slave was originally meant to serve the Beggar King, and her master had purchased that harlot for this purpose. Yet now, Annie had become the Beggar King's attendant. Annie was acutely aware that should the Beggar King demand her, her master would not refuse. She could not help but ponder her potential fate, finding solace in the fact that at least the Beggar King was not unpleasant to behold. She could endure as long as he was not particularly depraved. Her master had bought her and educated her in literacy for this very day. Chapter 31. Find him something to do by dinner time. The guests from Illyrio had departed. At this particularly lavish banquet, the corpulent governor addressed Viserys with an apology. "Your Majesty, please allow me to express my regrets for today's indiscretion. I assure you, such occurrences shall never be repeated." "Your words are excessive, Illyrio." Viserys offered him a way out. "This is but a trivial matter. It is your courtyard, and such events are commonplace. I understand. However, if you insist on apologizing, I accept your apology, hoping it brings you peace of mind." He continued, praising, "Loyal subjects like you are rare, Illyrio." Illyrio took it earnestly. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. By the way, were you not to send me a maid?" Viserys shifted the topic. "I find that maid Annie will suffice. Let it be her." "Annie?" Illyrio pondered, finally connecting the name to the person. "If Your Majesty desires her service, then it is indeed her fortune." As Anya herself contemplated, her affairs were but trivial matters, even welcomed by her master. Illyrio swiftly transitioned to another topic. "Your Majesty, among the retinue of the Tyroshi envoy today, there is a knight hailing from the Seven Kingdoms. It is said he has committed some offenses and has come to Essos as a mercenary. I engaged him in a brief conversation regarding the Seven Kingdoms. and discovered he possesses a profound understanding of the realm, surpassing that of the average sailor or merchant. I was pondering whether such an individual ought to be recruited to serve your majesty. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, having lost their influence in Westeros, often gravitate towards this direction. Viserys did not respond in a manner expected by the corpulent governor. Instead, he remarked, "The former Blackfire was like this, and so am I." It seemed that the knight might share a similar disposition. Viserys, unwilling to merely acquiesce to Illyrio's probing, occasionally sought to instigate matters of his own, allowing the other party to respond. "In truth, I overheard part of your conversation in the garden. You know, the room overlooks the garden." "Indeed, Illyrio. Without further discussing the night, I heard you speaking of the Tyroshi trade routes to Dorne." Illyrio responded with a warm smile. "Yes, your majesty. To be candid, the Tyroshi have long maintained control over the Dorne trade routes due to their geographical advantage. Now, with disputes arising with Lys and Myr, we, as mere spectators, may find opportunities to maneuver." "Quite so," Viserys mused, harboring unspoken intentions, merely stating, "This is fortuitous, Illyrio. It bodes well for our endeavors. Your business ventures towards Westeros are prudent, not just to Dorne, but also Storm's End, the Kingswood, the Vale, the North, and even Lannisport present excellent trading opportunities. Seeking to expand your dealings in that direction is wise." "I share your sentiments, your majesty," Illyrio replied, "and I trust that soon I shall present you with the freshest Dornish lemons from Pentos." "I eagerly await that day," Viserys remarked, choosing not to dwell further on Dorne, redirecting the conversation back to the knight Jorah Mormont. "Regarding that knight, Illyrio, I believe you understand the nature of our intentions. He is indeed worthy of recruitment. But it is too soon for such actions. Therefore, wait until he completes his current commission, then employ him and assign him tasks. During this process, ascertain his character. Should he prove to be a valuable asset, I shall personally recruit him in the future. If not, you may find an excuse to dismiss him." "Your majesty's foresight is commendable," Illyrio flattered. "Though it may not meet expectations, it is certainly preferable to the worst of outcomes. How do you propose I arrange for him to be tested?" Viserys appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering diligently before responding, "You may act at your discretion." Illyrio expressed concern. "Your majesty, he is of noble lineage from Westeros, and my knowledge of the customs and noble etiquette of the Seven Kingdoms is scant. I fear it may jeopardize your plans." "That is also a test," Viserys replied. After careful contemplation, Illyrio harbored doubts regarding Viserys, perceiving him as a noble scion who, while ostensibly possessing a theoretical understanding of matters and a knack for grandiloquence, lacked the practical experience necessary to navigate specific situations. For instance, in the current endeavor of arranging personnel and assessing character, Viserys recognized the need to orchestrate events for such evaluations. Yet he appeared utterly at a loss regarding the execution of these plans. Consequently, he entrusted the concrete tasks to Illyrio for these peripheral matters, seemingly placing his trust in him. In summary, Illyrio regarded this Beggar King as possessing a semblance of regal demeanor, with a sufficiently thick skin to adopt ostentatious postures, yet devoid of substantial experience in governance. It was understandable, after all, that the Beggar King had never had the opportunity to engage with such affairs. "You may proceed." Viserys responded to the corpulent governor, "You shall one day be my Chancellor of Finance. Dealings with the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms are inevitable. Since you say so, I shall ensure this matter is handled well," Illyrio assured him, adding a query, "When the time is ripe, shall I reveal to him who truly employs him?" "No. By that time, should he prove worthy of recruitment, I shall personally extend the offer," Viserys asserted. "Indeed, your majesty." As anticipated by Aenys, her master was most intrigued by the Beggar King's reactions during their clandestine eavesdropping in the garden. However, the information she could provide was scant, leading her master to lose interest and prompt her to discuss other matters. She proceeded to recount the words exchanged between the Beggar King and his sister that day, detailing how they had spent the entire afternoon practicing archery stances in her presence. Her master, however, was not particularly concerned with these mundane details, merely acknowledging them as intelligence. More compelling to her master was how the Beggar King had chosen her, leading to a lengthy contemplation after she recounted the circumstances. "Approach your duties with patience. Do not rush to showcase yourself. Simply regard yourself as a typical maidservant in his service," her master advised. "He is not one to place trust in others easily. Just diligently fulfill your tasks and obey his commands." "Yes," she replied. "In the near term, he is unlikely to regard you in any particular way. Yet do not attempt to entice him. He seems to harbor peculiar biases against women. Do not employ the same tactics you would use on young lords who have never encountered a woman." Her master offered this counsel, adding, And should he torment you in private, I know how to handle it, my lord, she interjected. Good. I have prepared a new outfit for you. Change into it, and present yourself to the king. Her master bestowed upon her a bag of gifts, concluding with, do not forget who you are. Yes, my lord. Chapter 32. Impulsiveness is a bad habit the personal maid could not be arranged elsewhere. Thus, as night fell, Illyrio instructed that a small bed be moved into a corner adjacent to the washroom of Viserys' second guest chamber, while the servants hastily erected a translucent partition. This would serve as the residence for the newly appointed personal maid of the king. Such is the nature of devoted service. In truth, the title of the king's maidservant is merely a euphemism. The true identity lies in the fact that she is a slave to the Beggar King. The maidens of noble lineage, who reside by the sea, are the genuine attendants of the king. When Illyrio acquiesced to Viserys' demands, Anya, in name, had already become Viserys' personal possession, subject to his whims, be it in praise or reproach. This revelation unveils the stark reality of the so-called free trade city-states, where slavery is but a veiled truth. Viserys, of course, would not forget the duality of this maidservant's identity as Illyrio's spy. With his gaze shifting from darkness to light, uncertain if another pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, Viserys felt the need for heightened caution, regardless of the clandestine circumstances. Presenting this maidservant publicly signified that both parties were in a honeymoon phase of collaboration. Henceforth, when Viserys made demands of Illyrio, he could be more forthright. He harbored little concern that his secrets would be uncovered, for he believed that people, lacking essential information, often find it challenging to piece together the truth. The secrets he bore required imagination. After all, how could those who had not witnessed true magic for a century conceive and believe in such things without first-hand experience? They would direct their speculations toward more tangible matters, such as Dorne. Illyrio, through a series of probing maneuvers, both pressed forward and revealed information to Viserys, suspecting that Dorne was backing his actions. Naturally, this was logical. Let them engage in a battle of wits with the elusive Dornish. As Viserys contemplated this at his desk, he resembled a university student, poring over a thesis under the flickering light of an oil lamp, taking on a posture of scholarly diligence. Anya, the maidservant, noticed that her new master had not issued any commands since her entrance, and so she cautiously approached, attempting to remain respectful. With no tasks at hand, she decided to linger quietly. At that moment, Viserys finally uttered his first words to her that evening. Do not approach me while I study the dragonbone. Yes, my lord, Anya replied, respectfully retreating to her corner to quietly arrange her belongings. The spacious guest chamber fell into silence. The shadow of Viserys cast by the oil lamp loomed large upon the walls. His hands, engrossed in their study of the dragonbone, drew perilously close to the flickering flame, creating an ominous silhouette akin to a monstrous beast. As Viserys grappled with his research, now focusing on the third piece of dragonbone, a series of knocks resounded at the door. He turned his gaze toward the entrance, catching sight of Anya looking at him, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Without hesitation, Viserys commanded her, go open the door. To his surprise, it was Daenerys standing outside. Upon seeing the maidservant who opened the door, Daenerys greeted her with a momentary pause. Anya. Viserys then inquired, what brings you here, Dany? This marked the first occasion that Daenerys had sought out her brother. I recently practiced my archery stance in my room. Initially, I stumbled a bit, but soon my words flowed smoothly. I was uncertain if I was doing something wrong. As my shoulders began to ache, she was enthusiastically training for an entire afternoon, and it was no surprise that muscles unaccustomed to such exertion would protest. Yet, anyone could see this was merely a pretext from Daenerys. To be candid, Viserys had anticipated that such a day would eventually arrive. He just hadn't expected that after enduring the cruel treatment from the original Viserys, a mere semblance of a normal brotherly relationship would suffice. A few attempts to bond and subtle psychological nudges to align Daenerys with him seemingly worked. Perhaps the bridge effect truly played its part, leading Daenerys Targaryen to trust him more deeply. The bond they shared, transcending mere sibling affection, allowed Daenerys to confront the shadows of the years past with remarkable audacity. What had spurred her? Was it the swift advancement of their feelings today? Or perhaps the maid sent by Illyrio? Regardless, Daenerys' progress was astonishingly rapid, far exceeding Viserys' expectations. Young maidens in the throes of budding romance often found themselves overwhelmed by emotion, something Viserys should have foreseen. Daenerys was undoubtedly intelligent, yet still too youthful. Yet, was this not precisely the juncture he had aimed to reach? Viserys gathered his thoughts and beckoned her. Come here, let me have a look. Daenerys obediently stepped into the room, silently passing by her brother's maid, and approached him. Viserys reached out to gently pinch her shoulder. Is this where it hurts? Such affectionate gestures with Daenerys felt utterly natural to him. He showed no restraint or embarrassment, and even Daenerys herself found it unremarkable. The pressure on her shoulder caused Daenerys to instinctively retract her neck. Yes, what is happening? Viserys replied earnestly, it is normal. This indicates you are training correctly. Your exertion is well placed. The soreness in your shoulder results from a lack of prior conditioning. You must mentally prepare yourself. Such discomfort will accompany you for quite some time until your muscles become robust and resilient. I began learning archery at the Red Keep when I was younger than you are now. The instructor was Ser Willem, who had the king's backing and forced me to train daily. After each session, my shoulders would ache so painfully that I could hardly lift a fork. I assure you, pain is a normal part of the process. Remember to use warm water on the sore areas when you bathe. Daenerys inquired once more, did Ser Willem teach you to wield the bow? She recalled that while Ser Willem had instructed Viserys in swordsmanship, he had never taken it seriously, which often left Ser Willem lamenting privately. Indeed, Viserys noted, sensing that Daenerys was reluctant to return to her quarters, he decided to pull her down beside him for a casual chat. You should still remember how he taught me swordsmanship, Daenerys. To be honest, I often regret not taking it seriously. Only because the hardships I endured under Ser Willem's tutelage during archery left such a vivid impression on me. Looking back now, sigh? Listening to Viserys' sighs, Daenerys found herself at a loss for words. Viserys, indifferent to her reaction, engaged in light conversation before casually picking up a piece of dragonbone from the table, becoming absorbed in its study under the flickering oil lamp. It was the first time Daenerys had witnessed her brother's meticulous examination of dragonbone within the confines of the room. After sitting beside him for a spell, observing his seemingly fruitless endeavor, she revised her thoughts numerous times before finally uttering, "Brother, what are you doing?" She believed it best to pose the question as casually as she could. "Magic lies within the dragon bone," Viserys replied in Valyrian. "I am studying how to harness it." His response was as expected, and the fervor in his eyes appeared genuine, leaving Daenerys momentarily bewildered. If this was a secret, why did he not attempt to conceal it? Her thoughts wandered for quite some time, and ultimately, she said nothing, opting instead to silently keep him company. After a while, Viserys sighed and set down the dragon bone, his expression betraying a sense of dejection as he covered his face with his hands. He rubbed his face and poured himself a glass of wine, downing it in one gulp. While Daenerys contemplated how to break the silence, Viserys seemed to have regained his composure. He turned to her and said, "It is time for me to train. If you find yourself bored, you may peruse the storybooks on the desk. If you grow weary, return to bathe and rest." Without waiting for her response, Viserys rose to his feet under her gaze. He drew a dagger and stood resolutely in the spacious area of the room, then began to wield the dagger with precision. Strike after strike, the blade sliced through the air with an unremarkable cadence. Daenerys sat in a daze at the table, momentarily at a loss, her eyes following Viserys' relentless movements, eventually drifting towards the corner of the room where the maid, Annie, quietly awaited. Initially, Daenerys pondered what allowed her brother Viserys to disregard those around him, immersing himself in his pursuits. What thoughts occupied his mind at that moment? Yet, as a minute turned into 15, then an hour, she observed Viserys drenched in sweat, the dagger continuing its forward thrust. Her confusion gradually transformed into astonishment, which ultimately gave way to numbness. When Viserys finally ceased his strikes, Daenerys realized she had contemplated many things, yet struggled to connect them coherently in her mind. She gained an entirely new understanding of her brother. Viserys appeared quite ordinary as he commanded, "Annie, go summon someone to prepare hot water. I wish to bathe." "Yes, my lord," Annie responded promptly, setting off to fulfill his request. Viserys then turned to the evidently astonished Daenerys, saying, "It is quite late. You should return to rest as well, Daenerys. Remember to take a hot bath and have sweet dreams." Though her mind was awash with thoughts, all she could muster in response was a simple, habitual reply, "Very well, I shall take my leave." She contemplated that becoming what Viserys and Rhaenys desired might be more complex than she had initially imagined. Viserys watched as Daenerys departed, sensing that she had begun to awaken from the intoxicating haze of her emotions. Regardless of what had provoked her, acting impulsively was not a commendable habit to cultivate. As for the clandestine efforts she had been exerting in her training, Viserys was acutely aware. It was likely that only Daenerys remained oblivious to this endeavor. Chapter 33. The dream of other worlds. Once she fell into slumber, those dreadful memories, which she believed had faded, surged forth once more. Viserys glared at her with a menacing look. "You do not wish to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, do you?" She found herself adrift upon a desolate sea, with thunder and rain raging above. Alone in a small boat, she was at the mercy of the waves that threatened to engulf her. In the far distance, a dark speck emerged, appearing diminutive due to the vast expanse between them. yet she could discern that it was a small island, crowned by a castle shaped like a dragon, where Viserys loomed like a giant. Lacking the skill to navigate, she could only allow the waves to carry her toward that distant shore. Do not awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, right? Viserys hand waved, his fist crashing upon her like a tempest. His fingers coiled like serpents, biting into her flesh, twisting and pinching mercilessly. He howled with fervor, Dragonstone, King's Landing, the Iron Throne, the Seven Kingdoms, all have been seized from us, yet we shall reclaim them. His frenzied screams dug his nails into her skin, leaving crimson trails as blood seeped from the wounds. Awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, do you? She beheld her small vessel drawing nearer to the island with the dragon-shaped castle. As she approached, the towering figure of Viserys shrank in stature, and the blows raining upon her felt like a gentle breeze. Had she forgotten the pain? The storm seemed to gradually subside, and the towering waves diminished. She spotted a door painted in crimson. Home, she whispered softly. Yet, it was not home. The sleeping dragon, indeed. There are family ties. She saw half of Viserys' face smiling at her, his throat emitting two distinct sounds. The sleeping dragon resided where family dwelled. Her shoulders ached as if set ablaze. Yet Viserys continued to smile at her from ahead. She drew closer. The island with the dragon-shaped castle lay just ahead. Gathering her courage, she stood tall. Viserys cast upon her an approving gaze, and the venomous words of the past vanished with the wind. It is only where family resides that one can truly call home. The boat required no guidance. She was drawing nearer, and Viserys extended his arms toward her. No, a voice echoed from behind. She turned, only to find an illusory grand hall behind her. Ethereal specters lined the sides of the long hall, their faded royal garments whispering of ancient times. They wielded swords of faint flames, their forms ephemeral with hair of silver, gold, and shining platinum, their eyes shimmering in hues of opal, amethyst, tourmaline, and emerald. No, they cried out in unison. Confused, she glanced back, finding reproach in the eyes of the specters, who regarded her as a wayward child who had erred. The boat required no navigation. She was distancing herself from them, drawing closer to Viserys. A sense of bewilderment enveloped her. At this moment, the small boat came to a halt upon the sea. Before her stood her brother, Viserys, smiling gently, while behind her lingered the reproachful gaze that left her feeling bewildered. Have I done something wrong? She inquired, yet no answer came. Darkness enveloped her, and wisps of violet starlight surged from her being, consumed by the ethereal and profound whirlpool of shadows. When she emerged from her confusion, she found herself outside the gradually familiar curtain of darkness. Her body was ablaze with heat, and as she lowered her gaze, she noticed more sparks scattered across her skin, each glowing ember radiating a searing breath that penetrated her flesh and coursed through her veins. This signified the awakening of her bloodline. Do not forget, we are the heirs of the true dragons, our veins ignited with fierce flames. Just before succumbing to the void, this was the last thought that crossed her mind. Suddenly, she awoke, a taste of rust lingering in her mouth, a reminder of having bitten her lip in the depths of her dreams. She recalled the bizarre and surreal images from her slumber, and as she gathered her thoughts upon waking, the reproachful gazes of the specters remained etched in her memory. What have I done wrong? She pondered, unable to comprehend their meaning. Sitting up in bed, she leaned against the headboard. Outside, the night was profound, speckled with distant stars, and the sea breeze wafted in, carrying a salty tang, the night cool as water. It was then that she realized the shoulder that had tormented her to the brink of sleeplessness felt considerably less painful. The following day, after lunch, as she strolled to the pavilion where the sound of waves echoed, Dany mustered her courage to recount the entirety of her dream to Viserys. For the first time, she witnessed a flicker of panic on his face, a reaction that had seemingly vanished since the day he was struck by lightning. However, Viserys swiftly masked his unease. Dany, tell me the truth. In your previous dreams, have I treated you cruelly alongside those specters? It was her first encounter with the apparitions in her dreams, and Dany cautiously replied, I would be afraid. Her courage was growing, yet when discussing such matters, she instinctively averted her gaze, stealing glances to see Viserys intently listening to her words before she continued, I fear you. I do not know why. In my earlier dreams, the terror surged suddenly, like the morning tide at the shore, only to dissipate the next day, akin to the retreating dusk. Oh, Dany observed an unprecedented weight on Viserys' countenance. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately uttered only, oh. Dany could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. What is it? I am weary, he suddenly declared. Let us sit here and rest for a while, shall we? Viserys sat expressionlessly at the edge of the pavilion, gazing towards the narrow sea. His eyes fixed on the distant horizon, lost in contemplation. He had once believed the arrival of the red comet would herald his moment of opportunity. Now it seemed it might instead signify his doom. Reflecting back, were those purple particles he had devoured through dreams truly the essence of dragon souls? Or were they merely that? The fragments of dreams that haunt Daenerys, devoid of my essence, are indeed the remnants of the dragon's bones bestowed upon her, rather than the latent magic entwined within the Targaryen bloodline. He recalls that in the original narrative, when Daenerys was cursed by the witch with dark sorcery, her dreams were haunted by apparitions reminiscent of ancient monarchs. This marked the moment when Daenerys was on the cusp of becoming the mother of dragons, portrayed with far greater depth in the original text than in the hasty adaptation of the television series. In the original, Daenerys navigated a dreamscape akin to a Lovecraftian tale, awakening thereafter in a state of enigmatic reverie, subtly guided by some arcane force to partake in a ritual that resembled a magical sacrifice. Under the influence of this mysterious power, she willingly stepped into the flames, ultimately hatching 3 dragons. Were the phantoms that visited her dreams mere illusions? Inanimate remnants? Magical visions triggered by the awakening of her powers? Or were they projections of magic imposed upon her by some obscure entity through her bloodline during a period of dormant power? Viserys found himself compelled to ponder this hypothesis. If such magical potency is indeed rooted in the bloodline, relying upon the connection forged with this arcane entity, then when he inhabited the body of this Targaryen descendant, absorbing her soul and memories, was that enigmatic presence aware of his actions? Did it perceive his acquisition of power through Daenerys' dreams as he consumed those violet remnants? Was he unwittingly disrupting the original design of that mysterious entity? The answer seemed all too evident. Viserys had not dismissed the notion that Daenerys might be under the watchful gaze of a deity, assuming, should it exist, that the absence of immediate consequence indicated minimal risk, perhaps even a tacit approval of his endeavors, or a failure to notice them. In retrospect, it appeared that the deity neither condoned nor overlooked his actions, but rather was incapable of intervening within the realm of reality. The benevolence of the goddess Helia had rendered Viserys complacent in this world of ice and fire. She was evidently signaling Daenerys to steer clear of him. Yet for reasons unknown, her will remained unfulfilled. The violet remnants Viserys consumed had undoubtedly influenced the arcane connection between him and Daenerys. To speak candidly, until just moments ago, Viserys had reveled in his own cleverness, having facilitated Daenerys' contact with 2 dragonbone fragments imbued with dragon souls, successfully activating their latent magic. He had envisioned that the collection of dragon souls could unfold gradually, as there remained ample time before the arrival of the red comet. Even if the dragonbone fragments were scarce, be it 1/10, 1/20th, or even 100th, he believed he could afford to be patient. Yet now, it seemed he could no longer remain comfortably at ease. From the moment he entered this world as Viserys, he had unwittingly forged his own adversaries. Was reconciliation even plausible? The mere thought elicited a laugh from Viserys himself. Not only was there no avenue for reconciliation, but his desire to transform into a dragon was inextricably linked to Daenerys. Would she willingly relinquish her to him? After a prolonged silence, the inability to ascertain the emotions of Viserys left Daenerys feeling uneasy. She could not help but muster the courage to inquire, "What are you thinking? What troubles you?" Hearing her anxious question, Viserys turned to her with sincerity and replied, "The path ahead will be arduous, fraught with peril and thorns. Do you wish to accompany me?" Though she could not fully comprehend, she sensed deeper implications within his words. "What? It matters not. Take my hand." Viserys took her hand and urged, "Let us proceed forward." Chapter 34. Jon Arryn, please be cautious. The old hand of the king's sharp gaze, akin to that of an eagle, fixed upon a peculiar man who was issuing a warning from the shadows, hesitant to reveal his true identity. Who was it that spoke? Moments ago, Ser Hugh had informed the old hand that an unnamed visitor had crossed the guards outside the hand's tower and requested an audience with him. The visitor was a robust figure clad in tattered, muddy boots and a heavy brown cloak made from coarse material, his face obscured by a hood, reeking of sweat, with hands concealed within layers of sleeves. "I beg your pardon," the masked figure spoke in a strange, deep tone. "My lord hand, I request a private conversation with you." The old hand narrowed his eyes, withholding an immediate response as the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. "Ser Hugh, you may leave," he commanded, and only then did the tension in the air begin to dissipate. Once the door closed behind Ser Hugh, leaving just the 2 of them, the visitor finally unveiled himself. "Varys," the old hand stated, recognizing the guest without a hint of surprise, as if this encounter had been foreseen. "My lord hand," Varys greeted with courtesy, "I implore you to exercise caution. I fear there are those who wish to do you harm." "Who?" the old hand queried. "You ask me, my lord hand," Varys replied. But I dare say you are likely more aware of this than I. The old hand pressed further. What do you know? Varys responded. You hold a position of great power. They dare not confront you openly. My lord hand, please be wary of your food. Have someone taste it before you partake. The old hand's eyelid twitched. Are you suggesting that someone intends to poison me? Do you have proof? Varys spoke with deference. A mind as astute as yours cannot fail to imagine their methods. Only those unworthy of humanity would conceive such a notion. The old hand, with a serious demeanor, interrupted Varys. Varys remained unperturbed. People say poison is a woman's weapon. The old hand retorted coldly, and also that of cowards and eunuchs. You do not trust me. Varys sighed. Yet this is my candid advice, my lord hand. What do you know? The old hand reiterated, fully aware of the weight of his inquiry. Your every action bears upon the realm, Varys replied. Many eyes are upon you, including yours, the old hand noted. It is said in King's Landing that little birds are everywhere, and the eight-legged spider knows all. Varys revealed a sharp and piercing smile. No one can possess all knowledge. Such is merely the folly of common folk. Surely, esteemed Prime Minister, you, with your profound wisdom, must be aware of this. I am only privy to what I ought to know, as it is the duty bestowed upon me by the king. The former Prime Minister inquired, So, has the king sent you? Is he aware? It is my duty that compels me, dear Prime Minister. You may deride me if you wish. Yet even a eunuch possesses a sense of honor. Varys felt a twinge of sadness, as if his heart had been wounded. The realm is upheld by your governance. And we are all aware of what the king engages in daily. The former Prime Minister harbored a deep mistrust. With such a statement, one could easily have your tongue severed. Are you to treat me as you did Sir Ilan Payne? Sir Ilan Payne, the king's executioner, hails from the noble Payne family of the Westerlands. In the era of King Aerys II, he served as the captain of the King's Guard to Lord Tywin, but was punished with the loss of his tongue for claiming that Lord Tywin was the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. I am not Tywin, nor is the current King Aerys II. I shall ask once more, what do you know? If your inquiry pertains to your conspiracy with Lord Stannis, I shall speak plainly. Prime Minister, I am aware, and so is the king. You intend to have Lord Stannis succeed you as the Warden of the East, while your son is to be adopted by him. However, you may be unaware that the king has privately pledged this position to Jaime Lannister, wishing for your son to be adopted by Lord Tywin. The former Prime Minister gazed at Varys, speechless for a moment, as a heavy silence enveloped the room, leaving one parched. The former Prime Minister broke the silence. Leave now, Varys. Your duty lies in loyalty to the king. To remain steadfast in your allegiance and not favor any individual is your true obligation. Indeed, Prime Minister. Varys could not suppress a sigh within. Your counsel shall remain etched in my heart. Varys departed. After a while, the former Prime Minister's attendant, Shifu, knocked and entered. The former Prime Minister asked, Did you see where the visitor went? The stables, the young attendant replied. I followed, but could not find him. I lost my way. Very well, return. We must ensure someone is stationed to keep watch at the stables from now on. Once the former Prime Minister had given his instructions and Shifu had left, he retrieved a tome borrowed from Maester Pylus, titled The Lineages and Histories of the Great Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. He carefully tucked the book into his robes, thereby concluding his affairs for the day, and returned to his chambers. Upon entering his quarters, he found his wife, Lady Lisa Tully, cradling their young son, Robert Arryn. Half reclined on the bed, Lady Lisa was nursing her 6-year-old son. Robert Arryn had always been frail, leading Lisa to indulge him excessively, shielding him from all hardship, and even to the extent of not weaning him at his advanced age. Observing his child's condition, the former Prime Minister felt a pang of sorrow. Recognizing that his son was far from capable of bearing any responsibility, old John understood that his years were advancing, and he had designated numerous heirs, all of whom had tragically perished before him. In his twilight years, his wife endured multiple miscarriages, ultimately giving birth to a frail and ailing son, Robert Arryn. His marriage to Lady Lisa was far from blissful. During Robert's rebellion, in a bid to secure the support of the Vale, John and his foster son, Eddard Stark, took to wed the daughters of Lord Hotine Tully, Lisa and Catelyn Tully. At that time, John was old enough to be Lisa's grandfather. Lady Lisa was still awake. The old hand of the king greeted her, aware that such circumstances often heralded her intent to leverage some issue, whether it be punishing disobedient servants or seeking appointments. In her youth, Lisa was a striking, slender maiden, shy yet alluring, but now her demeanor had darkened into one of paranoia, strictness, and cruelty, perceiving adversaries everywhere. The servants and attendants quaked in her presence, with only the old hand's authority managing to temper her disposition, though not today. Lady Lisa quietly nursed her child, her gentle hands caressing the infant while a tender smile illuminated her face, resembling a loving mother. Upon hearing her husband's greeting, she quickly hushed him with a gesture. "Sweet Robin, my dear, mother loves you," she softly crooned a lullaby. "Sweet Robin, my darling, eat well and sleep tight." This warm tableau bestowed an inexplicable sense of comfort upon the weary hand of the king, who nodded to his wife before quietly approaching his writing desk. Habitually, he sought to pour himself a glass of bedtime wine, only to discover the flask empty. Glancing at his wife and child, he refrained from uttering any disruptive words, rising silently to summon his personal attendant, Shale, to fetch him some wine. Shortly thereafter, his attendant returned with a full flask. Before retiring for the night, he perused once more the tome titled The Genealogies and Histories of the Great Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Contemplating the revelations he and Stannis had unearthed, an inexplicable complexity washed over him, prompting a heartfelt sigh. The dreadful truths he grappled with could inadvertently plunge the entire dynasty into chaos. The solutions he contemplated would indelibly shape the future of the realm. The weight of responsibility was immense, indeed. With these intricate emotions swirling within him, the old hand took a sip of wine. Lady Lisa's lullaby continued to serenely echo through the air. "Sweet Robin, my dear, mother loves you. Sweet Robin, my darling. Sleep well. With mother here, no one can harm you. With mother here, no one can instill fear in you. Sweet Robin, my dear, mother loves you." That night, the old hand fell gravely ill. Chapter 35, A Sudden Gale. An acute gastrointestinal ailment struck swiftly, incapacitating the venerable man who had managed the realm on behalf of King Robert for many years. The learned bachelor Common from Eagle's Nest City was the first physician summoned to diagnose the ailing former prime minister. He suspected poisoning, feigning that the elder statesman suffered from a gastric ailment and often added ice to his wine, which adversely affected his digestion. He administered a purgative and pepper extract to Lord Aelin, intending to induce vomiting to expel the toxins. However, Lord John's condition continued to deteriorate. He suffered from a severe fever and was unable to articulate his thoughts. Thus, a messenger was dispatched under cover of night to summon the esteemed Bachelor Pike. Upon his examination, the bachelor brought sorrowful tidings, declaring himself powerless to assist, and that recovery was beyond hope. In his final moments, he suggested administering poppy milk to alleviate the elder statesman's suffering. Lady Lisa, however, disbelieved this grim prognosis, vehemently imploring the bachelor to save her husband, even sternly questioning why they would not rescue him. In the throes of his final fever, the elder statesman repeatedly called out the name Robert. People suggested that Robert Aelin should be allowed to attend to his ailing father, yet Lady Lisa forbade her child from entering the sickroom, fearing he might contract the illness. In the end, it was King Robert who remained by the side of the dying prime minister. The king hurried to his bedside, sitting for an extended period, reminiscing about better days and hopes of uplifting the elder statesman's spirits. Yet the relentless affliction consumed Lord John's life like a raging fire, leaving the king helpless to intervene. When Bachelor Pike proposed for the second time that the elder statesman be given poppy milk to ease his suffering, there was no dissent. Before closing his eyes for the last time, the former prime minister desperately attempted to convey a message, uttering something about resilience. Though his feverish words were indistinct and difficult to discern, he did not survive to see the dawn of the following day. The only solace was that after consuming the poppy milk, the elder statesman had settled into a tranquil state. Bachelor Pike reassured the king that he had passed away peacefully. The grand funeral for the former prime minister was held at the Great September of Baelor, where all, from the king downwards, mourned the sudden loss of their leader. The funeral, conducted by the king, took place the day after the elder statesman's death. Lady Lisa and her son Robert Aelin departed from King's Landing for the Vale without notifying anyone. All the courtiers and noble lords attended this solemn ceremony, except for the king's master of whisperers, Duke Stannis Baratheon, who had mysteriously vanished on the night of the former prime minister's illness and failed to attend the royal council convened by the king the following day. The king could not locate him, nor did he wish to seek him out. No one cared for these trivial matters. However, as all awaited to learn who the king would appoint as the new prime minister, he surprised everyone by announcing his intentions to travel north to visit Winterfell. When this news reached the shores of Essos, the rotund governor was so astonished that he nearly dropped his cup. He found himself unprepared for the shifting tides of the Seven Kingdoms, the sudden demise of the former prime minister catching him completely off guard. In a letter from Varys, it is indicated that the machinations behind recent events have deeper motivations, and even he has been unable to uncover the identity of the shadowy figure who acted against the former prime minister. He merely caught wind of the situation and attempted to intervene, though his efforts proved futile. He harbors several suspects, yet these considerations bear no significance to what Illyrio has conveyed. The die has been cast, and they must now act accordingly. Varys perceives this occurrence as sudden, The Beggar King and the forces backing him likely find themselves equally unprepared. Illyrio must seize the moment to ascertain the true nature of the Beggar King, realizing that the means of one-sided communication he possesses are woefully inadequate. The unexpected demise of the former prime minister took all by surprise, as did King Robert's decision to march north, a situation unforeseen by anyone. The more intricate the circumstances become, the more one must maintain composure, attending to one's own affairs while awaiting the winds of change. Illyrio, having read the letter only once, set it ablaze. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Illyrio absorbed the information while pondering how it would be received by Griffin. What would their reaction be? And what of the Beggar King? How would he respond? News from Pentos regarding Westeros is typically delayed. For instance, Illyrio's sources were several days, even a week, ahead of the rumors that would eventually reach Pentos. At this moment, discussions at the port of Pentos were still fixated on the recent triumph of Ser Loras Tyrell in the tournament held on Prince Joffrey's name day, where he defeated the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, to claim victory. Loras has recently emerged as a notable figure among the sailors of the Seven Kingdoms. His youthful valor and striking good looks widely celebrated among them, making him a household name in the port of Pentos. Coincidentally, Viserys received the news of the former Prime Minister Jon Arryn's passing on the same day as the Duke of Stark from the north, albeit the latter was informed slightly earlier. Today I received shocking news, Your Grace. I did not wish to disturb you at such a late hour. The day before the first sailors, who would soon learn of the upheaval in the Seven Kingdoms, were expected to arrive, Illyrio disclosed this information to Viserys. The corpulent governor personally visited, dismissing Viserys' handmaiden, Annie, from the room before speaking. Jon Arryn has died. Who? Viserys exclaimed, displaying exaggerated surprise. As if he had not heard correctly, Illyrio's expression turned grave. Jon Arryn, the hand of the king for the usurper, the prime minister of the Seven Kingdoms. Viserys' face erupted into an exuberant and theatrical smile. Jon Arryn, he is dead. It was as though he could scarcely fathom the sudden happiness. Seeking confirmation from Illyrio that this news was indeed true, my associates informed me directly. Upon learning the news in King's Landing, they immediately sent back an empty vessel, having only released the ballast, to return to the port of Pentos. Illyrio had come prepared, producing a scroll of parchment inscribed in a hasty hand with the common script of the Seven Kingdoms, which contained the obituary they had transcribed. Your Grace. Viserys trembled as he took the parchment, examining it closely, his fingers dampening the paper with sweat. Where are they, your men, Illyrio? He inquired. Illyrio replied. I arranged for them to rest at the port. I did not bring them here. Viserys gasped for breath. Reward them, generously. Your Majesty. I have given them gold as per our agreed compensation. What else do you wish to bestow upon them? Viserys glanced around. I currently possess nothing, Illyrio. You shall grant each of them double the reward, and charge it to my account, along with the dragon bones. I shall repay you in due time. Yes, your Majesty. Illyrio readily assented. Is there anything else you require of me? Illyrio, I have informed you of my patience, waiting for the opportune moment, and now that moment has arrived. Viserys was invigorated, not having anticipated such swiftness. Truly, the gods had opened their eyes. Illyrio eagerly inquired, What can I do for you, your Majesty? The question momentarily halted Viserys, who subdued his triumphant demeanor, asking with earnest urgency, Are there any rumors stirring in the Seven Kingdoms, Illyrio? What kind of rumors? Illyrio queried. That one I previously mentioned, Viserys replied seriously. I fear there are no such rumors, Illyrio responded. Perhaps the news has yet to reach the Seven Kingdoms. After all, the narrow sea separates us, your Majesty. Ensure that your agents within the Seven Kingdoms remain vigilant regarding this matter, Illyrio, Viserys insisted gravely. It is of utmost importance. Yes, your Majesty. Viserys pondered, as if struck by a thought, and asked, Has anyone inquired about the dragonbone pendant I instructed you to sell? Indeed, there was an inquiry. Illyrio replied, somewhat hesitant. Oh, Viserys inquired with concern. A collector believed the tarnished silver chain of the pendant was made from some exotic material. Upon clarification, he berated us as charlatans, your Majesty, Illyrio answered composedly. Viserys was momentarily at a loss for words, and beyond that, nothing further, your Majesty. Very well, Viserys replied, appearing somewhat uneasy. Should anyone inquire further, be sure to inform me at once. Of course, Illyrio seemed unwavering in his compliance with all of Viserys' commands. Suddenly, Viserys fell silent, gazing intently at Illyrio as if contemplating something profound. Illyrio waited patiently. At last, Viserys spoke. In addition, procure a ship for me. Illyrio inquired with concern. What do you intend, your Majesty? Viserys did not respond to the rotund governor's question, Instead, he fixed Illyrio with an unprecedentedly serious expression, by the gods above. I ask you, Illyrio, if I, a king stripped of all, were to demand that you fulfill the duties of the treasurer at this very moment, would you be willing? Illyrio's countenance brightened. It is my honor that your majesty trusts and commands me. Excellent. I have not misjudged you. A glimmer of tears sparkled in Viserys' eyes as he conferred a new title upon Illyrio, saying, my treasurer. Illyrio embraced this title with enthusiasm, eagerly asking, what would you have me do, your majesty? Viserys inhaled deeply, as if striving to temper his emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, before we proceed. There is something I must disclose. My Chancellor of Finance, you previously inquired about the source of my military support when the time is ripe. Now, I shall reveal to you that I have devised a plan with a lord from one of the realms within the Seven Kingdoms. He will provide troops to aid in my restoration. I apologize for not being able to disclose his identity without prior consent, but rest assured, we have meticulously orchestrated everything. Illyrio's astonishment was palpable. Your Majesty, to confide such a significant matter in me is truly overwhelming. Viserys placed a reassuring hand on his Chancellor's shoulder, signaling him to regain his composure. I share this with you to instill confidence, enabling you to act on my behalf with greater assurance. Illyrio, still taken aback, asked, what would you have me do, your Majesty? Viserys outlined his request. I need you to journey north to Bravos. To secretly seek loans from the Iron Bank in my name, King Viserys III. Go to Bravos, to Norvos, to Cohor, and find trustworthy bankers and merchants willing to lend us funds. Hearing such a task, Illyrio quickly replied, if it is funds you seek, your Majesty, I possess some personal wealth. Viserys had anticipated this response. No, even as my Chancellor, a king should not squander the resources of his subjects. Moreover, this endeavor is not solely about money. If they are willing to lend, that is ideal, but if not, it matters not. Illyrio expressed confusion. Your true intention is to subtly disseminate that narrative while requesting loans, is it not? The three princes? Illyrio was finally struck by the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, might this not be overly audacious? My Chancellor, Viserys replied, this strategy is known as the new ballad of the Seven Kingdoms, sung both within our borders and beyond. Do you comprehend? But what if there is silence within our lands? What if chaos does not ensue? Would we not become mere jesters and targets abroad? Illyrio questioned, his skepticism evident. No, he was certain. The Beggar King beside him was wholly unaware of how abruptly the old Chancellor had fallen, how disconcertingly unexpected it was. The Beggar King mistakenly believed this was an opportune moment, not even contemplating a discussion with the Dornish, and began to act according to a plan they had unwittingly drafted. His execution was commendable, yet his judgment appeared somewhat lacking. Your Majesty, should you not confer with the lord you mentioned earlier? Viserys' expression turned stern. Are you unwilling? Of course not, Illyrio replied with a smile. By the way, your Majesty, you previously mentioned arranging a ship for me. Yes, indeed, prepare a vessel for me, Viserys stated. As you head north, I shall journey south to Myr, to Lys, to find governors, lords, and wealthy merchants to solicit loans. Of course, the borrowing is merely a facade. My true intent is to subtly propagate that narrative. Illyrio found himself at a loss for words, and with a hint of amusement, he inquired, and what of Pentos? Your Majesty? Viserys responded, this is your homeland. Should the usurper's agents come searching, it could expose you to danger. You certainly possess a good heart. Illyrio nearly chuckled. How might one discreetly execute a seemingly splendid plan in another city, achieving it in secrecy, without revealing oneself? As Illyrio pondered this, the Beggar King continued to envision the successful outcome. We shall convene in Volantis, my esteemed treasurer. He insinuated that upon their arrival in Volantis, the lord who supported him would also make an appearance. The corpulent governor opened his mouth to speak, but, feeling that he had only recently gained trust, decided against dampening the Beggar King's enthusiasm. Thus he replied, yes, your Majesty. Chapter 36. Ships and men. My treasurer, how is the ship preparing? The following evening, upon returning to the courtyard, Illyrio was eagerly sought out by Viserys. The governor chuckled softly, his beard trembling. Preparations are not progressing so swiftly. Since we are embarking on a long voyage with such a significant purpose, we must take measures to conceal our intentions. I shall procure some goods and arrange for trustworthy personnel, allowing your vessel to masquerade as a merchant ship, thus facilitating your clandestine endeavors, would it not? Viserys did not even move his lips in response. You are right. He appeared somewhat reluctant. However, the opportunity was rare, and we must hasten our departure. Those in the Seven Kingdoms may be awaiting our synchronized actions. Illyrio complimented him. My king, you have waited for the better part of your life. What does it matter if you wait a few more days, or even months? It should be noted that the Dornish across the sea have yet to make any moves. Viserys pressed his lips together. Has anyone inquired about the dragonbone pendants for sale today? Illyrio replied, Not yet, your majesty. Regarding the dragonbone, you requested I procure a new batch, which shall arrive tomorrow. At last, there was some good news, my treasurer. By now, Viserys had abandoned the notion of scheming for dragon eggs through Illyrio, as he felt too weak to allow Daenerys to come into contact with them. The remnants of dragonbone were indeed scarce, yet the danger was minimal. Although dragonbone imbued with dragon souls was rare, frequently yielding no more than one in a batch of 20, it remained a reliable source of stability. If anyone were privy to Viserys' thoughts, they might perceive him as a timid mouse, retracting into himself. Yet, he cared little. Impractical bravery often leads only to a glorious demise. He believed that there were surely others, more intelligent and courageous, who, if endowed with his advantages, might now be ascending the Iron Throne, transformed into dragons, engaging in jovial discourse with deities. Yet, his talents were limited, so he sought mercy. Eddard Stark taught his wolf cubs, only through fear can one find courage. Viserys' bravery would only be gradually unleashed as his strength grew. The more magical power he accumulated, the bolder he would become. Presently, he had garnered some semblance of self-preservation. Thus he grew bolder in his requests from Illyrio. The corpulent governor always generously acquiesced, seemingly without suspicion. However, even with Illyrio's cooperation, Viserys still felt progress was too slow. The journey south serves merely as a pretext. The true objective is to explore the opulent boutiques of the various free trade city-states in search of dragonbone. Although Viserys contemplated the notion of openly soliciting assistance, he soon realized that such an action would be folly, a venture only the dim-witted would undertake. Presently, it seems that a mysterious entity has possibly unearthed his secret and is now fixated upon him. Should he proceed with his public endeavors, it would be akin to dancing beneath the gaze of all the enigmatic forces surrounding him. If he believes that the pressure exerted by this unidentified presence is insufficient, he may indeed choose to act recklessly. Since that dream where she encountered the spectral figure of an ancient monarch, Daenerys has no longer experienced similar visions upon handling dragonbone imbued with dragon souls. Instead, she perceives her body gradually enveloped in celestial fire, the warmth of her blood intensifying. Her physical condition is visibly robust. Regardless of the intensity of her training, she recovers swiftly, leading Viserys to refrain from allowing her to overexert herself, lest any abnormalities be noticed. The purple dust that Viserys once absorbed through his dreams has diminished to almost nothing, yet the medium that triggers his magical projection remains unchanged. The enigmatic presence has lapsed into silence, leaving Viserys to ponder the worst, for he dares not entertain optimistic thoughts. He desperately craves power to assuage his restless spirit. The task assigned to Illyrio serves as a form of accountability. The corpulent governor has shared the stage with him for an extended period. Viserys cannot permit him to return empty-handed, and should Illyrio foolishly adhere to Viserys' devised plan, then may the gods have mercy on him. However, it is evident that Illyrio is not lacking in intellect. He is currently devising ways to stall, occasionally suggesting that there has been no movement across the sea, thus granting the seemingly impulsive Viserys time to regain his composure. The governor is awaiting a response from the Seven Kingdoms, a wait that will likely extend throughout his lifetime. Viserys is acutely aware of the absurdity of his own fabrications. The silence of the Dornish could lead one to speculate wildly. Yet even if Viserys were to assert the absence of the Dornish, the governor would not be swayed. He would find reasons to convince himself otherwise. Viserys is resolute in his intentions, understanding that the governor is never one to stand firm. Eventually, he will grow impatient with Viserys' foolish decisions and allow him to depart. Much like in the original tale, where Viserys insisted on accompanying Drogo through the vastness of Dothraki, until the latter fulfilled his promise and bestowed upon him the crown. Illyrio had advised against it multiple times, ultimately permitting him to leave. Both Illyrio and Varys have consistently shown a willingness to respect the folly of those who choose to act foolishly. Finally, during Viserys' third inquiry to Illyrio, the governor blinked and declared that all preparations were complete. "My king," he proclaimed, "the vessel I arranged for you is ready. However, the seas are presently tumultuous. One ship may not suffice to contend with the rampant pirates and turbulent waves. Therefore, I took the liberty of arranging a caravan for you, comprising 3 ships laden with goods and expertly disguised. If your majesty is amenable, we could set sail as early as tomorrow. Captain Grole is the most capable captain in my employ. Would you like to meet him before we embark? The arrangement is quite reasonable. During his time wandering the free cities, Viserys has acquired considerable experience with seafaring. He understands well that relying solely on an unarmed merchant vessel for navigation across the seas is indeed an imprudent endeavor. Your foresight is commendable. Viserys readily assents to this, demonstrating the loyalty of a faithful subject in ensuring the king's well-being. I must extend my gratitude to you, my esteemed chancellor. Has the captain arrived? I wish to meet him. It is my duty, your majesty, replies Illyrio. Captain Grolio is at a nearby inn. Shall I summon him to meet you this evening? Very well, your majesty. The king cannot be without a guard, Illyrio continues. Regarding the exiled knight, Jorah Mormont, should we consider recruiting or hiring him to safeguard your person on this journey? Viserys pondered when he would bring this up. His retinue already comprised Illyrio's men. One more would not make a difference. Although Jorah harbors ulterior motives, having him close could prove advantageous. Much like the spy, Aenys, who could test his food for poison. A guard disguised as a knight of the Seven Kingdoms could avert numerous troubles. Over this period, Viserys has accumulated a significant amount of magical power, represented by more than a dozen dragon scales. He anticipates that confronting Jorah Mormont, such magical strength would suffice to incinerate the armored knight with his dragon fire. Jorah and Illyrio may not share the same intentions. If King Robert were to issue an order, Jorah might very well attempt to slay Viserys. However, Robert's commands would pass through Varys and Illyrio's hands, and as long as Viserys does not act recklessly, Varys and Illyrio would not permit him to perish. Yet, the threat of assassination cannot be dismissed, as it is merely a means to an end. Similar to the original narrative wherein Daenerys faced her first assassination attempt, Jorah even intervened to save her. What they require is Drogo's military support, not Daenerys' corpse. Should the day arrive when King Robert orders Viserys' demise, Varys and Illyrio would be more than willing to let Ser Jorah take action, using his hand to impart a lesson to Viserys, compelling him to behave obediently and learn the importance of communication and collaboration with his allies, rather than acting impulsively. I have been contemplating this very notion, Viserys replies. What trial did you previously arrange for him? I assigned him to guard my estate outside the city, which has been plagued by banditry, Illyrio explains. The servants there have informed me that this mercenary is unlike his peers. He possesses formidable skills, maintains a serious demeanor, and executes his duties with utmost diligence. He shows no mercy to thieves, but will actively protect women and children. Occasionally, when conversing with others about his homeland, particularly regarding King Robert and Lord Eddard Stark of the North, he would spit disdainfully before falling silent. Then arrange for him to meet me, Viserys commands. I wish to speak with him. Very well, your majesty, Illyrio agrees and adds, considering that you will be accompanied by womenfolk, having merely one knight may prove somewhat inconvenient. The eunuchs in the courtyard were already designated for your protection. Would you like to bring them along on this journey? Will those disdainful eunuchs ever heed my words? Too many guards would undermine the very essence of disguise. Viserys felt that the corpulent governor had already crowded him enough, and he doubted his ability to manage any further influx alone. Thus, he decided that one eunuch would suffice to guard the ladies. There was an elder among the guards, with thick brows and a ruddy complexion, who appeared quite earnest. What is his name? Butch, your grace, replied Illyrio seriously. His companions referred to him as the black-faced butcher. Viserys pondered this moniker and deemed him suitable. Chapter 37. The day of departure, the Cerulean Sea lay tranquil, punctuated only by the steady beat of drums and the gentle strokes of oars. The merchant ship, the Steadfast, groaned under the strain, its heavy towline taut, while the sails hung limply from the mast, unmoving. Ahead, the summer sun and the mockingbird plied the waters. These were galleys, each manned by 200 oars and a crew of robust sailors. At this moment, the plump, grand vessel, burdened with cargo, could do naught but rely on the rowing ships ahead to pull it forward, moving slowly and laboriously. Nevertheless, as he leaned against the gilded sword gifted by Illyrio, standing on the foredeck and gazing at the azure sky, Viserys felt an undeniable joy. That morning, after bidding farewell to his treasurer at the port, he had embarked on the Steadfast with his sister, his handmaiden, his newly appointed knight, and his eunuch guard, setting forth on their first leg towards Meereen. The bond between ruler and subjects was strong. They held hands at the port, exchanging words for what felt like an eternity before parting reluctantly. On the eve of their departure, Viserys instructed his treasurer to revise the price of the dragonbone pendant and solemnly directed Illyrio to ensure that, should anyone inquire, the message would reach him. He also urged Illyrio to hasten northward, moving in tandem with him, so that those in the Seven Kingdoms would witness their endeavors, following suit. Illyrio wholeheartedly acquiesced to the king's command, and the riddle of the king was swiftly deciphered. Warriors, grant them courage and victory. They shall wield your gleaming swords and cleanse the world of all evil. This prayer, drawn from the warrior's passage of the seven-pointed star, was uttered as a blessing for the 44 sons of King Hugo of the Hills. The king, evidently buoyed by spirit and confidence, was poised to embark on his campaign to reclaim his realm. Captain Grolai was a middle-aged man with dark hair and a full beard, much like his master Illyrio. A seasoned man of Pentos, Grolai possessed an air of traditional gravitas and experience, fluent in the common tongue, Valyrian, and several local dialects. According to his own account, he had sailed the seas for 20 years, having traversed the Summer Sea, the Jade Sea, and the routes from Pentos to the Summer Sea, which he knew best. The night Viserys met Grolai, Illyrio instructed the captain to treat Viserys with the same respect he afforded to him, insisting that Grolai address Viserys as my lord. Grolai arranged the finest quarters on the merchant ship for this esteemed guest, and at least outwardly, he displayed the utmost deference to Viserys. Viserys remarked, "I do not fear the storm. I only long for the northern winds that follow, swiftly guiding us to Meereen." Storms frequently plagued the narrow sea, and during their exile, Viserys and Daenerys traversed these tumultuous waters countless times, fleeing from one free city to another. Viserys often lamented that they were perpetually just a step ahead of the assassins sent by usurpers. Throughout this ordeal, life at sea consumed nearly half of their time in exile. As the ship departed from Pentos, Viserys beheld a rare, genuine smile grace Daenerys' face. Undoubtedly, her time in Pentos had been distressing, but as they sailed away, inhaling the bracing scent of the salty sea air and gazing upon the vast ocean beneath the expansive sky, a sense of freedom enveloped her, filling her with joy. While Viserys conversed with the captain, she leaned quietly against the railing of the deck, watching the dolphins frolic alongside the ship, occasionally straining to listen to Viserys' discourse with others. In the past, she would never have dared to do such a thing. "My lord, the northern winds herald the frightening onset of winter. Even with the winds, it will take us 7 or 8 days to reach Meereen." Ser Jorah Mormont approached the foredeck, standing beside Viserys. "We have just left the Bay of Pentos." Despite the sweltering heat, Ser Jorah preferred to be drenched in sweat rather than abandon his chainmail and leather armor. The dark green cloak embroidered with the silhouette of a black bear was his constant companion. Ser Jorah possessed a bull-like neck and shoulders, thick black hair adorning his arms and chest, while his head was devoid of any hair. He naturally exuded an air of sincerity and honesty, his smile providing comfort to those newly acquainted with him. When Illyrio introduced him to Viserys that evening, this exiled knight proposed his service to Viserys upon learning of his identity. "You offer your allegiance to me upon our first meeting?" Viserys did not hastily accept, but inquired about his intentions. "What do you seek from me?" "Honor," he replied earnestly. "To serve the king is a matter of honor." Viserys retorted, "You lack sincerity. Such is not the virtue of a knight." His words were not mere rhetoric. He asserted, "Fighting for the king brings honor." He spoke with heartfelt conviction. "I have been exiled by King Robert, stripped of everything, lost all. I wish to pledge my loyalty to you, hoping you might bestow upon me honor. Assisting you in reclaiming your throne would grant me the hope of returning to my homeland." This was a plausible excuse. Thus, Viserys chose not to delve further into his fabrications and casually accepted his fealty. Mormont then became one of his closest guardians. The reason Viserys retained Jorah was akin to his initial decision to remain in Illyrio's courtyard, never to underestimate the power and resolve that figures like King Robert and Varys could mobilize. The Beggar King could not do without such individuals, whether he remained as he was or sought another path as a mercenary or otherwise. The position beside him would inevitably be filled by someone, whether it be Jorah or another character from the original text, such as Khal or some nameless personage not mentioned in the narrative. Jorah, however, could be directly identified as a wolf within the original text. Should a more exceptional individual, devoid of the gift of mind-reading, arise, how might he ascertain which of those gradually becoming his trusted confidants would ultimately betray him? Would he then be left in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "Et tu, brute?" Ser Viserys inquired, "Have you settled your horse?" Much like his reluctance to remove his armor, Jorah was equally hesitant to entrust his steed to Illyrio, prompting the captain to clear a space beneath the deck for the horse's accommodation. "Indeed, my lord." They all echoed in unison, referring to Ser Viserys with respect. "You have arrived just in time. With the heat so intense, please regale me with tales of the north." Captain Groliais, however, had no time for such idle chatter and took his leave under some pretext. The mute eunuch guarding Daenerys, named Butch, was a man of few words, capable of remaining silent for an entire day. Jorah, drenched in sweat from the sun, his throat parched as if set ablaze, nonetheless responded with deference. "What would you like to hear, my lord?" Ser Viserys engaged him in casual conversation, Is there still snow in the north at this time of year? Jon Snow seized a handful of the snow on the ground, fashioning it into a snowball, which he hurled towards a nearby tree. The snowball exploded against the trunk 30 paces away, leaving a patch of white residue behind. He silently congratulated himself. Ghost lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixating on the spot where Jon had thrown the snowball, before settling back down quietly at Jon's feet. Jon bent down to affectionately stroke the creature's head, saying, "Watch closely, I can hit the next one too." Ghost had grown rapidly. When Jon first discovered him, he was scarcely larger than Jon's palm. But in just over a week, he had grown to rival the cats in the castle. Initially, Jon had to feed him with a milk-soaked cloth, anxiously fearing for his survival. Yet now Ghost could begin gnawing on meat scraps, voraciously devouring chicken bones, growing larger by the day. News of the king's impending visit to Winterfell had swept through the town. Although the message reached Winterfell some time after the king had already departed, the journey from King's Landing was long, and the king's procession moved slowly. Lord Eddard estimated that the king would arrive in 2 weeks. On the day he received the news, Lord Eddard dispatched the captain of the guard, Jory Castle, with an honor guard to travel south along the King's Road, ensuring he would meet the royal entourage before it reached the neck. The ancestral graves along the route to Winterfell lacked inns or towns for rest, and once night fell, the king and his retinue would have to camp in the open, potentially leaving a poor impression without a knowledgeable northerner to guide them. Within the castle, Jon's half-siblings were hastily training in the etiquette required for an audience with the royal family. No one had the time to train or play with Jon. He had hoped to persuade his father to allow him to patrol the outskirts, as wildlings had recently been spotted crossing the wall, but Lord Eddard was perpetually occupied. And by the time Jon deemed him available, the guards had already departed the castle. He found the heat in the city unusually oppressive these days, and it was becoming quite unbearable for him. Thus, he rode out of the city, galloping along the road between Winterfell and the now desolate town of Wintertown. At this moment, he rested near the city gates. After a brisk ride, inhaling the crisp air, he felt considerably more at ease. Of late, for reasons unknown, Jon had been plagued by restless nights, frequently haunted by dreams that were hazy and indistinct, vaguely resembling a tumultuous sea beneath a shroud of dark clouds. Having never seen the ocean, he could only conjure a nebulous image from the words of scholars and the tomes housed in Winterfell's library, leaving him perplexed as to the origin of such dreams. This condition had improved somewhat since he had taken in Ghost and devoted himself to nurturing the creature, yet occasionally, he was still tormented by strange and nebulous visions at night. As he shaped a new snowball in his hands, he casually tossed it, striking a tree trunk with precision. Before he could commend himself, a sudden splatter erupted behind him as a snowball exploded mere steps away. He and Ghost turned to see a small figure on the castle wall waving at him. A smile involuntarily crept across Jon's lips. It was undoubtedly his little sister Arya, having once again escaped from her etiquette lesson. Jon led his horse back into the city, handing it over to the stable boy before swiftly ascending the stone steps to the castle walls. Upon his arrival, he found Arya playfully teasing her little wolf. "Sister, shouldn't you be in your etiquette class now?" he inquired. Arya made a face at him. "What etiquette class? It's even more tiresome than sewing class." She lifted her little wolf and brought it close to Ghost, exclaiming, "See, it's because I haven't spent as much time with Nymeria as you have with Ghost that she hasn't grown as large." Arya named her wolf after the legendary warrior queen who led her people across the narrow sea. Ghost, being the fastest and largest among the wolves, sniffed at Nymeria, gently nipping her ear before settling quietly at Jon's feet. Jon wished to converse more with Arya, but he found himself adopting a tone of a little adult, cautioning her, "If you're gone too long, the Septa will surely inform your mother. If Lady Stark learns you've skipped class again, you won't be able to join us in the training yard later." "I know," she replied, looking exasperated. "You sound just like father." Arya sighed and handed Nymeria to Jon. "Please look after her, Jon. I'll come back for her once class is over." True to her nature, Arya wasted no time, quickly getting to her feet and dashing away. Fortunately, a bridge connected the keep to the southern gate armory. Otherwise, she would have had difficulty sprinting back and forth between the castle and the walls within the brief interlude of the Septa's respite. Jon cradled Nymeria as he watched his sister scamper off, unable to suppress a wide grin. His spirits lifted considerably. That night, Viserys departed from Pentos, amidst the ghostly market along a coastal shore outside the city. "What? The trade is over?" Viserys departed in haste, while Illyrio had to send someone to tidy up the aftermath. In order to satisfy the demands of the Beggar King for Dragonbone, he sought out some inexpensive sources, initially believing they would serve a long-term purpose. Acquiring low-priced goods of dubious origin was indeed part of the merchant governor's dealings. Recently, This avenue had attracted a number of individuals looking to dispose of illicit wares. "I have brought something truly remarkable," declared a gaunt man with a scarred face, his indignation palpable as he was overlooked. The person in charge dismissed him curtly. "Go elsewhere. There is no shortage of buyers for quality items. I am closing up." The man, eager to flatter, pleaded, "Where else could you find such reasonable prices? Just take a look." However, the official paid him no heed and departed on his own. "Damn it," the man cursed as he watched the official walk away. His trip had been in vain. Grumbling, he left without considering other options and headed straight back to his fishing boat. Before he could set sail, the earlier official, now clad in different attire, approached him directly. "Let us see what you have. If it is genuine and my master declines, I shall take it." The man, beaming with false cheer, tucked his hands into his cloak and produced a crystalline object from a tattered bag. The official's interest was piqued. What was claimed to be dragonbone resembled more a sapphire, with the dragonbone merely serving as an embellishment. Such pure and exquisite sapphires were rare. Their deep blue hue was reminiscent of the ocean, strikingly beautiful and transparent, with nearly no imperfections within. As they were familiar acquaintances, the transaction was swiftly concluded within the confines of the fishing vessel. Little did they realize that this would be the last transaction of their lives. That night, the fishermen, who made a living by casting nets and occasionally acquiring mysterious goods, drowned after falling overboard in a drunken stupor. Days later, the business associate of Illyrio, separated from him by many ranks, would join the unfortunate souls who perished in the waters of Pentos, victims of intoxication. I have observed that some may struggle with forms of address. Indeed, English offers a plethora of honorifics, and aside from these, Lord Martin employs a myriad of titles for figures of authority, utilizing various archaic English terms, ensuring there is always a fitting designation available. Chapter 38. The Feast at Winterfell. Yora, where do you suppose Illyrio has gone? With the southeast wind blowing, could he possibly reach Braavos before us? Yora mused that the portly spice governor was likely in his courtyard, either savoring honey-roasted duck with peppered oranges alongside chilled wine or engaged in business discussions with other dignitaries. Certainly, he would not be en route to Braavos. However, Yora conveyed to his newly sworn king, the journey from Pentos to Braavos takes considerably longer. Even with favorable winds, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. It was easy to see through Yora's lies. When he avoided a direct answer, it often indicated he had alternative thoughts. He would state common knowledge to lend credibility to his fabrications. Viserys had no intention of exposing him. The sweltering sun of recent days had failed to persuade Yora to shed his armor and leather attire until the winds finally shifted. Fortunately, the arrival of clouds and the sea breeze brought respite. Otherwise, Yora would have been compelled to converse with Viserys while donned in clothes imbued with the pungent odor of dried sweat. Although Viserys had offered for Yora to join the maid, Alice, in seeking a shaded retreat, Yora insisted on remaining with Viserys on the deck, citing duty as his rationale. Viserys began to appreciate Yora's endurance. Over the past few days aboard the ship, Viserys engaged Yora in conversation, soon discovering that Yora was far more agreeable than Illyrio. The insights gleaned from Yora surpassed the information he had previously extracted from Viserys. In their dialogue, Yora's attitude towards Illyrio subtly revealed disdain, his attempts at concealment rather clumsy. While it could be perceived as mere performance, Viserys felt it lacked artifice. From the nuances in Yora's speech, Viserys suspected that Yora was entirely unaware of Illyrio's true identity, viewing him merely as a political opportunist. Furthermore, Viserys doubted whether Yora realized that his placement beside Viserys was a collaborative effort orchestrated by Varys and Illyrio, rather than mere happenstance. As a spy, Yora's knowledge of the underlying truths was likely far less than Viserys had envisioned. Even the information revealed to him pertained to their mission of securing loans from the free cities, rather than serving as a smokescreen for disseminating falsehoods. It was perhaps understandable. Yora, having been temporarily recruited by Varys for King Robert, likely only knew that his task was to approach the Beggar King and relay messages back to King Robert, far removed across the narrow sea. For a fleeting moment, Viserys felt a twinge of sympathy for him, realizing that even he was toying with Yora's fate. By the way, where were we? Viserys inquired with a hint of wicked amusement. It seems you harbor a strong aversion towards the Stark Lord? He has taken everything I cherished. All for the sake of a few poachers and his precious honor, Yora replied cautiously, his indignation palpable. I despise him. During their recent exchanges, Yora had gleaned some insight into the character of the Beggar King, recognizing that he was not the foolish and arrogant figure of legend, though his actions might appear misguided. There was no indication of mental deficiency in the Beggar King's demeanor. Compared to the Targaryen kings of yore, Yora found the Beggar King reminiscent of Baelor Targaryen, whose many dreadful decisions were fueled by a fervent delusion, even if it could be called talent. From Yora's tone, Viserys sensed the truth of his resentment towards the Stark Lord. Yora preferred to avoid further discussion of the Starks, yet Viserys was unwilling to change the subject. What do you think compels King Robert to seek him out? The usurper king trusts him, my lord, Yora reluctantly replied. They were fostered together under the late hand, Jon Arryn, and united in their rebellion against the Targaryen dynasty. The usurper likely intends to appoint Eddard Stark as the new hand of the king. Do you believe the Lannisters will harbor jealousy towards the Starks? Viserys inquired, pondering the potential for conflict. Yora, newly loyal to his king, often expressed these seemingly reasonable yet impractical notions. No matter how ineffectual King Robert may be, such a situation would not transpire. Wishing not to dampen the spirits of the Beggar King, Ser Yora replied, perhaps, my lord. Jon had not intended to attend, thinking it preferable to remain indoors, donning his new garments and hastening to the banquet hall to secure a favorable position. After all, the visitors would ultimately enter through the grand doors of the hall, allowing him to satiate his curiosity from there. However, the clamor of attendants outside proved irresistible, as the youthful squires, reluctant to linger in the castle, made their way outdoors. Should Jon choose to remain behind, the steward would likely hesitate to summon him for assistance, leaving him in an awkward solitude within the banquet hall. Thus, Jon decided to join. He wrapped Ghost in his new cloak and melded among the young attendants at the gate, standing beneath the billowing banner of the Stark house, seeking a vantage point to behold the approaching spectacle. The procession resembled a resplendent river of gold, silver, and steel, flowing majestically through the castle's gates. Comprising 300 proud vassals, knights, sworn swords, and free riders, they advanced with an air of grandeur. The biting northern wind lashed against the lofty golden banners, emblazoned with the crowned stag, a symbol of House Baratheon. Among the throng were several legendary figures of the Seven Kingdoms. The striking golden-haired Ser Jaime Lannister, whispered to be the Kingslayer, strode alongside the scarred face of Sandor Clegane, the Hound, who accompanied Prince Joffrey. The tall, golden-haired boy beside him was none other than the heir apparent, Prince Joffrey. Trailing behind them was the unmistakable figure of the imp, Tyrion Lannister. Yet, Jon found it challenging to reconcile the rotund figure at the forefront of the procession, flanked by two members of the Kingsguard in white cloaks, with the legendary warrior his father often spoke of, Robert Baratheon, the Demon of the Trident, renowned as the most valiant knight in the realm. In contrast, Jon perceived Ser Jaime, clad in resplendent armor and exhibiting an undeniable regal bearing, as far more kingly. From a distance, Jon could discern his father's peculiar expression. It was not until the rotund king dismounted with a thunderous shout and embraced Lord Eddard that a look of surprise and joy graced his father's face. Ned, oh, how delightful to see you, particularly with that frozen, purple visage. The king's voice boomed, clear enough for Jon to hear. You have not changed a bit. At least the king possessed a resonant voice, Jon mused, recalling his father's assertion that a booming voice on the battlefield could be more valuable than 100 swords. After their embrace, Lord Eddard bowed to the king, proclaiming, Your Majesty, Winterfell awaits your command. At this moment, others dismounted, and the stable hands of the city came forth to tend to the horses. Queen Cersei Lannister, accompanied by her young children, entered the city. Their transport was a grand double-decker carriage, constructed from polished oak and adorned with gilded metal, drawn by 40 magnificent steeds. Due to its width, it had to halt outside the city gates. Lord Eddard knelt in the snow, kissing the ring upon the queen's hand, while King Robert embraced Lady Catelyn as though he were greeting a long-lost sister. Subsequently, Lord Eddard's children were brought forth to be introduced to the king's offspring. Robb, as the eldest, stepped forward first to pay his respects, clad in a woolen tunic of gray with white trim, his expression mirroring his father's solemnity. Bran and Rickon followed closely behind, both adorned in new Stark attire, striving to exhibit the noble bearing expected of them. Then came Sansa and Arya, who demurely displayed their courtesies to one another. The king's 3 children reciprocated in kind. Soon, they stood together, with Robb beside Princess Myrcella, a little girl of no more than 8, her golden curls cascading like a waterfall beneath her bejeweled net. Jon observed her shy smile directed at Robb, who grinned foolishly in return. Sansa stood beside Prince Joffrey Baratheon, radiating beauty, while Joffrey wore an arrogant expression, his lips pursed. Jon found himself disliking this prince. Arya was with the plump Prince Tommen. It was the first time Jon had seen Arya so demure. Bran and Rickon stood to the side. At that moment, Jon spotted his uncle Benjen Stark at the end of the procession, clad in black, and the familiar, irreverent smile of Theon Greyjoy, who appeared quite out of sorts at that moment. For a fleeting instant, Jon felt a twinge of sympathy for Theon. Yet he questioned what right he had to feel such pity. Abruptly, a sharp pain struck his eyes, which he rubbed roughly. It was merely the biting wind and sand. The formalities concluded swiftly, and the king's booming voice rang out. "Ned, take me to your family crypt. I wish to pay my respects." Lord Eddard immediately complied, summoning a lantern and exchanging a profound glance with the king, their unspoken understanding palpable. The queen uttered something, but King Robert cast a cold glance in her direction, and her twin brother, Jaime, quietly grasped her hand, prompting her to fall silent. After Lord Eddard and the king departed, Lady Catelyn began to receive guests, warmly inviting them into the city. The procession took a full quarter of an hour to enter. While waiting for the king and Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn instructed her servants to present salt and bread in accordance with tradition before accepting the banners from the visiting houses, which were subsequently hung upon the gray stone walls of the banquet hall. Soon, the walls of the banquet hall were adorned with the banners of various houses. Despite Lady Catelyn's numerous arrangements during the wait, King Robert and Lord Eddard lingered a bit longer in the crypt. Jon could surmise who the king had come to visit. Although his father seldom spoke of it, the children were aware from various sources that King Robert had once been betrothed to their Aunt Lyanna. However, she was abducted by Prince Rhaegar. Their uncle, Brandon Stark, had journeyed to King's Landing to demand justice, only to be cruelly executed by the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen. Their grandfather, Rickard Stark, was forced to witness the horrific demise of his son, only to meet a similarly brutal fate by fire. Subsequently, Duke Robert Baratheon of Storm's End, Duke Jon Arryn of the Eyrie, and the newly appointed Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell ignited a rebellion against the Mad King, with half the realm's swords rallying to their cause. In a fateful encounter on the shallows where the Trident River converged, the rebel forces clashed with the royalists. Robert and Rhaegar, two bitter foes. The flames of war spread around them. Robert wielded his war hammer, the hammer of the gods, adorned with a stag's antler helm, while Prince Rhaegar donned black armor, his breastplate emblazoned with a three-headed dragon crafted from rubies, shimmering like a blazing inferno under the sun. The two fought fiercely. The waters of the Trident turned crimson beneath the hooves of their war horses, until Robert's hammer shattered the dragon emblem on Rhaegar's armor, piercing through the very flesh beneath. Rhaegar fell into the river, lifeless. Soldiers from both sides scrambled in the water for the rubies that had fallen from his armor, splashing the water in their frenzy. Countless tales and ballads chronicled that time. Yet, Aunt Lyanna did not survive. King Robert later wed Cersei Lannister. It was no wonder that the queen appeared incensed. When the king returned, breathless and drenched in sweat, his laughter still resonated like a bell. "Ned, hurry and announce the feast. I must share a drink with you today." Jon observed the solemn expression on his father Eddard's face. He did not join the king's laughter, but instead delivered a calm and dignified proclamation to commence the banquet. By the time it was Jon's turn to enter with the young attendants, the hall was already filled with guests. Fortunately, the benches near the entrance remained largely unoccupied, and he took a seat in one of the vacant spots. This would be his place at the feast. As the king and his father raised their goblets in a toast, Jon poured himself a cup of summer wine. Amidst the cheers of "Long live the king," he raised his cup alongside the young attendants, savoring the fine vintage. The sweet, fruity aroma of the summer wine brought a subtle smile to his lips. At such special occasions, his noble father always permitted each child to partake in a single cup of wine, forbidding any excess. Yet, among the attendants, no one would mind how much he drank. In rare moments, Jon Snow found himself silently grateful for being a bastard. As he lifted the wine jug to refill his cup, he suddenly realized that this was indeed one of those occasions. Chapter 39. Jon Snow in the Grand Hall of Winterfell. The air was thick with warmth, filled with the enticing aromas of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. A minstrel strummed a harp and sang ballads, yet the raucous din of crackling fire, clinking goblets, and inebriated chatter drowned out his melody, leaving Jon at the far end of the hall unable to discern the lyrics. The welcoming feast held in honor of the king had persisted for a full 4 hours. Jon had been drinking since the onset of the banquet, and he showed no signs of stopping. He discovered that his capacity for alcohol was quite akin to that of an adult, and spurred on by the exuberant youths surrounding him, they encouraged him to refill his cup each time he emptied it. Jon delighted in their company, savoring their tales of warfare, hunting, and romantic escapades. He found these companions far more entertaining than any princely or princessly figures. Something brushed against his feet beneath the long table, and upon looking down, he met the gaze of a pair of crimson eyes. "Are you hungry again?" he inquired. In the center of the table lay half a honey-glazed roast chicken, and Jon seized a drumstick. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he used his knife to carve the meat from the remaining chicken, allowing the leftover bones to tumble from his legs onto the floor. Ghost, his dire wolf, savagely yet quietly gnawed on the bones. His siblings forbade their wolves from entering the banquet hall, yet at the far end where Jon sat, there were so many dogs that no one paid heed to his little wolf. He reassured himself that this was indeed a stroke of good fortune. A sudden sting pierced his eyes, and Jon rubbed them roughly, cursing the smoke. He took a generous gulp of wine and watched Ghost devour the entire chicken. As Uncle Benjen approached, Jon was observing his dire wolf triumphing over a dog 3 times its size. A proud smile gracing his face as he reached under the table to stroke Ghost's fluffy white fur. "Is this the famed dire wolf?" A familiar voice inquired beside him. Jon looked up joyfully, finding Benjen resting a hand on his head, playfully tousling his hair, much like he had done to Ghost moments earlier. "Yes," he replied. "His name is Ghost." A servant, who had been recounting a rather crude tale, paused to make room for the Duke's brother to sit. Benjen Stark perched himself on the long bench, taking the goblet from Jon's hand. "Summer wine," he said after savoring a sip. "There is nothing that compares to the sweetness of this drink. How many cups have you had tonight, Jon?" Jon smiled without responding. Benjen chuckled, as I expected. "Huh, I remember the first time I got utterly intoxicated. I was even younger than you are now." He picked up a roasted onion dripping with brown gravy from a nearby wooden platter and bit into it, producing a satisfying crunch. Benjen's visage was sharp, lean like a craggy cliff, yet his slate-blue eyes always twinkled with mirth. Clad in black like all Night's Watchmen, he wore a robust velvet tunic, leather boots with high tops, a wide leather belt with a silver buckle, and a heavy silver chain around his neck. As he munched on the onion, he gazed at Ghost with keen interest. A solitary wolf, remarkably quiet, drew a conclusion. It was unlike the others, as Jon remarked, never uttering a sound. "Which is why I have named it Ghost, a moniker that also reflects its pale fur, while the other wolves boasted darker coats, either gray or black." Beyond the wall, the Arctic wolves could often be heard howling during our patrols. Benjen Stark cast a meaningful glance at Jon, inquiring, "Do you not usually dine with your brothers?" "That is typically the case," Jon replied in a flat tone. "But my lady believes that allowing a bastard to share the table with the royal family would be an affront." "Ah, I see," his uncle responded, turning to observe the table at the high dais where his brother sat, noting, "He does not seem inclined to celebrate this evening." Jon observed the same. A bastard must learn to read the room, to discern the unspoken emotions hidden within people's gazes. While his father maintained decorum, an unfamiliar tension clouded his expression. He spoke little, his gaze sweeping the hall in a low, vacant manner. Meanwhile, the king, seated 2 places away, reveled in merriment. His beard-framed face flushed as he raised his cup and toasts, laughing heartily at every jest, devouring each dish with unrestrained hunger. In stark contrast, the queen sat beside him like a frigid statue. "The queen is indeed displeased," Jon whispered to his uncle, "for my father took the king to the crypts," which she had not wished. Benjen scrutinized Jon closely and remarked, "Jon, nothing escapes your keen observation, does it? The Night's Watch could greatly benefit from someone like you." Jon replied with pride, "Robb wields a spear more powerfully than I, but I am more adept with a sword. And Hullen has said my horsemanship is among the finest in the city." "That is no small feat," Benjen acknowledged. "When you return, do take me with you." Jon's excitement surged. "If you speak to my father, he will surely agree. I know he will." Benjen studied his face once more, saying, "Jon, the wall is a harsh place for a boy." "I am nearly of age," Jon countered. "Next name day, I will turn 15. And Master Lewin has said that bastards tend to mature faster than other children." "That is indeed true," Benjen replied, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he filled Jon's cup with wine. "Daeron Targaryen conquered Dorne at merely 14. Jon added, "The legendary young Dragon King is my hero." "That battle raged throughout the summer," his uncle cautioned. "The young king you speak of lost 10,000 men to take Dorne, and then another 50,000 to hold it. Someone ought to remind him that war is no jest." He sipped his wine, wiping his lips. "Moreover, Daeron Targaryen passed away at 18. I trust you haven't forgotten that detail?" "I have forgotten nothing," Jon boasted, emboldened by the wine. He endeavored to sit upright, hoping to appear more imposing. "Uncle, I wish to join the Night's Watch." This decision had long been contemplated. As he lay restless at night, while his brothers slumbered peacefully beside him, Robb would one day inherit Winterfell, commanding legions as the protector of the North. Bran and Rickon would become his vassals, each managing their own estates under his stewardship. His sisters, Arya and Sansa, would marry heirs of other noble houses, departing south to claim their own territories as ladies of the realm. Yet he, Jon Snow, merely a bastardy, had little hope for the future. "Jon, you may not fully grasp the weight of your choice. The Night's Watch is a brotherhood that embraces death. We are severed from family ties, destined never to sire offspring. We take responsibility as our spouse and honor as our paramour. Bastards can possess honor too, Jon retorted. I am ready to take the oath. You are but a 14-year-old child, Benjen replied, not yet a man. You cannot fathom the sacrifices you will face before you encounter a woman. I care not for that, Jon exclaimed, anger surging within him. If you truly understood the ramifications of this vow, you would not be so eager to join, Benjen cautioned. Jon, growing even more vexed, declared, I am not your child. Benjen Stark rose, lamenting, I only wish you were my son. He clasped Jon's shoulder. When you have fathered 2 or 3 bastards of your own, come find me, and then we shall see what you think. Trembling with indignation, Jon replied, I shall never father any bastards. He spat the last word like venom. At that moment, he became aware that the entire table had fallen silent. All eyes fixed upon him. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and he rose, stating with the last vestige of dignity, I must take my leave. He fled like a whirlwind before anyone could witness the tears cascade down his cheeks. In his inebriation, his feet seemed entangled, and he collided with a serving girl, spilling a jug of spiced wine onto the floor, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Hot tears streamed down Jon's face. Someone reached out to assist him, but he shrugged off the kind gesture and continued to run toward the door, his vision blurred. Ghost followed closely, darting into the enveloping night. The empty courtyard was eerily silent, with only a solitary guard, cloaked against the chill, curled in a corner of the battlements, appearing both bored and melancholic. Yet Jon harbored 1,000 wishes to exchange places with him. Beyond this solitary figure, the entire castle loomed dark and desolate, shrouded in solitude. Jon had once visited an abandoned manor, a place devoid of life, steeped in silence and gloom, where only the stones whispered of their bygone lord. Tonight, Winterfell evoked memories of that desolate abode. The melodious strains of music and dance poured through the open window behind him, a cacophony he wished to avoid at all costs. He wiped away his tears with his sleeve, vexed with himself for his lack of composure, and prepared to turn away. Hey, you there! Someone called out to him. Jon turned. Tyrion Lannister perched on the protruding ledge above the hall's entrance, surveying the world like a stone gargoyle. The dwarf smiled at him. Is that a wolf beside you? It is an Arctic wolf, Jon replied, named Ghost. He gazed up at the dwarf, his prior irritation giving way to curiosity. What are you doing there? Why aren't you inside enjoying the feast? It's too hot and noisy in there. And I may have indulged a bit too much in drink, the dwarf explained. Long ago, I learned a lesson. It is quite impolite to vomit on your brother. May I come closer to see your wolf? Jon hesitated briefly, then nodded slowly. Can you come down by yourself? Or shall I fetch a ladder? Do you look down upon me? The little man retorted. With a powerful push of his hands, he flipped himself into the air. Jon gasped in astonishment. Watching Tyrion curl into a ball, deftly landing on his feet, Ghost took a few hesitant steps backward. The dwarf brushed off the dust from his clothes and chuckled. I fear I might have startled your little wolf. My apologies. He wasn't frightened, Jon said, bending down to call, Ghost, come here, good boy. The wolf approached, affectionately rubbing its nose against Jon's cheek, yet it remained wary of Tyrion Lannister. When the dwarf reached out to touch it, Ghost immediately recoiled, baring its teeth and emitting a silent growl. Quite the timid one, isn't, Lannister remarked. Ghost, sit, Jon commanded. That's right, stay still. He looked up at the dwarf. You can touch him now. He won't move unless I tell him to. I am training him. I see, Lannister said, scratching the soft, snow-white fur between Ghost's ears. What a good wolf you are. If I weren't here, he would have torn your throat out. Jon replied. Though such a scenario was not yet a reality, however, the wolf's growth suggested it would not be long before that day arrived. In that case, you'd best not wander off, the dwarf replied. He tilted his oversized head, scrutinizing Jon with his mismatched eyes. I am Tyrion Lannister. I know, Jon said as he stood up. He towered over the dwarf, finding the disparity somewhat peculiar. You are the bastard son of Ned Stark, aren't you? A chill ran through Jon as he pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Have I offended you? Lannister quickly inquired. I apologize. Dwarves are notoriously poor at reading social cues. After all, my predecessors in the entertainment business were all rather informal and blunt, so I suppose I've taken a page from their book. He chuckled. But you truly are a bastard. Eddard Stark is indeed my father, Jon finally conceded. Lannister scrutinized his face, and it was evident. Compared to your brethren, you still possess a hint of northern essence. Half-brother, Jon corrected, secretly pleased by the dwarf's remark. Then, my illegitimate little brother. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Lannister said. Never forget who you are, for this world will not forget. You must transform resistance into strength. Only then will you have no weaknesses. Arm yourself with it, and no one can wield it against you. Jon was not in the mood for a lecture. What do you know of being a bastard? In the eyes of their fathers, all dwarfs are no different from bastards. You are your mother's true son, a genuine Lannister, are you not? The dwarf smiled wryly. You should convey that to my lord father. My mother died in childbirth, leaving my father perpetually uncertain of my true parentage. I do not even know who my mother was. Just a woman, Jon replied. He offered Jon a sorrowful smile. Remember, while all dwarfs might be regarded as bastards, not all bastards need to be seen as dwarfs. With that, he turned, hunching his back as he returned to the banquet hall, humming a love tune. As he opened the door, the light within cast his silhouette clearly upon the courtyard. In that fleeting moment, Tyrion Lannister appeared tall and proud. That night, Jon dreamt once more of the murky and strange dream, where clouds obscured the sun over a vast sea. This chapter, though originally part of the text, is essential, and I shall present it as a standalone. The groundwork is laid for the final statement. Jon's fate will experience a slight deviation due to the dreams that have been troubling him. His identity anxiety peaks during the king's visit, and mysterious forces subtly influence him, compelling him to make choices amid numerous possibilities. The most intriguing aspect of A Song of Ice and Fire lies in the fact that, regardless of how events unfold, the ultimate decisions are still made by humans. By the way, I should mention beforehand that there is a speculation suggesting Tyrion is the offspring of the Mad King and Tywin's wife. In this regard, I trust Aunt Guinea's assertion that Tyrion is indeed Tywin's child. In contrast to conspiracy theories regarding timelines, Joanna and the Mad King possibly produced the Golden Twins. The arguments for this include 1. Queen Rhaella expressing disdain for Aerys' interest in her ladies-in-waiting. 2. Rhaella sending Joanna back to Casterly Rock with orders never to return to King's Landing. 3. Aerys exhibiting unusual delight and bestowing numerous gifts upon the birth of the Golden Twins. 4. Cersei's fascination with fire. 5. Jaime's dream of the fishbone tree. I mentioned these not to substantiate the conspiracy theory, but to indicate that I will selectively overlook certain theories lacking solid proof, treating all members of House Lannister as Lannisters. Chapter 40. On the coasts of the Narrow Sea. Jon was idly lost in thought in his room when he received the news of his father's appointment as Hand of the King. Upon hearing this news, he felt a surge of joy for his father, yet, in that moment, he found himself unable to share his elation with another soul. Jon's half-brothers and sister were preoccupied with attending to the prince and princess, and surely they were informed well before him. They may have even cheered for their father as soon as he received his appointment. Jon lamented his absence from that moment. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Benjen found him and led him to the Heart Tree in the Godswood. Upon their arrival, his father, Eddard, along with Robb, Bran, Master Luwin, and even Lady Stark, were gathered by the Heart Tree. Eddard was praying, his expression solemn and grave. Robb appeared invigorated, while Bran wore a look of eager anticipation. Master Luwin stood silently, his lips pressed tight in seriousness. Lady Stark seemed to carry an unspoken sorrow. Uncle Benjen brought Jon to stand silently beside Master Luwin, both remaining quiet. You must all be aware, the Lord of Winterfell began, his tone serious and composed, that His Majesty has placed his trust in me, appointing me as the new Hand of the King. Once the King's visit to Winterfell concludes, I shall accompany him south. The Duke of Winterfell continued, showing no sign of pleasure in his words. Catelyn, you will govern the north in my absence. Robb, you must learn to rule alongside your mother. Bran, you and Sansa and Arya will journey south with me. Master Luwin, I ask you to advise my wife on all matters, great and small, and to impart the knowledge my children must possess. Do not forget, winter is coming. The forementioned responded in unison. Eddard then permitted them to depart. Master Luwin, Bran, and Robb each passed by Jon, offering him a nod of acknowledgement. Lady Stark did not cast a glance in Jon's direction throughout. Once they had left, Eddard turned his gaze upon Jon. His father's eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul. Jon, I have heard you wish to don the black and join the Night's Watch. Jon was unaware that his father had intended to delay this conversation. There were still 2 full weeks before the king would journey south, and Eddard had hoped to allow Jon to relish this time before broaching the subject. However, during breakfast, Eddard had caught sight of Jon sitting alone in a corner, isolated and forlorn. That desolate image pricked at Eddard's heart. He realized then that it was impossible for Jon to feel joyful during the king's stay. So much had transpired recently that had distracted Eddard from Jon's feelings. Thus, while arranging various matters as planned the night before, Jon's desires were also addressed. With earnestness and excitement, Jon responded to his father, "Yes, my lord." The gleam in Jon's eyes brought a bittersweet pang to Eddard's heart. In these days of the king's visit, the boy had grown anxious about his identity, and the Night's Watch undoubtedly offered him a sense of belonging. "Promise me, Ned. Promise me." Eddard seemed to hear her murmurs from beyond the grave. "Brother, Jon is but 14, Uncle Benjen interjected, unable to contain himself. "He is still just a child." Jon called out to his uncle, continuing to address his father. I am nearly of age, my lord. He was certain that his father would acquiesce to his request. He certainly would. Have you made up your mind? His father inquired once more. Yes, Jon replied succinctly and resolutely. Benjen glanced at his brother, the Duke of Winterfell, and fell silent. You must serve as Robert's hand. You must journey south to uncover the truth. Lord Eddard seemed to hear Catelyn's words from the previous night. Originally, Eddard had no intention of accepting Robert's appointment, but he found himself devoid of support, particularly after Master Luwin delivered that chilling letter from Lisa of House Arryn, written in a secret language only Catelyn could decipher, proclaiming that Jon Arryn had been murdered by the Queen. Subsequently, Catelyn and Master Luwin urged Eddard to weigh the pros and cons, and strongly encouraged him to serve as the king's hand in the south. Eddard harbored a profound fear of the southern realm. His father had ventured south only once in his lifetime, in response to the king's summons, never to return. Yet, Eddard had already taken this bitter draft. His offspring each had their paths laid out. Save for Jon, Eddard could not bring him to King's Landing. Nor could he leave him behind in Winterfell, knowing that Catelyn would never love him as he did. Very well, Lord Eddard solemnly responded to his child. The exchange between father and son was brief but laden with gravity, their gazes locking in a profound understanding. The godswood fell into a momentary hush. After a while, Eddard spoke to Benjen. Benjen, my dear brother, Jon is now entrusted to your care. The die was cast, and Benjen could only reply, Brother, do not worry. I shall look after him. As Jon and Uncle Benjen departed the godswood, he couldn't help but glance back, witnessing his father alone before the heart tree, engaged in prayer. For reasons unknown, Jon perceived a weariness and sorrow in his father's silhouette. Upon exiting the godswood, Uncle Benjen queried, What troubles you? Nothing, Jon replied. When do we depart? We must wait for the king to set forth. Uncle Benjen patted his shoulder. 2 weeks remain. Is there anything you wish to do, or anyone you wish to see? Make haste, for once we reach the wall, opportunities will be scarce. Jon's mind raced with myriad tasks he wanted to accomplish before their journey to the wall. Yet he found himself at a loss. Jon, do not leave any regrets before heading to the wall. Benjen believed Jon was unaware of the weight of this statement. Reiterating it earnestly, whatever you wish to do, pursue it. Should you need assistance, seek me out. Even if I cannot help, I can turn to your father. Uncle Benjen's expression was grave and sincere, and Jon felt a stirring within him, suddenly struck by inspiration. Noticing his demeanor, Benjen asked, Oh, do you truly have something you need assistance with? Speak. Yet, the thought seemed ill-timed. He hesitated. It's nothing. Benjen locked eyes with him. Jon? Finally, he voiced it. I wish to see the sea. See the sea? You can catch a glimpse of the eastern sea, but Benjen refrained from saying this at such a moment. I have never seen the sea, Jon confided to his uncle, but I have been dreaming about it lately. Is it possible to see the ocean from Eastwatch by the sea? That would be quite different, his uncle Benjen replied. If you accompany me to the wall, you will undergo training at Castle Black, and it may be quite some time before you have the opportunity to visit Eastwatch. However, Deepwood Motte, situated closer to the sea, offers a view of it, although the Wolfwood is not easily traversable. The king plans to hunt in Wolfwood, which would be convenient. Yet bastards are seldom afforded the chance to partake in such hunts. Casterly Rock is too far, and I cannot bear the thought of the dread fort with Roose Bolton residing there. Here's what we shall do. Once the king's party sets out, we will accompany them for a while, and I shall take you to White Harbor, the largest city in the north and its grandest port. There, the sea remains unfrozen despite its cold waters. Otherwise, gazing at a frozen sea surface would be little different from staring at a snow-covered plain. By joining the king's entourage, our parting will be delayed. Jon's heart swelled with gratitude as he thanked his uncle. Thank you, Uncle Benjen. Benjen affectionately ruffled Jon's hair. What is there to thank me for, my boy? Jon chuckled sheepishly. The merchant ship, the sturdy Durandon, docked at the end of the pier, while the rowboats, the summer sun and the jester's jest, anchored outside the flood defenses. The southeast wind did little to hasten their voyage, causing the merchant vessels to take longer to reach Meereen. Meereen, situated on the western coast of Essos, is sheltered by a vast, tranquil bay. This land possesses a rich history, yet the tale of the free trade city-states is complex and not easily recounted. Presently, one need only know that over a century ago, Meereen, Lys, and Volantis formed an alliance known as the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. However, this coalition of power lasted a mere 30 years before internal strife led to its disintegration, leaving each city-state independent. Adding to this complexity is the geographically advantageous Tyrosh, which, along with the other 3 city-states, has engaged in mutual hostilities over trade routes and disputed territories for decades. Reminiscent of a commercial version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The recent commercial disputes between Tyrosh and Lys, which reached the ears of Viserys, are but a repetition of history, as both seek to form an alliance with Meereen. Meereen's inclination leans towards the relatively weaker Lys, in order to counterbalance the strength of Tyrosh. However, this is of little concern to Viserys, who has merely used the pretext of borrowing money to explore the city. Meereen's port ranks among the largest in the 9 free trade city-states. Despite the overcast sky and light rain, the dock remained vibrant and bustling with activity. The dock area resembled a grand marketplace, alive with commerce day and night. As the sturdy Durrandon entered the harbor, a swift boat approached, loudly inquiring in various languages whether laborers were needed for unloading. Upon receiving a negative response, it reluctantly withdrew, turning its attention to other merchant vessels. The Illyrian trade convoy had its own connections. Grohl informed Viserys that their cargo consisted of spices, wine, and some dragonbone and gemstones brought aboard. The spices of Pentos, particularly saffron and chili, are renowned across the globe, while a light amber-hued wine produced from its agricultural bounty finds no shortage of buyers. The dragonbone was intended for Viserys. Should he decline, it shall be entrusted to the captain for sale, although the ownership of this portion remains somewhat ambiguous. Illyrio had previously advised Grohlio to maintain separate accounts. Upon the ship's arrival at port, Grohlio disembarked to seek out local spice guilds, trade alliances, brotherhoods, and vintners. Their spices and wine would be exchanged in Mill for as many local artisanal goods as possible, such as carpets and lace. Mill boasts the finest lenses and telescopes, along with carpets, screens, mirrors, and glass panes that can be traded at prices equivalent to those of Eastern spices. Remarkably, even stiletto heels are produced here. Viserys was in no rush to disembark. He was in his quarters, pinning something. It is worth noting that Mill possesses a financial sector, including banking institutions for loans and deposits. However, public bank loans were a matter beyond Viserys' consideration, for he had nothing to leverage for a mortgage. During their period of exile in the free trade city-state, Viserys and Daenerys had spent some time in Mill, which had been their first stop after being expelled from Braavos. Viserys understood that the real power in Mill was collectively governed by a council of governors, primarily composed of local merchants and nobility. If he wished to borrow funds, he needed to discern how to approach these wealthy individuals and negotiate privately. Viserys was well aware of the necessary approach. Traditionally, one would pay a formal visit to such influential figures, presenting a letter of introduction and then waiting in a nearby location to see which powerful individual might respond with an invitation. In his quest for patronage, Viserys had often engaged in such endeavors, though he would frame it more eloquently. At that time, it bore a striking resemblance to begging. Illyrio had thoughtfully prepared numerous gilded blank letters for Viserys, awaiting his inscriptions. As Viserys composed his letters, Daenerys quietly assisted him by placing the completed notes into a specially designated fabric pouch, while handmaiden Annie prepared fresh clothing for their stay at an inn. Yora and Bouchier stood guard outside, fully prepared to enter the city. Chapter 41. In Mill, sailors, dockworkers, and merchants parted ways. Curious about the 2 silver-haired figures with violet eyes, adorned in silken garments, accompanied by a knight, a eunuch, and a handmaiden. The bustling docks were a melange of taverns, warehouses, and gambling houses, tightly interwoven with inexpensive brothels and temples dedicated to various peculiar deities. Thieves, ruffians, charm sellers, and coin traders were omnipresent. Some onlookers would cast curious glances at them, but would quickly divert their attention back to their own affairs. Such was the advantage of having guards in tow. The presence of protectors deterred potential thieves and ruffians. A gaunt old woman, hunched like a camel, peddled goat's milk and flavored water from smooth ceramic pots slung over her shoulder. Sailors from myriad nations loitered between shops, sipping spiced wine and exchanging banter in their distinctive accents. In the air, there lingered not only the aroma of salt and fried fish, but also the searing scent of hot tar and honey, even intertwined with the fragrances of incense, oil, and whale fat. The dock market was a veritable cornucopia, and as they traversed its bustling pathways, Viserys and his entourage passed by no fewer than 10 stalls selling dragon eggs, although these eggs appeared rather dubious, resembling peculiar stones coated in paint. As they made their way through the market and approached the city gate leading into the inner city, mud splashed against their pant legs. The guards at the gate did not inspect pedestrians, allowing Viserys and his company to effortlessly pass through the 30-foot-thick gate. Upon glancing at the fluttering banner adorned with the gilded skulls of all past commanders, Daenerys cast a lingering gaze. Even Ser Jorah could not help but look up in admiration. It was the banner of the Golden Company. Interestingly, the infamous reputation of Viserys, the Beggar King, originated from Myr. When they departed from Bravos, their first destination was deliberately chosen as Myr, drawn by the allure of the Golden Company, established by the noble bastard. The mercenary group was esteemed as the largest, most renowned, and most expensive mercenary company in the free trade city-states. Despite the mercenaries' notoriously fickle reputation, the most commendable aspect of the Golden Company lay in their unwavering commitment to their oaths. Their motto was "Words are as good as gold." Since their initial contract with Myr, they had continuously renewed their agreement, effectively becoming Myr's exclusive mercenaries. Viserys had once hosted a banquet for the commanders of the Golden Company, seeking their assistance in reclaiming his throne, but after indulging in the feast and listening to his pleas, they had ridiculed him. Daenerys glanced at her brother, noting that he was not looking at the banner. They silently entered the inner city, ultimately checking into a rather clean and tidy and recommended by Captain Grolio. Viserys had mentioned upon disembarking that they would stay in Myr for a while, attempting to secure loans from various individuals. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Viserys instructed Annie to guard the door before quietly inquiring of Daenerys in Valyrian. Annie could hear him. He was aware of that. "I have not forgotten," Daenerys replied. "If you wish to protect a secret, do not act as though there is a secret to protect." In her mind, she pondered another phrase. "Imagine we are crafting a mille-feuille, with layer upon layer of pastry, yet only we know what the filling is. Moreover, we have disclosed the outer layer of information to everyone, yet until one truly encounters the filling, no one will believe it." Through countless whispered exchanges, Daenerys gleaned the entirety of Viserys' grand plan, perhaps not the entirety, but certainly more than anyone else. She understood that the true purpose of their journey was to explore the various city-states, seeking ways to engage with the uncharted dragon bones and to unearth the potent magic concealed within, awakening the power of their bloodline. She had inquired of Viserys what the strength of their bloodline entailed, to which he had replied, "Dragons." This word ignited a flurry of thoughts within her. Yet, deep down, she harbored other contemplations. Had she truly glimpsed the filling within the mille-feuille? Daenerys chose to believe. "As you entered the city gate, your gaze was drawn to that flag. I am aware. Viserys mentioned to her that you must swiftly learn to conceal your emotions. It is a skill you must acquire." Viserys was indifferent to whether Annie overheard this. Such matters were hardly worthy of secrecy. "I apologize," Dany remarked. After her brother revealed the plan, he began instructing her on how to mask her true self, teaching her that regardless of how intense her emotions may be, she must not allow them to manifest upon her visage. She pondered where her brother had gleaned such wisdom. As her curiosity emerged, Viserys responded, "You must be wondering where I learned this. Contemplate it yourself. Dany, you know the answer." Dany realized it must be dreams. Viserys, like her, had encountered those dragon bones and drawn strength from their lineage. He had acquired more knowledge through this means, through dreams. She should have thought of that sooner. "Do not apologize." Viserys softened his tone. "You have performed admirably, yet it is still insufficient. You must understand, Dany, I hold higher expectations for you." With that, Viserys concluded the conversation. "Very well, prepare yourself. We shall proceed to deliver our tribute shortly." To ensure Daenerys did not stray too far from his sight, Viserys had arranged for them to share a suite since their departure from Pentos, aboard the ship as well as at the inn. Annie, the handmaiden, had her quarters just outside the suite, while Yora and Bouch occupied adjacent rooms. The knight and the eunuch were not particularly amiable, especially Yora, who exhibited a slight disdain for associating with the eunuch. Bouch remained taciturn, though not mute. He would respond affirmatively to commands issued in the common tongue by either Viserys or Dany, then silently carry them out. Yet he remained unresponsive to any inquiries that were not directives. After a brief refreshment, Viserys summoned his followers to commence their plans. There was no need to inquire about the current governor of Meereen. Viserys had already gleaned that information from both Grolar and Yora during their voyage. Upon their arrival, it was merely a matter of delivering that singular tribute. The governor's residence soon came into view, and Viserys needed only to hand the prepared tribute to Yora, instructing the Knight of Westeros to present it to the steward. Viserys arranged for Annie to wait at the inn for news before escorting Daenerys to explore the shops with the protection of Yora and Bouch. The affluent district of Meereen was replete with adornment shops. Viserys, unselective, entered each store he encountered. With his attire and accompanying guards, he faced little obstruction while perusing the wares. This one, and these few, bring them forth for my inspection. Before the opulent display of dragonbone trinkets, Viserys unabashedly requested the shopkeeper to present them. Daenerys, aware of the underlying significance, felt a twinge of anxiety, while Viserys remained utterly composed. "My dear guest, you indeed possess a discerning eye." The shopkeeper presented an object, saying, "Look at this, a dragonbone adorned with rubies." its red and black hues perfectly complementing your silver hair and violet eyes. Viserys gazed at it for some time, occasionally holding the ornament up to examine Daenerys or comparing it to his own appearance. Daenerys, take a look at this. Why not try it on? Understanding his intent, Daenerys allowed her brother to place it upon her head, her fingers incessantly exploring the piece. Is it beautiful? Gradually, Daenerys' tension subsided, replaced by a peculiar thrill reminiscent of pilfering in plain sight. Viserys experienced a similar sentiment, though his composure remained unshaken. Upon reflection, they could be likened to a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde in a sense. Naturally, mere observation was insufficient. Purchases were essential. With dragon souls, one need not acquire everything. And without them, one should not refrain from buying, lest they earn a reputation for being mere spectators. The dragonbone borrowed from Illyrio was intended for trade, to be bought in this city and sold in the next. Captain Grolar would assist in selling, and the funds were assured by his treasury minister for his unrestricted use. Upon exiting the third jewelry shop, their exploration concluded for the day. Viserys had long noted that dragon bones of relatively intact and fine quality tended to contain dragon souls at a higher probability, while those deemed scrap or severely eroded were pitifully unlikely to possess any. Indeed, the shopping expedition proved far more fruitful than waiting in Illyrio's courtyard for him to gather information. From these 3 shops alone, Daenerys had absorbed a total of 8 dragon souls. Viserys hesitated to allow Daenerys to accumulate too many souls at once. Previously, during an experiment in Illyrio, he had permitted her to bear 9 simultaneously, resulting in her developing a fever the next day. She recounted to Viserys that the sparks within her dream had emitted a chaotic warmth that left her uncomfortable. Since then, he refrained from allowing her to gather 9 souls again, yet she exhibited normalcy with 8, leading Viserys to believe that this was the current limit of her capacity to receive dragon souls. He speculated that as her constitution evolved, she might one day wield the ancient magic of House Targaryen, whose ancestors were said to be fire wielders. Speaking of magic, Viserys' own power had burgeoned to a significant extent, nearing 30 units. Should he allow this energy to manifest freely, dragon scales would cover his chest and abdomen. For now, he concentrated this magic within his liver, having transformed 1/4 of it towards draconic nature. He anticipated that such magical energy would suffice to construct a dragon's head complete with a fully functional fire-breathing apparatus, capable of unleashing several blasts of dragon fire. Notably, all the magic he had acquired thus far was of the fire element, a notion that intrigued him, though the time to validate this notion remained distant. Viserys estimated that once his liver was entirely infused with magic, he would be able to conjure a complete dragon body in a short span, sustained until his magical energy was depleted. To a certain extent, it resembles the ultimate ability of Dragon Knight from Dota. Thus, it can be said that Viserion now harbors no fear of any corporeal beings as long as his magical power remains intact. However, the realm of ice and fire is not solely populated by ordinary humans, and there are enigmatic entities, those who have been wronged by his appropriation of Daenerys, whose responses remain uncertain. In Daenerys' dreams, Viserion is shrouded in darkness, perhaps indicating that this hidden presence is still unaware of his true nature. The imagery of the 3-headed dragon occupies a significant prophetic position within this realm, and Viserion is hesitant to wager that when he reveals his true form, the world will remain oblivious to these concealed entities, allowing him to continue his ascendance through dragon's essence. The prophecy of the 3-headed dragon holds immense importance. To stealthily usurp such a pivotal ecological niche seems rather unrealistic. I am aware that some may argue that such actions merely suppress the protagonist. However, I believe this contest for a crucial prophetic position is a decisive battle from the outset. When Viserion unveils his true identity, only one will satisfy the prophecy of the 3-headed dragon. Chapter 42. The Banquet. Over the past few days, Daenerys has become adept at discreetly pricking her finger with a pin hidden in her bosom to extract her blood, which she then mingles with the wine she offers to her brother, Viserion, while the maid Annie remains oblivious. Despite having done this on multiple occasions, each time fills Daenerys with both anxiety and exhilaration. Annie is no fool. She is astute and perceptive. However, Daenerys and Viserion work in perfect harmony. And since Annie is solely focused on Viserion, she remains utterly unaware of the happenings right beneath her nose. As the brief afternoon respite concluded, Daenerys awoke with an eagerness to continue her exploration of shops, the experience her brother Viserion referred to as awakening, regardless of how many times it occurred, always left Daenerys feeling wondrous and intrigued. Since she ceased to dream of those bizarre things, each dream has enveloped her body in a warm embrace, akin to being wrapped in radiant heat. With every dream, she senses her blood pulsating through her veins, radiating a comforting warmth, reminiscent of a soothing hot bath. Upon waking, however, she finds her body still diminutive and frail. Despite having learned the proper stance for archery and practicing daily, she can feel her once soft arm muscles growing more robust, and her legs becoming as flexible as leather. Yet, she remains slender. Viserion, who was once similarly slight, appears only marginally changed. Yet Daenerys understands that his transformation surpasses her own. He has told her that only through diligent exercise and a diet rich in meat, eggs, and dairy can she fortify her body. Yet, during their training sessions, he advises her not to rush her practice. Unfortunately, Daenerys' aspirations to continue her shopping expedition have been thwarted. Even Viserion did not anticipate such a swift response to the invitations they had sent out. As the innkeeper knocked upon the door, Viserys awoke, listening to the conversation between the maid, Anya, and the innkeeper outside. A missive had been delivered for the master of the room. Upon entering, Anya discovered that Viserys was awake and presented him with the invitation. It was an enticement addressed to Viserys Targaryen III, King of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, Sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, inviting him to attend the Governor of Mill's banquet that very evening. Viserys had presumed that the illustrious title inscribed upon the invitation, coupled with his renown among the nobility of the free cities, would render his invitation either neglected or left unanswered for an extended period. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that the host sought amusement. Regardless, Viserys was indeed inclined to attend. His confidence was as sturdy as a fortress, and he cared not for potential flattery veiling malice or mockery. Such external factors could, when necessary, be employed to disguise his true intentions. He pondered whether to bring Daenerys along. Her demeanor was subtly transforming, as the timidity and fear that had once marked her countenance were gradually being supplanted by a burgeoning composure and emerging self-assurance. Viserys fretted that her beauty might incite trouble at the banquet, for there would invariably be those foolish young lords and nobles, and engaging in needless conflict with them was unwarranted. If only she could retain her former shyness in the presence of others. "What is it?" Daenerys inquired, noticing her brother's furrowed brow as he contemplated. Viserys awaited her question. "Daenerys, I am considering whether to invite you to the banquet. Do you wish to attend?" Previously, he had never sought her opinion before bringing her along to such gatherings, and her uncertainty now left her at a loss for words. "I do not know. What is different this time?" Viserys handed her a mirror, smiling as he said, "Look at the person reflected in the glass. I fear your beauty may bring us trouble." Daenerys found herself momentarily speechless, the sudden jest causing her ears to flush. Could it be? What folly was she uttering? "Perhaps so," Viserys replied. Oh, Daenerys' cheeks were still warm. What was she to say? "I have an idea," Viserys proposed. "You shall accompany me, but I require you to perform one task." "What is it?" At last, Daenerys managed to untie her tongue. "I want you to mimic the mannerisms of Bouch during the banquet. You know what he is like." Viserys wore a mischievous smile as he instructed, "Regardless of what others say to you, either remain silent or respond with a mere 4 words. No. Thank you." Daenerys' complexion began to regain its color as she contemplated Bouch's demeanor and queried, "Is that sufficient?" "Indeed," Viserys affirmed earnestly. "When the time comes, you shall stand by my side. That will suffice." In truth, Viserys' concerns were somewhat excessive. This invitation is not merely a small private banquet. Rather, it is a grand affair orchestrated by Governor Mill to showcase his personal wealth and power, a commonplace event filled with revelry and festivity, not specifically arranged for anyone in particular. Indeed, Viserys suspects that the mere act of sending the invitation was carried out by a clerk at the governor's residence who, upon seeing his opulent missive, carelessly stamped it and dispatched the invitation without further scrutiny. It is hardly surprising that the invitation lacks the lengthy salutation from his missive, addressing him simply as honored guest. Upon arrival, the streets outside the governor's estate were lined with splendid carriages and spirited steeds, rendering Viserys and his companions somewhat inconspicuous as they approached on foot. The doorman, responsible for inspecting invitations, glanced at the invitation and, after accepting Viserys' gift for the banquet, allowed him and Daenerys entry without calling out their names. Yura and Butch, trailing closely behind Viserys, were halted at the entrance, while Annie remained at the inn under the pretext of needing someone to guard their room. The doorman, with an air of superiority, inquired about their invitations. Yura replied, "We are the guards for the esteemed lord ahead." The doorman gestured towards a direction, stating, "The guards' waiting area is over there." Viserys turned back to observe, while Butch remained silent, and Yura seemed to have more to say. Viserys glanced at the doorman, then at the courtyard within, where guests mingled, clad in garments of wealth and nobility, laughing and conversing amidst the fragrant aromas of chili, cinnamon, and sweet lemon wafting through the air. Long tables in the garden were laden with drinks and sumptuous fare. Yura, Butch, Viserys spoke, do not fret, simply wait for us over there. Yura appeared to want to voice something, but Butch interjected with a simple, all right, and they both trudged toward the direction indicated by the doorman. Yura, seeing this, could only acquiesce. After this minor interlude, Viserys took Daenerys' hand and made their way to the long table in the garden, where a server soon approached with drinks, patiently awaiting the newcomers to lift their goblets. Once they were seated, they were immediately presented with fresh platters of food. Suddenly, Viserys pondered whether he should not take himself too seriously as a king. In this gathering, he hardly counted as a figure of remarkable distinction. Nevertheless, he cautiously strolled with Daenerys through the garden for a while before accepting an amber-hued beverage with lemon juice from a server he had not encountered in another courtyard. After much contemplation, he indulged in some roasted meat at the long table with Daenerys. Having consumed a modest amount of food, Viserys sought a secluded spot to deliberate whether to depart outright. Ultimately, he declared, Daenerys, let us return. Daenerys had been thinking the same and promptly affirmed, indeed. She remembered their earlier agreement. Viserys found her endearing and suddenly felt like a fool for his earlier suspicions. As they resolved to leave, Viserys instinctively performed a customary gesture, calling out to a passing server, pray tell, where might I find the esteemed governor? Is it convenient for a meeting? The individual respectfully replied, greetings, I apologize, but the governor is currently occupied. However, if you wish to speak with the governor, I can convey your message. How should I address you in the presence of the esteemed governor? Viserys, however, should not have spoken so freely. When did a mere cupbearer gain the privilege of directly addressing the governor of a city-state? He was but a beggar king. Was he truly of such significance? Please inform the governor that it is Viserys III of House Targaryen, the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, accompanied by his sister, Princess Daenerys Stormborn of Dragonstone, who extends warm greetings to Governor of Meereen. Chapter 43. A minor alteration to the plan. They passed by the eunuch and entered the inner courtyard, where stone columns stood tall and pale ivy climbed in abundance, casting leaf shadows that shimmered like silver under the moonlight. A prince in exile, the governor of Meereen inquired, seeking a quiet place to plot the restoration of your kingdom. Yet you come to openly present your supplication to the governor of a free city. What is your intention? The governor of Meereen sat regally upon an oak chair in the courtyard pavilion, listening to Viserys' plea, accompanied by elegantly dressed nobles who appeared indifferent and drowsy. They did not introduce themselves to Viserys, merely watching him with a lackluster demeanor, seemingly listening but not truly absorbing his words. Viserys felt like an unwelcome guest. I am a king, Viserys replied. Ser Willem Darry once crowned me. I did not present my petition openly, Your Excellency. That missive was delivered to your private residence. I had anticipated a more intimate setting for our meeting. The governor of Meereen cast a sidelong glance at him. A king, you say? I have heard from others that your interpretation of intimacy differs from that of ordinary men. I did not believe it then, but now I have experienced it firsthand. A chuckle arose among those gathered near the governor. The sharpness of his tongue nearly provoked Viserys to retort, yet he restrained himself. What do you desire? The governor of Meereen asked, plucking grapes from a dish and popping them into his mouth. Do you seek my protection? An introduction to the captain of the Golden Company? Or do you wish for my assistance in conquering Westeros? In truth, I wish to discuss a business matter, Your Excellency, Viserys responded. Having come this far, he could not remain silent. Business? The governor replied, my trading company has a department dedicated to external relations, does it not? Who had the audacity to disband that department without my notice? Someone interjected, as far as I know, that department remains intact. Situated on the first floor of your trading hall, with an external window. Very well, the governor of Meereen said. Shall I assign someone to guide you, king? I wish to speak with you privately, Your Excellency. Viserys nearly applauded the governor's reaction, but he was acutely aware of the matter at hand. Then this is not a conversation about business? The governor of Meereen remarked. To be frank, you leave me perplexed. Viserys cut to the chase. Let me be straightforward. I wish to borrow money, Your Excellency. The governor of Myr inquired of those around him. Who can inform me whether the banking sector of Myr has ceased its external lending operations? I can assure you, absolutely not, came a reply. In fact, the Iron Throne recently sought a loan from the bank. Very well. Would you like me to arrange for someone to guide you on how to borrow money from the bank in Myr, Your Grace? The governor of Myr turned to Viserys, remarking, I heard that your last visit was marked only by a crown, yet this time you arrive with 3 ships and a retinue. The bank would be more than willing to extend credit to you. I sought you out, governor of Myr, Viserys retorted. Those ships are the property of a benefactor who is willing to support me. You wish for me to lend you money as an individual? Support you? The governor replied. You should have said so earlier. Thus, I shall respond to you personally. No. Would you care to hear my? Viserys attempted to continue, but the governor interrupted. I apologize. I should have expressed myself more delicately, but I fear you would not comprehend, your grace. What I mean to convey is a resolute no. Oh. Viserys felt he should be blushing, yet he could only feign embarrassment theatrically. My apologies, governor. Please allow me to take my leave. Someone, escort our guest out. The governor of Myr seemed pleased by Viserys' words. I sincerely hope you find a sense of belonging in Myr, dear guest. At that moment, Viserys recalled Illyrio's plump visage and began to perceive the rotund governor as a benevolent and generous soul, seemingly the only one willing to listen to the discourse Viserys had prepared. Upon exiting the governor's door, Viserys glanced at the despondent Daenerys beside him. What seems to trouble you? You appear quite unhappy. Indeed, Daenerys replied. I fear I must elucidate for you. The governor of Myr speaks with venom. He expressed indignation at our visit, yet there was also a semblance of goodwill. Daenerys looked on in astonishment. Ah, yes, you heard correctly. Consider his words. Perhaps he was cautioning us against ostentatious displays while simultaneously assuring us that in Myr, we need not fear the machinations of the aristocracy from the free cities. Conducting business openly would elicit no adverse reactions, and may even be welcomed. He is the governor of Myr. His demeanor reflects the city's stance. Myr wishes to keep its distance from us, while simultaneously hoping we do not meet our demise here. Do you comprehend, Daenerys? Daenerys' expression seemed to question. Is that so? Very well, you may speak freely now. We have left the banquet. Do not dwell on mimicking the butcher. Then I, Daenerys, have something to say? Have you forgotten our purpose? Viserys interrupted. Do not allow the leaves to obscure your vision of the fruit we seek, Daenerys. Across the street, Yora and the butcher approached them briskly, soon arriving at their side. Yora cautiously surveyed the empty surroundings. My lord, are you and the lady well? Viserys replied sullenly. What trouble could arise at the governor's banquet in Myr? What has transpired? Noticing Viserys' evident displeasure, Yora could not help but inquire. Viserys, in a fit of frustration, ordered, let us discuss this later. As they proceeded towards the inn, Daenerys trailed closely behind Viserys, mimicking his earlier sullen demeanor, which had only recently softened. Upon their return to the inn, Viserys summoned Yora and Butch into the chamber, instructing Annie to wait by the door. Viserys expressed his indignation, exclaiming, I can hardly believe it. I lavished him with compliments, yet he denied me the opportunity to articulate my grievances fully. Yora discreetly glanced at his king and then at the dejected Daenerys beside him, forming some conjectures about their experiences at the banquet. With a sigh, Yora lamented, My lord, I am truly regretful. Regretful? Viserys seemed to redirect his frustration towards Yora. You have no idea what he said to me. Beyond expressing your regret, can you not offer any constructive suggestions? Yora respectfully lowered his gaze. However, upon reflection, he recognized the merit in Viserys' words. Having personally delivered the missive to his courtyard and composed such a grandiose heading, the wealthy merchants of Myr would likely refuse to lend me coin out of fear of the usurper and the potential exposure of their dealings. Viserys, in a huff, turned to Yora, asking, What do you think would be an appropriate way to compose the missive? My humble intellect may not suffice to provide you with advice, my lord. Yora replied, but you are aware it is merely a suggestion, acceptance notwithstanding. You have at least been the lord of Bear Island. With trepidation, Yora suggested, what if the heading simply states Viserys Targaryen? Would that not make it clear that I am the king? The name of the Beggar King resonates quite loudly among the nobility. Yora added, your reasoning holds merit, Viserys acknowledged, accepting Yora's counsel. Moreover, it seems Myr has some dealings with the Iron Throne. I must ascertain the nature of this collaboration. Yora, could you endeavor to uncover this information? Me? A look of confusion crossed Yora's face. Why? Should Butch undertake this task? Or must I do it myself? Viserys retorted. Yora could only acquiesce. Yes, my lord. Once Yora and Butch had departed, Annie conveyed a message to the seemingly placated Viserys. My lord, Captain Growly Ice has come by, inquiring whether you have decided how long you intend to stay in Myr. Surely, at least 2 weeks, Viserys pondered before responding. Tell him to prepare for a stay of at least 3 weeks. Chapter 44. Farewell to Myr, are you saying they are preparing to depart? Harris Treglin, the captain of the Golden Company, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the office of the City Defense Command Center, gazing out at the bustling streets of Myr. Following the demise of Mistoyne, the homeless Harris had assumed the mantle of captain of the Golden Company. His great-grandfather had lost the family estate for supporting the rebellion of Demon Blackfire, leading to 3 generations of Harris lineage being born in foreign lands, raised within the Golden Company. He took pride in boasting that his family had served the Golden Company for 4 generations. Prior to his promotion, Harris had served as the company's treasurer. He was corpulent, with a large round head and light gray eyes, his sparse hair pushed aside to conceal his baldness. Harry appeared scarcely like a warrior, rather. He resembled a shrewd merchant, calculating gains and losses. Yes, a commander from Mill reported back to Harry. In these times, the members of the Golden Company were no longer solely exiles or their descendants. Many new faces had joined the mercenary band, aligning themselves not with the ideology of Blackfire, but with the creed of unwavering promises. Their ships were being loaded, and the contracts in the harbor were no longer renewed. In a matter of days, they would depart from Mill. The sailors aboard had speculated that they would return to Pentos, while others suggested they would head to Tyrosh. Where do you think they will go? Harry inquired. The young commander, hailing from a prosperous merchant family in Mill, displayed a keen sense for commerce. It should be Tyrosh. The Spice Governor's ships can easily breach the blockade, and the goods from Mill will yield them substantial profits in Tyrosh. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lingered so long. Pillaging Mill. Though Mill's wares are commendable, they are not in such short supply in Pentos. Tyrosh, Harry mused, repeating the name. Very well, summon Franklin to me. Yes, Commander. Franklin's full name was Franklin Florent, with Florent being the surname of a bastard from the Riverlands, indicative of his noble lineage from the Westerlands. A descendant of the nobility who had fallen into obscurity with Blackfire. You called for me. Franklin was a rotund figure, waddling as he approached, with scars crisscrossing his face. His right ear appeared to have been gnawed by a dog, while the left was entirely gone. He was a seasoned commander of the Golden Company. During John Clinton's time in the Golden Company, they had been quite close friends. In the present Golden Company, under Harry's command, he and another veteran commander, Tristan Rivers, led the opposition. Had John Clinton not perished, it was uncertain who would currently lead the Golden Company. John Clinton, once the Earl of Eagle's Nest and the head of House Clinton, had served as Hand of the King to Aerys II. He was among the few loyal friends of Rhaegar Targaryen. Exiled after his defeat at the Bell Tower, he fled to Essos post-war, joining the Golden Company, where he became the right hand of former Commander Mistoyne, adopting the alias Griffin after feigning drunken death, secretly raising and protecting Rhaegar's son, Aegon Targaryen. In fact, in the original narrative, when John Clinton reappeared with Aegon Targaryen in the Golden Company, Harry was sidelined after merely one war council. Thus, it can be said that many times, various organizations are merely makeshift assemblies with exploitable gaps. The Golden Company, which Viserys deliberately avoided, actually held significant operational latitude, though he remained unaware of this. It seems you have lost, Franklin, Harry remarked, wearing a congenial smile. With no intention of inviting any commander of the Golden Company to drink, it appeared that after being ridiculed at a banquet years prior, he had ceased to rely on the Golden Company. Isn't he still here? If I have lost, I shall honor my wager and hand over the stakes to you. Franklin, with a strained neck, exclaimed, Damn it, what scheme are you and the rotund governor concocting? First, you claimed that Viserys Targaryen would exchange Daenerys for thousands of Dothraki warhorses in Pentos. Now the Dothraki have indeed arrived, yet they linger sorrowfully around the weeping shore and golden fields, casting covetous glances at Meereen. And what of the Beggar King? Is he not still begging for alms? Is this how you address the commander? Have I offended you? If so, I offer my apologies, Commander. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Harry had lost interest in discussing Viserys with Franklin and proceeded straight to the matter at hand. Let us speak of business. I wish to assign you and Commander Tristan to accompany the envoy of Governor Meereen to the Dothraki they will encounter along their route, to ascertain their destination and intentions, while also gauging the number of these savages. The fluttering wings of Viserys, like a delicate butterfly, had indeed stirred winds in this world. For the union of Daenerys and Khal Drogo was non-existent, and Drogo's Khalasar had not migrated back to the Dothraki capital of Vis Dothrak. Rather, it seemed to have become entangled in the disputes of Tyrosh, Meereen, and Lys, perhaps intending to extort something from Meereen amidst the chaos. One can only wish Meereen good fortune in this regard. The 3 weeks anticipated by Viserys had already proven lengthy, yet they extended beyond expectations. The undercurrents between Tyrosh, Meereen, and Lys even impacted Viserys. This was not due to the Dothraki, which the governor of Meereen and the Golden Company feared. In truth, the whispers of the Dothraki's subtle threat upon Meereen would not reach the common folk. Any ruler with a modicum of sense would prevent such news from spreading, thus averting unnecessary panic. What influenced Viserys' journey were matters concerning the sea. By the second week in Meereen, a minor disruption occurred in the shipping lanes between Tyrosh and Meereen, as several bands of pirates wreaked havoc in the waters of Meereen, plundering most local merchant vessels venturing out. while ships traversing the Meereen waters rarely bore the insignia of Tyrosh's merchant guilds. It was said that both Meereen and Tyrosh had issued proclamations, dispatching fleets to eradicate these pirates. Yet even the combined efforts of the two city-states fleets seemed insufficient to fully cleanse the waters of piracy. This, however, did not significantly affect Viserys. He remained occupied with his endeavors among the wealthy merchants and nobles of Meereen, seeking loans. Whether he succeeded in his borrowing is another matter. But this journey allowed Viserys and Daenerys to witness the rich diversity of Meereen's affluent merchants and nobles. Numerous invitations were met with silence, being outright ignored. While those willing to meet Viserys echoed the governor's sentiments. Public business could be discussed openly, but private matters required a more discreet exchange. Conversations of a private nature were often unsavory. Some outright inquired whether Viserys would sell his sister Daenerys, offering any price. When confronted with such inquiries, Viserys would simply turn away in disdain. Others jested about how much tax he would be willing to waive upon reclaiming his kingship, a question posed merely for amusement. Some individuals sought to compel Viserys himself, or his knight Yora, along with their gladiatorial slaves, to engage in duels. Numerous offers emerged, all standardized in terms of pricing. A victory would yield a loan of 10,000 mils, while a defeat would still permit borrowing 1,000. This was tantamount to humiliation. Even if Yora could be sent into battle, Viserys would never stoop to such degradation. Presently, Yora served the Beggar King, and to humiliate him would be to insult himself. Although the act of soliciting loans in such a manner was already quite disgraceful, there were a few who were curious to hear what Viserys would say in private. However, after listening to his rhetoric, they would chuckle in silence, refraining from discussing the matter of loans, and readily promised to keep Viserys' confidences, disappearing thereafter without a trace. Among the most absurd were the noble women, some of whom were particularly bold widows, who privately inquired if Viserys would be willing to share their beds, offering to lend him money in a personal capacity if he agreed. In the end, Viserys managed to borrow only 5,000 mils. This loan came from a herbal merchant, a 70-year-old matron, who, representing her trading company, also declined Viserys' request without listening to his prepared speeches. However, she invited him to her home for dinner. And after the meal, she immediately agreed to lend him 5,000 coins without expecting repayment. The old woman concluded with a remark that if her beloved grandson were alive, he would now be of the same age as Viserys, equally handsome and charming. Viserys' venture in mill was dismally concluded regarding loans. Yet on another front, his daily excursions with Daenerys proved fulfilling and delightful. After witnessing the private demeanor of the mill merchants, Viserys seldom brought Daenerys along to such encounters, ensuring he inquired about the character of those he intended to visit. He had not anticipated the boldness of the widows who directly propositioned him, which resulted in Daenerys finding amusement in his predicament. By the conclusion of the third week, the majority of the dragon souls available in the shops of Mill had been nearly exhausted by the siblings. It was Captain Grohl's pretext of fearing pirate attacks at sea that caused them to linger in Mill for an additional week. They had originally planned to depart for Tyrosh at the end of the third week, as it appeared that ships from outside Mill were far less likely to be plundered compared to those from Mill, and Illyrio held a certain reputation at sea, making passage through the waters of Mill relatively uncomplicated. Viserys was aware of Grohl's clandestine dealings. Grohl took the opportunity to exchange several ships originally intended for transporting Pentos goods to subsequent cities for mill merchandise. This rare opportunity led Grohl to disregard Illyrio's warnings to adhere to Viserys' navigation instructions. Meanwhile, Yora, under Viserys' command, had made some progress in investigating the collaboration between Mill and the Iron Throne. Each day, he would take a horse from the ship and ride to various taverns at the ports, diligently seeking information from sailors who had come from Westeros. What Yora learned was not a grand secret, but rather that the Iron Throne had dispatched numerous financial officers from King's Landing to various free trade city-states. Not just in Meereen, but elsewhere as well. It was rumored that the finance ministers of the Seven Kingdoms had engaged in significant discussions regarding commercial cooperation with the banks of the city-states and governors. Commercial cooperation, indeed. Such a term has circulated among the populace, brimming with imagination. Upon hearing this, Viserys could not help but express his admiration. How extensive the financial dealings of the ministers of the Seven Kingdoms must be. Just imagine how much wealth this could bring to the Iron Throne, how bountiful the royal treasury must be. Truly enviable. Inevitably, the day to depart from Meereen had arrived. Viserys and his company vacated their lodgings, made a few adjustments, and set forth from the inner city towards the port. Their exit from Meereen felt rather ignominious. Both Viserys and Daenerys bore somber and bitter expressions as they left the city. This time, however, as they passed through the city gates, no one, save for Yora, paid heed to the banners of the Golden Company. Gratitude was due to those who had supported with their votes, including the likes of the impoverished Zwa, the Lord Emperor Tang, and others of varying names and titles. Many believed that the conclusion would not deviate from the fate of dragons. In truth, the transformation would occur by the end of the first volume. And the plot was not difficult to predict. Once the red comet appeared, the protagonists could no longer afford to develop in secrecy. In pursuit of investment, the endeavor had yet to reach 100. Chapter 45. Farewell. Jon approached Arya slowly, contemplating that this might be their final meeting in this lifetime. He endeavored to cast aside such thoughts. Arya was quietly conspiring with the butcher's boy outside the kitchen tent, and Jon knew that this was where he would find her. "Little sister," he called out. Arya's face lit up with joy upon hearing his voice. "Jon, I was just about to find you. They say we won't be in a hurry today. We won't break camp until noon. Last night, I discovered a great spot." She giggled and gestured excitedly. Jon realized she was likely planning yet another sword practice session. He felt a twinge of regret for having given her a sewing needle back in Winterfell. During their recent stops, she had been scheming to persuade the butcher's boy and Jon to accompany her to a secluded corner for practice. Yet, upon reflection, Jon remembered that he had been preparing to clarify his intentions with Uncle Benjen, that he no longer wished to see the sea at White Harbor, and that they should set off directly for the wall before the heavy snows arrived. So much had transpired. Bran had suffered a grievous incident, leaving their father and the others in deep sorrow. Jon had always shared a close bond with Bran, and Lady Stark was devastated to such an extent that the king lingered in Winterfell for an additional fortnight. In this moment, Jon's agreement with Uncle Benjen to visit White Harbor seemed terribly ill-timed, as if he were selfish and indifferent. However, Uncle Benjen did not concur with that sentiment, and even his father spoke to him about it. It was then that Jon realized his father had been aware of the matter all along and supported him. They said, "This is not your fault, Jon. When you reach the wall, you will have more brothers and witness many more sorrowful events. But you must not let this deter you from your path. A decision must be acted upon. If anything can shake your resolve, how will you earn honor in the future?" Thus, Jon proceeded with Uncle Benjen as planned, joining the king's entourage southward. This was the place of parting. The king's party would continue south to King's Landing, while Jon and Uncle Benjen would head east to White Harbor. "My sister, I cannot accompany you," Jon said. Arya realized something, her breath becoming labored, her eyes welling with tears. She stretched her frail arms around his neck tightly. "Are you leaving?" she gasped. "You came to say goodbye. Remember to visit me at the wall when you have the chance." Jon hoped to remember Arya's smile after their farewell, and he smiled at her. Arya looked as if she might cry. "I truly wish you could come with us." Jon ruffled her hair. "Sister, different paths do not preclude a shared destination. Who knows what the future holds?" He intended to say more, to remind her not to practice swordplay secretly on the way, lest the Septa Mordain discover her, to advise her to heed their father's words once in the south. Yet, so many words had been spoken during their last moments in Winterfell and over these past few days. They embraced for a long while, and finally, he could only say, "Sister, I will miss you. I must go." Arya accompanied Jon and Uncle Benjen to their mounts. Their father saw them off from the camp, not allowing Arya to follow. After leaving the encampment, their father remained silent, not uttering a word. At the crossroads, he finally spoke to Jon. "Joining the Night's Watch is a great honor. The Stark family has guarded the wall for thousands of years, and you are a Stark. You may not bear my surname, but we remain kin." His father's tone was particularly grave that day. "Father," Jon called out. Lord Eddard replied, then urged him, "Let us depart." After exchanging glances for the last time, Jon mounted his horse and did not look back. Benjen's horse halted under his guidance, and he approached his brother to bid farewell. "Brother, are you well? You seem somewhat troubled. Is the Chancellor quite distressed?" Eddard recognized that his brother had perceived his worries and attempted to soothe him with a poor joke, but he did not laugh. He watched Jon's figure gradually fade into the distance and solemnly told his brother, "Take care of Jon, and yourself as well." Benjen, seeing his brother unresponsive, pretended that nothing was amiss and hurriedly said goodbye. Eddard silently watched Jon and Benjen depart before summoning the ever-present Jory and Hullen, urging them to return to the king's temporary camp as he rode back southward. Duke Eddard Stark, the current hand of the king, was preoccupied with the events of the morning. Before dawn had even broken, the king summoned him for a ride, claiming there were matters of state to discuss. They galloped together until they reached a gentle ridge where the first light of dawn began to emerge, at which point the king slowed his pace. Having traveled several miles south of the encampment, initially, the king engaged Eddard in light-hearted banter regarding Jon and his unknown mother, but Eddard's refusal to entertain the topic met with a firm rebuttal. Then came the pressing matters of the realm, the first being a letter from the Master of Whisperers. Varys, sent from King's Landing. The missive contained news about the Beggar King, Viserys, and his sister, Daenerys, across the narrow sea. The information having been relayed by Ser Jorah Mormont. Eddard could never forget that man. The Mormont family, hailing from Bear Island, boasted a long and proud lineage steeped in honor, yet their lands were remote, harsh, and barren. In an attempt to bolster his income, Ser Jorah had intended to sell captured poachers to the slavers of Lys. Given that the Mormonts were vassals of the Starks, this act would tarnish the entire North's reputation. Thus, Eddard undertook a long journey west to Bear Island, only to discover that Jorah had already fled by ship, escaping the harsh laws of the king and the icy grip of the North. 5 years had swiftly passed since that incident, and the once poacher had transformed into a spy. The intelligence he returned with indicated that the Beggar King and his sister, under the patronage of a spice lord from Pentos, were planning to sail with 3 ships to the free cities in search of loans to reclaim their throne. Robb intended to arrange for assassins. Eddard felt no surprise. Robb's hatred for House Targaryen bordered on madness. He vividly recalled the heated argument that ensued when Tywin Lannister presented the corpses of Rhaegar's wife and children as a token of fealty. It was said that they dragged Rhaegar's young daughter from her bed to her death, her tears streaming down her face. His son, but an infant, was similarly torn from his mother's embrace and violently smashed against the wall. Eddard deemed it murder, whereas Robb insisted it was an unavoidable tragedy of war. When he argued that the young prince and princess were no different from a mere babe, the newly crowned Robb retorted, "I saw no infant. I only beheld the spawn of a monstrous dragon." Not even Jon Arryn could quell the discord. That day, Eddard stormed away in fury, leading his forces south for one final battle. It was only after Lyanna's death that they reconciled. He had obtained 3 ships from a Pentoshi merchant, seeking further loans. What might follow? 30 ships? 300? A full fleet? As Eddard endeavored to persuade Robb that assassination bore no honor, the king thundered, "Honor? What are the deeds done by Aerys to your brother Brandon? Consider how your father met his demise. And what of Rhaegar? Do you truly believe he violated your sister once, or perhaps hundreds of times?" The king's furious and thunderous voice echoed across the ridge, declaring his intent to personally slaughter every last member of House Targaryen, leaving no survivors. He vowed to teach them to die as thoroughly as dragons, ultimately desecrating their graves with his contempt. Eddard was acutely aware that opposing the king in his wrath would yield disastrous consequences. If the flames of vengeance that had consumed him for so many years could not be extinguished, mere words from Eddard would be of little consequence. Nevertheless, he dared to speak. "You cannot lay your hands on one of them, can you?" The king, filled with rage, disdainfully turned away. Indeed, it was impossible. That accursed merchant from Pentos had previously hidden the siblings behind the walls and had stationed a cadre of caped eunuchs to guard them. Now he had provided them with 3 ships to drift upon the sea. Had he acted when it was easier to eliminate them years ago, he would have done so. But Jon was as treacherous as you. Yet, he foolishly heeded Jon's counsel. He followed the king's thoughts to Jon Arryn, remarking that he was a wise and sagacious hand of the king. He recalled how the elder had instilled in them the value of honor. Had he still been alive, he would have reminded his majesty that a beggar king can accomplish nothing, and even if he were to return, they could unite to triumph over him openly upon the battlefield. Eddard deftly shifted the conversation to Jon Arryn and the recent appointment of the Warden of the East. Soon after, they found themselves embroiled in a dispute over the arrangement regarding Robert Arryn. The discussion then turned to the Lannisters, and the differing attitudes of Eddard and Robert towards them ignited further debate. The flames of war had been raging for nearly a year, with numerous nobles flocking to Robert's banner, while many remained steadfastly loyal to House Targaryen. The powerful Lannister family of Casterly Rock, traditionally the Wardens of the West, had remained aloof from the battlefield, indifferent to the calls from both rebels and loyalists. Finally, when Lord Tywin Lannister personally led 12,000 elite soldiers to the gates of King's Landing, proclaiming his intent to support the king, Aerys Targaryen must have believed his life was spared. Thus, in his madness, the king issued one final, reckless command, flinging open the city gates and inviting the lion into his den. The Lannisters seized this cunning opportunity to capture King's Landing. When Eddard arrived, the banners of the roaring lion of House Lannister flew atop the battlements. Upon entering the Red Keep, he witnessed the bloodied figure of Ser Jaime, sworn to protect King Aerys, seated upon the Iron Throne, while the king himself lay in a pool of his own blood. Eddard's perception of the Lannisters had soured irreparably. He remarked, "Jaime swore to guard the king with his life, yet he severed the king's throat with a single stroke." But Robert retorted, "Damn it. Someone had to take action, didn't he?" They were discussing the same matter yet perceiving it entirely differently, leading to further contention. Eventually, The conversation circled back to the Targaryens and Lyanna. They exchanged countless words, yet their debates yielded no resolution. Eddard had never anticipated that his inaugural council meeting as Hand of the King with Robert would unfold in such a manner. He felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by an inexorable sense of helplessness. Time and again, he questioned the purpose of his actions, pondering what had compelled him to embark on this journey southward. He is not Jon Arryn, unable to temper King Robert's wildness or impart wisdom upon him. Ultimately, Robert will act on his whims, just as he always has, and no amount of persuasion from Eddard can alter this reality. His rightful place should be Winterfell, with the sorrowful Catelyn and his children. Having witnessed the king's fierce animosity towards the Targaryens, Eddard can only take solace in the fact that Jon has found his own path. Chapter 46. White Harbor. As Jon and Uncle Benjen entered the city, there was still some time before the gates of White Harbor would close. They rode swiftly, crossing the Blades River just before sunset. Fortune favored them, for a merchant's ferry happened to pass by. Otherwise, they would have had to seek refuge with a local fisherman, leaving their horses behind and taking a fishing boat across. The ferryman initially expressed reservations about Jon's companion, the dire wolf, asking 3 times if it was a dog, to which Jon consistently replied that it was a wolf. Dogs are docile, but wolves are not necessarily so. The ferryman relayed his concerns to the vessel's employer, who, upon observing the dark-clad figure of Benjen and Jon with the wolf, consented to ferry them across. Upon their arrival at the gates of White Harbor, Uncle Benjen suggested that Jon wrap the dire wolf in his cloak and carry it in his arms. However, the guards were not particularly stringent in their inspection and soon allowed them passage. Although darkness was descending as they entered the city, they pressed onward, heading directly toward the docks. As they approached the harbor, the throng of people on the streets thickened, and Jon caught the briny scent of the sea. The dreams that had long haunted him regarding the ocean were finally about to materialize, and his heart raced with anticipation. Turning a corner, the scene before him opened up dramatically. Beneath the night sky, the vast bay of White Harbor unfolded, its waters broader and deeper than the Blades River, stretching into an endless expanse of dark, salty water. At the street's end, 100 docks lined the waterfront, and countless vessels rested in the harbor. Deep-sea fishing boats and merchant ships came and went in a continuous flow, unloading an array of goods. The sea breeze invigorated Jon, its chill awakening his senses. "Come on, let me take you to the shore," Uncle Benjen beckoned. They dismounted and led their horses down the long, wide stone steps of the harbor, entering the bustling port area. A cacophony of voices, each with accents that Jon could hardly distinguish, filled the air, mingling with the scents of salt, fish, tar, and various spices that assailed his nostrils. Curious onlookers scrutinized the peculiar sight of the dark-clad Benjen and Jon, who held the reins of his horse in one hand and cradled the wrapped-up wolf in the other. Jon closely followed Uncle Benjen, disregarding the inquisitive gazes as his uncle deftly warded off those who approached to inquire about their destination. Eventually, they arrived at a dock that was momentarily unoccupied, offering a wide view filled with a multitude of goods. Uncle Benjen took hold of Jon's horse's reins, smiling as he encouraged Jon to step forward to the edge of the dock. Jon gently set down the dire wolf, instructing it to sit, and then walked to the very end of the dock, gazing intently at the sea. Standing at this location, the sea danced beneath Jon's feet. The tide whispered in his ears, and the vastness of the ocean made Jon feel insignificantly small. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Behind him, Uncle Benjen's laughter echoed. "Would you like to reach out and touch it? Just be careful not to fall in." Jon turned to see Uncle Benjen smiling kindly at him, gesturing towards the wooden steps leading down to the dock, where a stone platform lay submerged beneath the tide. Jon descended the steps, pausing at the nearest point to the sea. He removed his leather gauntlet and cupped his hands to gather a handful of seawater. He gazed deeply into the water until it slipped through his fingers. With a long exhale, Jon tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and stood still, feeling the slightly chilly sea breeze caress his face. After a while, he ascended the dock and returned to Uncle Benjen's side. Uncle Benjen looked at him with a gentle smile. "So, have you seen enough?" Jon had 1,000 words to express, yet all he managed to utter was, "Thank you, Uncle Benjen." "Silly boy," Benjen replied, ruffling Jon's hair. "There's no need to thank your uncle." They then sought out an inn near the harbor to dine. When the inn's young attendant inquired if the bundle in Jon's arms was a dog, he remained silent. However, before their dinner order arrived, a man resembling a steward, accompanied by 2 knights clad in emblazoned cloaks, approached them, inviting them to visit the castle. The knights bore a crest depicting a white mermaid with a beard and tail, wielding a black trident against a blue-green background. Jon recognized this as the sigil of House Manderley of White Harbor, an ancient family that originated from the Riverlands but now resided in the north. Their seat was in the new castle of White Harbor, and they had amassed considerable wealth as the rulers of the North's sole major city and port, making them one of House Stark's most powerful and loyal vassals. Count Wyman Manderley received them in the castle's reception hall. While Uncle Benjen conversed with Count Wyman, Jon curiously observed the Lord, known in jest as Lord Wyman the Fat, who indeed lived up to his reputation. Due to his considerable girth, he was carried in a litter by attendants. He appeared to be around 60 years old, with a prominent belly and fingers as thick as sausages. Jon recalled that the common folk jokingly referred to him as Lord Eel. This was Jon's first encounter with Count Wyman, and he was left with a positive first impression. "I did not wish to intrude upon you, my lord," Uncle Benjen said to Count Wyman. "My nephew and I intended to stay at the inn and depart soon." The Count responded warmly, his laughter resonant. "The brother and child of my liege lord have come to my domain, and it is my duty to host you." The child of the liege lord. Jon secretly felt pleased to hear the Earl of White Harbor speak thus, yet he worried that should the Earl uncover the truth, his demeanor might alter. "I have joined the Night's Watch," said Benjen, introducing Jon. "This is Jon Snow. Please extend your greetings to Lord Wyman." Jon quickly responded, "Jon Snow extends his respects to you, Lord Wyman. Regardless of status, all who come to White Harbor are guests, and the Manderley family is obliged to host you." Lord Wyman maintained his amiable smile. "Mr. Benjen, Jon, may I be so bold as to inquire about the purpose of your visit to White Harbor? Does it require assistance from the Manderleys?" Lord Wyman's demeanor further endeared him to Jon. "There's truly no need to trouble the esteemed lord," Benjen replied, pausing momentarily before smiling. "It is my nephew, Jon Snow, who wishes to join the Night's Watch. He harbors a desire to see the sea before heading north to the Wall. At merely 14 years of age, how can an uncle not fulfill his wish? Hence, I brought him to behold the ocean." "Ah, I see," Lord Wyman said, casting a kind gaze upon Jon. He appraised Jon for a moment and remarked, "A truly remarkable youth. Upon closer inspection, you bear a striking resemblance to Lord Stark in his youth." Jon felt a surge of joy at receiving such praise from an earl. In truth, the folk of Winterfell often remarked that among Lord Eddard's progeny, only Jon and Arya inherited their father's northern countenance. Jon was uncertain whether to express his gratitude for the earl's commendation. At that moment, Lord Wyman spoke again. "But is not 14 years rather young?" Jon had already resolved that his honor would be earned within the ranks of the Night's Watch. Benjen responded to Lord Wyman, "My brother concurs. He has journeyed south with the king and was unable to bring Jon along. The Wall is indeed a fine place." "I see," Lord Wyman said, regarding Jon thoughtfully before shifting his attention back to Benjen. "I have heard that there has been increased activity among the wildlings near the Wall. Mr. Benjen, since you are here in White Harbor, do you require additional men to take back with you?" Oh, Benjen's face brightened. "For there is always a shortage of men at the Wall." "Then perhaps you might linger a few more days in White Harbor," Lord Wyman suggested. "You may select suitable personnel to accompany you back to the Wall." "That would be splendid. Thank you for your support of the Night's Watch, my lord," Benjen replied. At that moment, the steward approached to confer something to the Earl. Lord Wyman smiled and beckoned to Benjen and Jon. "I apologize for keeping our guests waiting. Let us proceed to the banquet hall." The gathering was modest, akin to a private invitation from the Earl, comprising only himself, Benjen, and Jon. Nonetheless, this arrangement eased Jon's mind. Had there been more attendees, his status might have rendered him an awkward presence at the table. After the feast, Benjen and Jon were shown to their guest chambers to rest. Jon had thought that the previous evening's banquet was the pinnacle of Lord Wyman's hospitality towards a bastard. Yet to his astonishment, the following morning, Lord Wyman extended an invitation for breakfast to both Uncle Benjen and Jon. The Earl of Wyman remained amiable and warm-hearted. During casual conversation, he mentioned that both of his sons were engaged elsewhere, leaving only one nephew, who was preoccupied with managing merchant vessels and could not reside in the castle. Otherwise, they would all be present. Jon, while having breakfast, felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed. Eventually, the Earl flashed a mysterious smile at Uncle Banyong, saying, "Mr. Banyong, let us discuss serious matters privately." Uncle Banyong then instructed Jon, "Jon, why don't you return to your room?" Jon complied, rising to take his leave from the banquet hall. Unable to bring his wolf, White Ling, into the dining area, he had left it in his room. Now, as he stepped outside, he intended to check if the serving boy had secured the door as he had requested. However, upon reaching the garden, he was met with the sound of a young woman's melodious laughter. Not wishing to intrude upon the Earl's ladies, Jon contemplated retreating, but he distinctly heard the voice exclaim, "Little sister, look, that is a dire wolf." Chapter 47. The Sisters of the Manderleys with Determination. John proceeded around the garden corner and immediately spotted a tall young woman clad in a flowing white dress, her long brown hair intricately braided, peering out from the window of his guest room, pointing at White Ling. The serving boy, who had been anxiously awaiting John's return, finally relaxed, his previously pallid complexion easing into one of relief as he exclaimed, "Guest, you have finally returned." The young woman turned around, revealing an oval face, large gray eyes, and a prominent nose, exuding the poised demeanor characteristic of northern folk. After a fleeting moment of awkwardness, she quickly masked it, greeting him warmly. "Good day, guest. Is that a direwolf?" "Indeed," John replied, feeling somewhat bashful in contrast to her confident demeanor. "Her name is White Ling Wow, a direwolf." "How magnificent." The young woman's laughter rang out once more. "Oh, my apologies. Good day, guest. I am Wilfried Manderly." "Greetings, Lady Manderly. I am John," he replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "Jon Snow." "John, it is a pleasure to meet you." Wilfried maintained her smile and then called out, "Little sister." It was then that John noticed the petite girl beside Wilfried. The girl waved at John, saying, "I am Anna Manderly." "Hello, John." She appeared a bit shy, her plump, round face flushed, dressed in a light frock adorned with lace, her pale yellow hair neatly styled. After introducing herself, she inquired, "May my sister Wilfried and I come closer to see your direwolf?" John felt a surge of nervousness. He trusted that White Ling would not harm anyone with him present. Yet the serving boy's anxious demeanor suggested that others might perceive the situation quite differently. Unsure of how to respond, he was relieved when Wilfried interjected, "John, you wouldn't let him harm us, would you?" Hearing her refer to White Ling as him, akin to how Arya addressed Nymeria, he replied, "Yes. White Ling listens to me. He won't move unless I command him." John then stepped forward, passing by Wilfried and Anna, offering them a slight nod as he did so. He discovered that Valefield was nearly as tall as he was. John did not dare to examine closely and instead walked directly to the young servant. He pushed open the door and bent down, calling, "Ghost, come here, come here." "Good boy." Ghost responded by trotting over and affectionately rubbing his nose against John's cheek, yet remained vigilant towards the strangers. As Valefield and Anna approached, Ghost immediately stepped back, his body tensing in caution. The sisters halted. "Ghost, sit," John commanded. "That's right, sit still." He looked up at Valefield and Anna. "You may pet him now. I told you, he listens to me." "Wow." Valefield and Anna cautiously stepped closer, reaching out to stroke Ghost's snow-white fur. John heard Anna softly murmuring, "A direwolf, a direwolf, so majestic and beautiful." He couldn't help but smile. The Manderly sisters reluctantly withdrew their hands from Ghost, and John noticed that Valefield seemed about to speak, but her words were interrupted by a sudden high-pitched voice from the garden. "Wow, you didn't call me." Looking toward the voice, a girl was rushing around the corner of the garden. This girl appeared to be of Anna's age, dressed in flamboyant and ornate attire. Her hair dyed a vivid green and styled into very long braids, her eyebrows colored gold, and her lips painted a striking red, her appearance vibrant and exaggerated. As she approached, without greeting anyone, her eyes fixated on Ghost, and she exclaimed, "It really is a dire wolf." She then reached out to touch him. Ghost, alert, perked up his ears and bared his teeth at her. However, undeterred, she advanced and extended her hand, prompting John to reach out to soothe Ghost. The girl continued to pet Ghost incessantly, who emitted a silent growl of discontent from his throat. "Miss," John could not restrain himself from calling out to her. Valefield pulled the girl aside, saying, "Don't act up in front of guests, Vela." The girl, unfazed, replied, "Wow, sister. I must persuade grandfather to betroth me to Lord Robb. I've heard he has a direwolf too, and his must be even more impressive. He can't be engaged yet, right?" Valefield covered the girl's mouth with her hand, smiling apologetically at John before leading her away. Anna then quietly said to John, "Please don't mind. Vela has been spoiled by our uncle and aunt. She can only be managed by grandfather in the castle." "It's all right," John replied, instinctively asking, "Miss Vela and Miss Valefield, are they?" "Sisters Vela and Valefield are daughters of Sir Willis Manderly," Anna explained. "Sir Willis Manderly is the eldest son and heir of Count Wyman Manderly of White Harbor. No wonder Vela expressed her desire to marry Robb." John attempted to envision the girl by Robb's side, but his thoughts instead turned to Valefield as he politely inquired, "And Miss Anna, who are you?" In a gracious manner, Anna responded, "I am the granddaughter of grandfather. My father is Wyman Manderly, known as the Sale of House Manderly." She suddenly felt a pang of shyness. "You came to White Harbor to see the sea, did you not, John?" her grandfather inquired. John instinctively replied, "Yes." Anna remarked, "The sea visible from White Harbor is quite small. My father could take you to Old Town on a merchant ship, where you could gaze upon the entirety of Bite Bay." From there, the sea appears vast as the world itself, and on occasion, one might even glimpse whales of such immense size that it defies belief. Is that so? Jon asked reflexively. Indeed, Anna responded, her tone imbued with anticipation. Would you like to see it, Jon? I have seen the sea, Jon replied. Last night, upon our arrival. I went to the port with Uncle Benjen. I have seen the sea. Oh, Anna's tone fell into a melancholic undertone. Is that so? Yes, Jon affirmed. What a pity. Anna lamented, her gaze falling upon Ghost. May I pet him once more? Jon beckoned Ghost closer. Anna reached out to gently caress the soft, snow-white fur between Ghost's ears. Jon heard her softly humming an unknown melody. Ice Wolf, both regal and beautiful. Jon felt compelled to say something, yet in the end, he remained silent. Jon found Uncle Benjen near the stables, just returned from the castle's dungeons. Upon seeing Jon waiting for him, Benjen let out a quiet sigh. Jon asked, How long will we stay in White Harbor? When do we depart for the wall? What? Do you not wish to see the sea again? Benjen dismounted, handing his horse to a stable boy. Last night, the port was shrouded in darkness, but the weather is favorable these days. No need for that, Uncle Benjen, Jon replied. I have done all that I wish to do. It is time for me to pursue my own honor. Ah, Jon, Benjen's heart ached, and he called out Jon's name, yet found himself at a loss for words. Uncle Benjen, Jon stopped him. I am Jon Snow. I am a bastard. I made a promise to my father beneath the heart tree in Winterfell that I would don black. My honor and my home lie not in any place, but at the wall. Only at the wall. I am Jon Snow. Snow. Jon Snow. Upon hearing his words, Benjen could not help but lament the unfairness of fate. You and your father share the same temperament, Jon. At times, I truly wish. Jon grasped his uncle's hand. Benjen's thoughts trailed off. The two gazed at each other for a while. Benjen, knowing there was no changing the course, finally said, Then we shall set off tomorrow. I will inform Lord Umber of our gratitude for his generosity and hospitality. The following morning, Jon and Uncle Benjen bid farewell to Lord Umber and set out. Lord Umber remained kind and warm, considering that they were returning with a larger company. He generously arranged for a ship to take them up the White Knife River, allowing them to reach Winterfell more swiftly. The late summer in the north would soon bring heavy snowfall, and they needed to arrive at the wall before the snow began to fall. Veilfid Vera Anna, aged 18, is the eldest daughter of the esteemed Lord Eel's first son, Wylis. Vera Mandler, aged 14, is the second daughter of the same lineage. Anna Mandler, also aged 14, is an original character, lacking noble inheritance and born to a non-knightly nephew of Lord Eel. Her father, Will Mandler, is the chief officer of the merchant fleet responsible for trade. This connection, if realized, could have been a celebrated tale in the north, for they are well matched. Disregarding Jon's concealed origins. Regrettably, Lord Eel and Banyong had not previously understood that Jon was older, proactive, and had a kindred spirit in someone like Ygritte. Jon's storyline is thus momentarily halted. The influence of Viserys' stirring wings ultimately cannot alter the predetermined fate of the distant Targaryen descendant in the north. Chapter 48. Pirates. A horn echoed across the sea as Viserys leaned forward to observe the navigator of the Saydurian signaling from the mast lookout. Despite the unfavorable winds, the Saydurian lowered its sails, adorned with the banners of Pentos and the insignia of the Illyrian Merchant Guild. In addition, sailors, upon hearing the horn, ascended to the deck, erecting prepared flags that fluttered in the breeze. Ignoring Yora's counsel, Viserys exited the chamber and made his way to the foredeck, with Yora reluctantly following. This time, Viserys did not allow Dany to accompany him, leaving her with Butch and Annie in the room. As Viserys gazed from the foredeck, he noted that the rowing merchant ship, the Summer Sun, along with the mocking Yoso and Saydurian, had also lowered their sails and raised their flags. The three vessels sailed against the wind, and despite the rowers' full exertion, the merchant ship's speed visibly diminished. After about 15 minutes of this deceleration, Viserys finally spotted the architects of the unfolding events. A small fleet composed of several rowing warships equipped with crossbows and catapults, alongside a few sailing ships, emerged. In this era, the fundamental naval tactic involved ramming and boarding, wherein one would seek to approach an enemy vessel, deliver a fierce impact, and then land on the opposing deck to conclude the battle. Prior to close combat, combatants would strike the enemy using longbows and crossbows. This small fleet was undoubtedly dispatched by Mill, as common pirates would lack such formidable armament. Indeed, Viserys observed the fleet maneuvering as the Summer Sun and Yoso drew near, prompting agile longships to break from the formation and close in on the rowing vessel. The speed of the three ships ultimately dwindled to a halt upon the sea. Both the Summer Sun and Yoso lowered their accompanying lifeboats, with crew members leaping into the boats to greet the Mill longship. They exchanged words upon the water before heading toward the Sadurian. As the vessels approached, Grolai immediately commanded the sailors to lower the boarding ladder in welcome. Accompanying them was a small contingent of cuirass soldiers bearing the banner of the Mill Fleet, followed closely by the first mates of the Summer Sun and the Jestful Yoso. The leading Mill soldier appeared to be an officer, surveying the deck with a keen eye, glancing at Grolai, and then at the intrigued Viserys and the sternly armored Yura, before finally fixing his gaze on Grolai. With a thick Mill accent, he inquired, "Are you the person in charge of these 3 merchant vessels?" Grolai, his face adorned with a broad smile, replied, "Indeed, sir." The officer, maintaining a serious demeanor, asked, "Do you possess a passage permit?" "A passage permit?" Grolai echoed. "I heard nothing of such a requirement upon leaving Mill. When was this decree issued?" "1 day ago," retorted the officer, his expression stern. "Therefore, you must acquire one. Without a permit, you cannot proceed. Return to Mill and obtain the necessary documentation." Grolai, still wearing a placating smile, asked, "Sir, might it be possible to arrange for the permit here?" The officer, scrutinizing Grolai with an austere expression, replied, "Do you presume the seas operate without regulation? Such documentation requires the signatures and seals of the appropriate authorities. Do you understand?" After a brief pause and observing Grolai's persistent smile, he added, "However, fortune smiles upon you. I happen to have 3 passage permits available." Grolai's face lit up with delight. "Oh, we are fortunate indeed, sir. May I see them?" The officer retrieved 3 rather elaborate documents from a pouch hanging at his side and stated, 3,000 Mill gold coins each. "Yes, yes," Grolai responded eagerly, immediately sending someone to gather the coins. He instructed his sailors to bring forth the pre-prepared food and drink. "Sir, your efforts are appreciated. Please indulge in some refreshments while you wait." The officer nodded in satisfaction, leading his soldiers to partake in the offered feast. Before long, the ship's treasurer brought a large chest filled with gold coins onto the deck. The officer, brazenly counting each coin in full view, eventually tossed the 3 permits to Grolai, saying, "Here you go." He then departed with his well-fed soldiers, taking the chest of gold with him as they boarded the longship. The Sadurian. Once they had left, Grolai hastily returned, instructing the sailors, "Quickly, raise that flag at the bow." It was revealed that the soldiers had just left behind 3 vividly colored flags marked with distinctive symbols. The first mates of the other 2 ships swiftly returned to their vessels with their flags in hand. Before long, the merchant fleet stowed their sails and the previously disordered flags, leaving only the newest one at the bow fluttering in the wind as they set sail once more. Viserys observed the entire affair, later recounting the tale to Daenerys, concluding with a note of astonishment with the Mill Fleet's approach to eradicating pirates. "It seems the pirates of Mill Sea will persist indefinitely before any negotiations can take place." At this moment, Daenerys realized that the rumored actions of the Mill Fleet against piracy were indeed of this nature, thus expanding her understanding. Today was destined to be eventful. With a fleet dedicated to hunting pirates, one could only surmise that pirates would inevitably exist. After purchasing a passage permit for the merchant vessel during the day, they sailed past several scattered patrols of the Mill Fleet without encountering any obstructions. Each ship navigated peacefully through the waters. However, as night fell, perhaps having traversed beyond the area cleared of threats by the Mill Fleet, the ever-vigilant Viserys heard the alarming call of an approaching rowing vessel in the deep hours of the night. He promptly rose, feeling for the dagger resting beneath his pillow. This warning was not the brief series of sounds he had heard during the day, but rather a prolonged signal that echoed into the stillness. When Ani, upon hearing the noise, got out of bed to light an oil lamp at the door, Viserys was already fully dressed, fastening the sword gifted to him by Illyrio around his waist. At that moment, Daenerys stirred awake, inquiring, "What is happening?" Viserys approached the side of her bed, settled himself down, and poured himself a glass of lemon water. After consuming it in one gulp, he replied, "It could be pirates." The tartness of the lemon water sharpened Viserys' senses. As Ani approached with the lamp, her expression appeared somewhat flustered in the flickering light, prompting her to utter a phrase from her past service to Viserys, "My lord, would you like to wash up?" Pirates do not announce their presence with signals. And Viserys dismissed Ani's irrelevant question, instead reassuring the slightly anxious Daenerys, "Do not fret. Captain Grolai is seasoned and surely knows how to handle this. You need only remain calm in your room." He then commanded Ani, "Come here, help the lady don that piece of leather armor, the one from the Mill Armory." "Under my bed." Daenerys inquired, "What about you?" Viserys replied, "I will go see." Before Daenerys could speak again, he had already stepped out. As Viserys exited the room, he found Yura and Butch waiting outside. Viserys was taken aback. Yura had swiftly donned his chain mail, which seemed to always be at his side. However, Perhaps out of a lack of assistance or a sense of unnecessary burden, he had not put on the plate armor he rarely wore. The eunuch guard Butch remained clad in leather armor and simple protective gear, silently holding his sword. Yora looked at Viserys as he emerged, astonished, "My lord. You cannot mean..." But Viserys had no time for Yora's idle chatter and commanded, "You stay here and keep an eye on my sister." "Yes, Yora," Viserys interjected decisively. "Come with me to the deck." It would have been preferable if Yora could merely agree like Butch, but he was forever inclined to speak. "My lord," Viserys cut him off, "are you afraid? If so, do not come." With that, he walked past him. Yora fell silent and followed closely behind. On the deck, sailors armed with torches and bows stood guard. As soon as Viserys and Yora appeared, Captain Grole hastily summoned them to his side. Grole, maintaining his usual composure while steering, provided a clear view of the waters around the Sidurian under the dark night sky, where flickers of firelight danced closer and then receded. Those must be the pirate ships. It seems that the 3 merchant vessels reacted swiftly, prepared thoroughly, and were illuminated brightly. Forming a defensive angle, the 2 pirate ships lingered at a distance, hesitant to approach for a close-quarters battle in the darkness. Viserys observed in silence, while Yora remained equally reticent. Under the somber cloak of night, this state of navigation persisted endlessly, until Grole suddenly jested, "Has our musician awakened you, my lord? Their tunes are rather dissonant." Viserys retorted, "Have you considered replacing the horn player with a full band, perhaps accompanied by a minstrel?" Grole winked at him. "That would be a splendid idea. It would certainly add merriment to our feasts." Viserys inquired, "Do you think our guests will not arrive, fearing the potency of the wine?" "Perhaps," Grole replied, "but it's hard to say. These guests are all rather peculiar." As they continued their banter, Grole's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze fixed to the left. The flickering lights on that side began to draw closer, and he lamented, "It seems our eccentric guests are about to join our bonfire soiree." The atmosphere grew tense as the firelight approached across the sea. Viserys' eyes were involuntarily drawn to the 2 clusters of lights, resembling the eyes of a colossal beast in the inky darkness. He was uncertain of the ships' identities, but the audacity of the 2 pirate vessels approaching so boldly indicated they were a formidable crew not to be underestimated. As time slipped away, the outlines of the ships became discernible. They appeared to be large sailing ships, yet their speed surpassed that of the typical vessel, certainly outmatching the Sidurian. They halted at a certain distance. On the nearer of the approaching pirate ships, the mast flickered intermittently, as if signaling something. Grole seemed to comprehend, his expression grave as he looked up and emitted a peculiar whistle, a strange rhythm resonating aboard the ship. Viserys followed his gaze and noticed the navigator atop the mast also signaling with a torch and aboard, flickering their lights back and forth. This exchange continued for a while. Grole suddenly exhaled in relief. "Fortunately, they are friends willing to engage in trade." "Trade?" Viserys queried. "This trade is likely not of the most pleasant nature, yet it seems Captain Grole finds it preferable to a boarding conflict with pirates." Captain Grole shrugged resignedly, "My lord, those willing to trade at sea are all friends. We all make a living on the ocean. Making friends is certainly better than shedding blood. Wouldn't you agree?" "I do not intend to critique your methods, Captain Grole," Viserys chuckled. "I merely find it intriguing and am curious about how this trade is conducted." "My lord," Grole pondered for a moment before responding, "it's quite similar to your transactions in the marketplace. Each party will send a small boat to meet midway on the water, where their people will offer us some goods, and we shall pay for them." "Is it akin to purchasing a pass during the day?" Viserys inquired. Grole chuckled awkwardly. "You are quite astute." The merchant ship continued its voyage across the sea at its customary pace. A small boat dispatched by the mocking Yojuo and a swift vessel sent by the pirates encountered one another on the surface of the water. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the business was swiftly concluded upon their brief interaction. The pirate ship, having finalized its dealings, gradually sailed away, the flames flickering in the night, receding from the merchant vessel. The swift craft that had emerged from the Yojuo could not catch up to the rowing boat and eventually returned to the beleaguered Sidurian. Despite the tension that had momentarily escalated, bloodshed was averted, and thus the pirates were successfully navigated. Once the flames of the pirate ship vanished completely and the sea was once again shrouded in darkness, Viserys returned to his quarters, having soothed Dany, who was now peacefully napping. The night was still deep, with dawn still far off. When he arose the following day, the merchant ship had already drifted far from the waters of the previous night and was nearing the territory of Tyrosh. As was his routine, Viserys took a morning stroll on the deck for some exercise, ultimately positioning himself on the foredeck to witness the sunrise. However, today bore a peculiar twist. Captain Grole, upon spotting Viserys' unusually initiated conversation that morning, The captain presented a box to Viserys with an air of offering a treasure. "My lord, I have something splendid for you. You have a fondness for dragonbone, do you not? Would you like to have these?" He opened the box to reveal a collection of resplendent dragonbone gemstone adornments. Viserys, not rushing to accept, inquired, "Are these a gift from you, or must I purchase them?" "Surely, you cannot be expected to buy them," Grole vehemently denied. "Governor Illyrio has stated that all goods related to dragonbone are to be managed by you." "Oh, so there is no need for purchase. It will merely be recorded in the dragonbone ledger, correct?" Grole laughed heartily. "Indeed, my lord, you see through everything. Very well, the items are yours." Viserys found it somewhat unbearable to deal with Grole's mercantile nature, cautioning, "Do not exaggerate the accounts. I will verify them." Of course, Grole replied, dutifully handing the items over to Viserys before departing with respect. After witnessing the sunrise on the deck, Viserys returned to his quarters with the box in hand. It was no longer strange to anyone that he was seated in his room, admiring the dragonbone. Annie was engaged in her own tasks at the door, sewing for both Viserys and Dany. Dany had just finished washing up and was seated at her bedside table, reading the history and ballads of the Seven Kingdoms written in the common tongue, a reading assignment arranged by Viserys. Viserys' attention was soon captivated by a sapphire dragonbone ornament within the box. The sapphire was as deep and beautiful as the ocean, its clarity striking. Yet something within it stirred an odd sensation. Perhaps it was the visual distortion caused by the gem's internal structure. But Viserys felt an uncanny ripple flowing slowly within the profound blue. Chapter 49. The curse. A soft thud echoed in the merchant ship's chamber. The maid Annie, alert, lifted her gaze to see Viserys bent down, retrieving a dragonbone ornament that had fallen. She could only see the silhouette of Viserys, unable to discern anything amiss, and presumed that nothing unusual had occurred, continuing her mending work. Daenerys craned her neck from the desk, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Brother, may I be tested now?" She believed Viserys had once again discovered the enchanted dragonbone and was eager to engage. "Not yet," Viserys replied, his tone unchanged from usual, not even glancing back. "Focus on your reading. I shall return to quiz you shortly." "Oh," Daenerys said, disappointment washing over her as she settled back into her book. Viserys, however, did not share her tranquility. His expression was far more turbulent, his face clouded with shock as he gazed at his right hand. On his right hand, the thumb, index, and middle fingers were partially engulfed, including a section of the palm, by a magical construct of hardened skin, dragon scales undergoing rapid growth, enveloping a peculiar blue-violet ripple within the web of his thumb. This odd phenomenon was in fierce opposition to the magic emanating from his dragon scales, each vying to erode the other in a struggle of dominance. What on earth is this? Viserys had merely brushed the sapphire. Yet that bizarre blue-violet ripple seemed to come alive, emerging from the sapphire's strange undulations as if seeking to burrow into his body. The surge of magical heat triggered by instinct was overwhelming. For a fleeting moment, his hand felt as though it had been scorched in dragon fire. The sapphire appeared to have shattered internally from the explosive surge of magic, its intricate patterns fracturing instantaneously. In fact, upon picking it up, Viserys applied slight pressure, and the sapphire crumbled into fragments. Damn it! A myriad of complex emotions surged within Viserys, crystallizing into that expletive as he inwardly cursed. What in the world is this? Contemplating further, he reasoned that Grolly likely had no intention to harm him. The source of these dragonbone gems must stem from the pirates encountered last night. This was not poison, but some form of magical force. Was it the black sorcerer among the pirates attempting to sabotage the merchant ship? Or was there some hidden entity orchestrating a conspiracy against Viserys? The sole consolation was that this bizarre magical force appeared to be no match for the ancient power of the otherworldly King Ulcoric residing within him. Although the two forces seemed to be locked in a stalemate, their mutual depletion suggested that this entity would eventually be eradicated by Viserys' magic. Yet, the pace was rather sluggish. After a moment's reflection, Viserys concealed his right hand within his sleeve, swept the shattered dragonbone adornment into a box, carelessly tucked the box into his breast, and then rose to stride toward the solitary restroom in the suite. Upon entering the restroom, he set the box aside. Viserys drew forth the dagger concealed upon his person, gripping it in his left hand, and aimed to slice at the area of his thumb enveloped by the peculiar blue-violet ripple. Pain surged forth, and crimson blood instantly welled from his thumb. Yet the strange blue-violet magical ripple showed no signs of diminishing. Steeling himself, Viserys summoned the magic he had amassed within his liver, channeling a substantial amount into his right hand, and began to attempt to mold his right hand into the form of a dragon's claw through the power of magic. The black, rigid, keratinous skin enveloping Viserys' right hand is adorned with densely interwoven black scales, gradually covering the hardened skin, while sharp claws gleam with a chilling brilliance. Replacing the human fingers, the powerful, serpentine arm of the dragon has entirely transformed the appearance of Viserys' hand. From the forearm downwards, his right hand has undergone complete draconic metamorphosis. The peculiar flame patterns etched upon the dragon's claws represent the flow of arcane energy, continuously drawing from the magical reserves stored within the liver, creating an unending cycle. Yet beneath the draconic skin of the claws, a faint bluish-purple ripple of mysterious energy persists, stubbornly resisting despite being encased in overwhelming magic. Viserys soon realizes that this enigmatic magical force resembles a defensive formation, no matter how much magic he expends. Only a minuscule portion confronts it directly. His efforts feel akin to sending hundreds of soldiers to assault a mere handful of foes, where only those in closest proximity can engage, while the rest are left as mere spectators. The transformation of his right hand into a dragon's claw does not expedite the resolution of this peculiar dilemma. Viserys is compelled to retract his magical energy back to his liver, restoring his hand to the state of stalemate between the two forces. As his body's instinctive defense proves to be the most rational, frustration wells within him as he glances at the healed wound on his palm. A sudden inspiration strikes him, and he attempts to unleash a small jet of dragon fire to scorch the mysterious magical ripples. Alas, this proves to be a foolish endeavor. The flames merely rekindle the magic he had just retracted, as the instinctual magic recognizes the overwhelming heat of the flames, causing the area around his palm to regenerate the black keratinous skin, offering no respite from the invasive magical force. Viserys must reluctantly accept that he will likely have to coexist with this peculiar entity for the foreseeable future, until it is wholly consumed by his magic. Exiting the restroom, Viserys strides to his bedside and dons a leather glove, concealing his right hand for a time. This also serves as a reminder, prompting him to place the dragon bone box at the very bottom of the bedside chest, resolving to avoid any further dealings with such mysterious dragon bones. Brother, are you going out? Initially intrigued by Viserys' new dragon bone, Daenerys, seeing her brother offer no indication, realizes it is likely devoid of magic, and feels a twinge of disappointment. Upon hearing Daenerys' inquiry, Viserys casually responds, "Yes, I have matters to discuss with the captain." He quickly finds Captain Growly, and by this time, Yura has already commenced his duties, clad in armor and attending to Viserys' side. "Captain Growly," Viserys states directly, "my curiosity cannot be contained. Ever since we encountered that band of pirates yesterday, I have been pondering their origins. Could you enlighten me?" My lord," Growly replies, visibly troubled. "To be frank, they did not intend for us to discern their true nature." Viserys presses on, "You are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Do you not possess any conjectures?" "My lord, there have been no pirates in the seas of Maer in the past," Growly lamented, "with Maer and Tarosi merely 3 or 4 days apart, and the fleets of both city-states present. Which pirate would dare to operate here? Are you suggesting that those who dare to pirate in these waters are backed by the fleets of 2 city-states? Who do you believe was responsible last night?" "My lord, I did not imply that," Growly vehemently denied. "What do you fear? It is only us here." "It is not fear, my lord," Growly explained. "The Stone Step Islands are well known as a haven for pirates among the citizens of the free trade city-states. It is no secret. However, due to the sheer number of pirates, it is difficult to ascertain the identity of any particular one. It remains uncertain whether someone has the audacity to venture here alone or if they have the backing of a city-state. Are there any particularly notorious pirates in the vicinity that you could name? I am not well acquainted with such matters. I am a merchant by trade. Mercenaries likely possess more knowledge than I do, as they keep track of bounty boards across various regions." "Sir Yura?" Yura scoffed, choosing to remain silent. Viserys inquired, "There must be some especially famous ones, correct?" Unable to resist, Growly conceded, "Saladorn Saan is one, I suppose. He is a notorious pirate of the Reese Sea, who has declared himself the Prince of the Narrow Sea. Even I have heard of that moniker." Growly proceeded to mention several other well-known pirates, but beyond that, he was at a loss. "My lord, as a captain of a merchant vessel, knowing these names is sufficient. Regardless of who comes, I would prefer to resolve matters peacefully. I would rather remain ignorant of their identities to avoid inadvertently revealing anything that might attract unwanted attention. You mentioned that you often traverse the Summer Sea. A name suddenly comes to mind," Viserys said. "Have you heard of the Crow Si, Euron?" "Ahem, who?" Growly nearly choked. "Are you that frightened?" Viserys was taken aback by his reaction. "My lord, even you have heard of the Silence?" Growly quietly inquired. Yura suddenly mumbled, "So the Silence belongs to the Crow Si." Both Viserys and Growly turned to Yura, who promptly fell silent again. Yura's awkward attempt at gathering information was almost unbearable for Viserys to witness. However, The response from Yura made both Viserys and Grole feel as though they had perhaps divulged too much information, though neither exhibited any signs of regret. It is said he practices dark magic, is it not? The original character, uninterested in maritime affairs, recalled that Viserys had possibly encountered dark sorcery and suddenly remembered that there was such a figure in the source material. My lord, I believe we ought not to delve into such a terrifying topic. All I can tell you is that the black sails and crimson hulls are harbingers of terror upon the seas. Grole spoke mysteriously, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. Such inquiries will yield no fruitful results, Viserys declared. Are the sailors who conducted business with the pirates last night still aboard? I am quite curious. Summon them, for I wish to speak with them. Very well. Grole promptly rose in respect and exited the captain's quarters. Before long, several slightly bewildered and inebriated sailors were brought before the captain's quarters by Grole. Viserys cast a sweeping glance, and without needing to inquire, he knew who had come into contact with that enigmatic dragonbone yesterday. Among them, he could discern the faint blue-violet ripples flickering on the faces of two individuals, a phenomenon that seemed perceptible only to him. Several sailors had visited yesterday, yet only these two had experienced a similar ordeal to his own, suggesting that this peculiar occurrence was neither contagious nor widespread. A piece of good news, indeed. He hastily posed a few questions, to which their responses mirrored his psychological expectations following his conversation with Grole. They were still suffering from a hangover and could hardly articulate which band of pirates they had encountered, only recalling that they had spent a substantial sum on something grossly overpriced. In the end, Viserys inquired, "When will you return to the Mockingbird?" The leader replied, "My lord, we shouldn't stop again along the way. We will only return once we reach Tyrosh." That made sense. Viserys nodded absent-mindedly, dismissing them with, "Very well. You may return to your duties." As he watched the sailors depart, he felt his enthusiasm wane and signaled Yura to return to their quarters. Although his expression remained inscrutable, Viserys was inwardly contemplating the implications of this situation, suspecting he understood its nature. He had read similar tales in Illyrio's tome, which was rumored to be a scripture of the Red God. What he was experiencing could very well be a curse. Chapter 50. Tyrosh lost in thoughts of the curse. Viserys paid little attention to the lively discussions regarding the merchant ships and the safety assurances from the Tyroshi fleet. In the brief journey from Myr to Tyrosh, the merchant vessels had been extorted by 3 different factions for nearly 20,000 gold coins. Viserys had managed to gather a mere 5,000 from the wealthy merchants and nobility of Myr for his cause. Nevertheless, all 3 cargo-laden merchant ships arrived in Tyrosh unscathed, and Grole was likely to profit handsomely from this venture. Once the ship anchored in the harbor, Viserys and his entourage did not rush to disembark, instead remaining on deck, seemingly indifferent as they watched the sailors depart one by one. When the jesting sailors from the Mockingbird passed by, Viserys felt a surge of surprise and could not help but call out to them, "Ah, have you not lost 2 of your companions? Where are they?" "My lord, you remember us?" One sailor replied, his words thick with the remnants of intoxication. "What you did that night was indeed a valiant act," Viserys affirmed. "I certainly remember." "Haha, look, this lord says we performed a gallant deed," one sailor jested, struggling to articulate the refined terminology. Yura, standing beside Viserys, interjected, "A valiant act. A valiant act." The seemingly dazed sailors cheered, declaring that the phrase could earn them 10 pints of ale at the tavern. One exclaimed to a companion, "I must remember to use that phrase when I speak to the Tyroshi girls." Viserys pointed out the sailor who had first engaged him, directly asking, "Speaking of which, are you not missing 2 members of your group?" "Indeed, my lord." The sailor's face still bore the excitement from the peculiar term earlier, Graynose and the Toothless One. "I believe you are inquiring about them. They have perished." "Perished?" Viserys observed that the sailors did not seem particularly mournful upon the mention of their companion's demise. "Indeed, my lord, during our 2 days here, we have done naught but indulge in drink and boast of that valiant deed." He exclaimed, "Graynose fell into the barrel, and I knew the wine tasted off. They would not believe me." As the drunken sailor's words began to scatter, Viserys inquired, "So he died in the barrel?" "Indeed, my lord." "And the other, the Toothless One, that name is correct, is it not?" "Your memory serves you well, my lord." "What of him?" "We could not find him, my lord. Everyone speculates he slipped into the sea while retching." The sailor replied. Someone countered, "No, I wager he fell while relieving himself." "You have been the only one insisting he went a vomit." They began to bicker. Viserys found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of these inebriated sailors, and he ceased to question them further. Yura intervened to quell their quarrel, urging them to hasten lest they miss their companions and lose prime seating at the tavern. The rowdy sailors disembarked. As Yura and the others distanced themselves, he asked, Do you find them peculiar, my lord? Viserys queried. Is this how sailors perceive life and death? Ser Yura? Not entirely, my lord, Yura replied. It is merely that those you encountered have likely grown accustomed to death. Yura. Viserys suddenly grasped. They were terrified. Were they not? Yura, unable to conceal his astonishment, remarked, You possess an extraordinary insight into human nature, my lord. Indeed. Viserys chose not to pursue the discussion with Yura. This is not insight, it is empathy. These sailors were frightened by the possibility of dying at the hands of pirates that night, while Viserys was unnerved by the abrupt deaths of the two sailors. Viserys clenched his palm, concealed within the leather glove, feeling the two forces still clashing within. This curse originated at sea, and given the nature of their demise, if one were to deny any association with the drowned god, that would be self-deception. Was it merely a coincidence involving numerous dragonbone artifacts, or was it a deliberate targeting? Upon reflection, considering that his journey began at sea and contemplating the worst possibilities, was there a chance witnesses remained? Viserys deliberated and resolved to stay in Tyrosh until his magic fully dispelled the curse before deciding whether to continue eastward. Tyrosh is a city that defies the typical stereotypes of a medieval coastal trading port. Rather, it resembles a vast fortress city. This city is safeguarded by imposing, thick walls, situated at the northeastern tip of the stepstones. Its inner walls are composed of fused black dragonstone. Tyrosh is significantly larger than many of the great fortified cities in Westeros, boasting formidable military strength. Tyrosh once stood resolutely against the onslaught of the Three Sisters Kingdom, and the conflict known as the Border War ultimately led to the kingdom's disintegration. During the Ninth Penny Kings Battle, which the Westlanders refer to as the Fifth Blackfire Rebellion, Tyrosh was temporarily occupied. However, as the influence of the Ninth Penny King crumbled with the demise of the Golden Company commander, the last Blackfire, Maegor Blackfire, Tyrosh regained its independence. Today, Tyrosh remains among the foremost powers in the contentious region of the Four City-States. This vibrant and bustling city is characterized by its residents' fondness for vivid colors. They often dye their hair and beards in striking hues and adorn themselves in extravagant attire. Their distinctive hats serve as a hallmark of the city-state. At the Tyrosh harbor, the Blood River runs through the heart of the city, making the riverside the most prosperous area, lined with numerous shops, inns, brothels, and temples dedicated to various deities. After disembarking, Viserys and his companions proceeded with a plan akin to their dealings in Meereen, first locating an inn recommended by Grolly for their respite. The inn boasts an excellent location, situated near the iconic Bacchus fountain in Tyrosh, and is in close proximity to the affluent upstream along the river, making it convenient for sightseeing or visiting influential figures. Once settled in the inn and having taken a brief respite, Daenerys could no longer contain her curiosity. When Annie left to find the laundry room, she seized the opportunity to inquire of Viserys, "Brother, what has happened to your hand?" For several days, Viserys had kept his right hand concealed within a leather glove, never removing it even during meals or sleep, and he had ceased his usual practice of swordsmanship. Daenerys could clearly sense that something was amiss with his right hand. Upon hearing Daenerys' question, Viserys candidly replied, "Are you curious about why I wear a glove on my right hand? It conceals a secret, Daenerys." His forthrightness left Daenerys momentarily speechless. "Let me explain," he said, raising his right hand with a serious expression. "My right hand harbors a secret that I wish to keep hidden. Anyone could notice that. But as long as I remain silent and others do not inquire, it does not exist. Do you understand?" Furrowing her brow, Daenerys found Viserys' words peculiar, yet upon reflection, they seemed strangely logical. She quickly realized that he had deftly eluded her original question. "But what is wrong with your hand?" she pressed. Seizing the moment to playfully divert her attention, Viserys raised both hands, mimicking a monster with an open mouth, grinning mischievously. "Daenerys, do you know that a girl who delights in uncovering secrets may be devoured by dragons?" He then lunged toward her in a playful manner. "Ah!" Daenerys squealed, running away, her laughter ringing out as she called, "The dragon eats people. The dragon eats people." By the time Annie returned to the room, they had already circled around it several times, engaging in a delightful chase. Daenerys remained unaware of the true state of Viserys' right hand until the very end. Tyrosh, a city of commerce, revered merchants as a more honorable profession than warriors. The rulers of Tyrosh, known as the Great Lords, were elected by local affluent traders and nobility. The elections for the Great Lord were typically rife with threats and bribery, a practice deemed acceptable by the Tyroshi. How could a candidate who would not engage in bribery be worthy of governing their city? With experience from the voting in Meereen, Viserys had initially entrusted the task of presenting the formal request to Yura. However, considering Tyrosh's unique geographical proximity to Dorne, separated only by a strait filled with shattered islands. And the stepstones lying between Tyrosh and Dorne, Viserys deemed it essential to personally deliver the request as a sign of appropriate respect. Although Tyrosh functioned as an independent free trade city-state, its primary trading partner was undoubtedly Westeros, or more specifically, Dorne. A meeting with the Great Lord of Tyrosh could yield unforeseen advantages for Viserys. Even if the other party's demeanor was as distant as that of Governor Muir, the opportunity to meet would still prove valuable for Viserys. Engaging in intimate discussions with a Great Lord often meant that the contents of their conversation would be difficult to overhear and less likely to spread. Regardless of what was said privately, how Viserys chose to relay it to Illyrio and Jorah was entirely at his discretion. Was Illyrio not waiting for signals from across the sea? Why were the Dornish not acting as planned? Once Viserys had conferred with the Great Lord of Tyrosh, he could explain the situation as he saw fit. Chapter 51. News from the Seven Kingdoms. The formal request sent to the Great Lord of Tyrosh seemed to vanish without a trace. In contrast to the fulfilling experience of shopping and exploring the vibrant streets of Tyrosh with Daenerys, the once seemingly insignificant plans had made no progress, leaving Viserys in doubt. The Great Lord of Tyrosh's refusal to grant a meeting left Viserys uncertain of the city's disposition. Upon disembarking, he had informed Captain Grolay of his intention to remain longer, while the captain now likely lounged leisurely at the fishing dock. Grolay was in no rush in Tyrosh. The value of Muir's goods fluctuated daily due to the maritime situation, and there was nothing of particular necessity for Grolay in Tyrosh. The city was renowned for its thriving slave trade and its famous purple conch handicrafts. In addition to exquisite gilded helmets and silver-gold armors crafted by artisans, none of which were of interest to Grolay. His sole intention was to sell Muir's goods at the highest possible price, and perhaps exchange for some pear brandy upon departure. Viserys himself was not particularly anxious. Rather, it was Jorah who seemed increasingly restless as the days passed. As fate would have it, Viserys intended to assign Jorah some tasks, a preliminary rehearsal for the plans ahead. On this day, he summoned Jorah for a small inquiry session. Jorah, what do you perceive the stance of Lord Tyrell to be? My lord, I fear he is apprehensive of the usurper king and dares not meet with you. This city does not welcome us. Should we not depart at once? This was not the response Viserys sought. I ponder, since there has been no reaction from Lord Tyrell, what about other nobles and wealthy merchants, Jorah? What do you think? Jorah could discern Viserys' attitude. My lord, do you imply that we shall refrain from further investments? Indeed, I have a task for you to undertake discreetly. Lean in closer, Viserys whispered enigmatically. Jorah, intrigued, leaned closer. Viserys softly instructed, seek out information regarding the rumors circulating among the common folk since Jon Arryn's demise. What is the current state of affairs in Westeros? Particularly, are there any disturbances in the Riverlands, Stormlands, or Dragonstone? Upon hearing this, Jorah's heart tightened. He had long suspected that Viserys harbored ulterior motives beyond mere financial assistance and leisurely purchases of dragonbone. The secret lurking beneath the surface now seemed to reveal a mysterious glimpse. He inquired, My lord, are there any specific individuals or matters of particular concern? Yes. The affirmative response made Jorah feel a sudden chill. My lord, may I ask for clarification? However, the names Viserys mentioned left Jorah feeling disheartened. Renly, Stannis, Joffrey. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. Is there a problem? Viserys queried. Suppressing his doubts, Jorah replied, Is it only these individuals, my lord? These are the ones to pay special attention to, Viserys stated with grave seriousness. In any case, report to me any news from the Seven Kingdoms. Do you understand? Jorah nodded earnestly. Yes, my lord. As Jorah departed upon receiving his orders, he could not shake the feeling that the maid, Anya, stationed at the door of Viserys' chamber, regarded him with an odd gaze. He scrutinized his own behavior for any impropriety and glanced back only to find her head bowed, preoccupied with mending garments. Jorah speculated that perhaps her wariness stemmed from witnessing his hushed conversation with Viserys. In the days that followed, Jorah indeed exerted himself, riding from tavern to tavern, diligently gathering news of the Seven Kingdoms for Viserys. The sailors at the tavern in Tyrosh hailed from various corners of the Seven Kingdoms, some near Sunspear, others from distant places such as Old Town, Whispering Isle, or even as far as Dragonstone, King's Landing, and Lannisport, stretching to Pebble Island and White Harbor. The drunken sailors' tales were a cacophony of rumors, some fresh from recent days, while others were stale, originating months or even years prior. With such a plethora of information, discerning truth from fiction became a daunting task for Jorah, who previously had a clearer direction when investigating the Iron Throne and its dealings with Meereen. Now, he found himself utterly bewildered as to what Viserys truly sought to uncover. In the realm of whispers, little is said about Renly and Joffrey. The tales circulating among the populace regarding the great nobles are often steeped in absurdity, lacking any semblance of truth. The sole figure to garner credible rumors is none other than the cold and stern Stannis Baratheon. Jorah recalls the formidable demeanor of that lord. It is said that Stannis once led a raid on a brothel in King's Landing, only for it to culminate in a confrontation with King Robert himself, whose furious rebuke echoed through the streets, compelling Stannis to withdraw his order and restore the brothel to its former state. There are also fanciful accounts of his return to Dragonstone in a fit of rage after the king failed to appoint him as prime minister following the demise of the former chancellor. Jorah suspects these tales are largely the result of vengeful courtesans in King's Landing, disseminated by sailors across the seas. As for the new prime minister of the Seven Kingdoms, it is, unsurprisingly, the last person Jorah wished to see, Eddard Stark, who is rumored to be journeying south to King's Landing with the king. Considering the time it takes for news to traverse the narrow sea, Stark may already be in power. Jorah finds it difficult to fathom how the new prime minister might interpret his role as a spy for King Robert and whether he might obstruct their agreed-upon terms for the sake of honor. He can only hope that the promises made by Varys hold true. When this news reached Viserys, he appeared quite agitated, muttering phrases like "this shouldn't be" and "how could this happen," as if some anticipated event had failed to materialize. Jorah yearned to inquire further, but feared appearing overly eager. Thus he remained silent, awaiting Viserys' response. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Viserys finally remarked that the news from the narrow sea might be slow in arriving and instructed Jorah to keep a keen eye on developments from the direction of Westeros, urging him to relay any new information promptly. Jorah cautiously asked, "My lord, the sailors' reports are often chaotic. Which aspect should I prioritize? Stannis has generated much gossip." "Focus on him," Viserys replied, adding that he should also pay attention to news from King's Landing. Jorah felt invigorated, sensing he was drawing closer to the clandestine schemes of Viserys, fueling his motivation immensely. Upon Jorah's departure, Daenerys seized the opportunity to inquire eagerly, "Shall we go shopping tonight?" To which Viserys responded, "Let us rest this evening." With this reply, Daenerys resignedly returned to her side of the suite, sitting at her desk and staring blankly at her books. In the absence of a curfew in Pentos and lacking invitations from wealthy merchants, they had been visiting establishments in shifts, their efficiency far surpassing that of their time in Meereen. Daenerys had been particularly spirited of late. In her dreams, she felt her body ablaze with the heat of the stars, sensing that her blood was nearing a boiling point, ready to erupt if only a little more were added. Yet, when she confided this to Viserys, he gravely warned her to exercise extreme caution. In such moments, they must be especially vigilant, for something unimaginable might be about to transpire within Daenerys. The solemn visage of Viserys evoked memories for Daenerys of the time when he was struck by lightning upon the Sea of Pentos. In that moment, she had perceived an omen within him. Thus, with a mixture of caution and anticipation, she inquired of Viserys, "Will I also be struck by lightning and transform into a dragon amidst the clouds?" Viserys fell silent for a brief moment, carefully swallowing before responding, "Each individual is unique. Daenerys, each individual is unique." At that time, Viserys was preoccupied with Daenerys' repetition of unique. Ultimately, he revealed to her the long-prepared words, considering the various signs. "I speculate that you may, like our ancestor, the Dreamwalker Daenerys, become a Dreamwalker." Daenerys was uncertain of what a Dreamwalker entailed, yet she was well aware of Daenerys' tale and held an immense sense of expectation. Chapter 52. The question of dreams in Dragonstone. Daenerys had long since grown accustomed to the dark, ink-like veil that hung in the sky during her dreams. She beheld herself. Looking down, she observed her body enveloped in flames, flickering yet unextinguished. These flames encased her, purifying and forging her without inflicting pain. She felt her muscles singe and blacken under the fire, decay and peel away, as her blood seemed to boil and evaporate. In a moment of reverie, she experienced a peculiar sensation akin to emerging from an egg, as if reborn. Within the dream, she sensed a certain power coursing through her, a strange feeling that she endeavored to grasp and utilize. Suddenly, she found herself floating upon the sea. It dawned upon her that this was the dream. She gazed ahead and saw Viserys, arms outstretched, upon a dragon-shaped castle island. Turning back, she found nothing but emptiness. Awakening, Daenerys instinctively turned to glance towards the other end of the suite, where Viserys resided, separated by a screen adorned with exquisite paintings, rendering it impossible for her to discern the scene beyond. She longed to climb onto her brother's bed, as she had in her childhood, and hear him recount the tales of the Seven Kingdoms, explaining the significance of her recent dream. It must be said that after acknowledging the evident strangeness of her situation, Her continued contact with the dragon's soul was undeniably a daring endeavor. However, after Viserys had dealt with the curse afflicting him, he nevertheless chose to allow Daenerys to engage with the dragon's essence. He had to take this risk, despite the fact that the powers displayed in the original Tales of Ice and Fire were solely those of the Red God and the Cold God. It did not imply that he could afford to lower his guard while ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Greater power enabled one to face unforeseen dangers with greater composure. There remained many shops of adornments and weapons in Tyrosh that they had yet to explore, and Viserys' liver was on the verge of complete draconic transformation. He required an utterly reliable source of strength to bolster his confidence. On this very day, on the 13th day of their arrival in Tyrosh, Viserys utilized the dragon's soul extracted from the dragonbone as a medium to fully transform his liver into that of a dragon. His liver has now become his primary center of magical power, through which he can manifest a complete dragon form. Although the current magical energy is insufficient to support the construction of an excessively large body, even a fully realized draconic form of merely 3 or 4 meters, with its intact magical organs and robust shell, enables Viserys to wield the formidable power of the ancient fire drake, Goriuk, whenever he possesses magic. Furthermore, there is encouraging news. Viserys had initially feared that once his liver underwent full draconic transformation, any additional magical energy would have to be allocated to grow and store within the dragon scales, horns, or wings. However, the reality is that the liver can continue to store magical energy. This is likely due to the fact that the draconic transformation of the liver has not yet reached the stage where it would dissipate upon Viserys' demise, unlike in Hyrule, where the liver of an ordinary Goriuk does not necessarily persist after the creature's defeat. The likelihood of obtaining a dragon's liver from a common Goriuk is exceedingly low. Only the death of a Goriuk king guarantees the preservation of its liver. This revelation allows Viserys some measure of peace, as dragon scales, wings, and horns are not easily concealed. Upon awakening, Viserys cautiously turned in bed to glance toward Daenerys. She exhibited no unusual behavior, yet he felt it prudent to verify. With this thought, Viserys rose from his bed, feigning the appearance of someone simply stepping out for a midnight visit to the lavatory. As he exited the partitioned area, he encountered Daenerys, who seemed to be making a similar nocturnal trip. "Brother, are you also heading to the restroom?" Viserys observed her face alight with uncontainable joy. As she shyly replied, "I just woke up. You may go first." Viserys felt relieved. "Oh, if you need to go, please do. I shall just get a drink of water." "All right." The young woman trod lightly toward the lavatory. Watching Daenerys, who bore the demeanor of a girl in the throes of young love, Viserys found himself lost in contemplation once more. Given the circumstances, perhaps he should embrace the customs of the Valyrians and follow their ancient traditions. The following day, while Annie was absent, Daenerys quietly confided in Viserys about the dream she had experienced the previous night. The transformation of the sparks within her had become a flickering flame, and her sensation of rebirth did not come as a surprise to Viserys. In the original narrative, upon encountering 3 dragon eggs, Daenerys swiftly began to have similar dreams. The distinction lies in the fact that in the source material, Daenerys dreams of a colossal dragon breathing fire upon her after coming into contact with the eggs, prompting her to open her arms and embrace the flames, allowing them to consume her entirely. In contrast, after Viserys' interaction with the remnants of the dragon's soul embedded within the dragon bone, it is the residual magical energy from the bone that Daenerys absorbs, causing changes within her own body. Had it not been for Viserys, the maximum amount of magical energy Daenerys could absorb from the dragon bone would have been limited to 8 portions. Without external influence, she would not have been able to achieve such an effect on her own. Yet now, Daenerys has independently reached a state akin to that of engaging with 3 dragon eggs, leaving Viserys perplexed as to the precise nature of the transformation occurring within her. Dany once again resumed her previous dream, yet the specters had vanished. Had they abandoned her, or had their influence over her waned? On some level, this could be deemed a positive development, as it seemingly indicated that Viserys had gained the upper hand in the struggle for Daenerys. One particularly peculiar aspect was Dany's vision of Viserys standing on what appeared to be Dragonstone. Was this a form of prophecy or a subtle hint? Originally, Viserys had no intention of visiting Dragonstone on his merchant vessel's eastward journey. He had planned to reach Volantis, which lies in close proximity to Old Valyria. He intended to gather sufficient draconic magic before the arrival of the Red Comet, and to scour the ruins of Valyria for dragon souls. Compared to the dragon bones scattered across Westeros, Valyria, at the height of its power, could deploy hundreds of dragons simultaneously, meaning that the remnants in the ruins would likely be plentiful. Moreover, Viserys, having undergone the transformation into a dragon, was hardly intimidated by ordinary dark magic. The original text recounts how the captain of the Silence, the infamous Euron, discovered the Horn of Winter amidst the smoking ruins of Illyrio and purportedly unearthed a dragon egg. Although Euron was said to dabble in dark magic, he remained a mere mortal. If Euron could unearth such treasures, there was little reason to believe Viserys could not do the same. Prior to the dawn of the Red Comet, the magical forces in this world should pose no threat to the dragon-formed Viserys. He sometimes fancied that perhaps after a brief excursion in Illyrio, he would emerge invincible. Yet, Dany had dreamt of him on Dragonstone for the second time, despite the two visions appearing to form a continuous narrative. Dragonstone is situated at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. The castle was constructed using advanced Valyrian stonemasonry techniques, which have been lost to the cataclysm that befell Illyrio. Dragonstone was once occupied by the Valyrian Empire as a foothold for invading Westeros. Later, heeding the prophecy of the Dreamwalker Daenerys, the Targaryens migrated here, escaping the Valyrian disaster. Aegon the Conqueror subsequently set forth to conquer the 6 kingdoms of Westeros, establishing the Targaryen dynasty. Should dragons inhabit Dragonstone, it would be easily defensible. Enemies would have no recourse but to assault from the sea, and ships on the water would serve as sitting ducks for flying dragons, with dragonfire ensuring that enemy forces would be unable to coalesce. However, to establish a stronghold there may not be entirely advantageous. Much of Dragonstone is volcanic terrain, leaving little arable land for habitation, and the islands have sparse populations, with even fewer vassals, making it difficult to muster a substantial army. Yet the island possesses a certain enchantment. Without delving into history, it is worth noting that at this moment, the priestess of the Red God, Melisandre, is present there, along with a figure rumored to wield the powers of the drowned god. Legends speak of stone dragons slumbering there, rich deposits of dragonstone, volcanic regions once inhabited by wild dragons, and perhaps even a castle built by the Valyrians capable of shielding against magic. It remains the most rightful land claimed by the Targaryens. Guarding the island allows for surveillance over Westeros, affording both strategic advantage and the freedom to retreat. Upon the demise of Robert, as the 7 kingdoms plunged into chaos and Stannis initiated the Battle of Blackwater, Viserys found that the conquest of Dragonstone required not a multitude of soldiers, but merely a handful of coerced followers, easily within his grasp. He sought to ascertain the true significance of Daenerys' recurring dreams. Strangely, when he urged Daenerys to once again encounter the dragon's soul in her slumber to recreate her visions, she beheld only her own body ablaze, devoid of that wondrous power. Once more, her dream was severed. The lingering question remained, when Daenerys, seemingly transcending a certain realm, dreamt of Viserys on Dragonstone, was it prophecy or mere insinuation? The art of war advises against underestimating an adversary based on their numbers, and warns against diverging from the collective wisdom, as well as the fallacy of assuming rhetoric is infallible. The protagonist, ensnared in the fog of war, finds the original text vague regarding the potency of the divine. The late Duke Stephen Baratheon encountered a patch-faced individual in Volantis. In Chapter 53, the Great Lord of Tyrosh, as Captain Grolio gradually concluded his dealings in Mill, began to lavishly procure local specialties from Tyrosh for his ships, preparing for maritime supplies. The seemingly castaway invitation to the Great Lord of Tyrosh finally received a response. A servant from the Great Lord's estate extended an invitation to Viserys and Daenerys, inviting them to the evening banquet at the Great Lord's residence. Indeed, the Great Lord's abode hosted nightly feasts, for in this era, nighttime entertainment was scarce, apart from gatherings. Little else provided diversion. Such enduring banquets served to display power and wealth, a favored method among the rulers of free trade city-states to exhibit their dominion. That evening, Viserys, along with his trio of companions, made their way on foot to the Great Lord's estate, bearing only a casually chosen dragonbone trinket as a gift. Upon arrival, the guards scrutinized Viserys' invitation and then examined the quartet closely. Initially, one might have expected Jorah and Bouch to be turned away, yet the guard merely requested, "Please surrender your weapons to me for safekeeping, esteemed guest. Weapons are not permitted in the banquet hall." Viserys had not brought his sword, but the guard's gaze lingered momentarily on his legs, where he had concealed daggers within his trousers. Appropriately, Viserys led the way, producing the hidden daggers to hand over to the guard, followed by Jorah and Bouch relinquishing their arms. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch with a smooth voice approached to escort them, stating, "Please follow me, esteemed guests." They entered the estate, where the outer garden was abuzz with merriment, as numerous guests indulged in food and drink, with long tables laden with delicacies and entertainers performing. However, the eunuch continued to guide them inward, leading them to the reception hall, which was ablaze with light. The walls were adorned with lanterns, their oil perpetually aflame, while colorful stained glass depicted vibrant historical scenes. Dignitaries adorned in a myriad of extravagant garments, with beards and hair of diverse hues, engaged in animated toasts and revelry within the hall. Beneath the archway adorned with 2 stone leaves, the guiding eunuch came to a halt at the entrance of the reception hall, then called out in a resonant voice, "His Grace, King Viserys III of House Targaryen, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm." He continued, "His sister, Princess Daenerys of Dragonstone, born of the storm." After announcing their names, the eunuch bowed slightly, gesturing for them to enter. A sudden hush enveloped the hall, and numerous gazes shifted toward the entrance, sending a shiver down Viserys' spine. A courteous smile graced Viserys' face as he grasped Daenerys' hand and stepped into the hall with measured grace. The previous clamor of laughter and chatter resumed. Like any customary visitor, Viserys led Daenerys towards the prominent seat, intending to pay his respects to the host and clarify their purpose. However, as they approached, they discovered that the seat was occupied by a mischievous child playing beside the empty throne. Viserys approached the child, inquiring, "Good day. May I ask where the lord of the hall is?" The child ignored him, engrossed in playing with 2 toys. Unperturbed, Viserys offered a slight bow to the vacant seat and guided Daenerys away. No one paid them any heed. They casually took 2 cups of drink and some snacks from the grand table before retreating to a quieter corner. Jorah and Butch followed silently. Jorah noticed other nobles accompanied by guards, who stood quietly at the side. They occupied a secluded spot in the hall, where, for a moment, no one approached to engage in conversation. As they sat in silence, a lively melody floated in from outside, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Viserys and Daenerys turned to look, revealing a troupe of performers engaged in music and spectacle. Many in the hall gathered to witness the entertainment. Viserys and Daenerys instinctively focused on one direction. Daenerys was captivated by a magician among the performers, conjuring flames and seemingly igniting his oil-coated arms, creating the illusion that both were ablaze. Viserys, on the other hand, was enthralled by a red-robed monk, his skin as dark as pitch and towering at nearly 7 feet. His rotund belly resembled a massive pebble, while tangled, bone-white hair flowed from his face, adorned with fiery tattoos across his cheeks and forehead. The monk appeared utterly mesmerized by the magician's feats. At that moment, a voice broke through the din. Viserys turned to see a tall guard clad in gleaming gold armor and a resplendent helmet adorned with intricate designs addressing him. This guard towered over him, a head taller than Jorah. Upon noticing Viserys' attention, the voice from within the helmet continued, "I seek the king. His Grace wishes to see the king." Viserys did not rush to respond. He turned his head, noting Daenerys' anxious gaze upon him, while Jorah regarded him with a serious expression and Butch observed the guard intently. Viserys inquired, "Only the king?" "Indeed," the guard replied. Viserys turned to survey the crowd at the entrance. The red-robed monk had vanished without a trace. He paused, then addressed Dany, "Stay here and do not mingle." He then issued commands to Jorah and Butch, instructing them to safeguard Dany. Finally, with a reassuring smile, he added, "Do you remember our agreement at the feast in Meereen?" "Dany? It must be honored." Dany, about to respond, simply nodded in affirmation. As Viserys rose, the guard pivoted and stepped forward. Following him through the side door into the parlor, Viserys cast one last glance back at the entrance, still finding no sign of the red-robed monk. A sense of unease lingered, yet he proceeded with the guard into the inner courtyard. In a resplendent study adorned with gold, Viserys encountered the Lord of Tyrosh. The lord appeared quite aged, portly, and imposing, with white hair and a beard dyed a brilliant gold, glimmering with sparkling powder. He reclined on an opulent palanquin, as the guiding guard and another towering attendant worked in unison to lift him and place him gracefully at the table set for their meeting. Viserys could not help but notice the third attendant, significantly shorter than the others, who did not assist in moving the lord but stood vigilantly at his side. Clad in lavish gilded armor, only his sable eyes were visible through the crevices of his helmet. "I have heard," the Lord of Tyrosh began, his tone laced with arrogance, "that you have been seeking loans in Meereen. Why not in Tyrosh? Have you gathered sufficient funds? Or do you hold the merchants of Tyrosh in disdain?" "The governor of Meereen has met with me and expressed his stance, which reflects the sentiment of Meereen itself." Viserys replied, "You previously refused to meet with me, my lord. I could not ascertain the city's attitude towards me." "Interesting," he mused. "You regard our free trading city as your Westeros. We are indeed a free city, and our merchants possess the right to determine their own dispositions." "Oh, I see," Viserys exclaimed with exaggerated enlightenment. "Thank you for enlightening me. Otherwise, I might have remained in ignorance." The Lord of Tyrosh narrowed his eyes. "So, you do not intend to seek funds in Tyrosh?" On the contrary, Viserys responded, I do intend to borrow. Are you willing to lend to me? That hinges on your answer. What do you intend to do with the money? Reclaim my throne. Viserys declared. I had thought the world was aware of my intentions. The Lord burst into laughter. And how much do you expect to borrow with that rationale? Perhaps 100 or 80,000, Viserys suggested. Is that sufficient for your restoration? Certainly not, but it would allow me to make an attempt, Viserys replied. I require an army. Do you plan to hire mercenaries? No, mercenary companies serve only the highest bidder. 100 or 80,000 may seem considerable, yet it is insufficient for them to pledge their loyalty to me. Are you intending to raise an army on your own? Viserys sensed that Lord Tyrell genuinely intended to lend him money. However, it was both true and false. Lord Tyrell remained silent, waiting for Viserys to speak. I am uncertain of my capabilities in leading an army. I must attempt it, Viserys declared. I plan to utilize this sum to acquire a contingent of Unsullied, to ascertain whether I possess the aptitude for command. If I do, I shall employ these loyal Unsullied to generate further wealth, swiftly repay my previous debts, and subsequently secure additional funds. With a legion of loyal Unsullied as my foundation, I shall endeavor to establish a mercenary company devoted to my cause. A restoration requires an army, yet not an excessive one. I merely need a loyal guard sufficient to establish my foothold in Westeros. This shall enable me to rally the discontented nobility of the Seven Kingdoms to fight alongside me against the usurper. And if you lack the talent for leadership, then I shall seek to cultivate commanders who can fight loyally on my behalf, to lead my forces and undertake such endeavors. On what grounds do you believe the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms will rally to your cause? Because the usurper has never truly been a king of the Seven Kingdoms. Including my father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather, none of them ever attained the true kingship of the Seven Kingdoms. Viserys spoke boldly, despite the fact that dragons had perished a century ago. Similarly, I do not require the mantle of a true king. I merely need to replicate the actions of the usurpers against the Targaryen dynasty. A brief silence enveloped the room as Lord Tyrell awaited Viserys' next words. Viserys smiled in silence. An intriguing discourse, Lord Tyrell finally remarked. Did the spice governor of Pentos impart this wisdom upon you? He has heard my words and offered to facilitate my travels to the free cities aboard his ships, funding my endeavors to see how much I can borrow. Lord Tyrell chuckled. Do you not have knights from the Seven Kingdoms in your service? Why seek loyal commanders if their capabilities suffice? Perhaps his abilities are adequate, Viserys replied. But his loyalty is limited to performing trivial tasks I assign him. Curiously, Lord Tyrell inquired, if you do not trust him, why keep him by your side? Because I am a beggar king devoid of resources, Viserys explained, and he is willing to do what I require of him. Since you lack trustworthy allies, how can you ensure that you will manage any funds lent to you? A battalion, where some desire to head east and others west, I must balance them, directing their paths east and west, and then subtly redirect them northward. This is my current endeavor. Are you suggesting that you are dancing on the edge of a blade? Lord Tyrell remarked. Viserys' eyes glimmered with a hint of fervor. At least thus far, I have not been cut, have I? Lord Tyrell regarded him with a knowing smile. It is said that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin, choosing between greatness and madness. Do you consider yourself great or mad? Viserys replied. I perceive myself as rational, neither great nor mad. Rational. Ha ha ha. The statue of King Tyros laughed heartily, his flabby flesh quivering with mirth. After a fit of laughter, he inquired, Can you endure humiliation? Have you heard of the Beggar King, my lord? Viserys replied. That is the reputation I have earned in the free trade cities over the years. Is there anything more degrading than this? You are quite amusing, remarked King Tyros, plucking a lemon from the fruit bowl on the table and tossing it to Viserys. Would you care for a lemon? Chapter 54. 10,000 coins and 2,000 pounds of lemons. Daenerys gazed into the fire. The flames danced upon the dark, glossy arms of the magician, who then enveloped them in an unusual torch. The magician downed a potent drink, opening his mouth to release a fiery tongue that ignited in the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the guests. Daenerys was entranced by the flames. Quite beautiful, isn't it? A voice emerged from her left front. Turning, she discovered a dark-skinned, red-robed monk, his face adorned with tangled, bone-white hair and tattoos of fiery patterns on his cheeks and forehead. The monk observed Daenerys with a calm gaze and a gentle tone. Daenerys chose to remain silent, instead looking towards Jorah. Jorah stepped forward, shielding Daenerys from the monk's view. This esteemed monk, my lady prefers tranquility. Kindly do not disturb her. I understand, the monk replied. Daenerys frowned. Jorah approached and grasped the monk's arm, urging him to depart. Please leave. We do not require a sorcerer's divination here. Red clouds loomed overhead, listening to the roar of great beasts. The red-robed monk, despite being pushed by Yora, continued to calmly narrate his prophecy. You will journey east. Light is your direction. You shall traverse the shadows to awaken the fierce fire, blazing brightly. The monk's strange words instilled fear in Daenerys, prompting her to hide behind Yora and steal glances at the monk. Observing him being pushed away, she noted his serene demeanor, even possessing an air of devotion. As his prayer-like prophecy concluded, he lowered his gaze, offering Daenerys one last look before turning away, ultimately vanishing among the guests in the banquet hall. Daenerys sipped her drink in silence. Yora stepped closer, saying, "My lady, do not pay heed to these sorcerers. They merely seek to deceive you for your coin." "Thank you," Daenerys replied to Yora, after which she remained silent. Yora sensed her unusual reaction and quietly returned to his position as her protector. After a while, Viserys re-entered the banquet hall, appearing somewhat disheveled. Daenerys cast a concerned glance at him. He remained silent, downing a cup of wine in one go. Yora pondered thoughtfully. Before long, a group of servants entered, transporting several large chests covered in white cloth, which clanged noisily as they were moved, and placed them in the center of the hall. The guests' attention was immediately drawn to them. Following closely, another group of servants brought in bags of fruit, and someone recognized the sweet scent of lemons. As all present pondered the unexpected developments of the banquet, a powdered-faced eunuch stepped into the center of the hall, cradling a scroll sealed with tin. With delicate precision, he unfastened the seal and gradually unfurled the scroll, then, amidst the collective gaze of the assembly, proclaimed in a high-pitched, saccharine voice, "His Grace, King Viserys of Tyrosh. Today lends to His Grace, King Viserys Targaryen III of the Targaryen family, ruler of the Unveiled, the Ruiner, and the First Men, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, the sum of 10,000 Tyroshi copper coins and 2,000 pounds of fresh lemons." The eunuch's soaring tone echoed through the banquet hall. Prepared servants swiftly unveiled white cloths, revealing large chests brimming with gleaming red-yellow coins that sparkled under the resplendent lights of the hall. The eunuch retrieved the scroll, bowed to the attendees, and proceeded directly to the corner where Viserys and his party were seated. All eyes followed the eunuch's movement, landing upon them. Viserys' face was a mask of shame and indignation. Daenerys looked utterly bewildered. Yora reddened with embarrassment, while Butch remained inscrutable. No, Viserys seemed overwhelmed with humiliation. Angrily shouted at the approaching eunuch, "This is not how it should be. He promised to lend me the money, he promised. How could this happen?" The eunuch leaned closer, mimicking the gesture of handing him the scroll. "Please sign the contract." "No." Viserys seized Daenerys' arm, as if unable to bear such indignity. He pulled her swiftly past the eunuch and the onlookers, making for the exit. "Absolutely not." They hurried through the marble corridors of the estate, jogging past the fountain-adorned gardens, and rushed out of the residence of King Viserys. Yora and Butch followed closely behind. Behind them, the household servants, laden with noisy chests and fragrant bags of lemons, trailed under the eunuch's guidance. Viserys, his countenance darkened, dragged Daenerys along as they hastened for a quarter of an hour, directly from the Lord's estate to the harbor dock. Under the curious gaze of the Tyroshi dock workers, Viserys approached the dock where the ship, Sidurian, was moored. In the cloak of night, he called for the boarding ladder, ascending the vessel with determination. Once on deck, Yora glanced back and couldn't help but remark, "My lord, they are following us." Viserys halted on the deck, releasing a peculiar sigh. "Let them come aboard." The powdered eunuch, perspiring profusely with his makeup smeared, gasped for breath and lifted the contract again. "Please sign the contract." Viserys, his face stern, leaned forward and abruptly snatched the contract, tearing it to shreds. The eunuch, regaining his composure after catching his breath, straightened up and produced another document from his robes. "Please sign the contract. Our king of Tyrosh is a man of his word. If he promised to lend you money, he shall do so." Yora nearly reached for the sword he had urgently retrieved from the guards at the entrance of the Tyroshi estate. Very well, he replied. Viserys took the contract, and a eunuch produced a quill from his sleeve. Viserys casually unfolded the contract, scribbled his name, and returned it to the eunuch, asking if that sufficed. The eunuch, examining the signature with a smirk, retrieved another copy of the contract. "This is a duplicate. I shall take this one back. As for the other, it is yours to handle." He then called over the servants, who were panting from the chase on the deck, instructing them to deliver the items to the guests' quarters, emphasizing the importance of completing their service impeccably. As the eunuch and the servants disembarked, Captain Grole arrived breathless at the side of the Sidurian ship. According to their original plan, they were scheduled to depart Tyrosh the following noon. Thus only the first mate and half the crew remained on board to keep watch. The first mate, perplexed by the earlier commotion and uncertain of what had transpired, sent for the captain, rousing him from his mistress's bed. However, by the time Grole arrived, the farcical events had already concluded. Upon boarding, Grole made his way to the suite on Viserys' merchant vessel. At the entrance stood Yura, still seething, and the impassive Butch. Grole exchanged glances with Yura, who ignored him, and then with Butch, who did not acknowledge him at all. After much contemplation, Grole resolved that it would be best to refrain from intervening and decided to leave. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Viserys with a grim expression. "Ah, Captain, you are here just in time. I was about to send Yura to find you. Inform your crew that we shall depart Tyrosh at dawn." He turned to Yura and Butch, instructing them to check out of the inn and ensure that Ani packed their belongings for the return to the ship. Lastly, he called out to Yura, "Return my dagger." Yura complied, handing back the dagger he had brought along. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. Grole and Yura exchanged glances, while Butch stepped forward, seemingly ready to follow orders. Once the others had left, Dany, concerned, inquired what transpired. Viserys motioned for Dany to be silent and, with a serious demeanor, approached the coin chest, gesturing for her to come closer. Dany, bewildered, approached him as he silently opened a chest, pushing aside the coins atop it to reveal a wooden panel within. Rather than opening it himself, he looked at Dany, who seemed to grasp something, and nodded for her to do so. Dany swallowed hard, cautiously prying open the hidden compartment, and was immediately dazzled by the brilliant golden light that filled her vision. Chapter 55. Viserys turned to leave. Viserys extracted a fresh lemon from his satchel, savoring its texture. It was undoubtedly the finest, juiciest lemon available in the Tyrosh market. What a pity. He nonchalantly tossed the lemon out of the window and commanded Yura and Butch, "Go, and throw all these lemons into the sea." Yura and Butch complied, emptying sack after sack of golden lemons into the ocean. Subsequently, the ship, the Sadurian, set sail from the port of Tyrosh. It was said that on that morning, the docks were bustling with fishing boats gathering lemons. Yura appeared to hesitate for a considerable time before eventually approaching a somewhat calmer Viserys. "My lord, why not cast those crates of Tyroshi copper coins into the sea as well? 10,000 Tyroshi copper coins is but a trifling sum, equivalent to merely 80,110 gold coins at most." For this paltry amount, Yura believed they had suffered a tremendous humiliation, and Viserys ought to assert a resolute stance. Upon hearing this, Daenerys, standing nearby, immediately regarded him with a wary expression. Viserys, visibly angered, retorted, "Is not 10,000 copper coins still money?" Yura was rendered speechless. The value of the lemons tossed into the sea was nearly equivalent to that sum, and in regions devoid of lemon production, it was even more valuable. The journey from Tyrosh to Lys necessitated traversing the stepstones, where the waters were far from tranquil. Both the Tyroshi and Lysian fleets held dominion over sections of the sea, with pirates frequently lurking in between. However, Viserys had sequestered himself in his quarters for several days, neglecting the tumult that beset their merchant vessel, which had encountered extortion along the way. The tension between Tyrosh and Lys was indeed palpable, yet it had not escalated to the point of open conflict. The merchant ship, at least, had arrived in Lys intact. They continued to adhere to their plans, with the merchant vessel scheduled to remain in Lys for 2 weeks. Viserys intended to persist in his attempts to secure loans. Disembarking would mean leaving the confines of the merchant ship, which caused Daenerys considerable anxiety regarding the crates of Tyroshi copper coins at her bedside. Yet, Viserys remained indifferent, reassuring her that the 5,000 mil gold coins he had entrusted to Grolar for safekeeping were secure in the chest by the bed, rendering the 10,000 Tyroshi copper coins inconsequential. Without further ado, he resolved to disembark. Finally, it was Yura who could no longer remain passive. "My lord, your ship's cargo is increasing. It cannot be neglected. Allow me to stay behind and safeguard it." Yura proactively proposed to remain aboard to oversee the goods. Before Viserys could respond, Daenerys frowned at Yura's initiative. "Sir Yura, will you not come ashore with us?" Daenerys sensed that Viserys harbored some reservations about Yura, making her uneasy about entrusting him with their possessions. "My lady, my lord." Yura's demeanor shifted slightly as he bowed. "Please permit me to remain on the ship, I beseech you." Viserys inquired, "Do you harbor some unspoken concerns?" He seemed to utter this casually, but quickly added, "Then you may stay aboard." Viserys acquiesced. "Thank you for your understanding," Yura replied, gratitude evident in his expression. Daenerys regarded her brother and Yura with a peculiar look, choosing not to voice further comments. Thus, only the 4 of them disembarked. Daenerys recalled her childhood, the time she and her brother Viserys had spent in Lys, wandering about. They had returned once more, albeit briefly, and encountered Illyrio at a banquet hosted by a local noble, receiving an invitation to Pentos. This marked Daenerys' 3rd visit to the city. She began her journey at the summit of the revered Temple of Laro, a place etched deeply in her memory. From the heights of the island's modest hills, she cast her gaze downward, sweeping over the palm trees and fruit-bearing trees by the dock. Upon her return to this land, everything felt both familiar and foreign. The closer she approached the eastern part of Essos, the more overt the slave trade became. Here in Lys, the slave ships docked near bustling markets where throngs of slaves were openly sold. There were no market taxes imposed for purchasing slaves, but both buyer and seller bore the risks involved. Lys was a city-state heavily reliant on the slave trade, with the number of slaves exceeding that of free citizens by a third. Renowned for its bed slaves and brothels, Lys cultivated and produced striking young boys and beautiful female slaves, one of whom, Doria, was intended as a gift for Viserys. The alchemical guild here was equally distinguished, known for producing highly toxic substances, including the infamous tears of Lys and the Strangler. Dany followed closely in Viserys' wake when he abruptly halted, nearly colliding with him. She followed his gaze toward the coastline, where a group of red-robed priests had gathered around a pyre, igniting flames. Faint cries of anguish mingled with the cacophony of voices along the shore, and she dared not imagine the horrors unfolding there. Thick smoke billowed from the seaside, quickly darkening the air above that area. Passers-by on the road into the city seemed oblivious to the events occurring nearby, hurrying along as if it were commonplace. "Hurry up," someone urged from behind. "Why are you standing in the middle of the road? Move it." A cart laden with goods was approaching. Viserys stepped aside to allow it to pass. "What a peculiar ritual of supplication for victory," one of the cart drivers murmured softly, revealing himself to be a foreign freeman without a collar. "Be quiet," his companion cautioned. "No talking here." They moved past Viserys. After a moment's thought, he lifted his gaze toward the distant Temple of Laro, where wisps of smoke also rose toward the heavens. "Let us return to the ship," he declared. And without entering the city gates, they turned back toward the dock. "My lord, why have you returned?" Yura asked, idly scanning the deck when he spotted Viserys' group turning back. He disembarked to greet them. Viserys inquired, "Is Captain Grole still aboard?" Yura replied, "Yes, I just saw him." Without further explanation, Viserys stated, "Take me to him." With a look of curiosity, Yura led the way, finding Grole in the cabin, tallying goods with the ship's purser. Viserys called for Grole and immediately asked, "Captain, I just saw red-robed priests making a human sacrifice by the coast. What is happening? I spent time in Lys before, yet I have never witnessed such a scene." Grole, upon hearing this, did not seem surprised. "It appears that war may be impending for Lys. We just do not know whether it will be at sea or on land. Even Jorah is aware, my lord. You may be unaware that prior to the onset of battle, the denizens of the free cities beseeched their deities for victory on the battlefield. What you witnessed was a sacrificial rite commissioned by the governor of Lys at the Temple of the Red God. The local populace believes that this brutal act can confer divine blessings upon them during combat. This is not an act of cruelty, Sir Jorah," Grole retorted. "It is a pre-battle tradition. I do not intend to cast aspersions upon your faith, Captain," Jorah replied. "I once fought as a mercenary in the conflict between Lys and Bravos along the banks of the Rhoyne. It has been shown that even when blessed before battle, soldiers can still perish from sword and blade, and poor command may lead to defeat on the field." "Humph," Grole scoffed, contemplating further remarks. Viserys interrupted their banter, inquiring of Grole, "Do you worship the Red God?" The Red God is the most widely followed faith in Essos, with temples to be found everywhere. "What harm is there in praying to a deity that is so conveniently accessible?" Grole responded, "Not as a devout adherent, but rather due to convenience. Should the need arise in other lands, I would profess belief in other gods to facilitate my business." In jest, he produced an oval coin, stating, in Lys, "I can just as easily pray to the goddess of desire." The currency of Lys bore the image of a nude woman, representing the local deity of passion. Viserys deemed it unnecessary to dwell upon the matter of faith, yet an unsettling feeling persisted within him. He had recently encountered the ancient powers of the Targaryens and the Drowned God, and it was difficult to dismiss the possibility of the Red Goddess' influence. As Viserys grappled with this ambiguity, Daenerys gazed thoughtfully at the coin in Grole's hand. She endeavored to dispel the disturbing images from earlier in her mind, recalling that the gold coins nestled within the compartment of the copper coin box bore a similar design. She felt a twinge of regret at that moment. Overwhelmed by the abundance of gold, she had failed to recognize this detail. A sudden thought struck her. Could it be that the coins lent to Viserys by Lord Tyrosh were all Lysian coins? Or perhaps even coins from Myr? She sensed she had stumbled upon a significant secret. As Daenerys reveled in her discovery, Viserys remarked, "Alas, the hour grows late. We shall remain aboard the ship tonight and venture into the city tomorrow." Is it not still early? It is barely noon. However, No one questioned Viserys' decision. That night, after Daenerys fell asleep, she began to dream. She envisioned awakening in the cabin of a merchant ship, the red glow faintly illuminating the porthole. She approached the window and gazed outside. In the distance, a red cloud loomed over the highest point of the dark city, and she could faintly hear a roar emanating from the mountain beneath the crimson shroud. That sound was calling to her, Daenerys realized. In an instant, it dawned upon her. It was the great dragon singing to her. According to semi-official sources from the world of ice and fire, one of the largest temples of R'hllor is located in Lys. Chapter 56. Pulling the nails. When Daenerys awoke, her mind was still somewhat foggy. Outside her window, the sound of waves crashing against the shore filled the air, and the night was deepening. She became aware of the nature of the dream she had just experienced. It was indeed a prophecy. Daenerys recalled that day at the Feast of the Great Call, when a red-robed priest had claimed to see her in the flames. He had delivered a prophecy to her, and she found herself remembering it vividly, word for word. The red-robed priest had spoken in High Valyrian. Red clouds hang in the sky, listening to the roar of great beasts. You shall journey eastward, for light is your direction. You will pass through shadows to awaken the fierce fire, burning bright. At the time, it had seemed but a fleeting moment amidst the tumultuous events that followed. Too exhilarating and intense for her to fully grasp, and for days her thoughts had been consumed with the gold hidden within the compartments of Viserys' trunk, nearly causing her to forget this significant detail. Daenerys mused that she ought to have discreetly informed her brother, Viserys, of this matter sooner. He knew everything. However, unexpectedly, when Viserys learned of this information from Daenerys, his expression mirrored the surprise and disquiet he had displayed when she had previously recounted her dream of the specter. It was then that Daenerys realized the gravity of the situation. In a state of bewilderment, Daenerys felt a surge of anxiety. What was amiss? She resented herself for having overlooked what appeared to be a crucial piece of information, particularly given that Viserys had repeatedly emphasized the importance of promptly relaying any strange occurrences or dreams to him. This time, however, Viserys did not linger in contemplation as he had previously. Rather, he swiftly resolved to take action. With a calm demeanor, as if merely addressing a trivial matter, he reassured her, "It is nothing, Dany. You have done no wrong, and there is no need for guilt. I have withheld too much from you. I was presumptuous. Go wash your face. Remember, once you have done so, treat it as though nothing has transpired and return to your reading at the table." Viserys' composed demeanor offered Daenerys a modicum of reassurance, and she acquiesced. Approaching the basin, she splashed her face with cool, clean water, regaining a semblance of calm before returning to her writing desk. Viserys did not wait long. He summoned Yura. "Yura, come in." Hearing the call while standing guard outside with the hulking Bucci, Yura promptly entered and approached, observing Viserys as he appeared to be engrossed in writing. "My lord, you summoned me?" Yura inquired. Without turning, Viserys instructed him, "Go fetch Annie. She should be in the ship's hold, gathering provisions." Yura did not find this request peculiar and departed to locate Annie. By the time Yura returned with Annie, Viserys had completed his writing, which was a letter. He carefully sealed the letter in a tube, meticulously applying wax and affixing a seal. Once these tasks were accomplished, he addressed Yura and Annie, who were waiting attentively. "Bring Bucci in as well." Shortly thereafter, Bucci entered the room. Viserys presented himself with a solemn demeanor, as if preparing to announce something of significance. Meanwhile, Daenerys remained at her desk, hidden behind a screen, unable to concentrate on a single word of her reading. Viserys began to speak. "Annie, you are my personal maid, a testament to the bond between me and Governor Illyrio. You are to serve as the bridge between us. Now, the time has come for you to fulfill your role. Here is a letter that I need you to deliver personally to Governor Illyrio. You must find a ship in Lys and return to Pentos at once. Inquire about the governor's whereabouts. He may be occupied on my behalf. You must locate him swiftly. Remember, it is imperative that you hand the letter to him personally." Viserys did not afford Annie the opportunity to respond before addressing the next individual. Butch, Annie is my maid, a woman, and given the current perilous sea routes back to Pentos, I cannot trust her to travel alone. I want you to ensure her safe passage and guarantee that the letter reaches Governor Illyrio." Hearing Viserys' command, Butch nodded in acknowledgement. This was one of Butch's commendable traits. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he never contradicted orders, but simply complied. Though Viserys felt a twinge of reluctance to part with this nail, he pressed on. "Annie, take this." Viserys handed her the letter, his expression grave as he also produced a pouch of coins from his waist and placed it in her hands. Grasping her hands firmly, he solemnly declared, "This is the first time I have touched you. The letter you are to deliver is of utmost importance, concerning my grand plans with Governor Illyrio. It must be delivered directly into his hands." From the moment Viserys spoke, Annie understood that she was to be excluded from the ensuing journey. Even if the contents of the envelope were blank, she had no reason to remain. She could only respond, "My lord, I shall personally deliver the letter to the governor." Recognizing her understanding, Viserys spared himself further words. "Come, I shall take you to Captain Grole. He is well acquainted with the area and will assist you in finding a vessel back to Pentos. I trust him." With that, Viserys led the way out. Turning back at the door to call for Daenerys. "Dany, you should come too, just to see off Annie and Butch." Daenerys quickly set aside her book and hurried to follow. Upon hearing that Viserys intended for the maid and the eunuch to return to Pentos swiftly, Captain Grole expressed a modicum of curiosity, but was soon skillfully reassured by Viserys' request. "Since you have a task for me, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Let Annie and Butch accompany me to the docks. I will certainly procure a fine ship for them with my experience." Having Captain Grole personally involved was indeed splendid. Viserys felt deeply moved, stating, "I shall join you, as I do not plan to go into town today. I will personally see them aboard." Grole smiled, "My lord, you are truly kind to Miss Annie." Viserys chuckled, "Of course." Their party swiftly descended the ship to seek a vessel at the docks. Viserys did not allow Daenerys to accompany them, instructing her to remain aboard and wait, leaving only Jorah by her side. Realizing that Viserys did not wish for her to disembark, Daenerys stood on the deck, watching their group hasten across the docks. Her gaze could not help but drift towards the towering red temple of the Red God atop the highest peak in the city of Lys. As she pondered the reasons behind Viserys' eagerness to eliminate those he distrusted. In her bizarre dream, the crimson clouds enveloped the sky above that very temple, and the faint roar of the dragon, which seemed to beckon her, echoed from within its confines. This was likely the very thing that instilled fear in her brother Viserys. As Daenerys attempted to untangle her thoughts, her companion, Ser Jorah, suddenly remarked, from a distance, "Lys truly is a beautiful city." Yet, once one steps inside, the ugliness becomes apparent. Daenerys noticed a hint of sorrow in Jorah's expression, struggling to clarify her own chaotic thoughts. She voiced her curiosity regarding him. "You have been to Lys, Ser Jorah. I am certain you fear this city. You do not dare to disembark?" Daenerys understood that Jorah's fears were undoubtedly different from those of her brother Viserys. "You and your brother possess eyes that see into the hearts of men, my lady," Jorah said, gazing towards a particular direction in the city. "The house of Trigomorlin lies over there. He is a trading prince of Lys. My wife, Lynesse, is now his most favored concubine." Daenerys was momentarily taken aback by Jorah's sudden revelation of his own plight. After a brief pause, she offered a polite consolation. "I am truly sorry for your circumstances, Ser Jorah." "Love," Jorah suddenly mused, "is like the exquisite glassworks of Myr, beautiful when whole, yet sharp and injurious when shattered." He turned his gaze to Daenerys and added, "Forgive my candor, Lady Daenerys, but you are enamored with your brother, are you not?" Daenerys struggled to calm her racing heart. Contemplating what Viserys might say in such a moment, she retorted, "What are you implying, Ser Jorah? You are familiar with the songs of the Seven Kingdoms, my lady. You must know the ballad of the dragon knight Aemon Targaryen and his sister Daenerys Targaryen," he replied. Aemon is the protagonist of the most renowned love ballad in the lore of the Seven Kingdoms. The bards recount Aemon's fated love for his sister. Yet their tale is one steeped in sorrow. Aemon and Daenerys were inseparable from a young age, and it is said that they loved one another. However, Daenerys was ultimately wed to the dull King Aegon IV. On the day of their marriage, the ballad tells us, both wept. Shortly after their union, the 17-year-old Aemon joined the King's Guard. The ballad narrates how Aemon, as a member of the King's Guard, vowed to protect Daenerys throughout her life. Yet her existence was fraught with tragedy. Upon Aegon IV's ascension to the throne, Aemon became the commander of the King's Guard. Displeased by Aemon's affections for Daenerys, Aegon IV schemed to arrange for a champion to win the tournament and present the crown of love and beauty to his mistress, thereby humiliating Queen Daenerys. However, Aemon, as the Knight of Tears, triumphed in the tournament, ensuring that his sister Daenerys would be crowned as the Queen of Love and Beauty, thus sparing her from disgrace. In later years, rumors spread that Aemon and Daenerys had engaged in an illicit affair, claiming Aemon was the true father of Daeron II. In order to dispel the insidious rumors, the Dragon Knight engaged in a trial by combat against the nefarious Sir Mogul, who had spread these falsehoods, ultimately vanquishing him and preserving the honor of his sister, Queen Daenerys. Yet, no amount of ballads sung in praise, remembrance, or lamentation could alter the tragic fate of the Dragon Knight Aemon and Daenerys. They remained eternally apart. "No," Dany countered, "my brother is not Aemon, nor am I Daenerys. He is the king." Jorah replied, "Your brother seeks to restore his realm, Miss Daenerys. The usurper, in his pursuit of the throne, weds Cersei Lannister. Though it is said that his true love lay with Lyanna Stark, and there exists no affection for the queen. Moreover, to consolidate his claim against your father's throne. Duke Hoster Tully of Riverrun married his youngest daughter, Lisa, to the gray-haired Jon Arryn. Silence. Dany interjected sharply, her gaze icy. What purpose do you serve in uttering such words, Yura? My apologies, Miss Daenerys, Yura replied with a sorrowful smile. I ought not to have spoken so freely. Yet, alas, you bear a striking resemblance to her. Enough. Dany interrupted again. I should have asked my brother to leave the butcher, not you.